Everyone in the village said the Hu family was lucky to have such a capable daughter-in-law like Jiang Tang. They were sure the Hus had struck gold. Jiang Tang thought so too, but Hu Ding'an didn't. To him, a simple village woman could never be worthy of someone like him, a man who had studied abroad. After 3 years overseas, Hu Ding'an finally came home, bringing along the woman he loved. In the Hu family courtyard, Jiang Tang was feeding the chickens when Hu Ding'an walked in, holding another woman's hand.
Mom,
I'm back," he called out. Jiang Tang turned around and their eyes met. Both froze. "Ding'an," Jiang Tang said in surprise. Hu Ding'an stared at her, equally shocked.
Jiang Tang?
"Why are you still here?" Hadn't he told his mother to find a way to send her away before he came back with Xiao Zhao? Anyone with sense would have left by now, so why was she still here? Jiang Tang looked at their joined hands, confused. "What's going on?" Hu Ding'an noticed her gaze but didn't let go. "Jiang Tang, did Mom tell you about me?"
Jiang Tang Frauen.
"Your second aunt got sick. Your mom went to visit her 3 days ago and hasn't come back yet." So his mother hadn't had time to explain. Hu Ding'an said, "Since Mom didn't tell you, I will. This is Xiao Zhao. She studied abroad too, and is a good friend of mine." That should have made things clear enough. But Jiang Tang didn't take the hint.
"Oh."
Hu Ding'an continued, "I told Mom about me and Xiao Zhao. I thought you had gone to your uncle's house. I didn't expect you to still be here. Otherwise, he never would have brought Xiao Zhao home. It was too awkward." Jiang Tang finally understood. Her fiancé, whom she hadn't seen in 3 years, had come back with another woman. "Wait," she said. "Are you and Xiao Zhao just friends, or something more?" Hu Ding'an frowned. "Watch your words." Xiao Zhao spoke gracefully. "You must be Jiang Tang. Annie has told me about you. I'm his friend. Just call me Xiao Zhao." Jiang Tang said nothing. Xiao Zhao looked at Hu Ding'an affectionately. "Andy told me everything. I feel sorry for him, and I hope you can be understanding, and let us be together." Jiang Tang raised an eyebrow. "You've watched too many melodramas. He and I are properly engaged. Are you planning to take my place?" Zhao's smile was starting to fade. "Andy and I truly love each other. He wants to marry me properly, and I'll only marry him that way. How could we skip the formal steps?" Jiang Tang turned her face away. "So now keeping a secret lover counts as true love? I've really learned something new today." Hu Ding'an frowned at her words. "Jiang Tang, can't you speak nicely? You weren't like this before." Jiang Tang felt her heart turn cold and gave a short laugh. "Before? If I had known you were this shameless, I would have thrown mud in your face back then." "Before?"
"Huh."
"Hu Ding'an, you." Jiang Tang grabbed the chicken feed bowl and threw it down with a loud bang. "I'm feeding the chickens." The metal bowl hit the ground with a crash. Not only did the two of them jump, but even the chickens in the yard flapped in fright. "Jiang Tang, I'm feeding the chickens." Hu Ding'an, so rude. "Chickens, what a scare." "My food." Jiang Tang pointed at Hu Ding'an. "If you want to break off the engagement, do it like a man. What's the point of using such sneaky tricks?" Hu Ding'an, angry now, snapped back. "Jiang Tang, don't you realize we're not on the same level anymore?" Jiang Tang laughed in disbelief. "What nonsense. Not on the same level? I'm standing right here on the ground. What? Have you fallen into the deepest pit?" Zhao quickly defended her beloved. "How can you talk like that? Don't you have any manners?" Jiang Tang ignored her. "You two talking about manners? Who came begging for the engagement in the first place? Who forced you? You held my hand and begged me to wait for you, to take care of your parents. Did you say anything about different levels then?" Zhao said coldly, "Andy, don't waste time with her. She just wants money." Jiang Tang replied, "And what if I do? Hu Ding'an wasted 3 years of my life. Shouldn't he pay for that?" Zhao pulled out her wallet and took out 300 yuan. "I knew it. Here, take it. Is that enough?"
Jiang Tang Sana.
"Come work for me for 3 years, and I'll pay you 600.
See?
I'm even more generous than you." Zhao was furious. "Are you out of your mind? Why should I?" Jiang Tang said calmly, "You don't even know what's good for you. I'm offering double." Zhao stomped her foot. "You." Hu Ding'an pulled Zhao behind him. "Jiang Tang, What do you really want? Jiang Tang crossed her arms. What do I want? Did all that foreign education make you forget how to listen? Your girlfriend's smarter than you. What do I want? Compensation. Hu Ding'an was furious. You really have a terrible mouth. Who are you calling that? You're the one who doesn't belong here.
Jiang Tang ssờ nơ.
Oh, you think I'm being rude? This is nothing. If I really wanted to be mean, you wouldn't be able to handle it. You. Hu Ding'an started, but Jiang Tang lifted her chin and looked straight at him. I'll give you 3 days, she said coldly. Figure out with your parents how much compensation I should get for this broken engagement. After that, I won't be so polite. Humph. She washed her hands, turned around, packed her important things, and left. As she walked out of the Hu family's house, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She went to the small shop at the village entrance, bought 2 firecrackers, and hid behind the woods near the Hu family's house. Despite being bitten by mosquitoes, she waited patiently until Hu Ding'an and his new girlfriend went to the outdoor toilet. In the countryside, toilets often had no doors and were shared by both men and women. Usually one person would stand guard while the other went inside. But Hu Ding'an didn't seem to mind the smell at all. He stood inside, chatting with Zhao. That was when Jiang Tang made her move. She stuffed tissue in her nose, placed the firecrackers behind the pit, and lit the fuse. As soon as she lit them, she ran as fast as she could. Hu Ding'an heard a noise outside and stepped out. Who's there? The next second, boom. The simple toilet made of 3 lime boards collapsed completely. A woman screamed, and a terrible stench spread through the air.
Zhao.
Hu Ding'an shouted. Then he felt something fall from above, splattering all over him. Is it raining? He said in confusion. A large, wet, dark lump suddenly dropped right on his head. The smell hit him instantly and he gagged. Ugh.
Boom.
Hu Ding'an. Ugh. Zhao. What happened? Jiang Tang, hiding nearby, snorted. Serves you right. Zhao, covered in filth, screamed as she crawled out from under the broken boards. The toilet exploded. There are bugs everywhere. Jiang Tang peeked from behind the corner, pinching her nose. Serves them right, she muttered. The troublemaker was back. When Uncle Jiang and his family saw Jiang Tang return, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Uncle Jiang asked nervously, Jiang Tang, why are you back? Jiang Tang scratched her forehead with a finger. I just miss my uncle and aunt, so I came back to stay for a few days. Don't you miss me too? Uncle Jiang was silent. There was no need for this, none at all. It would be better if she forgot about them completely. Compared to the grown-up Jiang Tang, Uncle Jiang still preferred the little girl she used to be. Obedient, sensible, always eager to help with chores.
But now.
He forced a dry laugh. Of course we missed you. Jiang Tang knew exactly what her uncle's family thought of her. From head to toe, they rejected her. But so what? From the day they killed Happiness and ate its meat, their good days were over. Happiness was the little dog Jiang Tang had raised. After her parents divorced, her mother left, and her father remarried. He sent her to live with her grandparents in the countryside. Her grandparents lived with Uncle Jiang's family, and they naturally favored her cousin Jiang Xiaojun and her older cousin Jiang Zhong. Life in the countryside was hard for Jiang Tang. To please her uncle's family, she always rushed to do chores after school, afraid of being scolded or sent away. Even when Jiang Xiaojun and Jiang Zhong bullied her, she endured it quietly. Her father didn't want her, her mother didn't want her. If she were driven out, she had nowhere to go. One day, when Jiang Tang was in 5th grade, she found an abandoned puppy on her way home from school and secretly kept it under her bed. When her grandparents discovered it and wanted to throw it out, Jiang Tang knelt and begged them until they agreed to let her keep it. She named the puppy Happiness. Happiness became her best friend. The little dog was clever. It would walk her to school and wait to bring her home. If anyone tried to bully her, it would rush forward to protect her. Later, when Jiang Tang went to high school, Happiness could only come to meet her on Fridays. One day, when she got off the tricycle, she didn't see the familiar figure. She thought Happiness had found a new friend and forgotten to come. She called its name all the way home, until she saw its fur hanging on the wall of her uncle's house. Jiang Zhong said on purpose, "Don't you recognize it? That's your dog. My dad said it was so fat it took 2 meals to finish." That day, Jiang Tang almost lost control. She pinned Jiang Zhong to the ground, as if trying to pull happiness back from his mouth. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang beat Jiang Tang. She was just a young girl, no match for 2 grown adults. That afternoon, she cried in despair while holding her beloved pet. Grandpa and Grandma Jiang scolded her for being ungrateful, saying that Uncle Jiang's family had raised her, yet she went crazy over a stray dog. They called her a heartless child. Jiang Tang said nothing at the time. A week later, when the busy farming season began, she took half a day off. While no one was home, she climbed over the wall into Uncle Jiang's yard and killed all the chickens, ducks, and geese. She even hurt the pigs in the pen. She whispered, "Happiness, life isn't worth it. Don't be my friend in the next life." She also went to Jiang Chang's school and beat him up badly. By the time Uncle Jiang's family found out, all the poultry and 1 pig were dead. Later, Jiang Chong went home crying, saying Jiang Tang had hit him. Uncle Jiang and the grandparents went to her school and tried to punish her in front of the teacher. Jiang Tang said only one thing: "Either you beat me to death today, or be ready to bury Jiang Chong." Uncle Jiang was frightened by her eyes and her tone. For the first time, he didn't dare touch her. From then on, everyone in the village knew about Jiang Tang's temper. They said she was unstable and dangerous. Even the local troublemakers avoided her. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang exchanged a look. Uncle Jiang carefully asked Jiang Tang, "Did you hurt the Hu family?" Jiang Tang looked up. "Uncle, what are you saying? Do I look like that kind of person? Hu Ding'an came back, but I don't want to marry him anymore."
What?
Soon, the Jiang family learned what had happened. While studying abroad, Hu Ding'an had been seeing another woman. Aunt Jiang said, "But you shouldn't have left." Jiang Tang sat cross-legged. "I saw the way those 2 looked at each other. It made me sick. I don't want any part of it." Aunt Jiang grew anxious.
What do you mean you don't want it?
"Men are all like that. Hu Ding'an just made a mistake. How can you walk away so easily? Aren't you giving that woman what she wants?" Jiang Tang looked up. "What else should I do? Share the same bed with both of them? Isn't that a bit too much?" Aunt Jiang's face twitched. She had no words left. Grandma Jiang frowned. "Only capable men can afford to keep a mistress. That means your husband is successful. No matter how many he has, you're still the main wife. What are you afraid of? Go back quickly, have a son, and keep him close." Jiang Tang said, "I can't. I really can't."
I don't know how.
"Grandma, maybe you can teach me? How do women have children? I really want to know." Grandma Jiang's face turned red. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Uncle Jiang couldn't help saying, "Go talk to your in-laws first. Try to get the marriage certificate cancelled." Jiang Tang said, "Hu Ding'an isn't faithful. I find it disgusting." Aunt Jiang realized this wasn't going well. She had to send this troublesome girl away before she caused more problems. Aunt Jiang said, "Jiang Tang, you've been married into the Hu family for 3 years. What's the difference between you and a divorced woman now? Hu Ding'an studied abroad. If you leave him, what kind of man can you find later? You should fight for your place, drive that woman away, and get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. That's what really matters." Jiang Tang crossed her legs, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and said, "If Hu Ding'an lived in the Forbidden City, maybe I'd fight for him. But the problem is, he's just an ordinary man." Aunt Jiang said, "Ordinary men don't study abroad. He's not just anyone." Jiang Tang didn't even lift her eyes. "He studied abroad with his family's money. That means his father is capable, not him." Uncle and Aunt Jiang were speechless. Grandma Jiang sighed. "Child, why won't you listen?" Jiang Tang said nothing. She took a small folding knife from her pocket and began peeling an apple. After a while, she said slowly, "When I'm in a bad mood, I feel like I might lose control." No one said another word. 2 days later, the Hu family came with the matchmaker. Uncle Jiang's family was overjoyed. The Hu family had come to take Jiang Tang back, finally, they could send this troublesome girl away. Jiang Tang had been lying around for 2 days, doing nothing but eating and sleeping. She finished all the snacks by herself and complained about the food at every meal, nearly driving Aunt Jiang crazy. The whole family couldn't wait to see her leave. In the Jiang family's courtyard, Hu Dahua and Chao Zhensheng sat on stools, while Hu Ding'an stood nearby with a stiff face, not even glancing at Jiang Tang. The old man from the village shop went to the Hu family to collect a debt, saying that Jiang Tang had taken 2 firecrackers on credit and that the Hu family should pay for them. Only then did Hu Ding'an realize that the person who had blown up his family's cesspit was Jiang Tang. Just thinking about that disgusting scene still made him feel sick. Jiang Tang was really too much. Uncle Jiang rubbed his hands and said, "Sister, brother-in-law, this is all what Jiang Tang said. We won't believe just one side of the story. There must be some misunderstanding, so." Hu Dahua smiled at Uncle Jiang. "Uncle, there's no misunderstanding. It was my son Anzi who did wrong." Uncle Jiang was stunned. The Hu family admitted it just like that? Hu Dahua continued, "My son has too many admirers. The girl he brought home this time is also a student who studied abroad. She's deeply in love with him, and he really couldn't help it." Uncle Jiang stayed silent. What else was there to say? They were clearly telling him that the woman Hu Ding'an brought home was also educated overseas. A perfect match. They were looking down on Jiang Tang for only finishing high school. Hu Dahua looked at Jiang Tang. "Jiang Tang, don't take this the wrong way. Anzi and his classmate are together now, so let's just call off the engagement." When Hu Dahua mentioned her son's new relationship, she didn't look embarrassed at all. In fact, she seemed a little proud. Her son had another woman. What did that mean? It meant her son was capable and attractive. Even a girl who studied abroad wanted to be with him. How could she not be proud? Jiang Tang acted as if she hadn't heard anything and kept cracking sunflower seeds. Since she was no longer going to be their daughter-in-law, why should she be polite? She spat out a seed shell. Humph. Hu Dahua's face darkened. What did Jiang Tang mean by that? Was she doing that on purpose?
Jiang Tang, Hakma.
Hu Dahua, are you doing that at me? Jiang Tang, yes. Don't you know why? Aunt Jiang quickly tried to smooth things over. Jiang Tang just likes eating sunflower seeds. It's her habit. Hu Dahua, still unhappy, said directly, "We've thought it over. This is our fault, so you don't need to return the engagement money or gifts." The matchmaker, who knew they were here to break off the engagement, quickly added, "That's right. What else can be done? You can't really ask them to return the gifts in cash. Even if they did, you couldn't accept it." Hu Dahua nodded. Of course. After the matchmaker finished talking about Hu Dahua, she turned to Jiang Tang and said kindly, "Jiang Tang, if a man's heart isn't with you, holding on won't help, right? I'll find you someone better in the future." Aunt Jiang glanced secretly at Jiang Tang, but said nothing. The matchmaker continued, "If I had known Anzi would meet someone he truly liked, I wouldn't have arranged this match in the first place. Let's all take a step back and end this peacefully." While the matchmaker tried to smooth things over, Jiang Tang finished the sunflower seeds in her hand and said calmly, "We can end the engagement, but what about the 3 years of my life that were wasted?" She looked straight at Hu Ding'an, who had been silent the whole time. "I made myself clear that day. Did you not pass on my words? Or are Uncle Chao and Aunt Hu pretending not to understand?" Hu Dahua glanced at her son, then slapped her thigh. "Oh dear, look at my memory. Jiang Tang worked hard for our family and must feel wronged." As she spoke, she nudged Chao Zhensheng. "Old Chao, what are you waiting for? Get the money." Chao Zhensheng looked at her, then pulled out a thick stack of bills from his pocket. Hu Dahua quickly took it, counted out 100 yuan notes, and said, "Jiang Tang, here's 1,000 yuan. Buy yourself something nice to eat and drink. It should last you a while." But Jiang Tang didn't take the money. Her hand stayed still. Hu Dahua froze. "What? Is it not enough?" She forced a smile and added 5 more bills. "Here, take it." Jiang Tang still didn't move. The air grew tense. The matchmaker hurried to take the money and tried to hand it to Jiang Tang. "Jiang Tang, this is from your Uncle Chao and Aunt Hu.
Don't feel shy.
But Jiang Tang still refused. Then she suddenly said, "Uncle Chow and Aunt whose lives must be really cheap, huh?" Everyone in the yard was stunned. Hu Dingen's face darkened. "Jiang Tang, my parents never wronged you. You can be angry with me, but why insult them?" Jiang Tang gave a cold laugh.
Why?
"Because I saved their lives." Her words shocked everyone except Chao Zhensheng and Hu Dahua.
Hu Dingen asked, what do you mean by that?
Jiang Tang replied, "The first month after you went abroad, your father was driving a tricycle with your mother to Hallwood. The vehicle overturned into a ditch, and no one found them for 2 hours. I was the one who found them and saved them." Hu Dingen stared in disbelief. "Dad, Mom, is that true?"
Gao Gensheng not that heavily.
"It's true. Your mother couldn't walk for 3 months, and my leg was crushed and broken. I had to go through 2 major surgeries." Chao Zhensheng was a live-in son-in-law with little education, but he was clever. With his carpentry skills, he saved enough money to open a small furniture workshop. He often drove a tricycle to deliver wood to the factory, and that was when the accident happened. Hu Dingen asked angrily Jiang Tang, "Why didn't you tell me about something this serious?" Jiang Tang almost laughed. "Your real parents were right in front of you, and you're asking an outsider why she didn't tell you? How shameless can you be?" Hu Dingen snapped. Jiang Tang cut him off. "Your family hid it from you because you're useless. Could you have flown back in an instant? Or did you have the money to save their lives? What's the point of pretending to be capable when you're not?" Hu Dingen, furious, rushed up to her, wanting to hit her but holding back. You, what about me?" Jiang Tang said clearly, word by word. "I found the car that took them to the hospital. I found the hospital. I chose the doctor. I signed the surgery papers. I did all the housework. I ran the furniture factory. I took care of the business orders. Your father was unconscious, your mother was crying in pain, and your brother and sister could only cry. And you, the great overseas graduate, the money you spent living comfortably abroad, was earned by me." Jiang Tang poked Hu Dingen's chest with her finger again and again. "What's the point of telling you? Should your parents, when they were desperate and helpless, have counted on you, someone thousands of miles away, who only knows how to blame others when things go wrong?" Hu Dingen stepped back again and again until his heel hit the wall. He couldn't retreat any further. He clenched his teeth so hard that his jaw began to ache. He tried to stay calm. "I really didn't know my parents had an accident." Jiang Tang glared at him. "You don't understand anything. How dare you come home with another woman and act like you can order people around?" Hu Dingen's lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. Jiang Tang gave a cold laugh. 3 years ago, your mother held my hand and cried, saying your family owed me 2 lives and could never repay it. And now that you're back, you think the debt is gone? Just showing up cancels out saving your life? You don't really live in the Forbidden City, do you?" Hu Dahua froze as memories of the nightmare from 3 years ago rushed back. The tricycle had been loaded with wood. After the rain, the road was slippery and the cart overturned into a ditch. Old Chow's legs were broken, and she fractured 3 ribs. That road led to the furniture factory. Few people passed by, and the cars that did sped past without stopping. At that time, both Hu Dahua and Chao Zhensheng had lost hope. It was Jiang Tang who came looking for them after the factory called home, saying the wood hadn't arrived. Sensing something was wrong, Jiang Tang walked for over an hour along the road, searching until she finally found the elderly couple in the ditch, barely alive. Now, 3 years later, Hu Dahua had fully recovered, and Chao Zhensheng could walk normally again. Maybe life had become too comfortable, and they had forgotten the pain once the wounds healed. Before coming to break off the engagement, Hu Dahua felt proud. Her family was well off, richer than most in the nearby villages. Calling off the engagement didn't seem like a big deal. They didn't ask Jiang Tang to return the betrothal gifts or anything else. It was a peaceful separation, and they felt they owed her nothing. But now, Hu Dahua felt uneasy. Hu Dingen felt a chill. His family really hadn't told him anything. Jiang Tang, however, wasn't about to let it go. "Hu Dingen, tell me, was I wrong to say your parents' lives were cheap? 2 lives together worth only 1,500 yuan. Don't you think that's shameful?" Hu Dingin closed his eyes. I never denied what you did for them.
Jiang Tang's no.
And what's your acknowledgement worth? Still trying to make yourself look good at a time like this? Faced with her cold sarcasm, Hu Dingin's tone finally softened. What do you want to do about it? Jiang Tang said, go find out how much a housekeeper costs, someone who takes care of both the elderly and the young. See what the monthly rate is. Now, not only did Hu Dingin frown, but even the matchmaker frowned. Who calculates things like that? Was there no sense of kindness left? The matchmaker quickly spoke up. Jiang Tang, a fiancé helping out at her future in-law's home is normal. Why ask for money? You lived and ate with the Hu family for 3 years, and they never charged you, right? Jiang Tang slapped her leg. Auntie, thanks for reminding me. I almost forgot, I was actually a live-in housekeeper. That costs even more. The matchmaker was speechless. Hu Dingin moved his lips. Jiang Tang, do you really want to do this? From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Jiang Tang, we've already broken off the engagement. Why would I still want anything to do with you? Hu Dingin. Hu Dingin. Jiang Tang, if you act like this, we'll have no relationship left. Jiang Tang, we've already ended the engagement. Why would I still care about that? Jiang Tang, if you don't know the numbers, I'll tell you. A live-in helper costs $80 a month. For 2 years and 11 months, that's $2,800. On the day of your parents' surgery, I paid a $2,000 deposit. I still have the receipt. I didn't ask for it back before because we were family, but now it's time to settle it, right? Hu Dingin you. Jiang Tang ignored him and turned to Chao Zhensheng. Uncle Chao, since we're no longer family, let's just say I worked for you for 2 years and 11 months. Is that fair? Chao Zhensheng stood up. Jiang Tang, you've worked hard these 3 years. Tell me how much you think is fair. Jiang Tang, while you and Annie were recovering, I did all kinds of work at the factory, resolving worker disputes, handling taxes, everything. Let's say $150 a month. That's $5,250 in total. Uncle Chao, am I asking too much? Chao Zhensheng nodded. No, that's fair. Jiang Tang, so $2,800 for the helper fee, $2,000 for the deposit, plus $5,250 for the factory work. That's $10,050 in total. Just round it to 10,000, and we'll be even. When they heard the amount, everyone in the yard was stunned. Uncle and Aunt Jiang were speechless. They hadn't expected Jiang Tang to ask for so much. Aside from the 2,000 owed, she was asking the Hu family for over 8,000 in compensation. If the Hu family actually paid that, they'd be crazy. Even the matchmaker was shocked. 10,000? Jiang Tang was asking the Hu family for 10,000? Was she out of her mind? Hu Dahua also hadn't expected Jiang Tang to dare ask for that much. If it were 2,000, she might have agreed. But 10,000? She really dared to ask. Hu Dingin immediately shouted, Jiang Tang, how dare you ask for that much? 10,000? Why don't you just rob someone? Jiang Tang, Hu Dingin, how can you even say that? Your mother went to the factory and only criticized the workers, making them so angry they all stopped working. I had to calm everyone down. Your father was bedridden for half a year and took 2 years to recover enough to walk. Do you know how much that cost? You studied abroad for 3 years and spent over 400,000. Do you even know how much your family had saved? Where do you think that money came from? I've been doing the work of 2 people, taking care of everything at home and outside, and I only asked for 8,000 yuan. How can you say that's too much, you spoiled man? Her words instantly provoked Hu Dingin, and anger rushed to his head. He lost control, clenched his fists, and charged toward Jiang Tang. You, After a sharp cry, Hu Dingin crouched on the ground, clutching his bleeding hand. Jiang Tang held a fruit knife, its blade stained with blood. Impressive. You studied abroad, yet you think hitting a woman makes you look powerful? Hu Dingin stared at her in shock. You actually cut me? Jiang Tang replied calmly. You were about to hit me. Should I have just stood there and waited?
Ansi.
Hu Dahua rushed over. When she saw the wound on her beloved son's hand, she panicked. You're bleeding. Uncle and Aunt Jiang, seeing the blood, instinctively stepped back. Was Jiang Tang about to lose control again? Hu Dahua was furious. Her precious son was hurt.
Jiang Tang.
How dare you hurt my son? No wonder he wants to break off the engagement. With your temper, one day you might really hurt him. Jiang Tang said coldly, if you want to end it, just do it. Stop making a fuss. Hu Dahua's heart ached for her son, and anger filled her chest. She thought, she hurt my son and still wants money? Not a chance.
Jiang Tang.
You've been pretending so well. After 3 years, I finally see your true face. You just want our money.
Jiang Tang sợ mai phai ly.
If you're so generous, I'll gladly admit your family is noble and selfless. Hu Dahua snapped, money?
Dream on.
I'd rather throw it into the river or give it to a beggar than give it to you. She turned to the matchmaker. You saw everything. Call the police right now. She hurt my son. I want her in jail. Chao Zhensheng quickly stopped the matchmaker and said to his wife, Dahua, we should still pay what we owe. Before he could finish, Hu Dahua shouted, pay what? Who said we owe her anything? We didn't even ask for the engagement money back, and now we're supposed to give her more? Do you think we're fools? Chao Zhensheng said, but the hospital fees Jiang Tang paid in advance. We should at least return that, right? Hu Dahua yelled. She said she paid. But who saw it? Do you know where that money came from? What if she took it from our family's furniture factory? Hu Dahua glared sharply at Jiang Tang. Go check the factory accounts later. If anyone has stolen money, I'll make sure she ends up in jail. Jiang Tang clicked her tongue. Aunt Hu, you've really hidden your true self these past 3 years. I thought you only liked picking fights with the workers, but it turns out you're also good at spreading rumors. Hu Dahua snapped, rumors? Once I check the accounts, I'll know exactly what kind of person you are. You hurt my son, and I didn't even ask you for medical expenses. You still want money?
Dream on.
Jiang Tang crossed her arms, staying calm.
Cao Gensheng Frauen deeply.
He glanced at Jiang Tang, then lowered his voice and said to Hu Dahua through clenched teeth, you don't understand. About our factory. Hu Dahua raised her voice. What about the factory? You think we can't manage without that young girl? Before she came, our factory was doing just fine. Chao Zhensheng grew anxious, but he couldn't say certain things in front of others. Unfortunately, while he struggled to find the right words, Hu Dahua kept talking non-stop. Dahua, listen to me. Listen to what? That greedy girl won't get a single cent from us. I'm telling you now, I won't give her anything. If she wants something, she can try all she wants. Aunt Jiang quickly handed tissues to Hu Dingen to wipe his small wound. Luckily, it's just a scratch, nothing serious. It only looked scary because of the blood. Uncle Jiang saw that the Hu family refused to pay the 2,000 yuan in compensation and grew anxious, wanting to speak up, but Aunt Jiang pulled him back. What are you doing? Offending the Hu family won't do us any good. Aunt Jiang had a brother who had been staying home for months. When she heard Jiang Tang say she earned 150 yuan a month at the Hu family's furniture factory, she was tempted. If a young girl like Jiang Tang could earn 150 yuan, her brother, being a man, could surely earn 200 yuan, right? If they offended the Hu family now, how could she ask them for help later? Jiang Tang and the Hu family were already at odds. The engagement was over, and that was that, but they couldn't afford to make enemies of the Hu family. Hu Dahua helped Hu Dingen out the door, full of anger. This engagement will end whether she agrees or not. She doesn't get to decide. Let's go. The matchmaker looked back at Jiang Tang with regret. Oh, dear. You should have just taken the money earlier. Now there wasn't even a single coin left. What was the point anymore? Chao Zhensheng kept looking back, wanting to say something to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang, your aunt, she. Before he could finish, Hu Dahua shouted from the doorway, Old Chao, what are you doing? Have you no shame? What's there left to say to her? Hurry up and go. Chao Zhensheng said, Hu Dahua snapped, do you still want to live or not? Chao Zhensheng sighed helplessly and quickly left. Jiang Tang chased to the door. Andy, if you don't give me the 10,000 today, next time it'll be 20,000, and by then, I might not even want it. Don't regret it. Jiang Tang, no 10,000 today, next time it's 20,000. Don't regret it. Hu Dahua, keep dreaming. Jiang Tang, fine. I'll wait for my dream to come true. Hu Dahua turned back and shouted loudly on purpose, Jiang Tang, what dream are you talking about? My son was right to call off the engagement. Otherwise, our whole family would have been fooled by you. You're nothing but a liar who tricked us for 3 years. Uncle Jiang got anxious. If they said Jiang Tang was a liar, didn't that mean their whole family was dishonest? After all, the marriage talks had started from their side. The neighbors, hearing the commotion, all came out to watch. When they heard the word liar, their ears perked up. Jiang Tang pulled Uncle Jiang back, stepped forward and said loudly, at least I'm not like Hu Ding'an, pretending to be something he's not. He looks proper in his suit, but after 3 years abroad, he still couldn't fix his own problems. If I didn't call off the engagement, was I supposed to marry him and live a miserable life? A thunderclap crashed overhead, startling Hu Dahua and Hu Ding'an. The next second, Hu Ding'an shouted angrily, Jiang Tang, stop making things up. Jiang Tang replied, you and I both know the truth. Do you want me to remind you of the time and place? You look like a man, but you're useless. With that, Jiang Tang slammed the door shut, leaving the Hu family standing outside, stunned. The onlookers whispered among themselves, all turning their eyes toward Hu Ding'an. He looked tall and strong, but it seemed it was all for show. Hu Ding'an tried to explain desperately, I didn't. It's not true. Jiang Tang's crazy. She's slandering me. Whether it was slander or not, no one else knew for sure. People in the village didn't have many hobbies, but they loved gossip. The fastest spreading news was always about other people's troubles. As soon as Jiang Tang said something, whispers started spreading around. Hu Ding'an was furious, but no matter how he tried to explain, people only replied with a few careless ahas before turning to others and saying, it's probably true. Hu Dahua said, my son is perfectly fine. Villagers replied, sure, sure. Then turned around and whispered, he's nervous. There must be something wrong, or why would he keep explaining? But how could anyone really know the truth? Only Hu Ding'an himself knew whether he was healthy or not. Chao Zhenxing thought the whole thing had gone too far. In the 3 years Jiang Tang had lived with the Hu family, she had behaved well and done everything properly. Of course, neither Chao Zhenxing nor Hu Dahua had ever planned to let Jiang Tang work at the furniture factory. They didn't trust her and thought she wouldn't be useful there. But an accident changed everything. Jiang Tang ended up keeping the Hu family business running. At first, Chao Zhenxing asked Hu Dahua to supervise the factory, but she was too strong-willed and outspoken. Whenever she saw workers slacking off, she couldn't hold back her temper, which made the workers quit together. Chao Zhenxing wanted to help but couldn't do much, so in the end, Jiang Tang had to manage the factory on her own. To him, giving Jiang Tang 10,000 yuan was fair. He never expected things to turn out like this. Chao Zhenxing sighed and said, what are you all standing around for? Let's go. This was Jiangjia village after all. People here only cared about watching drama. If a fight really broke out, they would side with Jiang Tang's uncle's family. Hu Dahua was shaking with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, go? Your son was slandered by that woman, and we're just leaving? What will people say about Anzi behind our backs? Chao Zhenxing frowned and clicked his tongue, but before he could speak, Hu Dahua shouted, how did I end up with such a useless husband? Chao Zhenxing said nothing and turned to leave. But Hu Dahua wasn't about to let it go. Since Jiang Tang had spread rumors about her son, she decided to fight back. On her way out of the village, she told everyone that Jiang Tang couldn't have children. That made the reason for breaking off the engagement sound much more believable. After all, it was the Hu family who had brought a matchmaker to propose in the first place. So why were they suddenly calling off the marriage? Now everyone thought they knew the answer. Jiang Tang couldn't have children. After the Hu family left, Jiang Tang spent the whole afternoon eating snacks, then went to her room to sleep. Aunt Jiang came in from outside, worried. Now it's over. Jiang Tang won't be able to get married. Uncle Jiang sighed deeply after hearing his wife's words. Rumors were spreading in the village that the Hu family broke off the engagement because Jiang Tang couldn't have children. If she never got married, it meant she would keep living with them. If Jiang Tang stayed, It felt like having a ticking time bomb in the house. Who knew when she might suddenly cause trouble and make a big mess? Uncle Jiang looked up. Maybe. We should sell the chickens in the pen these days. Aunt Jiang glared at him angrily. Is this the time to talk about selling chickens? What if she loses her temper again? It might not be the chickens she scares next time. She touched her neck nervously, feeling a chill down her back. What should they do now? Jiang Tang stayed at Uncle Jiang's house for another week. During that time, she went out 3 times, leaving early and coming back late. She even asked Uncle Jiang for 200 yuan, but no one knew what she did with it. Aunt Jiang was worried and complained to her husband, I've talked to several matchmakers, but as soon as they hear it's about Jiang Tang, they refuse right away. Everyone already knew she wasn't quite right in the head, and now people said she couldn't have children. Such a pretty girl had become a big problem. There were a few who didn't mind, but one of them was even older than Uncle Jiang. If Jiang Tang found out, she might get angry and cause trouble again. Worry, worry, and more worry. Of course, the ones troubled by Jiang Tang weren't just Uncle Jiang's family. The Hu family was also upset. That day, Chao Zhensheng came home from the furniture factory with a frown that wouldn't go away. It was clear something was bothering him. Hu Dahua couldn't stand his attitude. Why couldn't he just say what was on his mind instead of sitting there like that? Hu Dahua said, Did something happen at the factory? Why do you look like this? Who are you trying to impress? Back then, she had disliked how quiet and serious Chao Zhensheng was, but her father admired his carpentry skills and made him their live-in son-in-law. Everything else was fine, but his silent, dull personality really annoyed her. Chao Zhensheng sat on the doorstep, quietly smoking his pipe, without saying a word. Hu Dahua raised her voice, unable to hold back. I'm talking to you. Did the workers at the factory cause trouble again? Why are there so many problems now? It's all because of Jiang Tang. Hu Dahua talked nonstop for a while before Chao Zhensheng finally spoke. All the orders Jiang Tang arranged before are gone. Hu Dahua was stunned. Gone? How could they be gone? Chao Zhensheng said, When we were both in the city hospital, Jiang Tang kept running between the city and the countryside. She took on quite a few jobs back then. But today, the furniture store we've always worked with called and said they're canceling last month's order for 20 sets of furniture. Hu Dahua was shocked. What? We signed a contract. How can they just cancel it? That's breaking the contract. What about the deposit? Are they giving that up too? Chao Zhensheng replied, The day we went to find Jiang Tang last week was supposed to be the day they paid the deposit, but Jiang Tang told them to delay it. Hu Dahua jumped up. That troublemaker. She did it on purpose. Good thing we didn't give her the money that day. Chao Zhensheng glanced at her and sighed. Compared to an order worth over 100,000, what's 8,000? Hu Dahua's voice rose in anger. Over 100,000? Because of Jiang Tang, our factory lost that much?
Gao Gen Sheng Flote.
I never should have taken you there. In the next room, Hu Dingyan and Xiao Zhao were chatting and laughing. No one knew what they were talking about.
Gao Gen Sheng stut up irritabili.
Anzi will regret this sooner or later. Hu Dahua was dumbfounded. The orders were cancelled, and the factory lost over 100,000? How could they survive this? After a long silence, Hu Dahua gritted her teeth. That Jiang Tang. She ruined our factory. I'll never forgive her. That very day, Hu Dahua went to check the accounts. She refused to believe that after 3 years of records, she wouldn't find proof that Jiang Tang had done something wrong. Uncle, Jiang Tang said, Lend me 100. I promise I'll pay you back. Her tone and attitude were just like those mischievous kids in the village asking their parents for money. They always promised to repay, but when the time came, they'd say next time. And before paying back, they'd come to borrow again. Uncle Jiang opened his mouth to say something, but ended up silently handing her 100 yuan. Aunt Jiang was so angry she almost cried. Behind his back, she scolded him harshly. How are we supposed to live like this? This is a bottomless pit. Uncle Jiang sighed. What else can we do? If we drive her away, what if she does something crazy? Aunt Jiang said then. Then let her find a job first. How can she just stay like this forever? Uncle Jiang didn't dare talk to Jiang Tang directly, so he went to ask Grandma Jiang to speak to her instead. Even though Jiang Tang might not respect them much, at least she wouldn't argue with the elderly. Grandma Jiang didn't like her granddaughter very much. When Jiang Tang was little, she was obedient, but as she grew up, she became distant and stubborn. After Grandma Jiang's second son remarried and had a son, he sent Jiang Tang to live in the countryside. He had promised to bring her back after a few years, but in the end, he never did. Grandma Jiang didn't blame her son. She only thought that since Jiang Tang was a girl, she would eventually marry into another family, so there was no need to worry about her. Because of a stray dog, Jiang Tang had once been called strange by others, and now her engagement with the Hu family had been cancelled. In the end, Grandma Jiang thought Jiang Tang just wasn't lucky. Grandma Jiang went to find her. Jiang Tang was reading a book. Grandma Jiang couldn't read, so she didn't know what kind of book it was. She only saw pictures of small stools and cabinets on the pages. Grandma Jiang said, "Jiang Tang, you're a young woman. You can't be lazy like this every day. What man would want to marry you in the future?" Jiang Tang turned a page and said, "I already have work to do." Grandma Jiang asked, "What work?" "Go wash the clothes in the yard. You're so lazy your face is getting rounder." Without looking up, Jiang Tang replied, "A little roundness looks better. Otherwise, I'd look dry and mean like you, and that's not good for marriage either." Grandma Jiang was speechless with anger. No matter what she said, Jiang Tang just answered casually, making it impossible for Grandma Jiang to do anything about her. But that wasn't the only trouble. That evening, Jiang Xiaojun, who worked at the county hospital, came home crying. As soon as she spoke, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang were shocked. "Dad, Mom, I want to call off my engagement," she cried. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang looked at each other in surprise.
"Why?"
they asked together. Jiang Xiaojun sobbed. "A co-worker of mine lives near the Fu family's village. She said the Fu family's son had an accident during a mission and is now disabled." Aunt Jiang gasped, "What? Is that true? When did it happen?" Jiang Xiaojun cried even harder. "Just a few days ago. How could I marry someone with a disability? I won't do it, not even if it costs me my life." If people at the hospital found out she married a man with a disability, they would laugh at her endlessly. After graduating from nursing school, Jiang Xiaojun started working at the county hospital. She was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had high standards, so she never paid attention to ordinary men. When her colleagues heard she had found a match, everyone was curious to see what her fiancé looked like. Now that something like this had happened, wouldn't it just make her a joke to everyone? Jiang Xiaojun said firmly, "I want to break off the engagement. I must." Not only did she want to end it, but she also wanted everyone to know that it was her choice because she didn't like him. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang were stunned. They truly had no idea what was going on. That evening, after Jiang Xiaojun had made a scene at home, someone came by to share the news that her fiancé had indeed been injured. Only then did her parents believe what she said was true. Jiang Xiaojun burst into tears. "If I have to marry a man who can't walk, I'd rather die." Aunt Jiang looked at her daughter, then turned to her husband. "If the Fu family's son is really hurt, Xiaojun can't marry him. The gift list they gave us is still here. I'll check it tomorrow and return everything." But Uncle Jiang stayed silent. Jiang Xiaojun looked at him. "Dad, why aren't you saying anything?" Aunt Jiang frowned. "What do you mean? You're not thinking of letting her marry him, are you?" After a long pause, Uncle Jiang finally said, "The Fu family gave us 6,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. I don't have the money to return it." Aunt Jiang and Jiang Xiaojun were both shocked. To end an engagement, the most important thing was to return the betrothal money. When the Fu family agreed to the match, they had been very generous, giving 6,000 yuan to show their satisfaction with Jiang Xiaojun. Now that she wanted to break it off, Uncle Jiang couldn't return the money. He had already spent most of it. Aunt Jiang felt as if the sky had fallen. That was such a large sum. How could you spend it all? Are you out of your mind? That was Xiaojun's betrothal money. You should have saved it. Jiang Xiaojun was completely devastated. "I can't take this anymore. I can't live like this." The noise drew the attention of Grandpa and Grandma Jiang, who had just come back from the fields. What's all this shouting about? Do you want the whole village to hear? Aunt Jiang cried as she explained everything. Mother and daughter held each other and wept. Xiaojuan's future had been ruined by her father. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang were stunned. How could something like this happen with such a good match? The old couple had a few thousand yuan saved, but it wasn't enough to make up the 6,000 yuan bride price. Besides, that money was their emergency savings, so they didn't dare to mention it. The room was soon filled with crying. What could they do now? Uncle Jiang, though he had made mistakes, straightened his neck and said stubbornly, "This is fate. What can I do?" But Jiang Xiaojun wiped her tears and suddenly stood up. "I don't believe in fate. Why should I be the one to marry a disabled man? I haven't spent a single cent of the bride price, so why should I give up my whole life?" She stood up and was about to leave. It was late at night. How could a young woman go back to her workplace alone? Grandma Jiang quickly grabbed her hand. "Xiaojun, sit down and talk." Jiang Xiaojun stomped her foot and cried anxiously. Grandma Jiang said, "If Xiaojun doesn't want to marry, and the eldest can't return the bride price, why not let Jiang Tang marry instead?" When Grandma Jiang said that, everyone turned to look at her. She continued, "After Jiang Tang broke off her engagement with the Hu family, it's hard for her to find another match with her current reputation. If she marries in Xiaojun's place, everything will be solved." Jiang Xiaojun asked, "Jiang Tang broke off her engagement with the Hu family?" Aunt Jiang replied, "Yes, and it ended badly. Jiang Tang asked the Hu family for 10,000 yuan as a breakup fee. Do you think they'd give it to her?" Jiang Xiaojun said, "She was engaged to them for 3 years. If they broke it off, why shouldn't she ask for money? I would too." Aunt Jiang sighed. "You child." Grandma Jiang said, "If Jiang Tang marries in Xiaojun's place, what's there to worry about? Then everything would be settled. Xiaojun wouldn't have to marry the disabled man. Uncle Jiang wouldn't need to return the bride price. The family's troublemaker would be gone, and Jiang Tang would be married off." Everyone thought about it and realized it made sense. But Uncle Jiang said, smacking his lips, "What if Jiang Tang refuses?" The next second, a voice came from outside. "Refuse? What?" It was Jiang Tang. She had gone out earlier and had just returned. Her sudden voice startled everyone in the room. Jiang Tang stood at the door, looking at them suspiciously. The room instantly fell silent. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Although the plan sounded good, when it came time to speak, she still felt nervous. After all, Jiang Xiaojuan's blind date had been a promising young man, but by the time Jiang Tang was asked to take her place, the man had become disabled. It wasn't an easy thing to explain. Jiang Tang took a step forward. "Are you all talking about me behind my back?" Everyone quickly shook their heads. No. How could we gossip about our own family?" Jiang Tang said, "I'm just a bit suspicious by nature. I tend to overthink." Jiang Xiaojun looked around, then stood up impatiently. "Here's the thing. I met someone last year, but I don't want to continue with him. You can have him instead." Jiang Tang was surprised. "You can just give someone away like that?" Jiang Xiaojun said, "Mom and Dad told me you broke off your engagement with the Hu family. Isn't this a good match for you?" Jiang Tang didn't believe she was being kind. "I'm not someone who picks up what others throw away." The two had never gotten along since childhood. When Jiang Tang first came to the countryside, she had many pretty hair clips from the city, which Jiang Xiaojun would take and wear. Jiang Tang could only grab them back when the adults weren't around. She was half a year younger and often lost their fights. Later, Jiang Tang grew taller and stronger, and their fights became more even. Eventually, Jiang Xiaojun stopped fighting altogether. She couldn't win anymore. In short, the two of them never liked each other. When Jiang Tang lifted her foot to leave, everyone in the room stood up nervously. Hey, wait. Jiang Tang turned around. "You think I'm that easy to fool? Dream on." At that, Grandma Jiang finally spoke the truth. Xiaojuan's fiancé is a soldier. He was injured during a mission a few days ago and became disabled. Jiang Tang looked at Jiang Xiaojun.
"See?
I knew it." Jiang Xiaojun snorted. "You're already getting older and still single. You should be glad someone wants to marry you at all." Jiang Tang shot back, You're half a year older than me. If you're so picky, why aren't you married yet? That hit a nerve. Jiang Xiaojun was fair-skinned and pretty, but very choosy. During the 3 years Jiang Tang was engaged to the Hu family, Jiang Xiaojun kept going on blind dates. She always found something wrong. Too short, not handsome enough, never satisfied. Last year, she finally met someone she liked, but now she wanted to end it. Jiang Xiaojun looked down on Jiang Tang, and Jiang Tang mocked her right back. Neither of them thought the other was any better. When Jiang Tang hit Jiang Xiaojun's sore spot, Jiang Xiaojun exploded. I just have high standards. You're the one no one wants to marry. Jiang Tang replied, if your standards are so high, why aren't you married yet? Jiang Xiaojun pointed at her. You're not wanted by anyone, and you still dare compare yourself to me? Jiang Tang said, if someone wants you, why aren't you married either? Jiang Xiaojun shouted. You Grandma Jiang quickly interrupted. All right, stop arguing. The old lady sat down and said seriously, Jiang Tang, the man was carefully chosen by your aunt. His family is decent. Even though he's now disabled, he's a good person. If you marry him, you won't lose out. Jiang Tang said, what's the use of being a good person if he's not healthy? If Jiang Xiaojun doesn't want to marry him, just cancel the engagement. The room fell silent. Jiang Tang continued, oh, I see. Canceling means returning the betrothal money, and you don't want to lose it, so you're pushing me to take her place? Everyone stayed quiet. Jiang Tang lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. If you're asking for help, at least act like it. You all talk as if you're doing me a big favor. Isn't this just taking advantage of me? Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang jumped up, denying it quickly. No, that's not true. Jiang Xiaojun snapped. What kind of person do you think you can find? You just don't know what's good for you. Aunt Jiang hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth. Jiang Tang, don't listen to her nonsense. Jiang Tang said calmly, why should I care what she says? If she wants to marry, let her go. Then she stood up, went back to her room, and shut the door. Jiang Xiaojun ran after her. Jiang Tang, open the door. This is my room. Who said you could go in? Jiang Tang replied from behind the door. Does your name say so? Jiang Xiaojun shouted. My name is written in the books inside. Soon, the sound of tearing paper came from the room. Pages with Jiang Xiaojun's name were pushed out through the crack under the door. Here, take your name back. Jiang Xiaojun screamed. Jiang Tang, are you out of your mind? Why are you tearing my books? Jiang Tang ignored her and kept tearing. Jiang Xiaojun yelled, Jiang Tang, I'm so mad at you. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Jiang Tang threw a thick stack of torn pages at Jiang Xiaojun's head. If you want me to marry in your place, fine, but I want 2,800 yuan as a dowry. Jiang Xiaojun said, you're not part of my family. Why should my parents give you 2,800 yuan as a dowry? Jiang Tang replied, if I remember correctly, you once bragged that they gave you 6,000 yuan as a bride price, right? Then, I don't need a dowry, just give me the bride price instead. Jiang Xiaojun was speechless. What kind of dream was that? She wanted to scold her, but Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang exchanged a look and realized it might actually be a good deal. If spending 2,800 yuan could settle the bride price issue and send Jiang Tang away, Uncle Jiang was more than willing. Otherwise, he'd have to return the 6,000 yuan to the Fu family and still put up with Jiang Tang's bossy attitude at home. He was happy to pay. Uncle Jiang said, I'll give you the bride price. Jiang Xiaojun was shocked. Dad, are you out of your mind? Uncle Jiang said firmly, since Jiang Tang is getting married from our family, it's only right to give her a dowry. Jiang Xiaojun thought her father must have lost his senses. Jiang Tang held out her hand. Give me the money tomorrow, and I'll leave in a month. If you give it to me now, I'll leave tomorrow morning. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang immediately went to gather the money. Even a moment's delay felt like disrespect toward this troublesome girl. Early the next morning, under the eager gazes of the whole family, Jiang Tang set off. Aunt Jiang cried tears of joy. Finally, I can breathe again. Jiang Xiaojun frowned. You never liked her before. Why are you crying now that she's gone? Aunt Jiang sighed. You don't understand. I'm just so happy. She's been back for over 10 days, hasn't done a bit of work, always snacking, picky about food, and if there's no meat on the table, she insists on cooking a chicken to restore her strength. Aunt Jiang had truly had enough. At the Chaozhen furniture factory, Hu Dahua sat beside the accountant, Lu, watching him check the books. Lu looked miserable. He had been doing the accounts for years, carefully verifying every record. Now being told to recheck 3 years of accounts was impossible. Hu Dahua said, Accountant Lu, I don't believe there's not a single problem in these 3 years of records.
Lu sighed.
Boss, if there were any problems that easy to find, I'd already be in jail. Hu Dahua asked, Jiang Tang worked here for quite a while. Are you sure she never asked you for money, or had you do anything secretly for her? Accountant Lu said, the accounts were all managed personally by Director Chow. Hu Dahua glared. Nonsense. Old Chow just had surgery. How could he have time to handle the accounts? Accountant Lu smacked his lips. Every time Director Chow said he was coming to play cards, he was actually coming to my house to check the books. Jiang Tang wasn't even married yet. A smart man like Director Chow would definitely be cautious. Hu Dahua frowned. That's not right. Didn't Jiang Tang mention something about paying taxes? I remember a famous person once went to jail for that. Accountant Lu rubbed his temples. Paying taxes is a good thing. It's contributing to society. Hu Dahua's face darkened. So there's no way to get Jiang Tang in trouble? Accountant Lu looked at her in surprise. She didn't do anything wrong. Why would she be punished? Hu Dahua was furious. Why didn't you say that earlier? I wasted 3 whole days. Accountant Lu. Soon, rumors spread throughout the factory. Some said Jiang Tang couldn't have children and that the Hu family broke off the engagement. Some said Hu Dingen came back from studying abroad with another woman, and the 2 women argued, causing Jiang Tang to leave in anger. Others said Jiang Tang was caught embezzling and was kicked out by the Hu family. Everyone had a different story, but the main point was the same. Jiang Tang had quit. The workers became uneasy and couldn't focus on their jobs. When Jiang Tang was around, there were more orders, higher wages, and the Hu family made money easily. Now that Jiang Tang was gone, could the factory still run as before? Chao Zhenxing quickly held a meeting to calm the workers, promising that their wages would stay the same. But no matter what he said, everyone could see that orders were dropping. The most obvious sign was the cancellation of a monthly order for 20 sets of furniture, even though the wood had already been prepared. That order had been the factory's main source of stability and income. It couldn't be hidden. Hu Dahua finally realized something was wrong. Old Chow, Jiang Tang, did this on purpose to get back at us. Chao Zhenxing didn't want to respond. He had already heard from Accountant Lu that she had gone behind his back to check the accounts. He was too tired to even be angry. Jiang Tang had worked at the factory for 3 years and had already won everyone's trust. What good did it do to stir up trouble now? Hu Dahua glared again. Say something. Are we just going to let Jiang Tang control everything? Chao Zhenxing said, I'll go withdraw 20,000 yuan later. This afternoon, we'll go find Jiang Tang. Hu Dahua jumped up. 20,000? Are you crazy?
Gao Gensheng spoke sợ lao.
Our old clients can't keep the factory running anymore. New orders are the only way to survive. You decide what to do. Jiang Tang isn't home. Do you need something from her? Seeing Chao Zhenxing and Hu Dahua suddenly at the door, Aunt Jiang and Uncle Jiang were surprised. Why had they come? Hu Dahua quickly changed her attitude. It's like this. There was a small misunderstanding between us and Jiang Tang last time. We came to clear things up. Chao Zhenxing frowned at her. Clear things up? It's an apology. Catching his look, Hu Dahua pressed her lips together. We came to apologize to Jiang Tang. Aunt Jiang. Uncle Jiang. So Jiang Tang was right that day? They really came back to ask for her help? Aunt Jiang realized that at this moment, she couldn't tell them Jiang Tang had gotten married. If they knew she married right after breaking off the engagement with the Hu family, Hu Dahua might twist the story and accuse Jiang Tang of having someone else before. Aunt Jiang forced a smile. Jiang Tang isn't home.
She went out to find work.
Chao Zhenxing quickly asked, where did she go to find work? Aunt Jiang hesitated. In the city. Chao Zhenxing said, do you have her contact information? She's new to the city and might get tricked. If she wants a job, she can come work at my factory. The pay is negotiable. Aunt Jiang brightened. Jiang Tang's a young woman. Once she's married, she'll have to take care of her husband and in-laws. How could she have time to work? I happen to know someone who used to run a flour mill and later. But Chao Zhenxing and Hu Dahua weren't interested. They just wanted to find Jiang Tang. Hu Dahua said, we need to talk to Jiang Tang. Give us her number, and we'll find her ourselves. Aunt Jiang looked displeased. She hasn't found a job yet. How could she have a phone? Chao Zhenxing quickly said, you mentioned someone. Tell him to come to the factory this afternoon. I'll meet him first. Aunt Jiang smiled again. That's great. We don't have Jiang Tang's number, but if she calls, we'll pass along your message. That was exactly what he wanted to hear.
Gao Gensheng not that.
Thank you very much. The couple left after dropping off the gifts. Aunt Jiang and Uncle Jiang walked them to the door. After they left, Aunt Jiang couldn't help saying, their attitude today is really different from last time. How did Hu Dahua act before? And how about this time? Uncle Jiang asked, what did Jiang Tang do? Neither of them knew.
Are you
Jiang Xiaojun? Wang Yuzhen looked at the young woman in front of her with doubt. She had 2 braids, a neat little face, and healthy-looking dark skin. She smiled brightly, showing her white teeth. Jiang Tang said firmly, yes, I'm Jiang Xiaojun. Wang Yuzhen, you're Jiang Xiaojun? Jiang Tang, yes, I am. I just got tanned. Wang Yuzhen said, I remember you used to be quite fair. Jiang Tang hugged her bundle. I got darker from the sun. Wang Yuzhen asked, did your hair change too? Jiang Tang replied, it looks the same when it's loose, but I braid it so it's easier to work. It was winter when they met for the arranged date, and everyone was dressed warmly, so Wang Yuzhen didn't really remember what Jiang Xiaojun looked like. She only remembered a fair-skinned, fashionable girl. Now, she looked like a completely different person. Wang Yuzhen invited her in. Xiaojun, come in and sit down. What brings you here today? Jiang Tang said, I heard Brother Hingjiang was hurt. As his fiancé, I should come take care of him. Wang Yuzhen was surprised. What? Aren't you working as a nurse at the county hospital? What about your job? Jiang Tang calmly said, I quit, so I can take care of Brother Hingjiang. Wang Yuzhen was deeply moved. Xiaojun, you really are. Jiang Tang felt a bit awkward. Auntie, I go by Jiang Tang now. Wang Yuzhen asked, oh, you even changed your name? Jiang Tang soon realized that her mother-in-law was as kind and trusting as a white flower. She believed everything she said. Jiang Tang explained, when I was little, I loved candy, so my parents called me Jiang Tang. My grandparents liked the name Xiaojun, but I prefer being called Jiang Tang. She didn't even blink when she lied. After years of living under others' roofs, lying had become a way to survive. Otherwise, she would have been punished. At an age when she couldn't protect herself, any method that worked was good enough. Her mother-in-law's kindness didn't make Jiang Tang feel guilty at all. Instead, it made her secretly pleased. Very good, very good. The mother-in-law is kind and easy to get along with, and the man is injured. If they want a peaceful life together, they'll both need to be considerate of each other. Wang Yuzhen said, Xiaojun. No, Jiang Tang, do you already know about Hengjiang? Jiang Tang replied, I know everything. Auntie, no, Mom, don't worry. I truly want to spend my life with Brother Hingjiang. Wang Yuzhen was surprised. You're already calling me Mom? She hadn't even married into the family yet, and she was already calling her that? But that was actually a good sign. The girl seemed straightforward and strong. Even knowing her son was injured, she was still willing to marry him. That was rare. In fact, the Fu family didn't really know how serious Fu Hengjiang's injuries were. When they got the call from his workplace, both she and her husband were terrified. Later, they learned that one of Hengjiang's co-workers had passed away, another had lost an arm, and Hengjiang had injured his leg badly and needed major surgery. He hadn't been able to come home. Jiang Tang looked toward the house. Mom, where's Brother Hingjiang? She still didn't even know what her future husband looked like. Rolling up her sleeves, Jiang Tang said quickly, from today on, I'll take care of Brother Hingjiang. Wang Yuzhen hurried to stop her. It's just me at home right now. Hengjiang is still in the hospital at his workplace and can't come back yet. Fu Hengjiang wasn't home? That was actually great. She could focus on winning over her mother-in-law first. Jiang Tang wiped the corner of her eye. Ever since I met Brother Hengjiang before the new year, I've been thinking about him. I gathered all my courage to come see him, but I still didn't get the chance. Wang Yuzhen quickly handed her a tissue. Jiang Tang, don't worry too much.
He'll be fine.
It's just his leg. Jiang Tang pressed her fingers to her eyes, pretending to wipe away tears. Even if Brother Hengjiang can't walk again, I'll never leave him. Wang Yuzhen couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. Jiang Tang, we didn't dare tell anyone about this. We only told a few close relatives, but somehow the news still spread. People even thought your family wanted to call off the engagement. If her son really became disabled, his future marriage would be a big problem. She had been trying to keep up appearances, hoping others would think her son was fine and wouldn't gossip. The honored family plaque was still hanging in the main room, yet people were already talking behind their backs. Wang Yuzhen felt angry, but there was nothing she could do. Jiang Tang said, Mom, even if everyone else in the world has no conscience, I, Jiang Tang, do. Being able to marry Brother Hengjiang is my good fortune, and I'll never break off the engagement. Wang Yuzhen's lips trembled.
Jiang Tang.
Jiang Tang raised her voice. Mom, from today on, I'm Brother Hengjiang's wife, and you're my real mother. Wang Yuzhen, who had been anxious and upset, suddenly felt comforted. She hugged Jiang Tang and cried. Jiang Tang, having a daughter-in-law like you is a blessing for our Hengjiang. Jiang Tang hugged her back and patted her on the shoulder. Then she hesitated and asked, Mom, do you think Brother Hengjiang will dislike me now that my skin has gotten darker? Wang Yuzhen looked up with teary eyes. He wouldn't dare. You stood by him when he was in the hardest time of his life. How could he ever look down on you? I'd give him a good scolding if he did. Jiang Tang quickly said, Please don't. He's already injured. We can't make it worse. Wang Yuzhen was speechless. With her mother-in-law's support, Jiang Tang felt full of confidence. Mom, as long as I'm here, just tell me if there's any work to do. Wang Yuzhen said, What work? You came all this way to take care of Hengjiang. How could I let you do chores? I'm healthy and can handle everything.
Jiang Tang smiled.
That's fine too. I quit my job at the county hospital. A relative found me a job selling furniture. Mom, if you know anyone who needs something, please tell them about me. Wang Yuzhen sighed. Oh, child, why do you work so hard? You should rest after quitting your job. Jiang Tang patted her hand. Mom, since Brother Hengjiang's accident, the family will need more money. As his wife, it's only right that I work harder. Wang Yuzhen was deeply moved. Jiang Tang, you're such a thoughtful girl. Jiang Tang quickly won over her mother-in-law, Wang Yuzhen, laying a solid foundation for staying in the Fu family home. She could have stayed at her uncle's house, but Jiang Shaojun had said she'd never get married. Once Jiang Tang settled firmly in the Fu family, she'd prove her wrong. The Fu family and the Jiang family lived in the same county, one on the east side and the other on the west. It took about 40 minutes by tricycle to travel between them. Jiang Tang took the chance to look around the Fu family's two-story house. When she first arrived, she had been too nervous, afraid of being exposed. Now that she was calmer, she realized the Fu family was doing quite well. The yard was neat and tidy, with a tractor and a nearly new motorcycle parked inside. A telephone line ran into the house. They even had a phone. Jiang Tang glanced around the room. The colors were dark, and there was a faint, pleasant scent in the air. It was sandalwood. Wang Yuzhen led Jiang Tang upstairs. This house was just finished last year. This room is the new one prepared for you and Hengjiang. You can stay here with peace of mind. The bed had a brand new set of sheets and pillows, decorated with large peony patterns that looked very festive. Jiang Tang asked, Mom, is this the new room? Wang Yuzhen smiled. Yes, you and Hengjiang will live here sooner or later. Why not move in early? Just settle down.
Jiang Tang laughed.
You really are my dear mom. The two of them had lunch and dinner together, chatting happily. Jiang Tang, even tried to help with the chores. Wang Yuzhen was very pleased. I really chose the best daughter-in-law. Jiang Tang was secretly delighted. Her kind and trusting mother-in-law was so easy to please. Jiang Tang slept soundly through the night until morning. Knock, knock, knock.
Mom.
Open the door. Jiang Tang's eyes flew open.
Huh?
Did someone just call her mom? It must be a dream. She closed her eyes again.
Mom.
The knocking grew louder, and she could tell it was a child's small hand hitting the door. Startled, Jiang Tang sat up. Oh, right. She was in the new room at the Fu family's house. She quickly got out of bed. As soon as she opened the door, 3 little children of different heights stumbled inside. The smallest one looked up at her and said in a soft voice, Mama.
Jiang Tang froze.
What was happening? She had just woken up and suddenly had children calling her mom. The 2 older ones stopped when they saw her, clearly realizing she wasn't their mother. But the youngest clung to her leg and started crying, Mama. Jiang Tang stood there, completely stunned. Wang Yuzhen hurried over. Oh, dear, Jiang Tang, did they wake you up? Jiang Tang looked at the children in shock. Mom, is Hengjiang already married before? If Fu Hengjiang had been married before, that would change everything. Wang Yuzhen quickly explained, No. These aren't Hengjiang's children. They belong to one of his comrades. Your father just brought them here this morning. Jiang Tang soon learned where the 3 little kids came from. They were the children of Fu Hengjiang's fallen comrade. His comrade's children? Jiang Tang was shocked. He brought home 3 kids who had nothing to do with him? Why would he do that? She could only secretly guess one thing. Maybe Fu Hengjiang was injured in a way that made it impossible for him to have children. Thinking about that, Jiang Tang suddenly felt a bit happy.
Great.
The women in the village often said giving birth was very painful, but she had just married and already became a mother of 3. What a good deal. Jiang Tang made up her mind. Dad, don't worry. No matter what happens to Brother Hengjiang, I'll stay loyal to him. Fu Demon, Wang Yuzhen's husband and Jiang Tang's new father-in-law, was watching his daughter-in-law, who looked less and less familiar. Her sudden dad startled him.
Fu Demin felt uneasy.
She's already calling me Dad? Jiang Tang eagerly showed her loyalty. Dad, I'm your daughter-in-law, Jiang Xiaojun. Don't worry, I'll treat these 3 kids like my own and never be a bad stepmother.
Fu Demin stammered, Xiao.
Xiaojun.
Jiang Tang smiled.
Dad, just call me Jiang Tang. Calling me Xiaojun sounds too distant.
Fu Demin. What?
She even changed her name? When Fu Demon was young, he had served in the army. He was strong, sharp-eyed, and had a good memory. He had only met Jiang Xiaojun once, but he was sure this woman was not her. The Jiang Xiaojun in front of him was completely different. After breakfast, Fu Demon quickly pulled Wang Yuzhen into the small kitchen. Yuzhen, don't you think Jiang Tang looks nothing like the girl we met before the New Year? Wang Yuzhen didn't seem surprised. I knew you'd say that. Jiang Tang just got tanned.
Fu Demin.
Tanned? This isn't about being tanned. She's a completely different person.
Fu Demin sighed.
The girl we met before had much bigger eyes. Wang Yuzhen replied, That's because she wore makeup for the meeting. It's called the smoky look.
Fu Demin? What?
Smoky look? Wang Yuzhen rolled her eyes. What are you staring at? I told you, when our family's Hengjiang had an accident, Jiang Tang didn't complain at all. She hurried over to take care of him. Such a loyal and kind girl. Don't criticize her. Fu Demon said, I'm just worried you might be tricked. Wang Yuzhen replied, The girl is just a bit tanned. You have bad eyesight and don't recognize her. How could you think she's been tricked? Fu Demon felt a headache coming on. But clearly, Wang Yuzhen shushed him. Shh. Be quiet. Girls love to look nice. If Jiang Tang hears you say she's dark, she'll be upset. After saying that, Wang Yuzhen waved her hand at him a few times to remind him to be careful, then stomped off angrily. Humph. Wang Yuzhen, Jiang Tang is just tanned. You have bad eyesight.
Fu Demin. Fu Demin.
The person he met at the matchmakers before the New Year was completely different from the one who came to visit now. He couldn't tell that his wife was different at all. Suddenly, A young girl and 3 little kids appeared at the house, and everyone in the village saw them. Right after breakfast, Fu Demon rode his motorcycle to work. Jiang Tang tried to act nice in front of her mother-in-law, getting close to the 3 children. Then, a few village women arrived at the gate. An old lady said, "Yuzhen, your house is so lively today. Is there some happy news?" Wang Yuzhen's face darkened. She was already worried about her son at home, and now these neighbors kept coming to make trouble. She felt annoyed but had to pretend everything was fine. Wang Yuzhen asked, "Auntie, aren't you busy today?" The old lady looked inside the house. "My son and daughter-in-law are working. I don't need to bother. Demon has gone to work. You have quite a few visitors today." Wang Yuzhen didn't want to talk much, but still responded. Jiang Tang hit a wall with the little kids, and when she heard the neighbors talking, she stood up. She confidently walked over and said, "Mom, are these ladies from our village?" The old lady looked confused. "Who are you?"
Jiang Tang so my wam li.
"I'm Jiang's wife, Jiang Tang. I just arrived yesterday and haven't had a chance to say hello to you all." The old lady looked at Jiang Tang and curled her lips in disdain. "Oh, Yuzhen, isn't Jiang's wife supposed to be a nurse? Why does she look like a tall iron tower?" Wang Yuzhen quickly stood up. "What tall iron tower? She's just a bit taller. How much would that hurt her feelings?" The next moment, Jiang Tang spoke up. "Mom, didn't you say everyone in our village looks happy and lucky? Why do some people look so gloomy?" A few women at the door paused silently and moved to the other side. They were the ones with happy, prosperous looks. The old lady realized she was being excluded. Hey, girl. Why do you talk like that? Just because you're dark-skinned, you think people can't say anything?" Jiang Tang replied, "Dark skin can be healthy and fair. Unlike Auntie, who has no way to hide her ugliness." The old lady said, "No. Girl, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Tang shot her a quick look. "Auntie, don't be angry. I just like to tell the truth." The old lady pointed at Jiang Tang. Yuzhen, what kind of daughter-in-law is this of yours?" Wang Yuzhen cleared her throat. "My Jiang Tang is straightforward and honest. She means no harm." The old lady was trembling with anger. "Your daughter-in-law is incredible. Jiang has become disabled, and she still has time to argue here." Wang Yuzhen suddenly stood up. "What did Auntie mean by that?" Jiang Tang knew Jiang had an accident. If she didn't, she might have been scared away by the old lady's words. Jiang Tang said, "Auntie, you're so proud. Your own daughter-in-law isn't being bullied enough, so you come here to scold others' daughters-in-law." The old lady finally couldn't take it anymore. You. When did I ever bully my daughter-in-law?" "You need to have proof," Jiang Tang replied. "Not enough just to scold your own daughter-in-law. You even come to scold others' obedient daughters-in-law." "What's wrong with that, Jiang Tang? Not enough just to scold your own daughter-in-law, and now you're scolding others' obedient daughters-in-law. Old lady, you. Wang Yuzhen, I can't stand your family." The old lady was speechless. You. Wang Yuzhen, I can't stand your family. Jiang Tang went to the door. "Auntie, don't be angry. I was just joking." After sending the old lady away, Jiang Tang turned around and looked at a few women standing nearby. The women immediately straightened up, feeling a chill down their backs. They stood upright by the door and wall. "Haha," Jiang Tang said. "Aunties, why are you standing at the door? Come inside and sit for a while." The women waved their hands. No, we have work at home. We'll go back now." "Haha." Jiang Tang saw them off. "Aunties, come visit when you have time." Before noon, everyone in the village knew that the young wife who married Fu Hengjiang earlier had come to visit. "I heard that the young wife is very fierce, so much so that she scared Grandma Peng into not daring to speak. But it's likely that Fu Hengjiang's marriage is almost certainly going to fail, because Grandma Peng told the young wife about Fu Hengjiang's disability. A girl from a normal family, young and full of hope, wouldn't want to marry someone with a disability." Wang Yuzhen heard this from relatives and felt so angry, her chest hurt. These gossiping women just can't stand to see others do well. Jiang Tang said, "Mom, don't be angry. They're just jealous of our family. No matter what Brother Hengjiang becomes, I won't dislike him. That's right. Jiang Tang's position in Fu's family is so secure that she can confidently say she doesn't mind Fu Hengjiang. Wang Yuzhen was moved. Jiang Tang is truly my good daughter-in-law. With 3 little children in the house, everyone was unfamiliar with each other. The kids huddled together, shyly watching the adults, too scared to speak. After Jiang Tang failed to break down her stepmother and the little one's barriers, she stopped paying attention to the children. Since they didn't see her as their stepmother, they didn't bother with her either. She realized the biggest problem at home was that her father-in-law was hard to fool. Jiang Tang and Fu Demon only met in the morning. Jiang Tang noticed her father-in-law looked at her with suspicion several times. Jiang Tang was a sensitive, suspicious person who doubted everything. She knew exactly what those suspicious looks meant. Her father-in-law definitely suspected she was an imposter. Jiang Tang was now firmly convinced she was the real Jiang Shaojun, Fu Hengjiang's wife. She wouldn't allow anyone to doubt her identity. Jiang Tang asked, "Mom, where does my dad work?" Wang Yuzhen replied, "Oh, Hengjiang came home 2 years ago to visit family. He said a comrade's family has some connections, so he asked your dad to do some earthwork business. It's quite busy." Jiang Tang was shocked. To run an earthwork business, you must have money or connections. Her mother-in-law said they did earthwork because of the Fu family's beautiful redwood furniture, which showed how profitable this business was. Jiang Tang looked up. The Fu family's small building didn't look impressive from the outside, but inside, it was astonishing. It seemed they weren't flashy people. Suddenly, Jiang Tang remembered something. "Mom, is there a phone I can borrow nearby? I just arrived and haven't reported into my family yet." Wang Yuzhen said, "Borrow a phone? We have one." The phone was on the first floor, with an extension in her parents-in-law's room. The phone on the first floor was kept in a locked box. Wang Yuzhen took out her key and unlocked it. People in the village often come to borrow the phone. Some call too much and just come to use it directly. "That's why I had to lock it," Jiang Tang said. "That's being too greedy. It must be locked." Wang Yuzhen went out to comfort the 3 children, while Jiang Tang made a phone call inside. Jiang's uncle's house didn't have a phone, so Jiang Tang called someone else and asked them to call Jiang's uncle. "Jiang Tang, it's me. Jiang's uncle, Jiang Tang?" "What did his family say?" Jiang Tang loudly replied, "My parents-in-law are very good to me." Jiang's uncle didn't dare ask about the condition of Fu's young son, who was disabled. He only said vaguely, "That's good." He told her about Hu's family looking for her and asked curiously, "Jiang Tang, why did Hu's family come to see you?" "Jiang Tang, don't ask about things you shouldn't." Jiang's uncle. Jiang Tang looked at the door and said, "I'm going back today. Let Hu's family wait for me. If I miss this village, there won't be another chance." Jiang's uncle. "All right, I'll notify Hu's family soon." "What time will you arrive?" Jiang Tang looked at the clock on the phone. "It's almost a minute past." "Hang up." With a click, Jiang Tang hung up the phone. Jiang's uncle. "That girl." He hadn't even finished speaking. After hanging up, Jiang Tang locked the phone again. "Mom, I refuse to waste a second on phone charges. Am I smart or what?" Wang Yuzhen loved her daughter-in-law very much. "Spending money on my daughter-in-law. I'm happy to do it." Jiang Tang said, "Mom, you're so kind to me."
I'm touched.
"By the way, Mom, I need to go back to my parents' house. There's something at home." Wang Yuzhen. "Oh? If you need anything, just ask." Jiang Tang. "Can I be polite to my own mother? If I have difficulties, I'll ask for help." She left immediately, and Wang Yuzhen chased after her, giving her money for the train ticket. Jiang Tang said, "Mom, I'll earn money to spend on you and Dad in the future. I don't need your money. I have my own." After saying that, Jiang Tang left. It was a joke. She just gained her mother-in-law's approval. How could she start asking for money now? Wang Yuzhen felt very happy. Her daughter-in-law was so sensible. When Jiang Tang arrived, the lively main room that was bustling just a second ago suddenly became as quiet as a chicken coop. Hu Dahua felt very upset, frustrated, and angry inside. She had not understood Jiang Tang in the past 3 years, but in the last 2 days since her son came home, She finally saw the truth. Jiang Tang is just a greedy woman who loves money. Jiang Tang stood at the door of the main hall without entering. She asked, "Are you all talking?" In the main hall, there were two main seats. On one seat sat Uncle Jiang and Chao Zhenxing. Next to them were Hu Dahua and Jiang Dama, who had moved in a long bench to sit. Jiang Tang didn't finish her words. She moved her bench and sat outside in the yard, then took out a pack of sunflower seeds and cracked them, saying, "Poof!" The people inside the house saw this and jumped up as if shocked. They hurriedly moved their benches outside. Jiang Dama quickly came over and said, "Jiang Tang, your uncle and your aunt are here sincerely to apologize to you this time." Jiang Tang replied, "So last time they weren't sincere? No wonder Aunt who scolded me so fiercely." Jiang Dama was suddenly speechless. Uncle Jiang quickly said, "We are sincere. It was all a misunderstanding last time." Jiang Tang said, "No wonder Aunt who tells everyone I can't have children. Turns out she thought I couldn't have children. That's a big misunderstanding." Uncle Jiang shrank his neck and didn't dare to speak anymore. Hu Dahua, with a sour face, looked like she wasn't really apologizing. She said, "It was all my fault last time. I apologize to you." Jiang Tang sarcastically said, "Aunt Hu, don't feel wronged. This isn't even your fault." Hu Dahua suddenly stood up. "Jiang Tang, don't go too far. I am your elder. I've come to apologize to you. What more do you want?" Chao Zhenxing couldn't help but close his eyes. From her first words, she was already like this. How could she truly apologize? The family's factory would eventually be lost to her. Jiang Tang reached out and put the sunflower seeds back into her pocket. "So, Aunt Hu came to apologize? I misunderstood. I thought you came to accuse me. I don't accept your apology." Jiang Tang stood up and left. "Purely wasting my time." Everyone in the yard immediately stood up. Hey. Seeing this, Chao Zhenxing panicked. "Jiang Tang, Uncle and Aunt prepared 20,000 yuan to apologize to you." Jiang Tang was unaffected. "Uncle Chao, do you remember what I said last time? I didn't accept the 10,000 yuan last time. This time, I'll only accept the 20,000 yuan if I want to." Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang were stunned. 2,000? The Hu family was going to give Jiang Tang 20,000 yuan? The Hu family really was giving her 20,000 yuan. Ginger Candy is about to give the money. Uncle Jiang's mouth is watering. If he gives the money to Ginger Candy, even if she only spends half of it, it would be worth it. Uncle Jiang. Ginger Candy. Ginger Candy. This is sincere money from Uncle Hu. Just take it, Ginger Candy. I won't take this money. Big Flower who grits her teeth and says, "What are you pretending for?" Ginger Candy looks serious. "I need to prove to Aunt Hu that I, Ginger Candy, am a good girl who doesn't care about money." After saying that, she walks away without looking back. Not accepting the money means she doesn't plan to give up on Chao Zhenxing's furniture factory. Big Flower who is stunned. You don't come over and cause trouble." Chao Zhenxing sharply glares at Big Flower who quickly pushes his motorcycle and chases after her. Ginger Candy stops. "Uncle Chao, you insist on giving me this money, but aren't you just trying to make me look like a gold digger?" Chao Zhenxing, don't listen to Aunt Hu's nonsense. This money is what you deserve. For Uncle Chao's sake, just take it. As soon as he finishes speaking, the honest Ginger Candy immediately says, "I will definitely accept Uncle Chao's kindness." Chao Zhenxing. Ginger Candy continues, "It's just that a girl, carrying so much money isn't safe. Luckily, I brought my bank book. Please, Uncle Chao, let's go to the bank together." Chao Zhenxing moves his lips. "All right." Big Flower Hu and Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang are still standing at the door, watching as Ginger Candy suddenly sits on the back of the motorcycle. Chao Zhenxing rides off with her, and they speed away. The three. Motorcycle. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Ginger Candy. Hee hee. The three. Huh? Where are they going? After depositing the money, Chao Zhenxing talks to Ginger Candy outside the bank about the order. Ginger Candy. "Uncle Chao, no one can guarantee the order. If we have it, we do it. If not, we have to develop new designs. You ask me for it, but I can't just make it up." Chao Zhenxing. "I know the order isn't guaranteed, but if the factory suddenly loses a big order, anyone would be worried. I know you're more capable than me. If you have a lead, come find me. I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Ginger Candy clicks her tongue. I understand what you mean. How about this? This month, you help me make 3 sets of furniture, the same style as Lou and Furniture Store wants. I'll come to pick up the goods at the end of the month. Lou and his furniture shop is the one that usually takes orders for 20 sets of furniture each month. Now, he has only given Chao Zhenxing 3 sets, after Chao Zhenxing paid Jiang Tang 20,000 yuan. Chao Zhenxing could only agree, saying, okay. The next moment, Jiang Tang said, but uncle, the price for these 3 sets is not the same as before. Each set is 20 yuan less. Can you accept that? Chao Zhenxing suddenly realized that Jiang Tang was making a small cut of 20 yuan per set. Even so, Chao Zhenxing could only grit his teeth and agree. Losing 20 yuan on one set was not a big deal. The most important thing was to keep everyone calm. If the workers lost confidence, the factory wouldn't last long. Jiang Tang wanted to leave, so Chao Zhenxing quickly said, Jiang Tang, if you have more orders in the future, just come to uncle. I'll give you 30 yuan per set. Jiang Tang smiled and said, let's talk about that later. Chao Zhenxing opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Kong came home a few days ago and said he missed you, he added.
Cao An Kang is Cao Gen Sheng She Dung Get Shon.
When Jiang Tang was at Chao's house, she helped him with his homework. A couple of years ago, when he was about to start high school, Chao Kong was a few points short of passing. Jiang Tang helped by finding connections to get him into high school. Jiang Tang thought for a moment and suddenly said, Aunt who's been criticizing Kong for not being as good as his older brother. But actually, Kong is smarter and more steady. Luckily, he's surnamed Chao. After saying this, Jiang Tang left. Chao Gensheng's heart sank. As a son-in-law, his eldest daughter and son kept their mother's surname. Only Kong was surnamed Chao. He wasn't stupid and could sense that the Hu family favored Hu Dingen, and Hu Dahua also preferred the eldest son. Chao Zhenxing always thought that since they were all his children, it didn't matter who is who. But Jiang Tang's words made him feel a bit unfair. The same children, just different surnames, and the younger son was being ignored. If that was the case, and the eldest son took over the factory in the future, wouldn't all his hard work building the furniture business benefit outsiders? Jiang Tang didn't care about all that. She just liked stirring up trouble. She admired Chao Zhenxing, an uneducated man who became wealthy through his skills and intelligence, even forcing his father-in-law to let his younger son keep the Chao surname. Few among sons-in-law could achieve this through their own ability. But unfortunately, Chao Shu and Hu Dahua were family, and they had crossed her. She is now full of bad intentions, and I wonder if she can drown Hu Dahua and her precious eldest son. The fake daughter-in-law is back. Fu Demon looked at Jiang Tang. He didn't know what trick she used, but she managed to make his wife very happy. At the dining table, Jiang Tang said, Mom, have a chicken wing. The tenderest meat on the whole chicken is in the wing.
Eat.
Wang Yuzhen smiled happily and looked very satisfied. Jiang Tang, you should eat too.
Jiang Tang replied, I'm eating.
Dad, have a big chicken leg. Fu Demon hesitated, then pushed the chicken leg aside and kept stuffing rice into his mouth. He was afraid of being poisoned, so he wouldn't eat. The fake daughter-in-law, who knows what she's planning. Only his wife is easy to deceive. He's not so easily fooled. Jiang Tang didn't care whether Grandpa ate or not. She simply scooped the chicken leg into Grandpa's bowl. She was determined to be a filial daughter-in-law. Jiang Tang shifted her hips and looked at the redwood table. Mom, if I had married earlier, our house's furniture could have been half price. Wang Yuzhen patted her thigh, looking regretful. Oh, we've lost a lot.
Fu Demin.
She hadn't married into the family yet. She was just stubbornly staying here. What kind of marriage is that? As for the 3 little ones, although they were young, they didn't cause trouble during meals. The oldest was a boy named Zhu Hefeng, about 7 or 8 years old. He always looked serious, with a face full of hardship and suspicion, as if he didn't trust anyone. Every day, Zhu Hefeng's main job was to protect his 2 younger sisters like a mother hen, afraid they might be sold. Ever since Jiang Tang forced them to call her mom, he became especially wary of her. If Jiang Tang approached the youngest, who was easiest to deceive, he would rush over, grab her underarms, and drag his crying sister away. Jiang Tang called out, "Come here, little one. Mommy will hug you." The little one replied, "Yaya. Mommy." Zhu Hufeng said, "Don't go, sister. She's a bad person." At this moment, Zhu Hufeng, the older brother, was feeding his little sister. The little one might have been full, as she kept whining and rubbing her eyes, refusing to open her mouth. Jiang Tang immediately put down her bowl, clapped her hands, and took the opportunity to say, "Come here, little one. Mommy will hold you." The little child waddled over to Jiang Tang, making soft sounds. Seeing this, Zhu Hufeng quickly put down his chopsticks, pursed his lips, and gently stopped the child. "Big brother will take you to bed," Wang Yuzhen hurriedly said. "Xiao Feng, your sister just went to the bathroom. You need to change her diaper. Grandma can help you." Jiang Tang said, "Mom, I'll help you." Wang Yuzhen patted her. "You eat your meal. Mom will handle it." Wang Yuzhen picked up the sleepy little child and went out. Zhu Hufeng immediately followed. Wang Yuzhen looked at him and said, "Xiao Feng, take your sister to eat. Grandma will help wash her and then put her to sleep." Zhu Hufeng followed and said, "You might sell my sister." Wang Yuzhen replied, "If you could sell her last night, why wait until today?" Zhu Hufeng pursed his lips. "What if you didn't find a buyer?" Wang Yuzhen was silent. The next moment, Jiang Tang spoke. "Since he's watching that, let's take the chance to sell this one. See which one he can keep his eyes on." The little girl, busy trying to pick meat with her chopsticks, was so frightened she shivered, and her little braids froze in place. Zhu Hufeng almost cried, tears welling up in his eyes. He didn't know what to do. Jiang Tang said, "Mom, tell him to go with them. I just finished all the meat." Zhu Hufeng turned around, his face full of shock. Is this person a devil? He was just watching his sister not be taken away, and she was planning to eat the child's food too. Wang Yuzhen quickly said, "Xiao Feng, hurry and go eat. If you don't, there won't be anything good later." Since he was the little son, Zhu Hufeng really left his sister and ran back to eat. Jiang Tang looked regretful. "What a pity, I can't eat everything myself anymore." Zhu Hufeng had been feeding the little child and hadn't eaten much himself. Now he was hungry and worried Jiang Tang would take his food, so he ate quickly. Food Demon had been silent, watching from the side. When the child came back to eat, he put down his bowl. Jiang Tang cheerfully said, "Dad, I'll serve you some rice." Food Demon reached out to stop her. "I'm full." He stood up to leave. Jiang Tang said, "Dad, did you hear about Grandma Prung from next door bullying my mom? Don't worry with me. The best daughter-in-law in the world. Here, no one will bully my mom." Food Demon looked at her hesitantly, but said nothing. Jiang Tang, "By the way, Dad, I need to visit a few furniture factories tomorrow. Can I borrow the bicycle in the yard for a day? I plan to sell furniture in the future. If your friends need furniture, please introduce me." Food Demon had already stepped outside but turned back to look at her. He didn't say anything. Jiang Tang looked away and pinched Xiaonu's cheek. "Why is your face so dark? Haven't you washed it?" Zhu Hufeng quickly slapped Jiang Tang's hand away. Jiang Tang reached out and pinched Zhu Hufeng's face. "I won't pinch my sister's face, but can I pinch yours?" Zhu Hufeng's face was jiggled left and right by Jiang Tang. He could only stand half up to ease the pain, saying, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Jiang Tang let go. Zhu Hufeng covered his face with tears, glaring angrily at Jiang Tang. His face was probably swollen. Jiang Tang, "Little brat, if you're not good at my house, I might become a mean stepmother." Do you know what a mean stepmother is? Like Cinderella's stepmother or Snow White's stepmother, the kind who often hits kids' bottoms. Zhu Hufeng. Xiaonu pouted, wanting to cry but not crying, clearly scared. Jiang Tang happily put down her chopsticks. "After dinner, remember to put your empty plates in the water basin outside. If you break one bowl, one kid's bottom will be sore. Break 2 bowls, 2 kids will have sore bottoms. If you break 3 bowls," Zhu Hufeng nervously asked, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Tang grinned. "The mean stepmother will give the kids poisoned apples." That little girl finally cried from fear, clutching Zhu Hufeng and not daring to let go. Jiang Tang happily went to the yard. Zhu Hefeng hurried to comfort Xiaoniu. At worst, we won't eat apples anymore. Let's see how she poisons us. Wang Yuzhen was bathing the little one in the yard. Jiang Tang, why is the little one crying inside? Jiang Tang. She didn't behave during dinner, so her brother scolded her. Inside, Zhu Hefeng was comforting his sister. Is a mean stepmother a devil? When did I hit my sister? The bicycle in the yard was broken. Early in the morning, Jiang Tang stood in front of the bicycle, furious. Father-in-law, this is too much. How can you treat your most filial daughter-in-law like this? The bicycle tire was flat, but Grandpa didn't tell me. Jiang Tang got up early and polished her bike until it shined. When she was about to ride, she found the rear tire was flat, and the chain cover was making a clack-clack sound. After dinner, Food Demon glanced at his fake daughter-in-law and then rode off to work on his motorcycle casually. Jiang Tang stood with her hands on her hips in the yard, feeling a bit puzzled. Her mother-in-law was kind, but her father-in-law was mean. She had never met her disabled husband before. Was he more like his father or his mother? There was a small bike repair stand at the village entrance. Ignoring Wang Yuzhen's advice, Jiang Tang pushed her bike over to get it fixed. 3 little kids chased after her to the gate, watching her back. Zhu Hefeng frowned and told the crying, whining kids, Yaya, don't chase her. She's a mean stepmother who might give us poisoned apples and hurt us all. The repairman Luo Dazue looked at Jiang Tang and asked, Who is your family? I don't think I've seen you before. Jiang Tang replied, I'm Fu Hengjiang's wife. My name is Jiang Tang. My mother-in-law is Wang Yuzhen. Please don't be rude to me. Luo Dazue hesitated, realizing she was Fu Hengjiang's new wife. He was impressed that she could scare away the sharp-tongued old woman Prung, who usually caused trouble. She was quite a formidable daughter-in-law. Jiang Tang became famous in the village, though she didn't know it herself. She also asked Luo Dazue about Fu Demon, trying to trick her suspicious father-in-law into believing she was the real daughter-in-law. Although she wasn't actually Jiang Xiaojun, she had to be Fu's daughter-in-law. Luo Dazue said, I know old Fu well. He rides his motorcycle to work and back, often passing by this road. Before he started his construction business, he used to go fishing with a bucket. Jiang Tang clenched her fists, so her father-in-law liked fishing. Today, she planned to buy a beautiful fishing rod in town. She didn't believe she, as the best daughter-in-law, couldn't handle a fishing enthusiast. She looked at Luo Dazue and asked, Uncle, I'm not familiar with this place. Do you know where I can buy a fishing rod? Luo Dazue replied, In our small town, there's no place here. You'll have to go to the city. Jiang Tang said, Then I'll go to the city today. As Jiang Tang rode away, Luo Dazue immediately told Fu Demon that his daughter-in-law might be going to buy him a fishing rod. Fu Demon was puzzled and asked, How do you know about this? Big mouth Luo. Jiang Tang pushed her cart here this morning to fix her tire. She asked about your and your wife's preferences and told me not to tell you. Fu Demon glared at Luo Big Mouth, not letting him speak anymore. Why did he tell him? Isn't that just making him hope? Jiang Tang was gone all day. In the evening, she finally came back, looking very tired, pushing her bike. Wang Yuzhen quickly stood up. Jiang Tang, what happened? Are you tired? Jiang Tang looked exhausted. I went to fix the bike early in the morning. When I got to town, I got a flat tire again. I just rode around and didn't go anywhere else. I'm so tired. Wang Yuzhen was worried. Mom doesn't know much about bikes. She can't ride, and your dad always rides. Jiang Tang said, I'll check the calendar before I go out tomorrow. Before she finished, she saw a row of little kids sitting on the doorstep, all staring at her. Jiang Tang reached into her basket and took out a heavy cloth bag, then pulled out an apple. Zhu Hefeng. His face turned pale. He quickly covered his 2 little sisters' eyes. You can't look. If you see it, you'll want to eat. That was a poisonous apple from a wicked stepmother, meant to harm children. Just one bite, and the child would be poisoned to death. But the little kids already wobbled toward Jiang Tang, calling, Mom. Jiang Tang picked up the little kid. Yaya is the easiest to trick. Zhu Hefeng gasped and hurried over to grab the little kid back. Give Yaya back. She's my sister, not yours. Humph. Jiang Tang put the little kid down and went to wash the apple. Zhu Hefeng quickly pulled his little sister inside the house. Another slightly older girl looked at Jiang Tang eagerly, reaching out her small hand, wanting to eat. Jiang Tang washed one apple for her mother, took one for herself, and ate it in the yard. With a crunch, she bit into the apple, and it was sweet and fragrant. The three little kids drooled happily. Wang Yuzhen quickly used a knife to cut the apple into 4 pieces, even digging out the core, and shared it with the 3 kids. The 2 little sisters quickly took their pieces. Zhu Hefeng hurriedly snatched the apple from his sister's hand and took it back. Don't eat. Neither of you are allowed to eat. Jiang Tang stood on the doorstep, watching him, deliberately eating to show him.
Crunch, Suefeng, no eating.
Neither of you are allowed. You'll get poisoned, Jiang Tang. Crunch, the apples are so delicious. The 2 little ones drooling non-stop. Zhu Hefeng swallowed his saliva, but refused to eat. Ginger Candy loudly said, Wow, these apples are so tasty and sweet. Wang Yuzhen chuckled. Why are you teasing the kids? Let them eat. Ginger Candy said, Mom, you eat yours.
Don't worry about them.
They don't like apples. Zhu Hefeng exclaimed, Nonsense. When did I say I don't like apples? He was afraid to eat because the evil stepmother put rat poison in the apples. He can't eat them, but the 2 little ones didn't understand. They were so eager that they drooled all over the clothes in front of them. Zhu Hefeng. He pouted and stared at Ginger Candy with a cautious look. Ginger Candy said, Why are apples so good? It's a pity kids can't eat them. So fragrant and sweet. The apple slices were on the table, but they couldn't reach them. The 2 little ones cried loudly, wanting to eat apples. Zhu Hefeng held a small one in his arms and also held a big one, worried they might disobey and eat the apples on the table. Zhu Hefeng, you can't eat. Wang Yuzhen was worried. These kids don't understand. Every day, she worries that her 2 sisters might be sold. He doesn't eat, and he won't let his sisters eat either. Ginger Candy said, Probably someone tried to sell her sister before, but he found out and rescued her. Wang Yuzhen sighed. If that's true, these children are really pitiful. Ginger Candy said nothing. Who in this world isn't pitiful? When she was sent to the countryside, she was only about the size of a small girl. Anyway, she had long forgotten what her biological mother looked like. In the end, Zhu Hefeng couldn't stop his greedy little sisters from eating the apples. He cried out of worry. In the end, Ginger Candy sat on a chair, crossing her legs. One little one was gnawing on an apple on her left and another on her right. Zhu Hefeng stood in front, looking desperate and crying sadly. His little sisters were about to be poisoned by the evil stepmother's poisonous apples. Finally, the apple slices were all eaten. Neither the older nor the younger sister died. Zhu Hefeng. Ginger Candy glanced at him sideways. After a while, Zhu Hefeng spoke. You lied to me. Ginger Candy said, It's a slow-acting poison. Zhu Hefeng. You're lying. Ginger Candy took out an apple and held it in front of him. Do you dare to eat it? Zhu Hefeng. Ginger Candy waved the apple in front of Zhu Hefeng. Zhu Hefeng pouted, wanting to take it, but feeling afraid. In the end, Zhu Hefeng suddenly started crying and ran away. Ginger Candy, I told you you don't like apples. I bring it to you, and you won't eat. Haha. Zhu Hefeng didn't dare run out of the yard. He was afraid of being taken away by bad people, so he could only face the wall and squat in the corner of the yard. After hearing Ginger Candy's words, he cried even louder. He loved eating apples the most.
Wah.
When Food Demon returned home, he could hear chaos inside. Chickens clucking, dogs barking, and the little baby crying loudly. Food Demon was confused. What's going on? Why are both the big and small kids crying? Wang Yuzhen looked worriedly at the small boy squatting in the corner, not daring to run outside. Ginger Candy went out today to buy apples. The older boy said the apples are poisonous. He won't eat them himself and won't let his 2 little sisters eat either. Food Demon. He quickly looked around the main room. There was indeed a basket of apples on the table. He crossed his arms behind his back, went inside, and looked around but found nothing else. Food Demon frowned and checked everywhere, confirming there was nothing else.
Food Demon loved fishing.
Every time he caught a big fish, he was very happy and wanted to show it off to the whole village. But Wang Yuzhen always said fishing was a waste of time. She didn't like him fishing, and she especially didn't want him to buy expensive fishing rods. To her, fishing rods were just bamboo sticks. How much could a bamboo stick cost if he cut it himself? And buying one? Such a waste of money. Food Demon still hadn't bought himself a fishing rod he liked. He used old, discarded ones from others. Now, with the construction business booming and making good money, he was too busy to fish, but he still thought about it sometimes. He nudged Zhu Hufeng with his foot. Why are you crying? If you don't like apples, just don't eat them. Why won't you let your two little sisters eat? Zhu Hufeng. Wah. He cried even harder and louder. Everyone said he loved eating apples. The little kid's sadness goes unnoticed. During meals, Zhu Hufeng looks downcast and is less fierce than the night before. Wang Yuzhen feeds the little ones. Zhu Hufeng's eyes are swollen from crying, and he occasionally sniffs. Food Demon takes 2 bites of food and unusually asks Jiang Tang, "Didn't you go out today?" Jiang Tang looks up. "Dad, don't mention it. Today was really bad. I didn't finish my work, and the car broke down halfway. I spent an hour and a half pushing the cart home. I won't ride that broken car again." She regrets wasting her money on fixing the tires this morning. Early the next morning, Jiang Tang sets out. The 3 little kids chase her to the door, all staring at her back. Jiang Tang glances back. Zhu Hufeng immediately turns his eyes away and pretends not to see her. Jiang Tang says, "Kids, when I come back, I'll trick you into eating poison apples." The 3 kids. Zhu Hufeng's scalp feels numb. He quickly pulls his 2 younger sisters inside, stumbling. "Hurry back inside and lock the door." "What do you mean?" All the money was given to Jiang Tang.
What does she want now?
"Without the furniture factory, isn't it fine?" Hu Dahua shouts loudly. She has a quick temper and likes to yell over small things. It seems like if she yells loudly enough, she can feel justified. Chao Zhenxing looks unhappy. Recently, he hasn't been sleeping well. Growing a business from small to big is hard, but losing it quickly is easy. For the furniture factory, getting orders means the carpenters have work and wages. Without orders, there's no money. In recent years, the factory made quite a bit of money, but Hu Dingen spent a lot studying abroad, over 40,000 yuan in 3 years, like water flowing out. It almost emptied their savings. Seeing Chao Zhenxing silent again, Hu Dahua pushes him angrily. Always pretending to be dead. "Say something. All the money is gone, and the orders haven't come back." Chao Zhenxing looks up. The money was given to prevent the factory from getting worse. Jiang Tang would never hold on to orders and do nothing. "She needs to deliver on time," Hu Dahua says. "If she doesn't work with us, who else can she go to?" "She's just deliberately messing with you." Chao Zhenxing glanced at Hu Dahua, didn't want to say a word, and stood up to leave. Hu Dahua chased after him. "Where are you going?" Chao Zhenxing said, "I have nothing more to say to you." Hu Dahua was so angry she stomped at the door. "I really have nothing to say to you." She turned around and saw Xiao Zhao standing at the door, watching her. "Auntie, are you okay?" Hu Dahua quickly replied. "Oh? Yes, I'm fine." She looked inside the house. "By the way, Xiao Zhao, about Anzi's work." Xiao Zhao smiled calmly. "My dad has already arranged everything. Next month, Andy and I will start working." "Don't worry," Hu Dahua was very excited. "If I had met you earlier, my Ankang could have gone to the best high school. It's all because of Jiang Tang's delay." Xiao Zhao was gentle. "They say it's a case of meeting too late." His tone and attitude sounded like someone from the city, which made Hu Dahua more and more pleased. Xiao Zhao is the daughter of the deputy director of the County Education Bureau. She just returned to the country and was already working in the County Education Bureau. With her father's help, everything should go smoothly in the future. Maybe her daughter and her younger son will both have good jobs. Hu Dahua didn't regret chasing Jiang Tang away at all. She was too good at pretending. She had been pretending for 3 years at her house, and once the engagement was broken off, her true nature showed. Jiang Tang was really not a good person. Xiao Zhao looked outside the door. "By the way, Andy, what happened with the factory just now?" Hu Dahua said. "Jiang Tang kept pestering my family's Anzi." When she heard about the broken engagement, she caused trouble. She canceled all the orders at the factory and even extorted 20,000 yuan from us. Xiao Zhao looked shocked. She has no right to cancel factory orders? And she extorted 20,000 yuan? She's really bold. 20,000 yuan looks like Hu family's factory is really making good money. Hu Dahua sighed. Your uncle is just a fool. He actually gave her the money. It's so infuriating. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up. Auntie, if Jiang Tang really took the 20,000 yuan, just call the police. Hu Dahua asked. Oh, can I do that? Xiao Zhao said. As long as you insist that Jiang Tang extorted the 20,000 yuan, she can be put in jail. Then she'll not only have to return the money, but the orders she has won will be unclaimed. You can restart your business. Why not do such a win-win thing? No one's money comes from thin air, especially a large sum like 20,000 yuan. Hu Dahua thought Xiao Zhao's idea was very good. We can't let your uncle know about this. He's stubborn and won't listen to me. He's going on a business trip in a few days to buy some wood. When he's away, I'll handle this. Xiao Zhao smiled shyly. Auntie, this is your family's private matter. I'm just worried about you and Uncle. Jiang Tang has lived in your house for 3 years, but she shows no gratitude. I really can't stand it anymore. Hu Dahua held Xiao Zhao's hand happily. You really are well-educated. Your way of speaking is so different. Xiao Zhao looked down shyly. Auntie, you praise me too much. Xiao Zhao went inside the house. Hu Ding'an was reading a book about stocks. Xiao Zhao said, Hey dear, did you hear what your mom said to your dad just now? Jiang Tang extorted 2,000 yuan from your family. Hu Ding'an was surprised. Really? His parents hadn't told him about this. It was the first time he heard it. Xiao Zhao sat next to him. Your mom said she gave the money. Do you think your dad is confused? Jiang Tang has been mean to you and us. She's both a troublemaker and asking for money. Yet your dad still wants to give her money. Isn't that embarrassing for us? Hu Ding'an looked down without speaking. Xiao Zhao looked at him. Your dad is really something. Jiang Tang used your family's business to threaten him, and he actually paid. I think Jiang Tang is blackmailing us. Hu Ding'an frowned. The money was given voluntarily by my dad. It doesn't count as blackmail. Xiao Zhao's face darkened. What do you mean? Taking 2,000 yuan isn't blackmail? You're just like your dad. If someone bullies me in the future, will you just let it go? Can I count on you to stand up for me? Hu Ding'an said, No, it's mainly because Jiang Tang has been engaged to me for 3 years. If we report her to the police now, what will people say behind our backs? What will they say about my parents? He had already kept Jiang Tang in his house for 3 years. There was no need to make things worse. Hu Ding'an and Jiang Tang went to the same high school. He was in his 3rd year, and Jiang Tang was in her 1st year. The only time they interacted at school was when they both went on the same award stage. Back then, he wanted to study abroad. He needed a prize related to English to strengthen his application for studying abroad. Coincidentally, the city held an English-speaking competition, and Hu Ding'an signed up. To ensure success, Chao Zhenxing used several connections, including inviting them to meals and giving money, to help Hu Ding'an win first prize smoothly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tang, who was in high school at the time, won 2nd place. After the award ceremony, the host briefly interviewed her, and Hu Ding'an learned that Jiang Tang had been copying her classmates' radio to practice speaking. This made Hu Ding'an remember her immediately. Later, Hu Ding'an found out that Jiang Tang was sent to the countryside by her family to study. She was excellent in her grades and was seen as a promising student for college. Unfortunately, Hu Ding'an picked up her books again and said, From now on, our paths will be different. There's no need to stay close. Before she finished, Xiao Zhao suddenly stood up. Hu Ding'an looked up at her. What's wrong? Xiao Zhao was angry and breathing heavily. She stood up quickly. I think you're just jealous of Jiang Tang. Achoo. Achoo. Jiang Tang sneezed twice, making the furniture store owner and his wife laugh. Jiang Tang, first a sneeze, then a curse. Who did you offend? Jiang Tang rubbed her nose. Who am I looking down on? There are people who hate me behind my back too. Hearing this, everyone in the store and the customers looking at the furniture smiled and laughed. People hate money, let alone a person. The beautiful furniture store was a family business. The owner's surname was Jean, and his wife's surname was Ding. They were among the first to do business with Jiang Tang in the city. Originally, they sold second-hand furniture. After Jiang Tang approached them, she discussed how people's pursuit of better living conditions was changing and suggested they switch to selling new furniture. At first, the couple was hesitant, worried about money being tied up in stock without enough cash flow. During Chao Genqing's hospitalization, Jiang Tang sent over 2 sets of furniture as display pieces for them to try selling. Unexpectedly, those 2 sets sold out in just 3 days without much promotion. This boosted the couple's confidence, and they decided to switch to selling new furniture. After that, their orders steadily increased. For furniture sellers, as long as the quality is good, the style is attractive, and the price is affordable, it doesn't matter which factory makes it. The key is delivering on time. Jiang Tang was the most reliable person for her family to get furniture from. No matter what style they wanted, Jiang Tang always delivered on time. After 3 years of cooperation, both sides had become like friends. Of course, even today, Mr. Jean and his wife do not know that the guests who bought their first 2 sets of furniture were actually brought in by Jiang Tang's agent. Mr. Jin's shop has grown from a small, crowded stall into a large furniture store with many connected sections. Jiang Tang took the blueprints and asked around at the fishing gear shop. She bought a fishing rod, though she didn't know much about quality, so she chose the most expensive one, a 3-piece rod costing 25 yuan. Today, Jiang Tang came home a bit late because she sent the furniture drawings to a familiar factory again. When she arrived home, the 3 little ones huddled together, trembling with fear, worried that their mean stepmother might trick them with a poisoned apple. Jiang Tang, Mom, I'm back. Are they all obedient? Wang Yuzhen came out of the small kitchen, wiping her hands with an apron. Jiang Tang is back. They are quite obedient. Before entering the house, Jiang Tang glanced at the 3 children, then took a handful of candies from her pocket. Oh, I bought lots of delicious candies today. The children. Candy? In this world, no child dislikes candy. Even the youngest knows it's something good. Jiang Tang placed the candies on the table. These are magical candies. If anyone steals and eats my candies, they'll have a stomach ache. The children. Jiang Tang, these are magical candies. Anyone who steals and eats my candies will have a stomach ache. Zhu Hefeng, sister, don't eat them. Your stomach will hurt. Zhu Hefeng has integrity. Sister, we won't eat them. If we do, our stomachs will hurt. When I have money later, I will buy candies for you all, but the children are greedy and can't resist. They are drooling. Jiang Tang went to help in the small kitchen. Mom, I'm here to help. Wang Yuzhen looked outside. Today, your dad told me something. He said Xiao Feng used to go to school over there, but after he was brought here, he couldn't go to school anymore. Jiang Tang, Mom, are you planning to send that boy to school? It seems they are really planning to keep him at home. Otherwise, why would they still be thinking about school? Wang Yuzhen, I don't really know what's going on with these 3 children. Before Heng Jiang went into surgery, he was still worried about this. Your dad, and I can't ignore it. Jiang Tang, don't overthink. They are really not Heng Jiang's children. Jiang Tang always shows her loyalty. Mom, don't worry. Even if he's Heng Jiang's son, I won't dislike Heng Jiang. He's so young and already has 3 children. He's so healthy, Wang Yuzhen. Her daughter-in-law is really quite a character. Outside, the sound of a motorcycle reached their ears. Fu Demon had returned. As soon as he saw the yard, he noticed a long, thin plastic bag leaning against the wall, inside which were 3 fishing rods. Fu Demon. As a fishing enthusiast, he immediately recognized the fishing rods. He got off his motorcycle and deliberately cleared his throat loudly, but the people inside were talking and didn't notice. He then went to the small kitchen and looked inside. When his dinner, Wang Yuzhen responded, Soon. You just arrived, so go watch those 3 kids. I'm worried they'll cause trouble, Fu Demon. Fortunately, Jiang Tang peeked out from behind the chimney. Dad, you're back. For once, Fu Demon responded to Jiang Tang's dad. Yes, I'm back. What's that thing at the door? Jiang Tang cheerfully said, Dad, that's a fishing rod your thoughtful daughter-in-law bought for you. Take a look and see if it's useful. Hearing this, Food Demon happily ran off. Wang Yuzhen stared with wide eyes. Jiang Tang, why did you buy your dad a fishing rod? He fishes all day. It's a waste of time, Jiang Tang explained. Mom, fishing is better than gambling, right? Gambling wastes money, but fishing just takes some time. Gamblers neglect their families and cause trouble, but Dad makes money, doesn't spend it recklessly, and often goes fishing and comes home. Isn't that good? Food Demon was in the yard, rarely hearing someone defend him, and he almost wanted to rush over and agree enthusiastically. He just has a small hobby of fishing, nothing harmful. Inside, Wang Yuzhen said, Dad, if you put it that way, I guess so. Jiang Tang added, exactly. Dad doesn't smoke or drink, and the only hobbies he has, you don't let him do. What's left in his life besides earning money? It's so boring. Food Demon. He was so touched he almost cried. Jiang Tang truly is his good pretend daughter-in-law. In the main room, the three little ones were already circling the candies on the table. Two of them couldn't help but reach out to grab. Zhu Hifeng quickly said, You can't eat that. If you do, your stomach will hurt. Just then, Jiang Tang brought over the dishes and said, Dinner is ready. Zhu Hifeng looked serious and pulled his younger sister close, watching Jiang Tang carefully. Jiang Tang asked, Did any kids sneak and eat my candy? The two little ones shook their heads, but secretly, they were holding candies in their hands. After dinner, Food Demon brought up Zhu Hifeng's school plans. Wang Yuzhen said, Jiang Tang, are you going out next Monday? You can help Mom watch the two kids. I'll take Xiaofeng to school. Your dad has already arranged for someone to pick him up, so just go directly. Jiang Tang replied, Mom, I will go out the day after tomorrow to meet with the seller and check the progress. I won't go anywhere next Monday. I'll stay home and be a good daughter-in-law for you, and also watch the little ones. Zhu Hifeng suddenly jumped up and shouted, No, she's a mean stepmother. She's definitely going out to find a buyer. Jiang Tang brushed her hair behind her ear and warned, Be careful. As long as you go to school, I'll leave the most disobedient kid at home with the trash collector. Zhu Hifeng was stunned. That's illegal. Jiang Tang said, Even if it's illegal, there has to be evidence. What if I accidentally lose him and he gets picked up by the trash collector? Zhu Hifeng exclaimed. After a moment, Zhu Hifeng looked up and started crying loudly. He wondered how he could stay at home and watch his sister all day. If he didn't go to school, how could he take the college entrance exam? How could he earn money to support his sister? Seeing their brother crying, the two little ones also started sobbing loudly. Suddenly, the dining hall was filled with crying, loud enough to hurt the ears.
Jiang Tang chúc cờ. Ha ha.
Our family has so many crybabies. Let me see who cries the loudest, and tomorrow I'll give the first one to the trash collector. The three children who were crying immediately stopped. Wang Yuzhen smiled happily, thinking, Look at that, my daughter-in-law really knows how to comfort children. Everyone looked and saw that they had stopped crying. Food Demon said nothing. The fake daughter-in-law was good at making kids cry, and she was also good at scaring them into stopping. Early Monday morning, Zhu Hifeng refused to go to school with Wang Yuzhen because he was worried Jiang Tang would leave his two sisters with the trash collector. No matter what, he wouldn't go. Jiang Tang immediately said, Mom, which school are you sending him to? I'll take him. Zhu Hifeng looked terrified, thinking the mean stepmother might sell him first. Jiang Tang said, If you obediently come with me, I won't leave your sisters with the trash collector. Zhu Hifeng stood still, looked back at his two younger sisters, and finally agreed with tears in his eyes to go with Jiang Tang. He looked at Jiang Tang bravely and said, Then you have to keep your word. If I go with you, you can't leave my sisters behind.
Jiang Tang not dead. Okay.
In the end, Zhu Hifeng followed Jiang Tang, turning back to look at his sisters every few steps. Jiang Tang, be good and come with me. Zhu Hifeng, goodbye, sisters. The two little ones, brother. Wang Yuzhen, your brother is going to school. What do you think he's doing? Zhu Hifeng felt that once he left home, he might never see his sisters again. He thought his unkind stepmother was going to sell him. Wang Yuzhen held the little ones in her arms, looking worriedly at Zhu Hifeng. The boy seemed smart, but why was he so naive? He actually believed everything Jiang Tang said to comfort him. Children are so easy to fool. Jiang Tang took Zhu Hefeng to the nearby elementary school, handed him over to the teacher, and then turned to leave. Zhu Hefeng stood there in a daze. His cruel stepmother hadn't sold him. She had really brought him to school. After sending Zhu Hefeng off, Jiang Tang returned to the Fu family home. Just as she reached the door, 2 police officers in uniform arrived. "Are you Jiang Tang?" one of them asked.
Jiang Tang not dead.
"Yes, that's me. Is something wrong?" The officer showed his badge and said rather sternly, "We received a report saying you extorted a large sum of money from the Hu family. The person who reported it is at the station now. Please come with us." When Jiang Tang heard the name Hu family, she almost laughed in anger. She thought she might as well go and give them another lesson. Hearing voices outside, Wang Yuzhen hurried out of the house. Seeing 2 police officers at the door, she asked in confusion, "Jiang Tang, what do they want with you?" Jiang Tang replied calmly, "Mom, it's nothing serious. I received some payment earlier, and there seems to be a misunderstanding. I'll go with them to clear it up." Wang Yuzhen, a simple village woman who had never dealt with the police before, panicked at the sight of the uniforms. What's going on? Can't they ask you here? Why do you have to go to the station?"
Jiang Tang stay calm.
"Don't worry, I'll be back by lunchtime." Wang Yuzhen was very worried. She quickly asked which police station it was. After they left, Wang Yuzhen nervously called Fu Demon, telling him that Jiang Tang had taken 2 police officers to take her away. Jiang Tang went to the police station and indeed saw the Hu family there. Hu Dahua saw Jiang Tang and immediately got excited. It's her who extorted 2,000 yuan from my family. The money must still be on her. If it weren't for Xiao Zhao, Hu Dahua wouldn't even understand what extortion meant. Now that she learned the word, she kept saying it, as if repeating it often would prove Jiang Tang had stolen from her. Xiao Zhao stood behind Hu Dahua, while Hu Ding'an was a little farther away. He looked at Jiang Tang, then turned his face away. Xiao Zhao helped Hu Dahua, who was jumping around, and said, "Auntie, when the police ask you questions later, just tell the truth." Hu Dahua glared at Jiang Tang fiercely. "Jiang Tang, this time I will definitely get you put in jail." Hu Dahua's feelings toward Jiang Tang were complicated. She felt Jiang Tang had saved her life, so she felt a bit embarrassed. But since Jiang Tang took the money, she hated her even more. Did Jiang Tang really dare to take 2,000 yuan from her family? That was like rubbing her face in dirt. Back then, Jiang Tang said she wouldn't give her less than 10,000, and when she finally gave 2,000, Hu Dahua had already said it was impossible. She never expected Jiang Tang would actually force her to ask old Xiao for money. She hated her so much, hated her to the bone. The rumors Jiang Tang spread about her son being unable to have children had reached Hu's village. If Xiao Zhao hadn't been so loyal to her son, finding a partner for Anzi would be a huge problem now. Before leaving, Jiang Tang even destroyed her family's toilet pit, leaving behind filth and maggots everywhere. When she arrived home, she saw the water tank filled with dirty things. A wicked girl had turned her whole family upside down. How could she not hate her? She used to think Jiang Tang was kind and capable, and even the workers at the factory praised her for being diligent. The villagers also said she was filial. But she was just a wicked woman. Hu Dahua wanted to investigate and catch Jiang Tang, but she failed before she even started. Now she saw an opportunity. Jiang Tang's extortion of her family would ruin her reputation, and she was determined to make her fall from grace. Rural folks are often talkative and nosy, so it's easy to guess that news about Jiang Tang being taken away by the police is spread throughout the village. Hu Dahua was very happy inside, wanting to embarrass Jiang Tang completely. At this moment, Hu Dahua saw that Jiang Tang wasn't wearing handcuffs and was unhappy. "Is this how you arrest people? Why aren't there handcuffs?" The police officers weren't fools. They wouldn't just follow Hu Dahua's words. They also needed to investigate. "Police, ma'am, right now we're just asking questions. No handcuffs are necessary." Hu Dahua reported the case, showing the police a bank deposit slip for 20,000 yuan. She now insisted that Jiang Tang had extorted money from her family. When the police received the report, the other side also provided evidence, so naturally, they had to ask about their situation. Police. Hu Dahua says that on X month X day, you forced her to give you 20,000 yuan, and the bank slip is here. Is this true? Jiang Tang. 18,000 was my salary, and 2,000 was a loan from her family. Police. What kind of salary is 18,000? Jiang Tang. I worked at their furniture factory for 3 years. Police. Why did they pay you such a high salary? Jiang Tang. 500 a month. That's a surprisingly high wage. Jiang Tang. In 3 years, I earned over 500,000 yuan for them, with orders and receipts. You can check. Police. Over 3 years, earning more than 500,000 yuan? Police. Do you have proof of your salary? Jiang Tang. Yes. Suddenly, Jiang Tang stood up and loosened her waistband. The 2 police officers were startled and quickly stood up, covering their eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Police officers. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Tang. Getting proof. She looked expressionless, turned around, and reached into the pocket of her underwear, pulling out a small plastic bag. She opened it and took out a piece of paper, handing it to the police. Proof. The 2 officers looked at each other. The older one reached out and took the paper. This is... Unfolding the note, they saw a handwritten statement in crooked handwriting. Certificate. This certifies that Jiang Tang has worked at XX Furniture Factory for 2 years and 11 months, earning 500 yuan per month. She was paid a lump sum of 17,500 yuan for 2 years and 11 months' wages, plus a bonus of 500 yuan, totaling 18,000 yuan. Witness. Chao Zhensheng, head of XX Furniture Factory. The date and name are marked with red fingerprint impressions. Below the testimony, an additional note was added. Chao Zhensheng's 2,000 yuan loan to Jiang Tang will be paid together with his salary. This note is also stamped with a fingerprint. Because Chao Zhensheng is not very educated and didn't know how to write, the bank staff helped him come up with the wording. Chao Zhensheng carefully copied it stroke by stroke. Outside the interrogation room, Xiao Zhao was holding Hu Dingen's hand, smiling and whispering. Listen, if Jiang Tang goes to jail, you must not say a word. Hu Dingen. I didn't say anything. Xiao Zhao. Why didn't you say anything? Are you afraid, Hu Dingen? I think it's not necessary. It doesn't matter anymore. Xiao Zhao's face changed. It doesn't matter? She took 2,000 yuan from your family. How can you say it doesn't matter? Hu Dahua. Xiao Zhao is right. Anzi, you're really stubborn. Jiang Tang did wrong by us, not the other way around. Hu Dingen. Mom, how can you say that? Jiang Tang saved your and Dad's lives. Hu Dahua. She stayed in our family for 3 years. I, as her mother-in-law, never scolded or hit her. I was always polite. What more do you want? Do I have to risk my life for this? Hu Dingen closed his eyes. Forget it, I won't say anything. Hu Dahua. Listen, today, I must vent my anger. No one can stop me. Hu Dahua had been holding back for so many days. Now she finally felt a bit better. Hu Dingen knew that the money was deposited into the account by his father along with Jiang Tang. No matter what happened, as long as his father came back and said the word, Jiang Tang would be fine. Of course, Hu Dingen also hated Jiang Tang for embarrassing him, calling him a kept man in front of so many people. But even with this hatred, he knew he couldn't do anything about Jiang Tang because there wasn't enough evidence. Xiao Zhao looked at Hu Dingen, crossed her arms, silent, with an uncertain expression on her face, not knowing what she was thinking. Hu Dahua kept staring at the room where Jiang Tang was being questioned. Just now, police officers took out a note. What was that note? After more than 2 hours of back and forth, Jiang Tang finally came out of the room. Hu Dahua rushed forward and shouted, Jiang Tang, you wicked person. Return the money you stole from my family. Before Hu Dahua could reach Jiang Tang, police officers stepped in and stopped her. What are you doing? What do you think this place is? Hu Dahua didn't dare argue with the police and could only point at Jiang Tang. Officer, she is a scammer. She stole money from my family. Jiang Tang didn't say anything. She turned and walked toward the stairs nearby. Police officer. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Tang didn't look back. Going to the bathroom. 2 minutes later, someone outside suddenly shouted, Help. Someone is trying to jump from the building. The two police officers who had just been questioning Jiang Tang tensed up.
Could it be?
Everyone hurried outside and saw Jiang Tang standing on the rooftop. She had already climbed over the railing of the third floor and was hanging halfway over the edge. A crowd rushed onto the rooftop. They are here to serve the people. How could something happen to a citizen here? Jiang Tang said, I feel ashamed to live. I have always been honest and hardworking, living a simple life. Yet, Hu Dahua spread rumors that I was extorting money. What face do I have to keep living? The top leaders arrived. We didn't call you here to arrest you, but to follow procedures. Don't worry, we won't wrong a good person. The police officer in charge quickly said, Leader, we've already checked. That was her salary. The person who reported it didn't understand the situation. The leader immediately said, Since it's clear now, this isn't your fault. We will help clarify everything. Please come down. Jiang Tang sobbed. Good news doesn't spread far, but bad news spreads everywhere. Now, everyone knows I was taken by the police early this morning. How can I continue to live in the village? How will you clear my name? Do you have to make a big fuss and announce it to everyone? Jiang Tang, how can I continue to live in the village? Leader, make a big announcement. The leader had an idea and quickly said, Come down now. We will make a big announcement to clear your name. Whether it's the villagers here or elsewhere, everyone will know you are innocent. We will have her apologize publicly to remove the bad impression. Jiang Tang. Really? Leader. A promise is a promise. Jiang Tang. Thank you, honorable officials. Jiang Tang didn't waste a second. She quickly climbed over the railing, and the senior leader didn't even get a chance to help her. She wasn't afraid of heights. She was worried about slipping if she stayed too long. If she fell, she might not die, but could be seriously injured. The police officers had already checked with the credit cooperative using a note. Chao Zhenxing had written a proof that the two employees were there that day. It was a handwritten statement he made himself. The police brought Hu Dahua into the interrogation room again, this time with a serious attitude, unlike when she first came to report the case in the morning. The atmosphere was tense. The police officer was very serious, and Hu Dahua was nervous. Police officer. Comrade Hu Dahua, I am warning you seriously now. Framing someone and spreading rumors is a crime. Hu Dahua was stunned. She had been tricked out of 20,000 yuan by Jiang Tang. How could she be committing a crime? Hu Dahua. Officer, I didn't spread rumors. Jiang Tang really stole 20,000 yuan from my family. But the police officer showed her the evidence, placing it in front of her. Can you read? Hu Dahua recognized a few characters. This is. When she saw what was written, she exploded in anger. Where did this come from? This must be that brat Jiang Tang writing it herself. I own a furniture factory. How come I don't know about this? This is fake. It has to be fake. As she spoke, she reached out and tore the note into two pieces with a ripping sound. The two police officers quickly stepped forward.
Stop.
Are you trying to destroy evidence? Jiang Tang was taken to a restroom, accompanied by a female officer. They even called the supervisor over to help her with her thoughts. Hu Ding'an and Xiao Zhao felt uneasy. Just now, the police said Jiang Tang had proof that her wages were legal, and then they took Hu Dahua away. Why did Hu Dahua's voice sound strange after she went inside? Just as they were feeling worried, the door to the interrogation room opened. A police officer with a serious face hurried out, holding the note. A minute later, Jiang Tang, holding the torn note in two, suddenly collapsed to the ground and cried out, Heaven and earth! How am I supposed to live like this? If Hu's family falsely accuses me again, how can I prove my innocence? I can't go on. She rushed toward the window. Everyone was terrified and rushed to pull Jiang Tang away. Everyone who saw this note is a witness. We testify for you. The problem was brought to the local leaders. The police officer looked worried. Director, what should we do now? If we hold Hu Dahua responsible, the issue isn't that serious. But if we don't, the person falsely accused might be in danger. The leader, being experienced, knew how to handle this. I have a plan. Let's call Hu Dahua's son in. Soon, Hu Ding'an and Xiao Zhao were called into the room. The police told Hu Ding'an they wanted to arrest Hu Dahua. Hu Ding'an. What exactly happened? Even if it wasn't fraud, there's no need to arrest his mother, right? Hu Ding'an quickly asked why. The police officer looked at them and said, Hu Dahua is suspected of destroying evidence. Xiao Zhao. What evidence? The police officer. Proof that the 20,000 yuan was Jiang Tang's legal salary. Hu Ding'an was stunned. The police officer continued, We have confirmed that the note was written by Chao Zhenxing. We have witnesses and physical evidence. Now you have two choices. First, detain Hu Dahua. Second, ask Jiang Tang for forgiveness. Hu Ding'an was shocked. My mom reported the case, and now she's the one being detained. The police officer looked serious. Filing a false report, destroying evidence, or causing the falsely accused person to jump from a building, any of these are enough to detain her. I suggest you settle this peacefully. If she gets detained, it could affect her family, especially if someone joins the army later. Not only Hu Ding'an was stunned, even Xiao Zhao was speechless. Is it that serious? The police officer nodded.
Yes.
You can discuss with your mother and see how to resolve this. Hu Dahua was now panicked. She only came to report a case. How did she end up breaking the law? Seeing her son, she shouted, Son, they're going to arrest me and put me in jail. Hu Dahua couldn't tell the difference between detention and jail, only knowing that if she couldn't go home, she would be in jail. Finally, she realized she was scared. Hu Ding'an quickly went to find the police. Let's settle this peacefully in the mediation room. Jiang Tang crossed her arms, sat with one leg over the other, and didn't look at the mother and son. She said, Hu village and the village I now live in must hold a public ceremony, beat drums, and apologize openly to remove the bad influence. Hu Dahua wanted to speak, but Hu Ding'an held her back. Mom, say less, he said. Does she really want to go to jail? Hu Dahua didn't dare to say anything. Hu Ding'an nodded. Fine, I agree. Jiang Tang, I have a headache and chest pain now. My heart is beating very fast and I can't breathe. I feel like fainting. Jiang Tang. Headache, chest pain, and shortness of breath. Without 500 yuan, I can't make it work. Hu Dahua. She's pretending. She must be pretending. Then Jiang Tang started to breathe heavily, scaring not only the three Hu family members, but also the police officers. The senior officer quickly pressed on Jiang Tang's neck point and patted her arm to help her open her eyes. Finally, she opened her eyes. Reluctantly, the Hu family paid Jiang Tang an extra 500 yuan. Jiang Tang took the money and turned to a nearby shop to buy some canned peaches and pears. As she left the shop, she saw Wang Yuzhen and Fu Demon rushing toward the police station. Jiang Tang didn't care if they were coming for her. She immediately waved to Wang Yuzhen and Fu Demon. Dad, Mom, I'm here. Wang Yuzhen looked worried. Jiang Tang, she hurried over. Jiang Tang, are you okay? Those two police officers this morning, Jiang Tang explained, the furniture factory I used to work for owed me 3 years' wages. The boss paid me all at once. The boss's wife thought I was asking for too much and, while the boss was away, falsely accused me of extortion. Wang Yuzhen got angry.
What?
Is there something wrong with their family? They pay wages normally. Why call it extortion? Wang Yuzhen rolled up her sleeves. Who is spreading rumors? Mom, I'll stand up for you. Just then, the three Hu family members came out of the police station. Jiang Tang pointed at them. That old lady is the one spreading rumors about me. Wang Yuzhen immediately rushed toward Hu Dahua. So, it's you spreading rumors and ruining my daughter's reputation? You say she's extorting money. Hu Dahua, who was still scared, saw someone rushing at her. She stepped back quickly. Who are you? Before she finished speaking, Wang Yuzhen charged forward and grabbed Hu Dahua. Bullying my Jiang Tang. I'll fight you. Jiang Tang was stunned. She didn't expect her, mother-in-law, to be so easy to deceive but so quick to fight. Both are farmers by background and have similar strength. However, Wang Yuzhen has been well cared for in recent years, while Hu Dahua had a car accident and has lingering effects. During a scuffle involving hair pulling and clothing tearing, Hu Dahua quickly lost the fight.
Jiang Tang.
Mom. Hu Ding'an tries to step in and break up the fight. Jiang Tang, worried that Hu Ding'an might interfere unfairly, rushes forward to intervene herself. Are you still a man? Women are fighting. What does it have to do with you? Step back. Xiao Zhao hears this and rushes over to stop Wang Yuzhen.
Who are you?
Why are you hitting people? Jiang Tang grabs Xiao Zhao's crooked braid with one hand and pulls Hu Dahua's hair with the other. Stop fighting. Xiao Zhao is no match for Jiang Tang and bends down to protect her hair, screaming, "Ah, dear." Hu Dingyan tries to step forward to stop Jiang Tang but is pulled back by Fu Demon, who shouts, "What are you trying to do? Still want to hit a woman?" Hu Dingyan. "I didn't." Jiang Tang. "No bias." Hu Dingyan. "You're biased yourself." Fu Demon. "Are you going to hit a woman?" Hu Dingyan. "I didn't." Others. Less than 5 minutes after leaving the police station, whose family and Jiang Tang return. Wang Yuzhen, with her messy hair, is furious. Liars with bad mouths. Hu Dahua, with disheveled hair and scratch marks on her face, says, "Comrade police, this woman suddenly attacked me without reason." Jiang Tang. "She's my mom. You falsely accused her and want to turn the blame around." Xiao Zhao. "They started the fight, police officer." In the end, both sides had some fault because they both fought. Originally, the plan was for both sides to apologize, but neither was willing to admit fault, so it was just left as it was. Xiao Zhao is furious and points at Jiang Tang, asking, "They've settled, what about me? I was slapped several times by this woman." Police officer. "You also hit someone." Xiao Zhao. "But I couldn't beat her." Police officer. "If you hit someone, it's mutual fighting." "It's the same." Xiao Zhao. Why should I?" Jiang Tang proudly walks out of the police station, holding Wang Yuzhen's arm. "Mom, I promise to be filial to you in the future, treat you well, serve you tea and water, and take care of you in old age." Wang Yuzhen was angry. This is too much. Jiang Tang was walking ahead with Wang Yuzhen, while Fu Demon followed behind, constantly watching Jiang Tang carefully. Wang Yuzhen told him that Jiang Tang had been taken away by 2 police officers, and he initially thought Jiang Tang had a criminal record. Fu Demon pretended to care about Jiang Tang, but he was really trying to find out what trouble the fake daughter-in-law had caused. Before they even reached the police station, the issue was already resolved. Fu Demon secretly asked the police and learned that Jiang Tang was innocent and wrongly accused. So, Jiang Tang isn't a liar? At that moment, Wang Yuzhen, who was holding Jiang Tang's arm, suddenly stopped and looked confused. She asked, "Jiang Tang, weren't you a nurse at the county hospital? Why are you still getting paid from the furniture factory?" Jiang Tang. Fu Demon immediately perked up his ears. His wife finally reacted and started to suspect the fake daughter-in-law. His wife was finally thinking. The next second, Jiang Tang said, "Mom, because I work at the county hospital and get along well with my colleagues, they buy furniture from me and introduce me to many customers." Wang Yuzhen suddenly understood. "Oh, I see." Jiang Tang. "Exactly. When people buy furniture from me, not only do they get good prices, but I also make some extra money." Who wouldn't want to earn a little extra cash? Wang Yuzhen nodded. "That's true. I tend to be a bit simple-minded, always thinking one way. Now that you say it, I understand." Jiang Tang. "Mom, I must have done something very good in my past life to be so blessed in this life, to have a mom-in-law like you." Wang Yuzhen. "Mom is also lucky." Fu Demon. Oh no, his wife had been fooled and influenced by the fake daughter-in-law. Fu Demon rode his motorcycle back to the village with Wang Yuzhen and Jiang Tang, also picking up the 2 little ones from someone else's house. As soon as they entered the village, Jiang Tang felt the villagers, especially the old men and women, pointing fingers at her. She knew without thinking that the news of her being taken away by the police this morning had probably spread throughout the village. These old folks in the village, with nothing better to do, loved to gossip behind people's backs. Whether it was good or bad news, they loved to talk about it, making everything sound interesting. The story of her being taken away by 2 officers early in the morning spread even faster. An elderly lady said, "Oh, Yuzhen, Demin, I heard your daughter-in-law was taken by the police." "What happened?" Wang Yuzhen quickly explained. "Third aunt, that's not true. It's just gossip." Wang Yuzhen didn't understand these older women at all. She just wanted to clear things up quickly and prove that Jiang Tang didn't do anything wrong. But she didn't realize that no matter how she explained, it wouldn't help. The rumors only got worse. Sure enough, another elderly lady sneered. They've taken her by the police, and she still says she didn't do anything bad. Who's she fooling? The other women agreed. Exactly. Yuzhen, I think it's better to send her away early, so she doesn't get our little Xiongjiang into trouble. Wang Yuzhen said. Jiang Tang didn't do anything wrong. Jiang Tang held her mother-in-law's hand and stepped forward. Old lady, you're very sharp. The police came because I tore apart an old woman's mouth in our village and had to sew 13 stitches. The women immediately shrank back and moved away instinctively.
What?
The first elderly lady, relying on her relation to Wang Yuzhen, said, That's just unreasonable. She'll end up in jail sooner or later. Jiang Tang stepped closer again. I only tore my gray tant's mouth. What's the big deal? The elderly lady was shocked. You dare hit a relative? Jiang Tang replied. Yes, I hit a relative. Who told her to be so rude? Whether Jiang Tang's words were true or not, the women didn't know. But she was indeed taken by the police in the morning and released by noon. She tore her relative's mouth and sewed 13 stitches, yet the police didn't seem to care. Wang Yuzhen quickly pulled Jiang Tang to go pick up the children. To Wang Yuzhen, Jiang Tang was just scaring the kids. She didn't expect the elderly women to be so frightened. The two children sat on a chair in the main hall, eating egg cakes. When they saw Wang Yuzhen come to pick them up, they hurriedly were taken outside. In a strange place, the children cried loudly. They had to bring out all the good things from home to comfort them. Finally, they stopped crying when they found something to eat. If they stayed any longer, there would be nothing left to eat. Jiang Tang held the little girl, and Wang Yuzhen held the little boy. After leaving, both looked at Fu Demin at the same time. Wang Yuzhen asked, What are we going to do with these 3 children? Fu Demin. The hospital hasn't called yet, and Hengjiang hasn't said when he'll be sent back. Should we wait a couple more days? Actually, the hospital already called. Hengjiang's first surgery is over, and it went well, but he's still unconscious. The doctors won't say what the outcome will be. Fu Demin feels mixed about everything. He knows Jiang Tang is pretending, but he doesn't dare to expose her or ask her to leave. The reason is simple. He doesn't know what will happen to Hengjiang's leg in the future. When the call came, he and Wang Yuzhen were really scared. If Hengjiang is okay, what will happen later? Now, just hearing about his leg being hurt, the girl they set up for him was scared away. If they replace her with Jiang Tang, the fake daughter-in-law, and Hengjiang's leg can't walk at all. Fu Demin looked at Jiang Tang holding the child. If they get rid of this fake one, and Hengjiang becomes disabled, what kind of wife can he marry then? Whether true or not, Jiang Tang keeps showing loyalty to him and Wang Yuzhen. She often says that no matter what happens to Hengjiang's leg, she won't mind. She even says that if Hengjiang becomes paralyzed, she will still take care of him and never leave. Honestly, Jiang Tang's words do comfort Wang Yuzhen and Fu Demin. Their biggest wish now is for their son to be healthy and safe. They don't care about him achieving great things. Fu Demin is really worried that his son might become disabled and not find a wife, so he dares not kick out Jiang Tang, who is healthy and able. He's afraid that if he sends Jiang Tang away, his son won't be able to marry. Hengjiang just had surgery today and is still unconscious in the hospital. Fu Demin doesn't dare tell Wang Yuzhen, worried she will be upset, and he also doesn't tell Jiang Tang, afraid she will run away. All the pressure is on Fu Demin himself. He keeps it inside, enduring, hoping his son will get better. Earlier, Jiang Tang was scaring Xiaoniao again. Did you see the canned food I bought? I traded it from the junk collector with your brother. Will you listen to me from now on? If you don't, the next one will be you. Xiaoniao was so scared she cried with a small pout. Wah wah wah, Jiang Tang. Haha, if you listen, I won't trade you for canned food. Xiaoniao. Wah wah, Jiang Tang. If you keep crying, I'll trade you for canned food too. The little girl dared only to cry softly. Sniff. Wang Yuzhen said, Haha, Jiang Tang, don't scare the children so much. Jiang Tang replied, Since they don't see me as their mother, I won't spoil them. Wang Yuzhen said, That's true. When Jiang Tang first came here, she called me mom. Such sweet words. Jiang Tang laughed happily. Fu Demin was silent. Wang Yuzhen was very easy to deceive. Years ago, a matchmaker came to introduce her, praising her family. Wang Yuzhen believed it. After marrying in, she found the house was very poor. Her mother said they lost money gambling, but she still believed they would have a good life someday. Later, when they had Hengjiang, she was resting after giving birth and didn't even have an egg. Her mother told her that porridge with vegetables was nutritious, and she believed it completely. So when Jiang Tang came and said she was sunburned or something, Wang Yuzhen still believed her. Fu Demon thought it was a good thing. It's rare to find someone as easy to satisfy as Wang Yuzhen. As for the fake daughter-in-law, Fu Demon thought there was nothing wrong with accepting her. Wang Yuzhen is gentle and often criticized by villagers. With such a strong daughter-in-law like Jiang Tang, no one dared to bully her. The neighbor, Granny Prung, who is good at reading fortunes, was afraid of Jiang Tang. She kept her distance. Now, with 3 more children at home, the oldest just in 1st grade, Wang Yuzhen couldn't take care of them all alone. Jiang Tang helped out, managed the 3 little ones, and even gave him a fishing rod. Actually, this fake daughter-in-law was quite useful. At noon, Fu Demon rode his motorcycle to pick up Zhu Hefeng. When Zhu Hefeng saw Jiang Tang, he shouted loudly, "I knew you were a bad person. Our school teacher said you were taken away by the police this morning." Jiang Tang said, "Your teacher was right. Last night, I sold a little troublemaker who said I was bad." She took some canned food from the table to show Zhu Hefeng.
See?
The cans were bought with money from selling that troublemaker. Zhu Hefeng gasped. Jiang Tang asked, "Did you notice anything missing in the yard?" Zhu Hefeng's eyes widened. He quickly looked around and saw his older sister playing in the yard, but the little troublemaker was gone. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, "You sold my little sister?" Jiang Tang replied, "There are so many people at home. If I don't sell a little troublemaker, how can I buy canned food?" Zhu Hefeng went crazy, shouting loudly as he rushed toward Jiang Tang, "You wicked stepmother, bring my little sister back." Jiang Tang held Zhu Hefeng against the wall with one hand. Seeing him clawing and yelling but unable to do anything, Jiang Tang looked up and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, if you want her canned food back, you can't have it now." Tears welled up in Zhu Hefeng's eyes. "Where did you sell my little sister?" Jiang Tang replied, "To the mountain valley." Zhu Hefeng struggled wildly.
Wah wah wah.
"I'll fight you, Jiang Tang. Kids, don't move." Zhu Hefeng, "Where did you sell my little sister?" Jiang Tang, "To the mountain valley." Zhu Hefeng, "Wah wah wah.
I'll fight you."
Suddenly, the crying of a little one came from inside the house. The little one had woken up. Zhu Hefeng froze in shock. Then, Fu Demon carried the little one out of the house. Zhu Hefeng. Jiang Tang loosened her grip and looked at the little one. "Why didn't you wake up a little later?" Zhu Hefeng's face was covered with tears and snot. He looked at his little sister in the yard, and then at the little one in Fu Demon's arms. Both sisters were safe. No one was sold. In the next second, Zhu Hefeng was furious. "You wicked stepmother. You lied to me." Jiang Tang laughed loudly. "Haha, how can there be such a stupid kid in the world? Even dumber than me when I was little." "Ha." Zhu Hefeng felt so frustrated. You're such an annoying adult." He didn't want to talk to her anymore. How could there be adults who tricked children like this? In the morning, Fu Demon was busy with work. After eating, he planned to go to work but noticed people constantly peeking at his house. When he came out, someone immediately asked, "Boss Fu, I heard your daughter-in-law was taken by the police. What crime did she commit? When will Heng Jiang come back? He's disabled now, so he can't stay in the army, right?" Someone next to him added, "Don't mention crimes. Jiang Tang is healthy. If you kick her out, what kind of man can Heng Jiang marry in the future?" Another person nodded. "Heng Jiang used to be the most promising person in our village, but now it's all ruined. Honestly, I think Heng Jiang shouldn't have joined the army in the first place. Right, Boss Fu?" 3 or 4 people stood at Fu's door, chattering non-stop. Fu Demon's face looked very unhappy. He is a country person himself, so he knows what they are thinking. A family's son is the foundation. When Heng Jiang was doing well, no one dared to say anything bad. Since Heng Jiang had an accident and didn't come back, they haven't been able to visit him. Now, they start talking recklessly. This shows they already believe Hengjiang's life is over. Otherwise, how could they be so bold? They are fellow villagers. Fu Demon doesn't want to cause trouble, but these people are really crossing the line. Fu Demon rides his motorcycle and says, "That's not true." The police officers said today that spreading rumors is also against the law. But those people don't care. They say, "Fu boss, we're just talking about the facts. We didn't spread rumors. We only found out about Hengjiang's accident because your cousin told us." Who else would know? His cousin is on good terms with his family, so Fu Hengjiang mentioned it to him the day it happened. By noon the next day, everyone already knew. When Fu Demon asked him about it, his cousin said, "This big thing can't be hidden. Everyone will find out sooner or later. It's no big deal." Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen have been angry for days and refused to talk to those people. Today, they came to his door again. Fu Demon gets off his motorcycle and walks toward the person talking. "Chang Mao, I think you want to eat dirt today, right?" He calls the man Black Hu because he has a long beard and is about the same age as Fu Demon. Everyone calls him Black Hu. Since Fu Demon is angry, he deliberately calls him Chang Mao. Because they are about the same age, Black Hu isn't afraid to speak his mind. When he sees Fu Demon approaching, he tries to run away. He's joking. Fu Demon used to be in the army and fought in battles. He came back with honor, missing a toe but alive. Fu Demon kicks him, and Black Hu worries he can't get up. "Dog, if I catch you again, I'll kill you."
Fu Demon yells.
The others don't dare to speak and just stand aside, watching. When Black Hu runs away and sees Fu Demon has gone, he comes back with a mischievous smile. Black Hu says, "Boss Fu, why are you so angry? Can I joke around? I tell you, Hengjiang's wife is pretty, but she was definitely caught by the police for breaking the law." Before he finishes, a young girl's voice comes from inside the house. "Who let this stray dog talk nonsense? I have never worn a silver bracelet. Is it a good idea to visit the police station for a day trip?" Jiang Tang came out of the house and pointed at the black-haired monkey, scolding loudly. "Why is there something outside making noise and not talking properly? Turns out it's just a monkey that hasn't fully evolved, covered in hair and yelling at the door. Go away." Jiang Tang picked up the iron shovel behind the door and shouted, "Black-haired monkey, go back to the mountain." Jiang Tang. "Black-haired monkey, go back to the mountain." Fu Demon. Oh. My fake daughter-in-law is coming out to protect me." Seeing the iron shovel coming toward him, He, who was so scared he turned and ran away. Others, afraid of being hit by the flying shovel, quickly scattered. Jiang Tang chased after him and picked up the shovel. People who are tricked by monkeys get taken home for a couple of days of discipline. Just because you eat peaches, you think you're a person? If you dare to talk nonsense in front of my parents again, I'll smash your head and eat monkey brains. Hey who? Damn it. You scared me to death. He had heard before that Hengjiang's wife was fierce, but he didn't realize she was this fierce. She didn't even ask who it was before insulting and chasing people away. Is she not afraid of mistaking the wrong person? Jiang Tang drove away the troublemakers with her sharp tongue, then turned to Fu Demon and said, Dad, if you want to see monkeys, I'll take you and Mom to the zoo. Wild monkeys in the mountains aren't worth watching. Fu Demon. Okay. Wang Yuzhen quietly peeked and asked, Hey, who left? Fu Demon nodded. Jiang Tang chased him away. Wang Yuzhen then dared to step out boldly. My Jiang Tang is really fierce. I've wanted to scold that Hey Hu for a long time. Jiang Tang, Mom, next time I bring someone over, you can just point at him and scold him directly. Fu Demon. Wang Yuzhen quickly waved her hands. Forget it. Fu Demon planned to ride his bike to work, but when he looked up, he saw a large group of people coming from afar. Wang Yuzhen. What are those people doing? Why do I see drums and loudspeakers? As soon as she finished speaking, the group started beating drums and playing loud music. Wang Yuzhen. Fu Demon was about to leave on his bike, but stopped. It looks like they're coming to our house. Jiang Tang. Yes, they're coming to our house. The big hat next to the woman is the one spreading rumors about me. She's here to apologize. Fu Demon. Wang Yuzhen. Sure enough, led by the big hat, the drumming team came straight toward them. Police officer. Comrade Jiang Tang, we're back. The group behind was curious why the police were still carrying drums and gongs, expecting they were coming to see Fu Demon's house. This morning, the story of Mrs. Hung Jiang being taken away by the police had spread, with over a dozen different versions of why she was detained, each more unbelievable than the last. Now that the police have arrived again, everyone is here to watch the excitement. The black-hued men who had just been chased away by Jiang Tang with a shovel were the most eager, leading the police. Comrade police, Fu's house is just ahead. Jiang Tang was about to hit someone just now. I'll take you there and she won't run away. The drums and gongs sounded loudly around them. The police officer asked Hu Dahua, "Do you know what to say later?" "Speak carefully. This concerns a young woman's reputation. If you push too hard, it could be dangerous. Do you understand?" Hu Dahua opened her mouth but didn't want to come, yet she had no choice. Hu Ding'an and Xiao Zhao didn't want to come either, so she had to go alone. At the gate, the drum team stopped. Hu took the chance to point at the police and said, "Fu Demon, the police are here to arrest Jiang Tang. What do you have to say now?" Just as Hu finished speaking, the police nearby responded, "Comrade, what are you talking about? We're not here to arrest Jiang Tang." Hu was confused. "Huh? Not to arrest Jiang Tang, then who are you after?" The police frowned. "Who told you we came to arrest anyone?" Hu was stunned. What's really going on? The police moved closer to Fu's house and loudly said, "Villagers, let me explain." The police explained the false rumors about Jiang Tang and then pointed at Hu Dahua, saying, "This comrade who is the source of this misunderstanding. However, she has been educated and now fully understands her mistake. She came with the drum team to clarify the situation, clear her name, and restore Jiang Tang's reputation." The crowd erupted in discussion. "Oh, I see now. It's terrible that someone spread false rumors. Such a good girl, and her reputation is ruined." People around continued talking, and Hu Dahua almost couldn't stand. Fortunately, the police quickly stepped in to help. Comrade, who is also a good person. She admitted her mistake and came to apologize. We should encourage her. Let's give her a round of applause. Under the police officer's lead, everyone clapped. Finally, Hu Dahua walked up to Jiang Tang, lowered her head, and quietly said sorry. Jiang Tang looked up straight and said, "Speak louder. The villagers followed us here, so everyone needs to hear what you're saying, right?" Hu Dahua was so angry inside. She only said she was sorry because she was afraid of going to jail. She paid money to hire a drum team to apologize, but she didn't really think she was wrong. Her family truly paid 2,000 yuan and she didn't want to. So, isn't that extortion? Hu Dahua felt unfair. Now she had already said sorry, but Jiang Tang kept pushing her to speak louder. With so many people watching, she felt her face burning with embarrassment. That brat Jiang Tang really made her mad. The police officer nearby urged, "Comrade Hu, speak louder. Your voice is too soft." Hu Dahua suddenly looked up and stared directly into Jiang Tang's eyes. Jiang Tang's gaze was so intense, Hu Dahua had never seen anything like it in her 3 years at Hu's house. She was startled. Why did that girl's eyes look so scary? There were many onlookers outside, all waiting for Hu Dahua to speak. Hu Dahua had no choice but to raise her voice a little, saying, "I'm sorry." Jiang Tang asked, "Sorry for what?" Hu Dahua replied, "I shouldn't have said you took money from my family." Jiang Tang asked, "Did I take money from your family?" Hu Dahua hesitated. Took some." The crowd gasped. "Oh." Jiang Tang turned around and complained to the police. "Officer, she's lying." Hu Dahua was shocked. I didn't." "She asked me that." Jiang Tang said. "What did I ask? When did I take money from your family?" "I only get my own salary," Hu Dahua said. "Yes, you didn't take our money. You just get your own salary." Jiang Tang added, "You can't even apologize properly. What's your plan?" "Officer, I suspect she's doing this on purpose." Hu Dahua shouted, "I'm innocent." The police officer said, "She didn't lie. She gets her own salary, not your family's money. That's 2 different things. You're here, so apologize properly." Hu Dahua was furious. She had apologized sincerely, but Jiang Tang was just trying to pick a fight. The most frustrating thing is that the police still believe Jiang Tang's words and think she didn't sincerely apologize. Hu Dahua had to say, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said you took money from my family as your salary. I truly apologize and hope you forgive me." Jiang Tang asked the police officer, Comrade police, if in the future someone from our village spreads rumors that I was arrested and sent to jail, is that also a crime? The police officer nodded. Yes, spreading rumors is also illegal. Everyone knows that, Jiang Tang said. Did everyone hear that? If I hear anyone spreading rumors behind my back in the future, I will hang them with a rope in your house. Before she finished, the police quickly said, Stop, stop, Comrade Jiang Tang. Stay inside your house for now. I will explain to everyone. How can she keep threatening to hurt herself? Jiang Tang crossed her arms and glared at the onlookers. Humph. Wang Yuzhen angrily pointed at Hu Dahua and helped Jiang Tang into the house. Let her talk nonsense. She deserves to be taken away. Humph. Fu Demon was speechless. He was stunned. He had lived so long, and this was the first time he saw someone apologize with drums and loud noises, almost attracting the whole village to come and say sorry. This, even those who didn't want to know, would find out now. The police officer stood at Fu's door and gave a little explanation, reminding everyone not to spread rumors and explaining the dangers of gossip. Of course, these people might not understand everything, but the police officer emphasized twice, spreading rumors is also a crime. If the person being accused reports it, the rumor spreaders will go to jail, although their local police station hasn't yet encountered anyone who would go to jail for spreading rumors. They still wanted to tell everyone. It might have some effect. Fu Demon looked at He, who hiding in the crowd. The police officer was talking about him. Hey, who? Another police officer walked a few steps into the yard and saw 2 honor plaques hanging in the main hall. The police officer was surprised. Comrade, do you have someone in the family in the army? Fu Demon had already come down from his motorcycle. I was in the army. My son is currently serving. The police officer nodded respectfully. A father and son both in the military. What a double honor for your family. Then, the police officer saluted Fu Demon in a very formal military manner. Fu Demon immediately returned the salute, showing his veterans respect. Outside the door, the police officer glanced sideways at his colleague and asked what had happened. The colleague stepped out looking excited and said, Villagers, I just found out that this is a proud family. The father was a soldier, fought on the battlefield, was injured and shed blood. He is a great hero. Our country's peace and stability owe a lot to soldiers like him. Good families like this should be respected and protected by us. It is because of people like him that our young soldiers keep fighting bravely, risking their lives and blood to defend our country. Villagers, having such a heroic family in our village is our pride and honor. The police officer was moved as he spoke. From now on, anyone who spreads rumors about such heroic families is an enemy. The crowd clapped loudly. Police officer, you said it perfectly. The few people who had joked about Fu Demon shrank back and hid behind the crowd. After the speech, the police officer turned to Hu Dahua, who had been waiting nearby, and said, The apology here is over. There's another village to visit. You wait here first. We need to ask Jiang Tang when she will go. Hu Dahua asked, How much longer do I have to wait? The police officer replied, Just a couple of words. 2 police officers went inside to talk again, trying to persuade Jiang Tang not to hang herself with a rope or climb onto the roof to threaten herself. They also asked Wang Yuzhen and Fu Demon to advise her more. The police asked, Jiang Tang, when will you have time to apologize to Jiangjia village and Hujia village? Jiang Tang immediately stood up and said, I have time today. She needed to settle everything within a day, or Hu Dahua wouldn't stop delaying the apology. Actually, Jiang Tang didn't care what people from Jiangjia village and Hujia village said. She didn't mind if they talked badly or spread rumors. She just didn't want Hu Dahua to have a good life. Jiang Tang then followed Hu Dahua and her group to Jiangjia village and Hujia village. After Jiang Tang left, Zhu Hefeng ran out of the house. Grandma, what happened to my wicked stepmother? Zhu Hefeng, Grandma, what happened to my wicked stepmother? Wang Yuzhen, that's not a wicked stepmother. She's been falsely accused. Wang Yuzhen laughed and cried, saying, She's not a cruel stepmother. She was wrongly accused. Just now, the police brought the person who lied about her to apologize. Now, everyone in the village knows that Jiang Tang didn't do anything bad. It was the bad people spreading rumors behind her back. Zhu Hefeng turned to look at the canned food on the table. Did that cruel stepmother say she put poison in the canned food? Wang Yuzhen reached out and took a can that had been opened. "Wanna eat some canned food?"
Go ahead, Zhu Hefeng said.
I'm afraid there's poison. If I eat it, my stomach will hurt. Wang Yuzhen chuckled. Haha. Jiang Tang is lying to you. There's no poison. Grandma just ate some. It's very sweet and delicious. Zhu Hefeng asked. Really? Wang Yuzhen nodded. Really? Zhu Hefeng took his first bite of canned food. After eating the first piece of pear, he wanted to cry. The canned food was so good. Jiang Tang followed Hu Dahua and the drum team. First, they went to Zhang's village, beating drums and attracting people. When more spectators gathered, Hu Dahua apologized publicly. Her voice was quiet at first, but then she made sure everyone heard her. After that, Jiang Tang went to confront Jiang Dabo and Jiang Dama. She threw a brick with a loud bang on the door, startling Jiang Dama inside. Jiang Tang shouted, "Open the door." The yard door was locked. Jiang Tang couldn't break it with a brick, so she threw the brick over the wall and climbed over. Jiang Dama heard the noise and quickly peeked out. She saw Jiang Tang jump down from the wall. Jiang Dama screamed in fright and turned to run inside. But Jiang Tang was tough. She reached into the closing door gap and kicked the door open. Her hand was immediately swollen and red from being pinched by the door. Jiang Dama said, "Jiang Tang, you're wasting your time. It wasn't me, or Hu Dahua, who told you where your big brother was. It was your uncle. I didn't want him to say anything, but he insisted. I couldn't stop him," Jiang Tang said. "Annie, my big brother is no good. What's so good about you all bullying people? I married Jiang Xiaojun for you to have peace, but you find life too boring." While speaking, Jiang Tang reached for a solid wooden stool beside her and started smashing things in the main room. She smashed furniture, mirrors, teapots, anything she could find on the table or around her. "Jiang Tang, it seems you and Uncle still want Jiang Xiaowan to marry the disabled man. Fine, I'll help you. Call Jiang Xiaowan back now and let her become the daughter-in-law of the Fu family." Aunt Jiang almost cried. "Jiang Tang, this has nothing to do with me. Whose family asked where you are, but I don't want to say. After all, you went in place of Xiaowan. How could I harm my own daughter?" Jiang Tang, tired of arguing, asked, "What did Hu's family give you, Aunt Jiang?" "Nothing." "Nothing." Bang. Aunt Jiang quickly said, "Hu Dawawa said if she takes back the 2,000 yuan she gave you, she will give 5,000 to your uncle." Jiang Tang looked at her with a blank face and walked up to Aunt Jiang, staring at her. Aunt Jiang, frightened, hugged her head. "Jiang Tang, Aunt really didn't say anything." "It's all your uncle's fault." Jiang Tang asked, "Where's my uncle, Aunt Jiang? I just heard you came back and he ran away." At this moment, a voice from outside the door said, "Comrade Jiang Tang, do you still want to go to whose village?" Jiang Tang immediately responded loudly, "Yes." She took a step back, turned around, and went out into the yard. Then she turned again, grabbed a stool, and fiercely smashed it into the big water jar. "Jiang Tang, take that. The water jar. I'm broken." Aunt Jiang, shivering, JPG. With a loud crash, the water jar shattered into pieces, and the water inside spilled out instantly. 2 fish inside the jar were washed out and flopped on the damp ground, flicking their tails. "Jiang Tang, Aunt, tell my uncle that he should be careful walking at night from now on." Aunt Jiang started crying. "This is a real crazy person." Jiang Tang threw the stool, opened the yard gate, and walked out. The police, confused, asked, "That sound just now was the water jar breaking? How did a good water jar break?" Jiang Tang, "Oh, I was just playing with the stool and accidentally broke the water jar." The police officer, "Such a grown person still throws stools around for fun." People from whose village all know Jiang Tang, as she has lived here for 3 years. Amid the sound of drums and gongs, some people from one end of the village to the other gathered to watch. More and more people came to see. Someone asked, "Hey, shopkeeper, what's going on? Why did you bring Jiang Tang back? What's with all the drums and gongs? Is today the wedding day?" Hu Dahua was furious. "Nonsense. Which I saw the wedding procession. My family didn't gone. She hadn't finished speaking when she saw the police officers nearby, so she quickly swallowed her words. She was afraid she might accidentally say something wrong and be caught by Jiang Tang. Someone asked, "Jiang Tang, what's really going on? Tell us." Jiang Tang replied, "It's hard to explain right now. I'll tell you later." The police officer found a cool spot to stand and, as usual, explained the whole story to everyone. Then he asked Hu Dahua to apologize loudly. People from the first two villages didn't know Hu Dahua, so even though she felt embarrassed, she only spoke up for a moment. But in this village, Hu Dahua had lived for decades. Everyone knew her. She was asked to apologize to Jiang Tang, which felt like a punishment to her. With so many familiar faces watching, how could she face anyone after that? She stood a little higher, her lips trembling but unable to speak. Jiang Tang wasn't in a hurry. She just stood calmly nearby, waiting. But others in the crowd started to get impatient. They said, "Hurry up and speak. We're all waiting." "Yeah, we have work at home. Once you finish, we can go back to work." Most of the people criticizing were probably people who didn't like Hu Dahua or had some small grudge against her. Hu Dahua was known for her strong personality. She was wealthy and had a university graduate who studied abroad. It wasn't surprising that she sometimes offended others with her words. She was even angrier, but knew the police had come all the way to her house. She couldn't just ignore it. Finally, she had no choice but to stammer out an apology. She repeated what she had said earlier, but her voice was much quieter than before. Jiang Tang didn't mind. If anyone listened carefully, they would hear what she said. Jiang Tang said, "Since you're sincerely apologizing, I won't pursue this matter, especially out of respect for Uncle Chow. I hope you'll be more careful with your words in the future and not spread rumors." The police were worried that Jiang Tang might do something more extreme, so they quickly said, "All right, this matter is over. Neither side is allowed to cause trouble again." "Do you all understand?" Jiang Tang replied, "I understand." Hu Dahua was so angry she didn't want to speak anymore. Then the police officer specifically asked again, "Comrade Hu Dahua, you heard that too, right?" Hu Dahua responded irritably, "I heard it." The matter was settled and the police told everyone to disperse. However, a few women and elderly ladies pulled Jiang Tang back, saying, "Jiang Tang, we haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? Come, sit at my house." Jiang Tang said, "If it's not a bother, that would be wonderful." She said this while glancing at Hu Dahua and then followed the women and elderly ladies. Hu Dahua panicked and quickly shouted, "Jiang Tang, if you dare to spread rumors, I will report you to the police and have you taken away." Jiang Tang turned back and said, "I'm just telling the truth." Jiang Tang definitely wouldn't spread rumors. She only needed to tell the truth. She didn't even mention Xiao Zhao, who was brought back by Hu Dingen, knowing there would be listeners to help fill in the other half of the story. The people in Jiangjia village invited Jiang Tang to stay for dinner. She waved her hand and said, "Auntie, thank you, but I need to head back before it gets dark." Her task for the day was successfully completed, and she planned to sleep well tonight. She could already imagine herself sleeping peacefully, while Hu Dahua was probably stomping and cursing her. When she got home, Wang Yuzhen quickly came over, holding the little one, and asked, "Jiang Tang, how did it go?" Jiang Tang proudly said, "Mom, you should see what kind of person your daughter-in-law is." "Do I need to ask?" Everything was perfectly resolved. Wang Yuzhen immediately relaxed and said, "That's good. I was worried that if you went to someone else's place, they might bully you." Jiang Tang said, "Who dares to try? I'll smash their water jar." Wang Yuzhen quickly said, "No need for that. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it." Jiang Tang didn't reply, but silently thought to herself, "I'll pay for it? Not a chance. And paying? Jiang Dabo would only dream of her paying." Today, Food Demon didn't come home for dinner, so when Jiang Tang arrived, Wang Yuzhen started preparing the meal. After sitting down to eat, Jiang Tang noticed that the three little ones were looking at her intentionally or unintentionally. Compared to a few days ago, they seemed less afraid of her. At first, Jiang Tang didn't realize what was happening. Later, she noticed that after the little ones hesitated and moved closer to her, their small hands kept trying to reach into her pockets.
Jiang Tang understood.
Usually, When she came back from outside, she would bring delicious food. The little ones thought she had brought some today too. Zhu Hefeng was hiding nearby, secretly watching the mean stepmother. His grandmother told him that the stepmother's good food didn't have any poison in it. He ate the pecan fruit today and spent the whole afternoon at school without any stomach ache. The mean stepmother was lying to him. Jiang Tang picked up the little one onto her lap. "I'll hold you. You won't pee your pants on me, right?" The little one looked at Jiang Tang with big, silly eyes and happily chewed on his small hand. Wang Yuzhen said, "I just helped her with her diaper." "She won't pee?" Jiang Tang asked. "She's so small." "How could her mother not take her along?" Wang Yuzhen looked at Zhu Hefeng and said, "This little one and the boy are from the same parents. The other girl is the daughter of a comrade who sacrificed in Hengjiang." Jiang Tang exclaimed, "So these three aren't from the same family?" Wang Yuzhen sighed. "They're not really a family. I also heard from your dad that these three children are very unfortunate." Jiang Tang placed the little one back on her lap and pointed at Zhu Hefeng. "You, go get a spoon for me." Zhu Hefeng stared at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang said, "Are you going or not?" "If you don't go, I'll take this little one out to buy some snacks later." Zhu Hefeng snorted. Compared to a few days ago when he was upset about the idea of selling the little girl, today he looked very calm. He stood up very calmly and went to the kitchen. Wang Yuzhen took the chance to say, "These children have lost both their parents." Jiang Tang was shocked. "Both brothers are gone," Wang Yuzhen sighed. "Yes, the brothers were very unfortunate. Their parents died when they were young. The older brother raised the younger brother. Later, when the younger brother joined the army, life started to get better. But on the day this little one was born, on the way to the hospital, there was a car accident and the older brother didn't make it." Jiang Tang's heart tightened as she looked at the little one in her arms. Wang Yuzhen glanced at the doorway. The child hadn't found the spoon yet, so she quickly said, "People in the village say this child brings bad luck and is unlucky. They even advised the child's mother to give her away." Jiang Tang suddenly remembered why Zhu Hefeng was so worried about the little sister being sold or given away. He probably heard such stories many times in the village. Jiang Tang asked, "What happened next?" Wang Yuzhen replied, "The older brother died. The older sister-in-law, with 2 children, couldn't do any work at home. The younger brother, in the army, saved money and sent it back, asking his wife to give half to the older sister-in-law." Jiang Tang said, "They seem to have a good relationship." Wang Yuzhen continued, 6 months ago, the older sister-in-law's family forced her into an engagement. They gave her a few hundred yuan and pressured her to leave her children and remarry. Jiang Tang didn't know how to feel at that moment. "Life is really hard." Wang Yuzhen said, "People in the village advised the younger brother to give the children to others to raise. They would even pay some support money, but he refused. He begged his wife to keep his brother's 2 children, but then," Jiang Tang asked, "What about the children's mother?" Wang Yuzhen answered, "On the day of the incident, the children's mother took her nursing baby to the army. People sacrifice everything. What else can they do there? Just to see them one last time." Wang Yuzhen spoke quickly, afraid that Zhu Hefeng would hear. The 2 little ones didn't understand much, but Zhu Hefeng was just beginning to grasp the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so sensitive about the possibility of his sister being sold. Jiang Tang reached out and touched the little one's nose. "Poor little one, just like when your cruel stepmother was a child. So miserable." These 2 children longed for their parents but had none. She had parents when she was young, but it was as if she had none. Life had given her hope, but it was always empty hope. Zhu Hefeng ran inside, holding a spoon in his hand and showing Jiang Tang. "Is this what you want?" Jiang Tang was about to take it, but Zhu Hefeng pulled his small hand back, pouting and looking at Jiang Tang. "If you want this spoon, you have to apologize to me." "Zhu Hefeng, you need to apologize to me before I give you the spoon." "Jiang Tang, why should I apologize to you?" "I won't." "Jiang Tang, why should I apologize to you?" "Zhu Hefeng, because you lied. You always lie to me. Lying is wrong, and deceiving others is wrong too. So you need to apologize." "Jiang Tang, apologizing is impossible. I will never apologize in my life." "Zhu Hefeng, why won't you apologize?" "Jiang Tang, I lied to protect my apples and candies from greedy kids. It wasn't a harmful lie. Why should I apologize to you? Humph. Zhu Hefeng. If you don't apologize, I won't give you my spoon. Jiang Tang. Fine, don't give it to me. Anyway, I'm not hungry for my stomach. It's for Yaya's stomach. Right, Yaya? Yaya was too young to understand fully. Seeing Jiang Tang smiling and talking to her, she grinned happily, giggling softly. Zhu Hefeng. Finally, he angrily placed the spoon on the table in front of Jiang Tang, refusing to hand it to her. Food Demon didn't come back until after 8 o'clock. Wang Yuzhen and Jiang Tang had already put the 3 little ones to sleep. Then they heard the sound of a motorcycle. When they came out, Jiang Tang said, "Dad, have you eaten? There's leftover rice in the pot for you." Food Demon's face turned a little red. He waved his hand. "I've already eaten." Jiang Tang turned to Wang Yuzhen and said, "Mom, it seems Dad has been drinking." Wang Yuzhen quickly stepped forward. "You drank alcohol? And you dare to ride a motorcycle? Aren't you afraid of falling?" Food Demon said, "I had a little." He took a few steps, then stopped and told Jiang Tang, "Jiang Tang, I met a friend today who told me something about you. I'm a bit upset." Jiang Tang was stunned. Something about her? At this moment, Jiang Tang finally felt a bit uneasy. Was it about Jiang Xiaojun or about her? Since she was pretending to be Jiang Xiaojun, was the friend they knew someone who knew Jiang Xiaojun or Jiang Tang? She was waiting for more, but after saying that, Food Demon turned and walked into the house. Jiang Tang. What's going on? How can the father-in-law say only half a sentence? She quickly said, "Dad, you'll get struck by lightning if you only say half." Food Demon was almost at the door when he heard this. He turned back, glaring at her in anger. Wang Yuzhen poked Jiang Tang with her finger. "You deserve a scolding." Then Jiang Tang saw her father-in-law, whether out of conscience or fear of being struck by lightning, pull over a small stool and sit under the eaves. Jiang Tang quickly went inside and moved 2 stools. She sat on one and placed the other behind Wang Yuzhen's seat. "Mom, sit." Food Demon looked at her and asked, "Did you go to Erzhong High School in your town during high school?" Jiang Tang nodded. "Yes." He asked again, "How were your grades?" Jiang Tang replied, "They were okay." Food Demon continued, "Was your homeroom teacher named Luo Hong? Did you win any awards in English or foreign languages in the city?" Jiang Tang nodded again. "Yes, I won 2nd place in the city English speech contest." The homeroom teacher was Luo Hong. He asked, "Luo Hong's father is Luo Dinka, the school's logistics director. Did he take good care of you when you were at school?" Jiang Tang hesitated for a moment. She was sure that the person Food Demon was talking about was the real Jiang Tang, not Luo Xiaojun. She said, "Dad, just tell me directly what's going on." Food Demon said, "Luo Dinka is my comrade." Jiang Tang was silent. Their town really is small. Food Demon looked at Jiang Tang again. "Where did you go to college?" Jiang Tang looked up. "College?" Food Demon pointed at Jiang Tang with his finger. "You have no conscience." Lao Luo was very upset today when he mentioned it. "When you were in school, did Lao Luo often give you special meat buns only staff could get? Did you tell him when you got your acceptance letter? Do you think you're ungrateful?" Jiang Tang exclaimed. Food Demon said, "No conscience." Jiang Tang thought, "Dad, that's not fair." Food Demon said, "If I hadn't met an old classmate today, I wouldn't even know what kind of person you are." "I'm really disappointed." Jiang Tang asked, "Dad, is there some misunderstanding?" Food Demon replied, "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The person, the event, the time, and the place all match. Where's the misunderstanding?" Jiang Tang explained, "I never went to college. I didn't get in back then." Wang Yuzhen quickly said, "Yes, Jiang Tang went to a health vocational school. That doesn't count as college." Jiang Tang was silent. Her mother-in-law had a good memory and still remembered Jiang Xiaojun going to health school. Food Demon felt a headache coming on. His wife really couldn't see the truth. He quickly told Wang Yuzhen, "Yuzhen, don't say anything. Ginger Sugar works at the county hospital, which is a nursing school." Ginger Sugar silently clutched her knee, rarely showing weakness. Food Demon said to Wang Yuzhen, "Yuzhen, can you make some hangover soup for me?" Wang Yuzhen replied, "You just said you only drank a little and now you want hangover soup." Food Demon didn't answer. Ginger Sugar stood up weakly. "Mom, I'll go." Wang Yuzhen quickly said, Sit down, I'll go instead. As she left, Food Demon asked again, What do you mean you didn't get into college? Did you not go to school? Ginger Sugar looked at the kitchen and whispered, My high school grades were pretty good, but I think I did badly on the college entrance exam. Many classmates who scored lower than me got into schools, but I didn't receive any admission letter. Food Demon exclaimed, What? Are you joking? Are you from Jiangja village? You have an uncle named Jiang Hongbing, right? Ginger Sugar nodded. Dad, what you said matches my situation, but I really didn't go to college, not even to a nursing school. Food Demon said, Nonsense. You're the only student in our town who got into XX University. The admission letter was sent to the school, and Lao Luo picked it up from the mailman. His eyes aren't blind. He saw clearly that the recipient was Ginger Sugar. Ginger Sugar remained silent. Food Demon became more excited. He remembered how he told his old classmates that his daughter-in-law was Ginger Sugar, and Lao Luo kept asking questions, leaving Food Demon confused. Later, when they confirmed that this Ginger Sugar was indeed the same person, Lao Luo looked very distressed and said that Ginger Sugar was unkind. Getting into college was such a big event, but from the moment she received her admission letter to starting college, Ginger Sugar never told Lao Luo.
He had high hopes for her back then.
Food Demon could tell Lao Luo was really upset. Ginger Sugar was the top student in Luo Hongban's class. Because the semester just started, her uncle's family came to the school to find her, which many teachers knew. The girl who scored the highest and got into number 2 middle school was living with others and wasn't treated well. Ginger Sugar didn't go to a better school because her high school entrance exam scores were very high and no. 2 middle school promised to waive her tuition. When Lao Luo was young, he was a poor student. He was able to attend high school only because the school leaders helped him. Because of this, Lao Luo cared a lot about Jiang Tang, a poor girl with a similar background. He would secretly save any tasty food for her. Back then, students' breakfast and dinner were just steamed buns and porridge. Some students' families would send pickled vegetables, if they could. Jiang Tang didn't have any pickled vegetables, so Lao Luo often brought her home-cooked dried radish or similar snacks. Jiang Tang was well-behaved and sweet-tongued. She often expressed her gratitude.
But what happened then?
Lao Luo got very angry. He didn't smash cups, but he was close to throwing them. A former classmate teased him, saying his future wife had no conscience. Food Demon, Lao Luo's father-in-law, was naturally upset. He wasn't angry at his old classmate but at his fake daughter-in-law for being so unkind. Who could stay happy after hearing such things? Food Demon asked, Tell me, is there a Jiang family village with someone named Jiang and the same surname as you, who went to the same school as you? Jiang Tang shook her head.
No.
Food Demon was angry. That's terrible. Jiang Tang said, Dad, even though you're very angry, I need to defend myself. First, I didn't receive an acceptance letter from XX University.
Food Demon looked confused.
What? Jiang Tang continued. Second, after summer break, I went to the second middle school to find Teacher Luo. But Teacher Luo said the tuition for repeating the year was too expensive for me. I wanted to say goodbye to Uncle Luo at the cafeteria, but Teacher Luo said Uncle Luo was disappointed in me and didn't want to see me, advising me not to trouble him. Food Demon said, That's impossible. Lao Luo wouldn't lie. Jiang Tang said, Dad, getting into university is a proud achievement. If I really had the acceptance letter, even if I didn't go, I would tie it to my head so that Heng Jiang would know what kind of smart and wonderful wife he married. Everyone in our village would be jealous. Food Demon was speechless. Jiang Tang added, So, Dad, if what Uncle Luo said is true, then I can only confirm one thing. Someone has stolen my university spot. Jiang Tang, I wrote the school's address on the application. When I heard that some classmates received their admission notices, I specifically asked the teachers at school. They said the school hadn't received my notice. She didn't dare to write her Uncle Zhang's address because she was afraid that his family might see it and cause trouble. After all, Zhang Shaowan said she did poorly on her exam, and the Zhang family was very worried at that time. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but she didn't want to cause herself any problems. Moreover, she didn't know when the admission letter would arrive. If someone else received it first, she might never get it. As for her father's home in the city, Jiang Tang never thought about sending the letter there. Before filling out the address, she confirmed with her homeroom teacher. She knew that during the holidays, teachers would be on duty at school to receive admission notices, so she wrote the school's address. Fu Demon frowned. Is that even possible? With your good grades, who would dare to compete with you, Jiang Tang? That's hard to say. Jiang Tang's face showed little emotion, as if such things happening to her didn't surprise her much. Isn't that right? An orphan girl with no parents or guardians, who had been living humbly at her uncle's house, was often scolded and beaten. Everyone knew she was easy to bully. Jiang Tang. First, I need to confirm whether my admission notice really exists. If it does, then I can find out if someone is trying to take it from me. Fu Demon, you're just a young girl. What can you do? Maybe I should ask someone to look into it and see what's really going on. If that's true, it means someone is trying to steal her chance at a bright future. Anyone would be upset by such a change. Jiang Tang. Thank you, Dad, but she knew she had to be involved herself. Fu Demon might be honest, but she was also a businessperson. They've only known each other for half a month. She was officially his daughter-in-law in name, but now she was nothing. Only when Fu Hengjiang returned and accepted the new Jiang Shaowan would she truly succeed. Jiang Tang slept very well that night, feeling happy and content, not disturbed by Fu Demon's words. After all, even without the university admission letter, she had become a person with savings thanks to her own efforts. She was quite capable. Her life was not decided by a single acceptance letter. The next morning, Jiang Tang told Wang Yuzhen, "Mom, I might be busy these days. Please take care of the little ones. If you can't manage, find someone to help you. I'll pay for it," Wang Yuzhen replied. "Why should I take your money? It's all for the future with Hengjiang, right? You go ahead and do your thing. I'll handle the family. I raised Hengjiang and his older sister that way before." Jiang Tang said to Zhu Hufeng, "Let's go. I'll take you to school." Zhu Hufeng carried his small backpack and followed Jiang Tang, pursing his lips. Jiang Tang asked, "Why are you willing to come with me? Are you afraid I'll sell you?" He ignored her. Jiang Tang said, "Zhu Hufeng, your mean stepmother is talking to you. Why don't you answer? Are you looking down on me?" Zhu Hufeng asked, "Will you be our mom in the future?" Jiang Tang replied, "I don't know about that. If Fu Hengjiang insists on his own opinion and believes what Jiang Shaojun says, she can't do anything about it." Zhu Hufeng said, "I knew it." He looked sad and said, "No one wants to be my or my sister's mom. They all think we're a bother." Jiang Tang was silent. Zhu Hufeng continued, "The first mom left us. The second mom sometimes treats us well, sometimes not. The third mom." He looked up at Jiang Tang and sighed deeply. Sigh. Jiang Tang said, "Hey, Zhu Hufeng, that's too much. Are you upset because I looked at your face and sighed?" "Do I look that ugly?" He didn't answer. Now it was just him and the mean stepmother on the road. He was afraid she might hit him, so he decided not to speak badly of her. Jiang Tang said, "Looks like I really might have to leave a kid with the ragpicker today." Zhu Hufeng said, "You can't fool me anymore. I know you're just scaring me." Jiang Tang replied, "That's not necessarily true." She bent down and picked up Zhu Hufeng. "Where's the ragpicker?" "The ragpicker? There's a kid here, do you want him?" "Where's the ragpicker?" "Huh." Zhu Hufeng was once again scared to tears. Jiang Tang thought, "I don't want this kid anymore." "Su Feng begged. No, no. Don't sell me to the ragpicker, you mean stepmother." Liangzhong is a high school in Luobua town located across the street from Yizhong. The two schools face each other and have a fierce rivalry. Yizhong is called that because it was established earlier and has better resources, teachers, and students. Liangzhong came later and is often seen as second best, usually taking leftover students from Yizhong. For a long time, Liangzhong attracted top students with free tuition, especially those who did well but came from poor families, to get more good students. Jiang Tang was one of these students. She always thought she was unlucky. She usually did well in school, but at critical moments, she would mess up. When it came to the important college entrance exam, she didn't get in. She often wished she could hit herself for not doing well at such a crucial time. 3 years after leaving Liangzhong, Jiang Tang finally returned. The security guard left the gates open to make it easier for teachers to ride in and out. When someone entered or left, he would stand up and ask questions. He looked at her and didn't recognize her. Who are you looking for? Jiang Tang quickly made up a name. I'm looking for Lu Ke from class 2 of grade 1. Don't underestimate these guards. They're good at noticing details. They often see students from the 2nd and 3rd grades, and they remember how they look. But since Jiang Tang was a new student this year, they didn't recognize her right away. The guard said, "Wait a moment, I'll go call someone." He headed toward the first-year classrooms. Without saying a word, Jiang Tang pushed the door open and slipped inside. She remembered there was a wall of honor in the school, listing all students who had gone to college since the school was founded. Because few students had gone to college in earlier years, the list on the wall included everyone who had succeeded, to inspire current students and their families. Jiang Tang found her own name on the list. It said she was in class 6 of grade 3 and had been accepted to XX University. She confirmed her name and the university on the honor wall. Yes, she had received the admission letter from XX University. At that moment, Jiang Tang felt a rush of blood to her head, and she briefly felt dizzy. So she really had been accepted.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Tang couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and laugh proudly. Turns out I'm not stupid at all. I really got in. She doubted herself for so many years, but today she finally proved she was incredibly smart. Jiang Tang was smiling when suddenly the gatekeeper's voice came from behind. "Hey, what's wrong with you, girl? Who told you to come in without permission?" Jiang Tang turned around. "Sir, weren't you supposed to help me find someone? I waited for a long time, but you didn't come, so I came here to look at the honor roll." The gatekeeper was angry. "Who is Lu Ke from class 2 of grade 1? Are you making things up?" Jiang Tang said. "No way. Lu Ke is my niece. She's in class 2 of grade 1, the gatekeeper replied. "I asked around, and they said that person doesn't exist." Jiang Tang asked, "How can that be?" She looked around and asked, "Is this first high school?" The gatekeeper looked confused. He stared at Jiang Tang with anger. "What first high school?" "This is second high school." He pushed Jiang Tang out of the school gate. "You came to the wrong place. This is second high school, not first. Honestly, you don't even know the school, so who are you looking for?" Jiang Tang held onto the iron fence, pressed her face against it, and looked at the angry gatekeeper. "Sir, the main reason is that I graduated from this school. I was a bit dazed and just came looking for my niece." The gatekeeper glanced at her. "You graduated?" Jiang Tang nodded. "Yes, I graduated 3 years ago." "My name is still on the honor roll over there," he asked. "Really? Which university did you attend?" Jiang Tang said. "XX University. My homeroom teacher was Luo Hong. You probably know her, right?" The gatekeeper replied. "Oh, her. She got promoted and is now the vice principal of 4th high school. She's not just an ordinary teacher anymore." Jiang Tang was surprised. "Teacher Luo is so impressive," the gatekeeper said. "Of course. I heard she used connections and flattered the education bureau leaders. She's going places." Jiang Tang said. "That's really impressive. I was still her student 3 years ago." The gatekeeper explained. "She was promoted 3 years ago. Her class had a student who got into a very good university and was highly valued. Later, the school arranged for her to go to the city for further training. She first worked as a grade director at 3rd high school for 2 years, and this year she was transferred directly to 4th high school as vice principal." Jiang Tang exclaimed. "Even riding a motorcycle, you can't catch up with her promotion speed." The gatekeeper nodded. "That's right. She's really something." Jiang Tang asked, "Did Director Luo, who manages the cafeteria, also get transferred?" "Grandpa. Director Luo still seems to be around. He's a retired soldier with good morals and character, much more reliable than Teacher Luo." Jiang Tang chatted with Grandpa for a while, then left under the excuse of going to first middle school to find someone. It's hard to tell that Teacher Luo is so young but already so capable, promoted twice in 3 years, now a vice principal. 4th middle school is for students who didn't get into high school, come from wealthy families, and can buy extra points to get in. Many parents see 4th middle school as a place full of troublemakers and social outcasts. Luo Hong's promotion path is typical, using 4th middle school as a stepping stone. After 2 years as vice principal, he looks for a chance to move to another school, where he can become the principal, then gradually move to better schools. Most leaders get promoted this way. Except for a few talented people who achieve success quickly, most leaders are seasoned through work, gaining experience over time, and proving themselves through trials. Luo Hong's speed of promotion is much faster than usual. No wonder the gatekeeper mentioned that Luo Hong must have some powerful connections. Isn't that right? Jiang Tang didn't go back home. Instead, she bought a train ticket to the city, first went to Lu's furniture store to build relationships, then asked around where to buy a camera and finally bought one. It wasn't cheap. Just a heavy, pig-nosed camera in her hand cost nearly 1,000 yuan. Luckily, she had money with her, or she wouldn't have been able to buy it. After buying the camera, Jiang Tang also bought some tasty snacks for children before heading home. By the time she arrived, it was already late. Wang Yuzhen, Jiang Tang, why are you back so late today? Are you okay? Jiang Tang took out the snacks and placed them on the table. I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Wang Yuzhen noticed Jiang Tang's hand wrapped in bandages. What happened to your hand, Jiang Tang? My aunt didn't want you to go into her house, so she used the door to trap me. Wang Yuzhen was shocked. Is your aunt crazy?
How could she do such a mean thing?
You're her niece, and she treats you like that? Look at your hand. Jiang Tang raised her hand. Mom, my hand hurts so much. Hurry and blow on it. Wang Yuzhen quickly leaned down and blew on her hand. There, blow, and it won't hurt anymore. You really are a bad person, so mean. Look at how your hand is all bruised. Jiang Tang, that's not true. I'm so kind and gentle, yet she won't even let me into her house. Zhu Hufeng stood nearby, staring blankly. He couldn't believe that a cruel stepmother could pretend to be a good girl. This morning, she even wanted to sell him to the junk collector. Jiang Tang, Mom, please help me blow on it. Wang Yuzhen, sigh. Zhu Hufeng, the cruel stepmother is pretending to be a good girl. Two little girls wobble around the table, looking at colorful toys. They smile and drool, eager to eat. They want to eat. Jiang Tang, you two are smiling like that, but you'll have to wait until after dinner. Turning around, Zhu Hufeng also glances at the tasty food, trying to look indifferent, but her eyes can't help but look, and her little mouth is still drooling. She knew it would be easy to handle these little kids. When Fu Demon comes back, they can have dinner. Fu Demon said, Today I asked a friend to find out. 3 years ago. No, actually during these 3 years, only 2 people from our town got into XX University. Besides you, 1 student from the 3rd middle school also got in, and he's a boy. Jiang Tang lowers her head and eats porridge. Dad, I'm going to XX University tomorrow to find someone. I need to figure out who exactly took my spot. Fu Demon looked at her and asked, Is it that easy to get into university? You're not even a student at that school, so they probably won't let you in. Jiang Tang, it's okay. I have a way. Wang Yuzhen looked at Fu Demon and said, Jiang Tang is smart. Think about it. Someone who works selling furniture isn't smart? Do you think she could do this job if she wasn't? Fu Demon. He couldn't do anything about Wang Yuzhen believing Jiang Tang so completely. He told her Jiang Tang was fake, but she didn't believe it. She insisted Jiang Tang was real. If he said one bad thing about Jiang Tang, she would jump out and criticize him for picking on her. Now, he just questioned Jiang Tang's plan to find someone at XX University, but Wang Yuzhen thought he was criticizing Jiang Tang. Fu Demon. I don't even know anyone at XX University. What if he can't get in? Jiang Tang. I can get in, Dad. Don't worry. Fu Demon. If it really doesn't work, just come back and think of other ways. Actually, Jiang Tang was very surprised that Fu Demon was willing to help her, since he knew she was an imposter daughter-in-law. Whether her father-in-law could help or not, Jiang Tang appreciated his kindness. She decided that on her way back from XX University, she would buy some good fishing bait for her father-in-law. XX University is a well-known old university in the province, with a strong academic atmosphere. Only very smart students manage to get in. Jiang Tang, carrying her camera, stood at the university gate, carefully watching the people coming and going. She noticed the university has 2 gates, one for entry and one for exit. Security guards do not stop people leaving, but those entering must show their entry passes. The checks are quite strict. Jiang Tang thought. They really checked carefully. She turned around and left, then went to a stationery shop to buy some paper, a pen, and an envelope. She sat by the roadside and started writing. After finishing the letter, she folded it and put it into the envelope. She tidied up her clothes, took out her camera, and hung it around her neck. Then she went straight to the security guard at the entrance. Jiang Tang said, "Hello, comrade. I have something I'd like to ask you about." The security guards at XX University are young. One slightly older guard came over and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Tang explained, "I am a visitor from out of town. 2 years ago, a student from your school helped me. Now I finally have time to visit your city and really want to thank her in person. This is a thank you letter." The guard listened carefully and took the letter with both hands. Such a story could be featured in a newspaper. He quickly asked, "Do you know which college the student is from?" Jiang Tang shook her head. "All I know is that she is a girl named Jiang Tang. When I asked her which college and year she was in, she wouldn't tell me. She helped me and left quickly afterward, but I've remembered her ever since. Today, I want to thank her face to face." The guard saw that the envelope was not sealed. He opened the letter and looked at it for a moment. It turned out that the person had fallen into the river while washing her hands by the riverbank and was rescued by a female student from XX University. The guard said, "Please wait a moment. I need to report to my supervisor." Jiang Tang was very excited. "Thank you so much. I really want to meet my lifesaver today." After the security guard left with the letter, Jiang Tang stood still, waiting. She was quite curious about what kind of person could have such skill to take away someone's college admission spot. 20 minutes later, the security guard returned with 3 leaders. One of them looked very excited and said, "Comrade, hello. I heard you came to our school to praise our students." Jiang Tang nodded confidently. "Yes, I came especially to thank my lifesaver, Jiang Tang." Since the school was large, the leaders didn't know which department the student was from, but they warmly invited Jiang Tang onto campus. "Don't worry, we will find your lifesaver," Jiang Tang said happily. "Really? That's great. I finally have a chance to meet my lifesaver." One of the leaders immediately notified the heads of various departments to check student lists and find a girl named Jiang Tang. While waiting for an hour, the leaders kept talking to Jiang Tang, telling her about the school's teachers and staff. During this time, Jiang Tang saw someone with a camera appear. It was a professional camera, usually only seen on TV stations. Finally, news came from the School of Economics that they had a student named Jiang Tang, but she had graduated 3 years ago. The expressions of the leaders who had been with Jiang Tang turned a bit grim. "Graduated?" Jiang Tang immediately said, "So, I was late. At that time, I couldn't come personally to thank my savior because of my financial situation. Now, it's even harder to meet them, isn't it?" The leaders looked at each other, realizing they had brought TV station people, but the student they wanted to interview had already graduated. What could they do now? The senior leader sighed and stood up. "Graduated students are hard to find now. We probably can't help you." Jiang Tang lowered her head sadly. "That's so unfortunate. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to see my savior again. If only I had an address, I could send my thanks personally." One of them thought for a moment. Before graduation, students usually fill out their latest contact information. Maybe you can go to the School of Economics and ask the teachers there. Other than that, they really couldn't help much. Actually, they hoped the student was still at school so they could create a positive news story. What a pity! A few leaders left one after another, and before leaving, they invited Jiang Tang to tour the campus. After leaving, Jiang Tang looked everywhere for the 2 people who had just been carrying a camera. She ran quickly and finally saw them at the entrance of a department. One was carrying a camera, and the other was holding a microphone. They looked different from the students in the school, as if they were about to finish their work and go home. Both seemed a bit unhappy, clearly disappointed that the good news they hoped for didn't happen. Although they apologized, they still looked upset. "Jiang Tang, comrade reporter." The 2 turned their heads at once and saw a stranger girl running toward them. The female reporter looked at her with confusion. "Hello, who are you?" "Jiang Tang. Comrade reporter, I came today to thank the students of this school, but I found out that the student I want to thank has already graduated. Can you help me with something?" The female reporter hesitated and asked, "What is it?" Tell me, Jiang Tang, can you help me find my lifesaver? Female reporter. You're looking for someone? Jiang Tang nodded confidently. Yes, I must find my lifesaver, no matter what. I can't rest in peace otherwise. The female reporter. She exchanged a look with her colleague. The colleague said, since you're here, maybe we should show this story to the leaders when we go back. The female reporter agreed. Yes, that sounds good. Seeing the camera pointed at her face, Jiang Tang quickly asked, can I not show my face? The female reporter nodded. If you don't want to show your face, that's fine. Your image will appear on camera, but we will cover your face. Jiang Tang nodded in relief. Then, the three of them chose a shady corner under green trees and started the interview. Jiang Tang spoke confidently into the camera, telling how she was saved by that female classmate and how grateful she was, hoping to find this kind person. The female reporter asked detailed questions, and Jiang Tang answered smoothly without hesitation, greatly increasing her credibility. During this time, Jiang Tang also showed her handwritten thank you letter. I will do everything I can to find my lifesaver, Jiang Tang. I hope she will contact me voluntarily. I will personally hand her this thank you letter to thank her for saving my life. Finally, Jiang Tang left the phone number of the Fu family for the female reporter. Ah, it's so nice to have a TV in this world. She doesn't need to do anything. Kind people will bring her the person she's looking for. Hee. Jiang Tang stayed in the city for one night. The next day, she bought some things and went back home. She agreed with the female reporter that if the interview didn't go well, she would call her to let her know. Now, Jiang Tang is just waiting at home. When Jiang Tang arrived home, it was just noon. The three little ones, who were eating, looked up when they heard her voice. Zhu Hefeng quickly said, the mean stepmother is back. The two little girls immediately stood up and ran out quickly. Wang Yuzhen was holding a spoon, feeding them. Hey, what are you doing? It's time to eat. As soon as Jiang Tang entered, she saw the three kids all staring at her. She was confused. Why aren't you eating? Hurry up and eat. The youngest child raised his little hand to Jiang Tang.
Mom.
Jiang Tang said, oh, you're the best, Yaya. Come here, Mom will hug you. Jiang Tang picked up the little one. This time, Zhu Hefeng was just hiding nearby, watching secretly, not rushing to take his sister. Jiang Tang said, Mom is back. Wang Yuzhen quickly asked, how did it go? Did you call home? Your dad was still worried last night, wondering if the school would let you in. Jiang Tang replied, it's just opening the school gate. That's not hard. I got in and I even met their leaders. Wang Yuzhen asked, and the result? Jiang Tang said, I didn't find anyone. Wang Yuzhen was surprised. Really? No news? Jiang Tang explained, no. I heard they graduated, but I don't believe it. She started school 3 years ago. How could she graduate this year? Wang Yuzhen stood up while serving Jiang Tang rice. When she put down the bowl, she looked worried. Oh dear, what should we do? She didn't know the details, only that Jiang Tang had been accepted into university but was replaced by someone else. As for why she still attended the nursing school after losing her spot, Wang Yuzhen didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She believed these were matters for educated people. She didn't understand. Wang Yuzhen was worried. What should we do now? Jiang Tang said, it's okay. A reporter interviewed me today. Maybe I can get on TV. If I do, someone might recognize me and it'll be easier to find the person. The best situation now is that she's looking for someone without them knowing. She is using a thank you letter to do this, and she hasn't caused any suspicion yet. She's just waiting for the result. Zhu Hefeng was holding a bowl of rice and kept secretly watching her. Jiang Tang asked, Zhu Hefeng, why are you always looking at me? Do you miss me because your mean stepmother was gone for 2 days? Zhu Hefeng's scalp almost stood up. When did he think of her as a mean stepmother? He definitely didn't. He said, you didn't come home last night. You must have gone to do something bad. Jiang Tang replied, yes, I went to the city to find a buyer. Many families don't have little girls like Yaya and they really like children like her. Yaya was too young to understand what the mean stepmother was talking about. But the little girl next to her was scared and carefully moved closer to Wang Yuzhen, holding her bowl. Jiang Tang said, many families in the city don't have little girls like Yaya. They like children like her. The little girl whispered, I'm scared. Mommy is a bad person. Jiang Tang chuckled loudly. Zhu Hefeng said, You're lying again. Jiang Tang said, The payment for her care has been arranged. Zhu Hefeng insisted, You're lying. Jiang Tang promised, Later, after we finish eating, I'll show you the gifts the buyer sent. Zhu Hefeng looked unhappy. He pursed his lips, pulled the little girl to his other side, then bravely went over to try to take Yaya away. Jiang Tang warned, The mean stepmother wants to eat, and anyone who causes trouble will be punished. Yaya giggled. Wang Yuzhen sighed. Xiaofeng, no one is buying Yaya. She's lying to you. Zhu Hefeng glared at Jiang Tang. You always lie to me. Jiang Tang said, Who told you to keep falling for it? After finishing their meal, the children intentionally or unintentionally stayed close to Jiang Tang until she took out various delicious foods she bought in the city. Although Jiang Tang doesn't buy many of these things each time, she can't resist the colorful and pretty packaging. The little kids don't know what they are, but like them when they see them. Zhu Hefeng secretly picks up a stationery box placed aside and looks at it. It's blue with a fancy little car printed on top. Who is it for? Jiang Tang shares some treats with the two kids. Zhu Hefeng touches the little car stationery box and then carefully puts it down again. Jiang Tang glances at him with her eyes. Oh, I wonder why I bought this. I don't go to school, so what's the use of it? Maybe I should just throw it away. She picks up the stationery box and pretends to throw it away. Zhu Hefeng gets anxious. You can't just throw things away like that. It's so new. Jiang Tang replies, I don't have kids going to school at home, so I don't need it. Zhu Hefeng asks, I go to school. If you don't need it, can I use it? Jiang Tang says, Oh, you want it? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you told me sooner, I would have given it to you from the start, so I wouldn't have to bother throwing it away. Here, take it. Zhu Hefeng happily takes the stationery box with both hands and confirms with Jiang Tang, Really, you're giving it to me? You can't take it back later. Jiang Tang looks at him. I don't need it, so why would I want it back? Zhu Hefeng declares, Then this stationery box is mine now. Zhu Hefeng recently transferred to this elementary school and sits at the back of the classroom. The other kids tease him, saying he doesn't even have a stationery box. He doesn't say anything, but he cares a lot inside. When Jiang Tang gave him the stationery box, Zhu Hefeng was very happy. He carefully placed it at the bottom of his backpack and took out a pencil from the pencil case, placing it inside the box carefully. Jiang Tang glances at him. Why don't you have an eraser? How do you fix mistakes? Did you just erase with your pencil? Zhu Hefeng is speechless. Jiang Tang continues. Really? Zhu Hefeng almost starts crying. His pencils are all collected from other kids who threw them away at his old school because he couldn't afford to buy new ones. Jiang Tang thinks for a moment, then takes out 2 dimes and gives them to Zhu Hefeng. This is money I borrowed to buy you an eraser. When you earn money later, remember to pay me back. Zhu Hefeng lowers his head and doesn't take the money. Jiang Tang asks, You don't want it? Okay, then forget it. She was about to take back the money, but Zhu Hefeng quickly snatched it away and said, I will pay you back. Jiang Tang, you better keep track of it so you don't cheat later. Zhu Hefeng wiped his tears and loudly said, I won't cheat. Wang Yuzhen sat nearby, watching with a slightly sour feeling. These 3 kids are so young. They've really been through a lot. 2 days later, the phone at the Fu family suddenly rang. Wang Yuzhen answered, and the caller said they were looking for Jiang Xiaojun. Jiang Tang picked up the phone. The caller was Fang Yuan, a female reporter who had previously interviewed Jiang Tang. Hello, Jiang Xiaojun. I am Fang Yuan. Jiang Tang had used the name Jiang Xiaojun when she gave her contact info. She hurriedly asked, What did you say? Fang Yuan frowned while holding the phone.
Be honest with me.
Is your search for this person real or fake? Jiang Tang paused, then said, Reporter Fang, you've already done the interview. Why do you still doubt me? Fang Yuan, because my supervisor approved it, but the higher-ups asked to withdraw it, saying the authenticity of the interview needs to be confirmed. So I need to verify it with you. Jiang Tang. Oh, so it can't be published? Fang Yuan. It's strange. Normally, this should be a positive story. I don't understand why the leaders personally asked me to retract it. Jiang Tang was silent for 2 seconds before saying, Your top leader is really sharp, seeing right through my tricks, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. The search is fake? What's going on with you? I sincerely helped with the interview and even made a video. And now you're lying to us? Are you playing with us for fun, Jiang Tang? The search is real. Fang Yuan almost hung up in anger, but she was stunned by Jiang Tang's words. How did it turn real again? Fang Yuan, what exactly is going on with you? Jiang Tang, my household registration is under the name Jiang Tang. 3 years ago, I was admitted to XX University, but I never received the acceptance letter. I thought I didn't get in. A few days ago, my family found out I was admitted and went to school, but I was at home working on the farm. Fang Yuan paused. You were replaced and didn't get to go to university. Jiang Tang, someone stole my grades, took my admission letter, and replaced me at university. I am genuinely trying to find someone, so this search is real. Fang Yuan, are you telling the truth? Jiang Tang, yes, this time I am telling the truth. Fang Yuan, then why do you say you're looking for a lifesaver? Isn't that a lie? I work in journalism. I have to tell the truth, or I would be deceiving the public. Jiang Tang, I went to XX University to find someone, but I hit a wall. The person who enrolled 3 years ago, are they graduating this year? Someone must be hiding for that person, not wanting me to find them. Even if she is promoting positive energy, even after graduation, the school should help promote the person's workplace and give them recognition. But they just dismissed her, saying they didn't know the address after graduation. Fang Yuan's eyebrows furrowed, thinking about how the boss personally stopped her today, feeling a bit uneasy. Have you offended someone? Jiang Tang, I have no parents, was raised by others. Since I was very young, I knew only studying could change my situation. 3 years ago, I was just a student. Who could I have offended? Fang Yuan. That can't be. Jiang Tang held her phone. None of that matters now. If you can't publish the story, I have to find another way. Fang Yuan. Jiang Tang, let me be honest with you. I once heard about someone taking over a university spot, but she paused before continuing. Only powerful people can do such things. If you don't have someone backing you, even if you find out who they are, you can't do anything. Jiang Tang. So even a reporter like you has no way? Nothing can be done? Fang Yuan was silent for a longer moment. Just focus on your own life. Don't bother with these things anymore. After saying that, Fang Yuan hung up. Jiang Tang stood there holding her phone. Her plan to wait for clues failed. But that's okay. If one way doesn't work, she'll try another. She hung up the phone, spent an hour that night editing and trimming some things, then the next day, she went straight to a newspaper office in the city. She asked for advice, paid money, and directly booked an advertisement space, placing the words, looking for the lifesaver Jiang Tang, in the most visible spot. The Jiang Tang she was looking for was herself, so she knew all her own details, including the university and department she later learned about. The newspaper's paid ad space only required payment and no violation of rules to run an ad. For example, missing persons, job recruitment, or promoting small shops. Pay and they will publish it. Jiang Tang's missing person notice was a bit longer, but she paid for several small ad spaces. A wealthy and confident Jiang Tang said, "So, I just wait for the newspaper on the 6th of this month, right?" The staff nodded. "Yes. You will see the content in the newspaper on the 6th. Jiang Tang took the receipt, confidently left, sure she would get a result this time. After all, she was the one providing the latest news about the lifesaver, and she was rewarded 200 yuan. Money can make things happen. 200 yuan is a month's salary in the city, so anyone eager to get the news would be willing. Sure enough, the missing person notice was published on the 6th, and that afternoon someone called the Fu family. "Is the Jiang Tang you're looking for a student from the School of Economics at XX University?" Jiang Tang. Yes, the caller sounded young and lowered his voice. "Can you reimburse me for this call? It's quite expensive." Jiang Tang. No problem. Let's set a time and place. I'll come to see you, you provide the information, and I'll pay you in person. They agreed on an address. The next day, Jiang Tang went into the city. The other person was a boy dressed in worn-out clothes. When he saw Jiang Tang, he nervously fiddled with his fingers. You really will pay?" Jiang Tang. "Yes, boy. You really pay for the information?" Jiang Tang. "Yes." The boy lowered his head. "Jiang Tang is my classmate. She got into university with the highest score and even won a first-class scholarship. She studied diligently after enrolling, but she failed several courses in her first midterm. Because the first-class scholarship and failing courses were so different, I remember it clearly. Jiang Tang. A useless person only tries to steal others' grades and take others' spots to get into school. If the fake Jiang Tang had the ability to pass exams, she wouldn't need to take others' places. The boy continued, she is usually very low-key and doesn't have close relationships with her classmates. But judging by her clothes and appearance, her family must be quite well off. She never offends anyone in class. However, Jiang Tang asked, but what? The boy said, she's a bit strange. I remember at the start of the school year, when the counselor was choosing the class monitor, they picked Jiang Tang first. The counselor called her several times, but she didn't respond. Jiang Tang understood that she probably wasn't the one originally called. When someone suddenly hears their unfamiliar name, they usually don't realize it's them. The boy continued. At that time, all the classmates looked at her.
Her expression was like,
she thought the teacher wasn't calling her. Jiang Tang asked, anything else? The boy said, after she failed her first exam, I overheard some girls in our class talking. They said she was the top student that year, but she still failed the exam. They even suspected she cheated on the college entrance exam. Jiang Tang replied, cheating on the college entrance exam is impossible. The invigilators are very strict.
Her scores are real.
By the way, do you know her parents' names? Jiang Tang was curious about what names she had listed for her parents, because she herself didn't even know her mother's name. When she was in high school, she listed her grandparents as her guardians. The boy scratched his head and said, I don't know about that. Jiang Tang asked, anything else? The boy said, not right now. When I remember more, I'll call you. He paused and asked cautiously, by the way, will you reimburse me for the phone expenses? Jiang Tang replied, we agreed I'd give you 200. But since your information is so limited, I'll give you 100 first. You go back to school and try to find out more. The more details, the better. If you find out her parents' names, I'll give you the remaining 100. The phone costs are included in that 100. The boy was a bit surprised. You're really going to give me money? Jiang Tang handed him the money. Keep your word and we'll stay in touch. The boy held the money in his hand, still stunned. Did she really just give him 100 yuan like that? Had he met a rich person? Wang Yuzhen saw Jiang Tang spend money to find out about the substitute and couldn't help but take her hand to look at it. She clicked her tongue and said, Jiang Tang, your hands look like they're used for spending money. You need to control yourself. Jiang Tang. Mom, don't worry. The fortune teller in our village said I have good luck in the future. The stars are shining brightly on me. I can spend money and also make money. With me, Brother Hengjiang will never be poor in his life. Wang Yuzhen happily replied. Really? That's wonderful. Brother Hengjiang is truly lucky. Fu Demon. The fake daughter-in-law's words made Wang Yuzhen believe her easily. Fu Demon, however, was about to expose her lie, especially since Jiang Tang bought him fishing hooks and fish feed. 2 days later, Jiang Tang received a call from her former male classmate again. When they met, the boy said, this year, our school has a new student. A few days ago, I met a boy at the club recruitment event on the weekend. He told me he's from the same town as Jiang Tang in my class. I heard from him that Jiang Tang changed her name. Jiang Tang was surprised. What was her original name? The boy nodded. He said Jiang Tang's original surname was Zhao, and her name was Zhao Hongxia. After the college entrance exam, for some reason, she changed her surname to her mother's and her name to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang asked, so her original name was Zhao Hongxia. Do you know which high school Zhao Hongxia attended? The boy shook his head. I don't know. Jiang Tang took out 50 yuan. You don't know anything. Go back and find out more. Here's 50 yuan for now. The boy hesitated, took the money, and suddenly asked, actually, you're not trying to find your savior, are you? Jiang Tang asked. Why'd he say that? It's written clearly in black and white. Can't you read? The boy said. I'm not stupid. You know Jiang Tang's home address and college department, but you still pay me to find out details. Do you have a grudge against Jiang Tang? Jiang Tang looked at him and asked, are you very poor? The boy paused, showing a bit of embarrassment. A little. Jiang Tang examined him and said, "Looking at you, you don't seem that poor. You even want me to pay for your phone bill, and you say you're not poor." The boy turned his head away. "A 1 yuan phone bill is my living expense for a week or even longer." Jiang Tang said, 1 yuan for a week? That's not enough. The boy replied, "Just buying steamed buns is enough to eat." The boy said, "But the 100 yuan you gave me 2 days ago is enough for me to eat for a long time." Jiang Tang replied, "I just gave you 2 months' worth of food expenses. Be grateful and stop asking so many questions about the boss who gave you the money." The boy said nothing. Jiang Tang continued, "After you go back, keep asking around. The more details you find out, the better. The more you tell me, the more I'll give you." The boy asked, "Why are you really looking for Jiang Tang from our class?" "I want to earn this money, but I can't let you hurt my classmates." Jiang Tang said, "Little brother, do you think that by saying this, you seem caring and loyal to your classmates?" The boy pursed his lips and said, "I'm just worried." Jiang Tang responded, "You can't have it both ways. Whether I mean harm or good, from the moment you took my money, you should be on my side. You can't have both fish and bare paws. You got into XX university, but you still don't understand this simple truth." The boy asked, "What if you're a bad person? Are you trying to hurt my classmates by asking me about them?" Jiang Tang explained, "First, I didn't ask you. You contacted me to earn this money. Second, I can clearly tell you, I won't hurt your classmates. I am judging your classmates. Do I make myself clear?" The boy was stunned. "Did I understand? Judging? So, what did Jiang Tang, his classmate, do to Jiang Shaoan that made her come to be judged?" Jiang Tang was about to leave when the boy quickly asked, "Can I come to you again if I find out any news next time?" Jiang Tang said, "If you can find out everything on your own, I'll give all the money to you." The boy pursed his lips. "I'll contact you if I find out anything." Jiang Tang nodded. "By the way, what's your name?" The boy replied, "Ikong Jian." Jiang Tang looked at his height. "That's a healthy name. Just eating steamed buns can help you grow taller. That's good." After saying that, Jiang Tang left. Ikong Jian stood there for a moment before slowly walking back. Jiang Tang bought an advertisement space at the newspaper for the second time. This time, it was still a missing person notice, but the wording was changed. Seeking the savior Jiang Tang, formerly named Xiao Hongxia, now using the name Jiang Tang. This message was more specific this time. The staff responsible for registration couldn't help but ask, "Haven't found the person yet?" Lighting the newspaper twice cost quite a bit of money. "You really are willing to spend a lot to find your lifesaver." Jiang Tang. "What else can I do? I believe I am the most kind-hearted person. I must thank them in person and never lose my kindness." The staff was touched. "That's very well said." Jiang Tang paid and took the paper, then turned to leave. Xiao Hongxia, "I believe they will meet soon." After the ad was published, more people called Jiang Tang. It's obvious most of these people are after her reward. Only by meeting them can she tell who is genuine. Finding a real person among many is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Among those who contacted her, only one was truly sincere. Moreover, she originally planned to attract people with the reward. It was easy to get that money, so she didn't mind spending it. Jiang Tang went to see each person claiming to know Xiao Hongxia. The first person she met was an old man. At the entrance of a bicycle part shop in town, the old man's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Tang. He was surprised that she was a young, pretty girl. He quickly acted friendly and warm, pulling Jiang Tang to sit inside the shop. He also put his arm around her waist warmly. "Girl, I know the person you're looking for. It's Xiao Hongxia, the one who loves to gossip at the end of our village." Suddenly, Jiang Tang slapped him hard, making his eyes spin. "Old man, your foul breath stinks. Your face is full of wrinkles and flies, and you dare to touch me." People around looked on curiously. The old man was stunned for a moment, then felt embarrassed and started cursing. "You little brat, you came to my place." Jiang Tang slapped him again. "You old dog who can't even fart without holding your pee. Look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy to stand on the same street as me? You're polluting my air." Worried he might fight back, Jiang Tang ran away after hitting him. But she couldn't swallow this anger. After 2 slaps, her hand hurt too. The force of the hits felt like she was hit twice herself. If the old man dared to hit her, humph. In the afternoon, the weather was hot, and there were fewer people on the street. The old man from the part shop was lying on a deck chair, taking a nap. Jiang Tang bought a shovel from the market, scooped a large amount of feces water from a nearby public toilet, and, under the shocked gazes of the onlookers, poured it over the old man's head. Old man, snore, snore, ginger candy. Old guy dares to hit me.
Take that.
After pouring the manure, she didn't want the shovel anymore and ran off quickly. The second person Ginger Candy saw was an elderly woman who looked like someone from the village gossiping about others. When Ginger asked some questions, the answers didn't match, and she realized it was a common name. The third person Ginger saw was a middle-aged woman. As soon as she saw Ginger, she asked, "Did you really give the money?" Ginger. "Do you really have information?" Woman. "Yes. If I didn't, could I call you?" "I spent over $1 on the phone." The middle-aged woman looked around and lowered her voice, saying, "I know who you're asking about. The granddaughter of old Zhao from our village." Ginger looked at the woman. She seemed very cautious, as if she didn't want anyone to hear what she was saying. When someone she knew passed by, she said nothing and just greeted them cheerfully. After those people left, the woman continued, "Old Zhao is from our village. He runs a bicycle part shop in town. He has 2 sons. Ginger. Is he short, with slightly bulging eyes, and looks like a crying toad?" Woman. Yes, that's him. He looks like a toad. You described him pretty well. How do you know? Do you know him? Ginger shook her head. I don't know him. But a few days ago, he tried to flirt with a beautiful woman in town, and she poured manure on him. It caused a big fuss, and now he's famous all over town. The woman was surprised. Oh, I wondered why he suddenly closed a shop and went back to his hometown. Now I understand. He got manure poured on him. Ginger. That's not important. Keep talking, woman. Anyway, old Zhao's eldest son isn't very capable and can only farm in the countryside. The younger son works as a high-ranking official in the county. Zhao Hongxia is the only daughter of the younger son. Ginger. Only daughter? Yeah, these days people say having just one child is good. Woman. She curled her lips. You think his family is really enlightened? He wants a son, but he's afraid of losing his position or affecting his future, so he doesn't dare to have more children. Ginger. Auntie, you seem to know a lot. But Auntie, Zhao Hongxia's father is a high official in the county. Zhao Hongxia must have grown up in the city. Even if you're from a village, how much do you really know about her? Woman. How could I not know? Zhao Hongxia still calls me Annie. Jiang Tang suddenly understood. This woman, Zhao Laogua's eldest daughter-in-law, is causing trouble behind the scenes, stabbing her brother-in-law and niece in the back. Tell me about Zhao Hongxia. Woman, my niece has called her Zhao Hongxia since she was little. She's honest and works hard in school, but her mind isn't very sharp. Jiang Tang nodded. Many students like that were in their class, studious and serious, but their grades just wouldn't improve. Usually, they just hadn't found the right way to learn. Woman. Back then, my sister-in-law would always look down on others when she visited the countryside, looking proud and disdainful. When talking about my niece's grades, she acted like a defeated rooster. Later, when my niece took the college entrance exam, we asked how she did. They never told us, and they ignored our questions. They have money and power. So many villagers have to seek their help. No one dared to ask more, but many villagers guessed she didn't pass. Surprisingly, in September, she started college. 2 years ago, my brother-in-law's family came back for the new year and told us Zhao Hongxia was attending XX University. I heard that school is very good. It's rare for someone from our town to get in. Jiang Tang listened quietly, expressionless. Woman continued. Zhao Hongxia was close to a girl from our village in high school. When they talked secretly, Zhao Hongxia said she changed her name. Now she goes by her mother's surname, Jiang, and is called Jiang Tang. The woman still held a newspaper under her armpit. I only finished elementary school, can read a few words, and usually read newspapers when I have time. When I saw that ad you posted, I immediately thought, that's my niece. Jiang Tang asked, what does Zhao Hongxia's father do in the county? What's his name? Woman thought for a moment. I think he works at the unit that handles children's schooling called Zhao Jingzhuang. Jiang Tang. The Education Bureau? A pretty high position. Woman patted her thigh. Yes, yes, the Education Bureau. He's a deputy now, and I heard he might be promoted to director this year. Jiang Tang said, that sounds suspicious. The woman looked at Jiang Tang. Miss, are these just the information I'm giving you? Are you paying me? Jiang Tang. Yes. Jiang Tang took out 100 yuan and handed it to the woman. The woman looked at Jiang Tang and said, the newspaper said it was 200 yuan. Jiang Tang replied, that depends on whether your information is worth 200. Auntie, how about this? If you have new news, call me again. I will not only give you the rest of the money, but also cover your phone bill. The woman's eyes lit up. Really? That's what you said. You can't lie to me. Jiang Tang said, I already gave you 100 yuan. What could I lie about? Human traffickers only trick young people. I'm not that foolish. The woman touched her face and said, you're saying that? After speaking, Jiang Tang went behind the house to borrow the bathroom. When she came out, she walked along the alley and heard the woman talking to a young girl. It's true. They already gave me 100 yuan. How could they lie? The stuff in the newspaper can't be false. The young girl said, Mom, I told you, but you didn't listen. You might get tricked. Jiang Tang's ears perked up. The girl's voice sounded so familiar. Curious, she peeked secretly. She was shocked to see it was her. What a coincidence. Jiang Tang quickly pulled her head back. The woman's companion, the one who replaced her college spot, was actually Zhao Hongxia's cousin. Jiang Tang didn't show herself. She quietly slipped away from behind the house. This fake Jiang Xiaojun, after half a month of effort, finally found the real Jiang Tang. When Jiang Tang returned to the Fu family, she told Fu Demon about the information she had gathered. Fu Demon was surprised. From the Education Bureau? No wonder they're so powerful. While taking snacks out of her pocket for the 3 children, Jiang Tang asked, Dad, if I do something, will it affect our family? Fu Demon pointed to the sign hanging on the wall. If you have the ability, tell them to take that down. What did we do wrong? We just want to get some justice. Jiang Tang asked, Dad, I won't affect our family, right? Fu Demon said, if you have the ability, tell them to take the sign down. Jiang Tang said, we're just ordinary people. We can't afford to offend the big leaders. Fu Demon replied, every year, many leaders come to visit us. I want to see how big this leader is, stealing someone's college spot and even taking down our sign. Jiang Tang listened to Fu Demon and immediately straightened her back. Dad, you are really my real father. Even my real father never said such confident words to me. Dad, from now on, you and Mom and Brother Hengjiang's retirement will be my responsibility. I will make sure you are taken care of until the end. Wang Yuzhen sighed. Oh, I've never seen a child more caring than Jiang Tang. My eldest daughter, who married out, hasn't come back to see me in over a year. Just a phone call during festivals makes me happy enough. Fu Demon was silent. His wife was too easily fooled by sweet words. His eldest daughter didn't speak nicely, but her heart was good. Still, she always said things that annoyed people. Wang Yuzhen was always worried that her daughter didn't get along with her. Now, a fake daughter-in-law had come into the family, often claiming to be the most filial daughter-in-law and saying she was the most virtuous daughter-in-law in the world. Most people wouldn't dare to flatter like that, but this fake daughter-in-law just said it easily. It hadn't been long, and Wang Yuzhen already saw Jiang Tang as more like her own daughter than her real daughter. Jiang Tang placed an advertisement in the newspaper for the 3rd time, searching for Jiang Tang. This time, the information was more detailed. Because of the generous reward, more phone calls came in. Jiang Tang received a call from the same woman as before. He showy whispered into the phone, I'm looking for Jiang Xiaowan. Jiang Tang replied, that's me. He showy said, I have new news. Do you want to hear? Jiang Tang said, I'm coming. Jiang Tang met with He Showy. She looked around nervously, then quickly pulled Jiang Tang into her yard, whispering, don't let anyone see us. If someone finds out, it will be trouble. Jiang Tang asked, why would it be trouble? He Showy explained, some people in the village saw the newspaper. Someone told my grandfather about it. Last night, my grandfather called me and told his youngest son about this. Jiang Tang asked, tell me your new news. He Showy looked around again and said, I heard that my niece, Zhao Hongxia, used someone else's student ID to enroll. Jiang Tang's expression didn't change. Auntie, you shouldn't say such things. It could ruin her reputation. Xiui didn't care. Say what? I'm not making it up. Changing her name is suspicious. She's the only daughter in the family. Can my little uncle really agree to let his daughter take his wife's surname? My little uncle. I don't believe he's that easygoing. Xiui said this as she took out some high school textbooks and showed Jiang Tang. Look at this, all written about Zhao Hongxia from start to finish. She's been called by this name for over 10 years, and suddenly her name and full name are changed. Who wouldn't suspect something's going on? Jiang Tang looked at Xiui. The problem is, most people keep such matters secret and don't talk about them. Who did your aunt hear this from? Xiui hesitated a moment and then lowered her voice. I haven't told anyone else. My husband told me this early on. Afraid Jiang Tang wouldn't believe her. She added, I didn't tell you last time because I thought such things are better kept quiet. But I saw your reward money increased in the newspaper. Last time 200, now 300. Money really is the most attractive thing in the world. In front of money, even close friends and family can turn against you. Jiang Tang immediately took out 400 yuan. If I had more details this time, I'd give you the same as last time. Xiui's eyes fixed on the money in Jiang Tang's hand. Really? Jiang Tang said, the money is right here. Jiang Tang, the money is here? I'll give you everything I have. Xiui, then let me tell you something. Xiui felt eager. The large sum of money was right in front of her, and she just needed to say a few words about her niece. Actually, her niece's situation wasn't anything special. Everyone in the family knew, and how long could they hide it? Besides, the villagers weren't fools. Even if they didn't say it openly, everyone knew. Zhao Hongxia was probably using connections to get into university. Her grades were so poor. How could she get into such a good university? Xiui comforted herself internally, but out loud she said, my niece has never been very smart since she was little. But my little uncle is an official, so he must find a way for his daughter to get into a system. Once she's in, she won't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of her life. But it's not easy to get into those places. If my niece doesn't have a proper education, even my little uncle with his big skills can't get a high school graduate into the education bureau, right? Temporary workers are possible, but official staff? No way. So, Zhao Jingzhuang, Zhao Hongxia's father, only has one child. For her future, he dares not have another. All hopes are on Zhao Hongxia. The problem is Zhao Hongxia studies very hard, but her grades are too poor. She probably can't even get into a vocational school, let alone a university. Because he was aware of this problem, Zhao Jingzhuang had already started planning how to get his daughter into college when Zhao Hongxia was still in high school. Zhao Hongxia got into number 2 high school through her father's connections. During her 3 years there, she was quiet and almost invisible. When she first started high school, Zhao Jingzhuang began looking for a bright girl who could serve as a stepping stone for his daughter. Finding the right person was not easy. Anyone with powerful family connections was unsuitable. Those from wealthy families were also out of the question. Where could he find someone truly fitting? Just when he was at a loss, the Education Bureau received an invitation to assist with an English-speaking competition. As a leader, Zhao Jingzhuang had to attend the event himself. At the competition, he noticed a student named Jiang Tang. During an interview, she said she had learned English by listening to her deskmate's radio. The word borrowed caught Zhao Jingzhuang's attention. It meant the girl didn't have a radio of her own. A student who could win second prize in spoken English without proper resources must be very talented. If her parents hadn't bought her a radio, there were only 2 possible reasons. Either the family was too poor, or they didn't care about her studies. At that time, someone had asked Zhao Jingzhuang for help in getting an award to support a self-funded study abroad application. The student seeking help and Jiang Tang both attended number 2 high school, and most importantly, Jiang Tang was in the same class as Zhao Hongxia. So Zhao Jingzhuang asked the boy's parents to find out more about Jiang Tang's background. He later learned that Jiang Tang was an orphan abandoned by her parents, living with relatives who treated her poorly. Her uncle's family even came to school to scold her. Zhao Jingzhuang suddenly realized that Jiang Tang was the perfect person for his plan. He was overjoyed. After all his searching, he had finally found exactly what he needed. She had none of the family background or support he worried about. Her only flaw was that she was too good at studying. That meant everything that followed would have to be done in secret, without anyone finding out. But for someone in Zhao Jingzhuang's position, such things were hardly a challenge. So, Jiang Tang's homeroom teacher at that time was Zhao Jingzhuang's target. He showy said with a sneer, "We initially thought it wouldn't be that easy. But surprisingly, everything went smoothly, and he actually managed to do it. Old Zhao is my husband's father-in-law. Although he lives alone most of the time, he takes care of my husband's shop in the village and town. When he found out about my niece going to school, he came back and told us not to talk about it openly." Jiang Tang was the boy from the English-speaking contest in the same school as Jiang Tang. "Did he win any awards?" He showy, a little proud, replied, "Of course he did. How could he not? He even used that first prize to apply for a scholarship to study abroad. He studied overseas for 3 years and just came back recently." Jiang Tang, "Andy, your information is really quick. That boy has some strong connections. He even found Deputy Director Zhao." He showy looked at her with a "you don't understand" expression. "You're young, so you don't know about this? It's not about strong connections, it's about money." Jiang Tang, "Oh," he showy. "My sister-in-law mentioned this before. She boasted that a boss named Chao, who owns a furniture factory, was willing to spend money and got through several layers of relationships to help her husband compete for the award." My little brother-in-law took a lot of black money." Jiang Tang, "There's a furniture factory owner named Chao Zhenxing in our town. He's a son-in-law." He showy, "I forgot his name, but I remember he's definitely a son-in-law." He showy, recalling this, couldn't help but sigh. "Speaking of which, that true Jiang Tang is really unlucky. If I think about my daughter being schemed against like that, I would be furious." Jiang Tang was stunned. How is she unlucky? This matter was indeed unexpected for Jiang Tang, so hearing about it was quite shocking. Her former homeroom teacher was Teacher Luo Hong. During her 3 years of high school, Teacher Luo was very kind to her. If Teacher Luo hadn't mentioned her to her father, Director Luo, who worked in logistics, he wouldn't have paid special attention to her, and she wouldn't have had to worry about food and clothing during high school. Luo Hong. Jiang Tang, keep going. If you have any difficulties, tell me right away. Jiang Tang. Thank you, Teacher Luo. You're so kind to me. Jiang Tang remembers Teacher Luo and Director Luo's kindness, but today's news made her feel momentarily stunned. Did Teacher Luo, who was so caring and loving, know from the start that she was chosen by the Zhao family? On what basis did all her kindness come? Was it guilt? Or was it because she worried Jiang Tang might drop out and not do well in the college entrance exam, affecting her chances of promotion? Jiang Tang didn't know before, but now she's confused. She remembers going to see Teacher Luo and saying she wanted to repeat her studies. Teacher Luo patiently advised her that it wasn't necessary to struggle, to live more easily, and explained that even without repeating, she could still do well. At that time, Jiang Tang believed Teacher Luo was acting in her best interest and that Teacher Luo had helped her find a leader to support her repeating. But later, Teacher Luo said she couldn't arrange for her to repeat for free at number 2 high school because she couldn't afford the tuition, so she had to give up. If she could, why wouldn't she repeat? It was only today that Jiang Tang learned the real reason Teacher Luo advised her not to repeat. At that time, she had already lost her student status, and her records had been transferred to XX University along with Xiao Hongxia's enrollment. There was no way for her to repeat. Jiang Tang said, "That's really unfortunate." Suddenly, in the next moment, he showy threw out another shocking piece of news. "What's that?" "That's just not being able to go to school. As a girl from the countryside, as long as she can read a few words, she can find a good husband after high school. But the problem is, even her future husband is being schemed against." Jiang Tang became even more curious. How is her future husband being schemed against? He showy said, "Remember that son-in-law named Chao, the boss? That's the tool chosen by my wicked little brother-in-law." He showy, "To trap Jiang Tang in the countryside so she couldn't go anywhere, my younger brother-in-law had boss Chao's son come to propose marriage. Since that young man was planning to study abroad, they used the marriage as an excuse to keep Jiang Tang under watch, so she couldn't leave." Jiang Tang. That's really clever, Hishui. A girl like Jiang Tang from the countryside, even if she doesn't go to school and just works in the city, isn't bad. But if she gets engaged to the Hu family's son, she can only farm and raise chickens in the countryside. When the Hu family's son returns from abroad, they'll find a reason to break off the engagement. A simple girl from the countryside like her can't cause any trouble. Jiang Tang suddenly felt cold behind her back. Auntie, I don't believe what you're saying. How could your younger brother-in-law tell you such details? Hishui looked at her and sighed. It's not my younger brother-in-law who told me this. It's my daughter who told me. Jiang Tang immediately thought of Xiao Zhao. How does your daughter know about this? Hishui wanted to hold back, but couldn't help showing off her daughter's cleverness. Actually, my daughter is the daughter of Boss Chow, and it was my younger brother-in-law who introduced her. Jiang Tang. Auntie's daughter is really lucky. Hishui said, what can I do? I just want my daughter to have a good life. At first, I was worried that the Chow family wouldn't agree. My younger brother-in-law told Boss Chow that she was his eldest daughter, and that's how they agreed to the marriage. Later, my younger brother-in-law used connections to let my daughter become an exchange student. They went to the same school, and he paid for everything. All these things my daughter told me herself. Not long ago, she came home and said Jiang Tang had turned into a rough, uncultured woman from the countryside. She said Jiang Tang would never make it big and was kicked out of the Hu family. Honestly, Boss Chow's family did a pretty harsh thing. Jiang Tang. Indeed. Even I, who love gossip, didn't expect Boss Chow to be so ruthless. Hishui. My daughter also said that Boss Chow's factory still relies on his eldest son to take over. The young people think working in a local business isn't interesting, and they believe working in a proper company is the right way. Jiang Tang. But, Annie, based on what you said, your family must have received a lot of help from your younger brother-in-law. Hishui paused, then spoke vaguely. I didn't say much, just chatting with you casually. What are Hishui's opinions about her younger brother-in-law? Actually, I have no strong opinions. Just like the girl in front of me said, her family has indeed received many favors from her younger brother-in-law. However, her brother-in-law's family really looks down on her family. They are all family members' brothers, yet because her brother-in-law is capable, no matter what they give him or do for his family, they treat them with a dismissive attitude, like they are begging for charity. Hishui's husband is the eldest, Zhao Jingzhuang is the second. How can a younger brother treat his older brother's family like this?
What kind of attitude is that?
Not to mention her sister-in-law, who, every time she visits the countryside, acts like a high-ranking official inspecting a visit, covering her nose when using the toilet, showing disgust, and looking like she might vomit. Who is she trying to impress? I don't believe the city toilets are any better. Hishui has no complaints about Zhao Jingzhuang's family, but inside, she harbors feelings she can't express outwardly. She is jealous of Zhao Jingzhuang's family. She envies Zhao Jingzhuang for being a high-ranking official at the Education Bureau, envies his wife for possibly being a government wife, envies Zhao Hongxia, who, despite being quite foolish, has a better life than her own children. Every time Zhao Jingzhuang's family visits the village, the villagers gather around them, making them seem like outsiders or clowns. Her family has indeed benefited, but so what? It's because Zhao Jingzhuang needs her family, hoping to use her daughter to win over Chow Boss's son. They are like snakes and rats, knowing each other's secrets, working together, but also keeping each other in check. Zhao Jingzhuang can't bear to part with his daughter, so he uses her daughter as leverage, claiming to take care of her family. But isn't that just using her? If they didn't give any benefits, would they be fools? Hishui is full of resentment. She just chats casually with others, earning a little money. What's wrong with that? Hishui didn't say much, but Jiang Tang could guess some of her thoughts. Without deep hatred, the biggest reason Hishui secretly betrayed her niece is probably jealousy and resentment. Hishui openly claims it's for money, but secretly, she wants her brother-in-law's family to suffer a big setback, preferably ruining her niece's chances at college. That way, her sister-in-law wouldn't have the face to show off in front of her anymore. The only thing Hishui feels she can stand equal with her sister-in-law is that she has a son, while her sister-in-law only has a girl. What did she do wrong? She only said a few words about her brother-in-law's family to earn a little extra money. What did she do wrong? She feels no guilt. He Xiui raised her head proudly and asked, "Can you pay now?" Jiang Tang immediately handed her 400 yuan. Here, when He Xiui received the money, she couldn't quite believe it.
400 yuan.
Such a large amount of money, just like that? He Xiui looked at Jiang Tang. "Hey girl, why are you asking about these things?" Jiang Tang smiled at her. "Because I can't find news about the person who saved me. Others have given me information, but most of it doesn't match, and some are just trying to scam me. I need to hear more details to be sure if she's the person I'm looking for." After saying that, Jiang Tang was about to leave. She took a few steps, then turned back to He Xiui. "Annie, I believe what you said, but I don't have proof. If you find proof, I'll give you 1,000. He Xiui's eyes widened at the mention of 1,000. A thousand. Jiang Tang nodded. "Yes, 1,000. As long as you find proof, I'll pay. We've worked together twice before, and I always keep my promises." After that, Jiang Tang ignored He Xiui's expression and turned to leave. Walking along a country road, Jiang Tang suddenly brushed past an old man. Both had already passed each other, but then they both stopped. In the next second, Jiang Tang reacted quickly. She turned around, kicked the old man hard in the backside, knocking him into the drainage ditch by the roadside, then ran away. The whole thing happened in one smooth motion. Jiang Tang, "So, it was you, old scoundrel?"
Get down.
Old man Zhao. The ditch wasn't deep, but because the fields had recently been flooded, it was filled with water and mud. When he fell, he rolled around in it. Old man Zhao plunged into the ditch, drank a few sips of dirty water, then got up and cursed at Jiang Tang. "So it's you, little brat." Jiang Tang ran while shouting back, "So it's you, old scoundrel. I could smell your stinky urine from 2 miles away. You're a bad son who doesn't care for his daughter, and you don't even buy new pants. One day, you'll die on the roadside and wild dogs won't even eat you because you smell so bad. Old man Zhao, you cough cough." After cursing, Jiang Tang ran off quickly. What a coincidence. I actually ran into that old man who once fed me manure here. I quickly ran away. This is still someone else's village. If I run too slowly, I might get beaten. Jiang Tang ran as fast as she could until she reached the main road and managed to stop a car. When Jiang Tang returned to the Fu family, the 3 little ones all gathered around her, looking at her eagerly. It's obvious they were waiting for her to bring some treats. Jiang Tang took some snacks from her pocket and shared them with them. Each child was very happy, and even Zhu Hufeng stopped bothering her. After being tricked many times, Zhu Hufeng finally realized that the mean stepmother was always lying to him. Zhu Hufeng was so angry. How could the mean stepmother lie to children every day? Jiang Tang always brought a little something back on purpose. She was afraid that if she brought too much, the children would eat snacks and lose their appetite for meals. So she brought a little each day, which satisfied their cravings and kept them thinking about her. This is her clever way of solving problems. When direct threats and bribes didn't work, she changed her approach. With her intelligence, it wouldn't take long before these 3 greedy kids would be begging her to be their mom. If they didn't, there would be no food. Wang Yuzhen quickly told Jiang Tang, "Jiang Tang, someone has been trying to reach you on our family phone all day. I told them to call back later." Jiang Tang said, "It's okay. I've already found out most of the information. The current news isn't that important. What she needed now was for the other side to come out and reveal themselves." She didn't believe that with such a big ad space in the newspaper, even rural women like He Xiui would notice the ads. Others in the village would definitely see it too. The people of Zhejiakan were very eager to please Zhao Jingzhuang, a prominent leader. Using the newspaper ads to flatter him was a good opportunity. Just thinking about it made Jiang Tang feel amused. The matter of replacing her college spot involved so many people. This was a situation where everyone would suffer if it went wrong. If Zhao Jingzhuang refused to back down, others involved would be just as stubborn.
Haha.
The shock she received today from teacher Luo and Chao Zhensheng was nothing compared to now. They were just pawns on the same string. She was the one holding the string. As long as she shakes the rope, the grasshoppers on it will fearfully struggle. Their happiness, anger, sadness, and joy all depend on how she handles the situation. Life is truly full of surprises. Wang Yuzhen saw that Jiang Tang's face was full of smiles and couldn't help asking, "Jiang Tang, did things go smoothly with the inquiry?" Jiang Tang replied, "Very smoothly." The next day, Jiang Tang stayed at home and didn't go anywhere, waiting by the phone. Finally, around 10 a.m., the phone rang again. Jiang Tang answered. "Hello." A man's voice came from the phone. "Are you Jiang Xiaojun?" Jiang Tang said, "Yes." "Who is this?" The man replied, "I have some information about Jiang Tang. Let's meet somewhere." Jiang Tang said, "I already know a lot about Jiang Tang. No need for more information, and I don't want to meet." After saying this, Jiang Tang didn't hang up. She kept holding the phone to her ear. A few seconds later, the man's voice became serious. "Jiang Xiaojun, I don't care who you are. I advise you not to cause trouble. Life is good, so don't look for problems." Jiang Tang responded, "Are you calling because of the Zhao family? I advise you not to get involved in trouble. The Zhao guy is hiding and using you as a pawn. You're still happily talking. I warn you not to think that your bad actions are worth it." The man said, "I think you don't know who you're messing with." Jiang Tang replied, "I think you don't know who owns this phone. If it's the Zhao family, then I don't want to talk to anyone else. No one else is worthy." After that, Jiang Tang hung up the phone with a snap. What are they trying to do, coming close to her? Who do they think she is? From then on, the phone stopped ringing until evening, when it rang again. It was still Jiang Tang's phone. A middle-aged man's calm and steady voice came through. Just hearing his voice, you would think he was elegant, well-educated, and cultured. "Hello, I am looking for Jiang Xiaojun." Jiang Tang picked up the phone. "Deputy Director Zhao, hello." Although Zhao Jingzhuang didn't speak on the phone, Jiang Tang understood from his silence that he was surprised. She could tell that the caller was definitely him. Her response made it clear to him that she had figured out everyone involved in replacing her university spot. Zhao Jingzhuang spoke in a deep voice. "Your name isn't Jiang Xiaojun, it's Jiang Tang, right?" Jiang Tang replied, "If my household registration could prove who I am, I would now be an anonymous person." Zhao Jingzhuang was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. "I think we can discuss this further. I am willing to offer you some compensation." Jiang Tang said, "If you talk to Boss Chow, you should know that I love to make big demands. I wonder how much compensation Deputy Director Zhao is willing to give me." Zhao Jingzhuang replied, 5,000. Jiang Tang said, "This concerns classmate Zhao Hongxia's future." Deputy Director Zhao, "That offer is too stingy." Zhao Jingzhuang said, "Name your price." Jiang Tang responded, 100,000. Zhao Jingzhuang said, "You really know yourself, you're fond of making big demands." Jiang Tang replied, "Of course. My future is gone, my studies are gone, even my man is gone. I need something to comfort me. After thinking it over, only money can soothe my wounded heart." Zhao Jingzhuang said, "I hope you give an honest price, not just talk." Jiang Tang said, "If my future isn't worth 100,000, Deputy Director Zhao wouldn't bother with such a small profit by targeting my university spot, overcoming all kinds of trouble, and using connections to clear the way for his daughter to take my grades and academic record." Zhao Jingzhuang said, "Jiang Tang, I still want to talk with you. I hope you won't test my patience." Jiang Tang replied, "Deputy Director Zhao, I am willing to set the price at 100,000 now. Please don't make me raise it." Zhao Jingzhuang said, "As the saying goes, those who know the times are wise." "I believe you're smart." Jiang Tang responded, "Likewise." Zhao Jingzhuang said, "Jiang Tang, don't think I can't find you just because you're hiding behind the phone. Finding a solution that benefits both sides is more honorable than just trying to save face." Jiang Tang said, "People live with a bit of pride. Buddhists burn incense for a reason. Your daughter is useless. You dig up my family's ancestral grave, disturb my ancestors' spirits, and still dare to ask me not to be unworthy. Not scolding you would be disrespectful to my ancestors, you rascal." Zhao Jingzhuang. Ginger Candy. "If you're not sincere, don't come near me." Ginger Candy was about to hang up the phone when Zhao Jingzhuang suddenly said, 30,000. Ginger Candy. 50,000. The call was immediately disconnected. Ginger Candy looked at the phone. "You good for nothing. If you call again next time, I won't be surnamed Jiang unless I get 20,000. Anyway, Jiang isn't a good surname either. I don't care what my surname is. On the other side, Zhao Jingzhuang hung up, his thin face full of coldness. He was almost so angry at a young girl that he lost his composure. His sharp words and quick thinking showed he was clever. But this girl wasn't really trying to talk sincerely. She was just looking for trouble. In fact, she was deliberately asking for an unreasonable price to make him angry. Zhao Jingzhuang thought for a moment and called another number. Old Wang, it's Jingzhuang. How have you been lately? Is there anything going on at school? Old Wang was Zhao Hongxia's counselor. When he heard it was Zhao Jingzhuang calling, his tone immediately became polite. Old Wang. Oh, Jingzhuang. I'm still the same.
How about you?
Have you been promoted? Zhao Jingzhuang. Haha, promoted? Same as always. Old Wang. It's only a matter of time. Once old Qian leaves, that position will be yours. No rush. Good things take time. Zhao Jingzhuang chuckled. I'll take your words as a good omen. After some small talk, they got to the main topic. Zhao Jingzhuang. I've been meaning to visit you, but I haven't had the time. After all, Hongxia has been causing trouble at school for you. Old Wang. Don't be so polite. Everything is fine. He paused before saying, but earlier, someone came to the school looking for a lifesaver, specifically asking for ginger candy. It was a good deed, and the school leaders were involved. Zhao Jingzhuang frowned. Who was looking for her? Old Wang. It seemed to be a young girl. I thought something was off, so I quickly asked Hongxia. She said she hadn't saved anyone. I was worried about the leaders asking questions, so I quickly replied that ginger candy had already graduated. Zhao Jingzhuang hurriedly asked, and then? Old Wang. Later, when the leaders asked, I made excuses. They trust me, so they didn't pursue it. I thought it was a good deed, and even the reporters were called, but the leaders were disappointed. Actually, the story after that was just made up by Lao Wang himself. When the leader found out that the students who did good deeds had graduated, he was disappointed, but didn't say much. Graduating was unavoidable, and it wasn't intentional. However, when Lao Wang talked to Zhao Jingzhuang, he couldn't tell the truth directly. He had to make Zhao Jingzhuang understand that he also contributed. Sure enough, Zhao Jingzhuang sighed and said, Lao Wang, I'm grateful for your sharp eyes. Sorry to trouble you. I will visit you someday to thank you properly. Lao Wang waited for this kind of words. It was about showing kindness. He chuckled politely and said, We are old classmates. Why are you so polite to me? Now Zhao Jingzhuang was sure that the real Jiang Tang had somehow learned the news and even sneaked into the school to confront Hongxia. That girl was more difficult to deal with than he thought. But what does it matter? She was just a girl living under someone else's roof. Was he really afraid of her? Thinking of Jiang Tang asking for 10,000 yuan, Zhao Jingzhuang couldn't help but laugh in anger. He really was brave and foolish. How could a young girl dare to ask for that much? Achoo! Jiang Tang rubbed her nose hard. She had been cursed at a lot these days. Thinking about it, she turned to look at Zhu Hefeng, who was lying on the desk doing homework with a worried frown. Jiang Tang. Little guy, did you just curse your mean stepmother in your stomach? Zhu Hefeng was sitting at home, and suddenly something unexpected happened. He looked at his mean stepmother in shock. You're talking nonsense. When did I curse you? I was seriously doing my homework. Jiang Tang. You've been working on the third question for a long time. You must be slacking off, and when you slack off, you're probably cursing me in your mind. Zhu Hefeng. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. I'm thinking about the third question. Jiang Tang looked closer. What is 5/8? How much is it? Just count on your fingers. Zhu Hefeng tilted his little head and stretched out his hands. Of course I know, but what if I don't have enough fingers? Jiang Tang. She pointed to Zhu Hefeng's feet. That's easy. Take off your shoes and you'll have more fingers. Zhu Hefeng looked at his little sandals, moved his toes, and thought, Why didn't he think that toes could be counted too? Jiang Tang. Take off your shoes and count your toes. That's enough. Zhu Hefeng. Huh? I didn't think of that either. Now he understood. Jiang Tang saw him really take off his shoes and wiggle his toes. She thought, She confirmed that this child was really simple-minded. The day after talking to Zhao Jingzhuang on the phone, Jiang Tang went out as usual. This time, it wasn't for Zhao's family matters, but for her own business. Since the Hu family was also involved in the issue of her school registration, and even a very important part of it, she definitely wouldn't let the Hu family go. Hu Dahua and Chao Gensheng's confidence came from their furniture factory. She absolutely wouldn't let the Hu family's furniture factory survive. Jiang Tang worked at the Hu family's furniture factory for 3 years. It was really hard work, and she was very busy. She argued a lot with the factory workers, but she also learned a lot and made many connections in the industry. She gained recognition from many people. Jiang Tang brought orders to the factory, and the workers' wages increased. Even the old-fashioned people who looked down on Jiang Tang as a daughter-in-law and disapproved of her interfering in her husband's family factory admitted in private that his income had increased since she took over. Hu Dahua still thought that Jiang Tang raised the workers' wages because she didn't care about money. This was also one of her early dislikes of Jiang Tang. She felt that raising the workers' wages was too much and that their family was earning less money. But the workers were happy. Although they didn't understand how Jiang Tang calculated wages, they were happy as long as everyone's wages went up. More work meant more pay. That was a good method. During her time managing the Hu family's furniture factory alone, Jiang Tang handled everything herself. There was no division of labor, and she couldn't delegate tasks, so she knew the factory inside out. The core of a factory's operation was orders. Jiang Tang knew very well what the Hu family relied on for orders. She started visiting their first long-term partner from Chao's family. She didn't speak badly of Chao Gensheng or the Hu Dahua, but instead, she confidently promoted her own resources and price advantages. Business people care most about reducing costs and increasing profits. Jiang Tang told the first boss, "Our long-term partner is indeed reliable, but do you see that the times are still the same as before? What was the business environment a few years ago? And what is it now? Doing business without flexibility and adaptability, if the price has stayed the same for over 10 years, what does that mean? It means their thinking and pace haven't kept up with the times. The style of furniture keeps changing, and the popular colors also change. If you don't keep up with the latest news, how can you stay ahead of others? In big cities, furniture styles change every year. Look, the city folks have updated their furniture again this year. You're still sticking to the same old way, and that's not good. We work with many businesses, but those who stop progressing are usually stubborn old-timers who refuse to listen. I think Uncle is smart and shouldn't be held back by long-standing friendships. It's time to look forward." Jiang Tang left her contact information and continued visiting the next shop. Since she had already contacted these people before, Chao Gensheng and Hu Dahua couldn't possibly notify everyone individually that Jiang Tang had broken off her engagement with Hu Dingen, as it's not something to be proud of. This gave Jiang Tang a chance to gather information and speak confidently, as people would give her face. She also took this opportunity to proudly say that after leaving the Hu family, she had many resources, knew several furniture factories and merchants, and could get cheaper wood and the newest furniture styles. She told each shop this, making the owners believe she had strong resources and trendy furniture styles. Jiang Tang said to the second shop, "Big brother, I'm just passing through this time and didn't prepare much. I'll bring you a catalog later. Just look at the pictures, and you'll see how new and stylish my furniture designs are." She went door to door, boasting about everything she could, especially emphasizing the price of the wood, which she promoted heavily. After talking with the factory, Jiang Tang bought a train ticket and rushed to the nearby wood yard, pretending she wanted to buy a large amount of wood to negotiate the price. Big orders usually get better prices, and wood is no different. Everyone wants to be a big client in business. Jiang Tang asked for a huge amount of wood, acting like a major customer. When negotiating, she asked for a big discount, almost like demanding compensation. Although her demands were high, the wood factory owner didn't rush her away because her order was so large that her bold bargaining surprised him. Jiang Tang said, "Sir, this isn't my first time buying wood from you. We know each other well. You know my character. I dare to ask for this price because I trust you. I've come a long way for such a big order, and I'm serious about buying. You're the closest sawmill to my home, but not the only one. For my amount, if I go a bit farther, they might even cover some of my transportation costs to work with me." Jiang Tang is like a lively little rooster, running back and forth from east to west, with only one goal: causing trouble. Her main target is actually the furniture factory owned by the Hu family, but a furniture factory can only survive with a complete industry chain. Right now, she is just using her connections she built over 3 years with the Hu family to get something for nothing. As for Zhao Jingzhuang, Jiang Tang knows he definitely won't give up easily. She is just waiting to see what he plans to do next. She worries that if she runs into a quiet corner now, she might get caught and beaten, so she stays home when she has nothing to do. When she's not busy, she teases the little ones and tries to act like a good daughter-in-law in front of Wang Yuzhen and Fu Demon, cooking, sweeping, scolding gossipers, which makes her more respected by them. She has already convinced the old couple that if she leaves, the family will fall apart. Zhao Jingzhuang has indeed responded. He easily found the address of Fu's village and Jiang Tang's home using the phone number she left. A few nights later, a group of men suddenly came to Fu's house, threw stones at the windows, and threw dead rats and manure into the yard. The men were loud and arguing nonstop. Jiang Tang was awakened by the noise in her sleep. She sat up quickly, confirming that the sounds she heard were real. She hurriedly put on her clothes and ran outside. Amid the shouting and cursing, she grabbed a shovel leaning against the wall in the yard. Then, through the iron gate, she held the shovel with one hand, like a spear, and threw it at the loudest part of the crowd. Jiang Tang, take that.
People outside. Ah.
Run away. With a loud bang, 2 screams came from outside, and someone shouted in fear. Ah. Someone's been killed. Then Jiang Tang picked up the dead rats on the ground and threw them over the gate at the crowd. She dares to kill even the living, so what about tiny dead rats? At most, it's a bit disgusting, but just wash it off. What's there to be afraid of? Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen hurried out too. Jiang Tang, what's wrong? Wang Yuzhen then screamed when she saw the yard full of dead rats and the foul smell filling her nose. Wang Yuzhen covered her mouth and asked, "What's going on?" Jiang Tang's eyes were bright. She turned around and said, "Dad, Mom, go inside first. I'll handle this. These people are hired by the ones who tried to take my college spot to get revenge on me. Don't worry, I will make sure they never come back. You two don't be afraid." Fu Demon looked at her in shock. "They took your college spot, your future, and now they dare to come to our house for revenge." Jiang Tang comforted him. "Dad, you and Mom go inside. I won't let them get away with this." She reached for another tool, ready to open the door and go outside. Fu Demon hurried over and held her back. "Jiang Tang, there are people outside. If you go out now, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't fight so many people, and they're all grown men. It's late at night, and it's too dangerous for a girl like you to go out." Fu Demon thought he was saving Jiang Tang, but actually he was saving the group outside. Because Jiang Tang is a bit crazy. When she goes out, she's not just scaring people, she's really ready to attack with her tools. Jiang Tang said, "Dad, I've already dared to fight one. If I catch that kid, no one else can escape." Fu Demon was speechless. Wang Yuzhen quickly said, "Jiang Tang, there are so many people outside. What are you going to do?" At this moment, the group outside was frightened by the sudden attack. They came to cause trouble for money, but their task was just to scare the family. Did they not know how to scare people? But they never expected that, in the middle of the night, they would come to cause trouble, breaking doors, smashing windows, throwing dead mice and manure. They didn't actually hurt anyone, just made people feel sick. Yet, somehow, they ended up bleeding. Just now, a shovel was suddenly thrown from above the big iron gate, knocking down 3 people. One person's head was cut open by the shovel. The other 2 had bumps on their foreheads, and one was tripped by the shovel handle, limping as he walked. 2 others ran away in panic when they saw the chaos and fell. One shovel knocked down 3 people, and the people outside were suddenly scared. "Help! My head is bleeding. I'm going to die. Help me!" The little thugs shouted. "Run! Someone's killing. Blood is everywhere." Jiang Tang yelled, "Get out, you rats!"
Out.
Out. The little thugs. "Ah, you're hitting me on the head. The person with the smashed head was shouting loudly, calling for help, as the villagers' lights gradually turned on around the area. If this keeps going on, what will happen? If they are discovered, it will be the end for them. Soon, they heard the iron gate seem to be opening, and everyone became even more scared. They were just here to scare people, but now one of their friends was badly hurt. They only took a little money from someone and came to join in the fun, but now it's all gone wrong. When the iron gate was about to open, everyone was so frightened they ran away, dropping their tools as they fled. Food Demon forcibly pulled Jiang Tang back. "Child, why aren't you listening?" Jiang Tang said. "Dad, if we don't scare them now, they'll come back again." Wang Yuzhen peeked out through the door crack. They ran away, and they even took someone with them. "I heard someone crying out in pain. It sounded like Xiao Er Mao from our village." Fu Demon said, "It's those bad kids hanging out with the wrong crowd and learning bad habits." Jiang Tang looked up. "Are they from our village?" Fu Demon replied, "Most of the voices sounded like they were from our village." Jiang Tang said, "So they're from our village? That makes it easier to handle." The group had used plastic bags filled with manure to throw at the door. It was clear they had little experience with this kind of thing. What's the point of just forming a big pile of manure? It needs to be soaked and fermented into fertilizer to really feel satisfying. When everything outside was quiet again, Jiang Tang opened the door. The shovel hadn't been taken, so she grabbed it and threw away the manure in the plastic bags. As for some manure that spilled out and dead mice, Jiang Tang used the shovel to scoop them up. She was afraid to use her hands, worried that her in-laws would think she was unhygienic. Actually, she was eager to strike back quickly and give the other side a strong warning, so she didn't care about cleanliness at all. Wang Yuzhen didn't even get a chance to act. Jiang Tang had already cleaned up the yard, then she spent late into the night sweeping and washing the yard with laundry powder. Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen thought it was enough to just shovel everything out, since the little ones often made a mess in the yard too. But Jiang Tang didn't listen. She started cleaning from the corners, and soon Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen hurried to help. This child, why is she so stubborn? After about an hour, all three worked hard, and the yard looked spotless, with a fresh smell of clean clothes. Then there was the big dent in the gate and the broken window glass. Jiang Tang swept up the broken glass, worried that the three children might cut their hands or feet. She stared at the glass, and Fu Demon quickly said, "Jiang Tang, I'll have someone fix the glass tomorrow. Don't worry about it." Jiang Tang looked at the many broken window panes and suddenly said, "Dad, don't replace the glass yet. Just leave it as it is." Fu Demon was surprised. "Why?" Jiang Tang replied, "In half a month it will be National Day. You said before that important leaders might visit us during festivals, right? Let them see it like this." Fu Demon gasped. Wow, he took a deep breath. He almost forgot, but that was exactly the point. Since those people dared to come and break his windows and do bad things, why shouldn't he complain? When he was angry earlier, he even thought about going to the city to complain tomorrow. He was an honest man who hadn't done anything wrong. His daughter-in-law was a victim of someone stealing her future, and those people had bullied them so badly. After calming down, Fu Demon realized that if he went to complain in the city, it might make him look bad. He was now a business owner. If the leaders came to his house, he could just talk about his troubles and mention that he didn't want to cause trouble for the country. That wouldn't be a problem. Fu Demon said, "Jiang Tang, you're right. Even if it's windy or rainy, these broken windows and the marks on the door shouldn't be touched. People need to see what those folks did." Jiang Tang nodded. "Exactly," Wang Yuzhen said. "When the time comes, I'll cry so hard that I'll knock down our wall, just like Meng Jiangnu. I'll feel so wronged." Fu Demon was silent. Meng Jiangnu cried because her husband died. How could she cry so much she knocked down the Great Wall? Jiang Tang quickly said, "Mom, don't say such unlucky things. Dad still has many years to live." Wang Yuzhen looked at Fu Demon. "I really don't have anyone outside. I wasn't hoping you'd leave. I just got upset for a moment." Fu Demon said nothing, feeling annoyed. Although it was late at night, and someone was causing trouble, making the yard chaotic, the atmosphere inside the house felt lighter. He locked the door and went back to sleep. But the next day, Wang Yuzhen felt a bit miserable. She was tired and wanted to rest more. But Jiang Tang took Zhu Hefeng's homework book, tore out a piece of paper, and forced Wang Yuzhen to say whether she recognized anyone from last night. Wang Yuzhen said, "I could recognize Wang Ermao's voice, and there was someone who sounded like Demao. They are brothers." "I didn't recognize anyone else." Jiang Tang asked, "Mom, are you really unable to recognize them? Or do you have relatives there and feel shy to say?" Wang Yuzhen replied, "I really didn't recognize anyone." Jiang Tang then asked for the address of Wang Ermao's family and set off carrying a large bag of plastic bags. "Mom, make my lunch at noon. I'll come back after I finish delivering things to eat." The Wang family has two sons, Demao and Ermao. These two boys have been troublemakers since they were young. They rarely attended school, dropping out before finishing elementary school. Later, they hung out with some unruly local troublemakers. People disliked them, but no one dared to offend them, fearing they might cause trouble. Because of these two sons, the villagers didn't dare to bully the Wang family, and no one saw anything wrong with that. However, last night, Wang Ermao was suddenly carried home by a group of troublemakers with a head injury. It looked serious, like someone might get hurt badly. The Wang family quickly borrowed a cart from the villagers and rushed Wang Ermao to the hospital that night. When Jiang Tang arrived at the Wang house, no one was there. Everyone in the village saw the fierce daughter-in-law from the Fu family, who was always scolding, arrive at the Wang house with a bag of things. She borrowed a ladder, placed it against the wall, and poked holes in the bottom of the plastic bag, then poured water from it onto the wall, like watering plants. More accurately, it was dirty water. Most villagers' walls have broken glass or ceramic shards at the top to prevent people from climbing over and stealing. The Wang family's wall was no different. The water from the plastic bag flowed down along the sharp shards, creating a terrible smell. Even the onlookers couldn't stand the stench and ran away. Jiang Tang pinched her nose with tissue, not letting anything slip. After pouring for a while, she came down, moved the ladder, and continued pouring from the top again, then moved the ladder again. The villagers, watching, muttered among themselves. Jiang Tang said, "I didn't hear anything. Whoever dares to disturb me, I'll pour water on their head." She finished pouring on the Wang house wall, then took out a bunch of dead mice, stood on the ladder, and threw them into the Wang yard, aiming especially at the water jar. After throwing these, Jiang Tang picked up a stone by the roadside and smashed all the windows she could reach. Onlookers. Jiang Tang dropped the stone, grabbed a plastic bag, and smeared the last of the contents on the door. She then patted her hands and walked away confidently. Wang Ermao's head was bandaged, and his family was returning home from the hospital. As they entered the village, they noticed someone staring at them. The Wang family looked confused, wondering what they were being watched for. When they reached their doorstep, they were hit by a strong bad smell. The Wang family, ugh, Wang Demao was furious. Standing at the door, he asked, "Who did this?" The neighbors around ignored them, each closing their doors and pretending not to see. The Wang family relied on their two sons, acting arrogant and bullying others every day. The neighbors had suffered from their actions, and the villagers had been scolded by the Wang family. Everyone was angry but afraid to speak out. Now that the Wang family was in trouble, no one wanted to get involved. Anyway, it wasn't their fault, so what were they afraid of? When the Wang family tried to open the door, they found the lock was jammed with disgusting, dirty stuff. Finally opening the door, they saw the yard was full of dead mice, and even two were thrown into the water tank. Ugh, the foul smell inside the house was caused by dirty things poured on the wall. Cleaning the yard was easy, and washing the door was simple, but the wall was a different story. It was covered with cement, soaked with water and smell, and had uneven glass shards on top, making it very hard to clean. Wang Demao shouted, "Who the heck did this?" Soon, Wang Demao learned from his friends that it was the Fu family who did it. Wang Demao. The Fu family? No wonder it was full of filth, dead mice, and mess. Turns out they were retaliating. Wang Ermao sat at home, wrapped in layers of gauze on his head, looking very down. The foul smell in the yard made the elderly couple very angry. They asked, "What did you do to offend the Fu family?" The Fu family was quite special in the village. 3 generations had served in the army, and the grandfather died bravely in battle. Fu Demon followed his father's footsteps and joined the army, retiring honorably after being injured. Fu Hengjiang also recently received news of his injury. Although many villagers took pleasure in their misfortune, everyone knew that the Fu family should no longer be provoked. After all, that is a place of honor, an important family that the higher-ups visit every year to show respect. Who would want to cause trouble for the Fu family? Wang Damao and Wang Ermao exchanged a worried look, realizing that the Fu family had discovered their involvement and were beginning to fear. Wang Damao had no choice but to tell the full story. It turned out that the brothers had been following their so-called big brother, who was the kind of person who didn't do proper work. He usually took a few younger guys around to cause trouble, pick fights, and collect protection money. A few days ago, the big brother suddenly said he wanted to make some money and asked Wang Damao and his brother to find others in the village who wanted to earn extra cash. They planned to do something big together, earning 30 yuan each night. People in the village, who had nothing to do, eagerly joined in. That night, the big brother led the group to cause trouble at the Fu family's house. Everyone thought it was just a scare and mischief, and since it was late at night, no one knew who they were, so they went along to feel brave. But within 3 minutes of arriving, Wang Ermao was hit on the head, which scared everyone. Now, the daughter-in-law of the Fu family directly went to Wang Damao and Wang Ermao's house, frightening everyone who had gone out that night. Who's next? Will it be their house? Jiang Tang had gone home, but she smelled a bit bad. Wang Yuzhen asked, Jiang Tang, where did you go? I didn't tell you to dig manure and water the fields? Jiang Tang replied, I accidentally got some on me. Mom, I want to take a bath. Wang Yuzhen had to boil water in a bucket. She couldn't let her smell bad while eating, right? Zhu Hefeng and the 2 little ones covered their noses and watched Jiang Tang from afar. Zhu Hefeng told the 2 little sisters, we shouldn't learn to be mean stepmothers who play with dirt, understand? The 2 little ones shook their heads quickly. They didn't want to play with dirt, it was too stinky. Jiang Tang said, I didn't play with dirt. Zhu Hefeng looked suspicious. If the mean stepmother didn't play with dirt, why did she smell so bad? She wouldn't eat anything good from her pocket now, that's for sure. Jiang Tang remained silent. Fortunately, after her bath, the little one ran over first, wanting a hug.
Mama.
Hug. Jiang Tang picked up the little one. Oh, our Yaya still loves Mama the most. Zhu Hefeng. Little Nyonyo ran over and hugged Jiang Tang's leg. Mama. Jiang Tang was surprised. Oh, our little Nyonyo is willing to call me Mama now. Jiang Tang was very happy. She squatted down and hugged Nyonyo. You're such a good girl, Nyonyo. By the way, I don't know your real name. What's your name? Zhu Hefeng hesitated for a moment, but then said, she doesn't have a name. The second mom said she's just a girl, so no need to name her. At home, we call her Big Girl. Jiang Tang frowned. How can they not give her a name? Big Girl sounds so strange. Let me give her a name. Nyonyo jumped happily, looking very pleased. Jiang Tang thought for a moment and said, Nyonyo has big eyes and a curved smile when she laughs. How about calling her Wanwan? Nyonyo cheered. Okay. Zhu Hefeng also seemed happy. He pursed his lips and looked at Nyonyo. Little sister, you won't be called Big Girl anymore. You have a new name now. You are Wanwan. With her new name, Wanwan was very happy. I am Wanwan. Jiang Tang looked at the happy Wanwan. Wanwan is so happy to have a name. Wanwan cupped her face and spun around. I am happy. Wang Yuzhen couldn't help but say, why don't the adults in her family give her a name? You gave her one, and she's so happy. Jiang Tang didn't say anything. She could guess why they didn't give Wanwan a name and thought it wasn't necessary. The nickname, Big Girl, could represent her. It was easy to say and suited her. Rural girls weren't valued much. Even their mothers thought that once they married, they would be someone else's girl, not worth worrying about. Maybe from the start, the family was eagerly waiting for a boy to be born. When a girl arrived instead, they didn't even prepare a name. After all, the carefully chosen name was for a boy. Girls couldn't use it. Jiang Tang patted Wanwan's small head. Wanwan is a pretty little girl with shiny black hair. Wanwan proudly cupped her face. I Am pretty, Jiang Tang chuckled. Ha ha. Suddenly, the phone in the house rang. Jiang Tang put down yeah and went inside to answer. The caller was Zhao Jingzhuang. Jiang Tang's way of answering the phone suddenly made her look very confident. Hey, Deputy Director Zhao, why are you calling me today? Just to make me rich. Zhao Jingzhuang held the phone and said, Jiang Tang, last night was just a small warning. If you don't learn to control yourself and know when to stop, things won't be as simple as last night in the future. Before she could finish, Jiang Tang burst out laughing. Haha. Zhao Jingzhuang squinted and asked, What are you laughing at? Jiang Tang said, I like it when people look at me with dislike and hate me, but they can't do anything to me. They can only get angry and say harsh words to scare me. Zhao Jingzhuang said, Do you really think I can't handle you? Have you ever thought about how I found out your home address? Jiang Tang replied, That's easy. If you hide your home address when pretending to be on the phone, what if you get it wrong? Zhao Jingzhuang said, You know, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Jiang Tang said, You can't just dislike me because I seek truth and light. Zhao Jingzhuang said, Jiang Tang, I'm giving you a chance. If you behave, Jiang Tang interrupted, I'm not only not behaving, but I also take an inch when given an inch. Pay me 20,000 yuan. No matter what method you use, give me a chance to retake my exams, and I will forgive you, Zhao. Zhao Jingzhuang was so angry he laughed. That's just a dream, Jiang Tang said, or maybe I like to take an inch when given an inch. The worst thing that could happen is someone comes after me on the street. I have only one life, which isn't worth much. Don't you think it's unfair that Deputy Director Zhao risks his life for me? Zhao Jingzhuang was so angry he hung up again. This time, he felt a headache coming on. A young girl, so brave she actually threatened him back? Just then, Zhao Jingzhuang's phone suddenly rang. He thought it was Jiang Tang calling, but as soon as he answered, he heard Wei Laoda's voice on the line. Director Zhao, the money you gave earlier isn't enough. Last night, I took some of my men to the Fu family. One of my men called the Fu family members with a shovel, and they beat him up. Now they want medical expenses and compensation. You have to pay, Zhao Jingzhuang. He couldn't believe his ears.
What did you say?
How do you do things? You can't even handle such a small matter and still have the nerve to ask me for money. Zhao Jingzhuang is a government official. Although Wei Laoda felt embarrassed by Zhao Jingzhuang's scolding, he still asked for money. Wei Laoda endured it and said, Deputy Zhao, this was an accident. We didn't know the Fu family was so ruthless, to the point of throwing shovels out of the yard without care. Zhao Jingzhuang realized his attitude was a bit harsh and asked, How is it just a coincidence? Wei Laoda explained, People in the yard kept throwing things toward crowded areas, and a shovel hit my younger brother's head. I also thought it was bad luck. He looked at Wang Demao and continued, Now they want to report to the police. Deputy Zhao, if we report it, we might not benefit and it could cause more trouble. Zhao Jingzhuang was very angry. He thought the matter was settled and had called Jiang Tang earlier. He didn't know that last night the people he sent out not only failed but also got hurt by the family. No wonder that stubborn girl was so arrogant. The result he expected didn't happen at all. Thinking about her tone on the phone made Zhao Jingzhuang feel anxious. He didn't believe he couldn't handle a simple country girl. He asked, How much are the medical expenses? Wei Laoda saw a chance and looked at Wang Demao. Wang Demao raised one hand and mouthed, 5,000. Wei Laoda immediately said, His family spent 5,000. Zhao Jingzhuang asked, Where is the injured person now? Wang Demao replied, At home resting. Zhao Jingzhuang chuckled angrily. Someone with such minor injuries cost 5,000? Do you think I'm a fool? Give him 500 and I'll make up the rest. Wang Demao was unhappy and quickly said, What about my family? Everything's ruined, can't wash it away, and there's no way to live there anymore. Wei Laoda took the phone and asked, What happened to your family? Wang Demao explained, That crazy daughter-in-law from the Fu family poured manure on my wall, threw dead mice into the yard, smeared manure on the gate, and now the water jar in the house is unusable. Wei Laoda exclaimed, What? Who is this Fu family daughter-in-law? Wang Demao said, She's the crazy woman named Jiang Tang, who just moved into our village recently. Zhao Jingzhuang was stunned and felt a sharp pain in his chest. He finally added 50 yuan to Wang Demao for a new water jar. This story also reminded Zhao Jingzhuang that Jiang Tang was actually the daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Zhao Jingzhuang knew very well that in rural areas, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is the hardest to manage. Since Jiang Tang is a crazy woman, he decided to deal with her parents first to settle the older generation. Jiang Tang, just to be a good daughter-in-law and live peacefully, refused to cooperate. News about the disturbance at the Fu family in the middle of the night spread quickly, along with rumors that Jiang Tang had caused trouble at the Wang family. His tactic was to scare others by punishing a rooster to warn the monkeys, making other families involved in the matter afraid. That night, Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen received several groups of villagers, all bringing apologies and gifts. Villager 1. We are here to apologize. Villager 2. You unfilial child. Bang bang bang. Fu Demon. Old folks, please be a bit more gentle. There are others waiting in line. Fu Demon looked unhappy. We are all villagers. Did I do anything wrong to you? Seeing you everywhere just for 30 yuan, you come to my house. How can you be so shameless? The adults could only smile politely and keep apologizing. Some families' children did bad things, but they didn't know that some people came just for the money. They didn't realize they were causing trouble at Fu's house, especially late at night. Only when they arrived did they understand they were there to cause trouble. At that moment, they felt stuck and regretted it too late. In short, for various reasons, many young people in the village went to join the commotion that night. They paid 50 yuan for gifts and apologies just for 30 yuan, which made their families furious. Meanwhile, Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen talked to the villagers, accepting their apologies. Jiang Tang sat in the yard, opening the gifts brought by others one by one, and said happily, Dad, whose milk is this? They only brought 1 box, but we have 4 children. Wang Yuzhen was surprised. Why 4? I thought there were only 3. Jiang Tang looked sad. Mom, isn't this the best daughter-in-law you have? She's your little baby, right? Zhu Hefeng was shocked. The wicked stepmother was not ashamed at all. She pretended to be a well-behaved child again. Wang Yuzhen quickly said, Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Tang must be Mom's little baby, Zhu Hefeng. Ha! The wicked stepmother successfully pretended to be a good child. The other villagers who came to apologize. No, the daughter-in-law of the Fu family actually started opening gifts in front of everyone, even picking and choosing what she liked.
This.
They quickly looked at the gifts they brought, and then at the gifts Jiang Tang was opening. The gifts they brought seemed to be more valuable. While the people who came to apologize hadn't left yet, more visitors arrived. Tonight was especially lively at the Fu house, with many people coming and going. Some visitors couldn't get inside because someone was still inside, so they waited outside with their gifts. The happiest people were Zhu Hefeng and his 2 sisters, because many of the treats brought by visitors were their favorites. Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen looked at the scene outside their door and didn't know how to describe their feelings at that moment. Jiang Tang had gone out in the morning, but didn't tell them where she was going. She came back at noon smelling bad, and starting in the afternoon, more people came to apologize. By evening, even more visitors arrived. In total, about a dozen families came to apologize. Later, Fu Demon heard from relatives what Jiang Tang had done that morning. He and Wang Yuzhen were very touched. Jiang Tang did all this to keep their family safe and peaceful. What a good daughter-in-law. She can take care of the house, protect the yard, and even go far away to confront the enemies, making others come to apologize. Jiang Tang's image in Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen's hearts became even greater. Jiang Tang said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. With you being filial and capable, I promise I won't let anyone bully our family. She looked down at her 3 little children, including the 3 little ones. Xiao Yaya said, Mom. Jiang Tang, Yaya is the best. Wan Wan, is good. Jiang Tang then looked at Zhu Hefeng. Zhu Hefeng. He was already a big kid now. He didn't want to make his mean stepmother happy, like Yaya and Wan.
He was determined not to try.
Jiang Tang covered her face and said, Woo-woo. There's someone in the family who's unkind. I'm so sad. From now on, I can only buy less delicious food. Who would buy treats for that unkind little kid? Don't I like to eat too? Zhu Hefeng. After a while, Zhu Hefeng pursed his lips and took out a handkerchief from his small school bag, used for wiping his nose. He turned his little head away from her and shyly handed the handkerchief to Jiang Tang. Take it, Jiang Tang. Wah wah wah, there's a little unkind person at home.
I'm so sad.
I won't buy him treats anymore. Zhu Hefeng. Take it, take it. Jiang Tang realized that Zhu Hefeng was giving her the handkerchief so she could wipe her tears. Seeing she didn't take it, Zhu Hefeng held out the handkerchief again in front of her. Jiang Tang looked at him, then took the handkerchief, first wiping under her eyes, then her nose. Honk! She deliberately snorted hard, blowing her non-existent snot onto Zhu Hefeng's handkerchief. Zhu Hefeng was stunned. Huh, he meant for his cruel stepmother to wipe her tears, not for her to blow her nose. How could he use the handkerchief this afternoon? Jiang Tang returned the handkerchief to Zhu Hefeng. Thank you. Zhu Hefeng raised his little finger, gritted his teeth, pinched the handkerchief, and threw it into the basin, then hummed as he washed it. Jiang Tang. Ha ha. Zhu Hefeng huffed. Humph. In the next few days, the house phone finally stopped ringing, and Zhao Jingzhuang didn't send anyone to cause trouble at the Fu family anymore. However, suddenly, guests arrived at the Fu family. Wang Yuzhen's good friend Chen Ru, who was not married yet, suddenly came to visit. Wang Yuzhen was surprised. Xiaoru? How come you have time to come here? Aren't you busy with your man running big business in the city? Chen Ru smiled warmly at Wang Yuzhen. Yuzhen, it's been so many years since we last saw each other. I suddenly missed you, so I came to see you today. I asked quite a few people to find your house. They exchanged greetings for a while before Chen Ru asked, I heard your family's Lao Fu is doing earthwork business and making a lot of money. I came today to learn from you. You wouldn't hide anything, right? Wang Yuzhen honestly replied. I don't understand business much.
It's all Lao Fu managing that.
I just stay at home, watch the door, sweep the yard, do house chores, that kind of thing. If you ask me, I really can't say much. Chen Ru? Oh, so you're just sitting back and letting him handle everything? That's not good. Men should be cautious. Don't let yourself be tricked. There are many scammers nowadays. Wang Yuzhen nodded. That's right. Earlier, someone came to our village selling gold earrings, and I almost got tricked into giving away my gold earrings. Chen Ru, yes, the scammers are really hateful. By the way, I heard your daughter-in-law came to visit you herself? That girl is quite bold. Chen Ru looked at Wang Yuzhen casually, but her real meaning was that Wang Yuzhen's daughter-in-law went to her husband's family before they were married, which she thought was shameless and uncultured. But Wang Yuzhen was very easygoing and didn't catch her meaning. Wang Yuzhen. Yes, my daughter got married and my son is in the army and away most of the time. It's just me and old Fu at home. We're really grateful that my daughter-in-law came to keep us company. Chen Ru. Wait, what? Your daughter-in-law married your son? Wang Yuzhen. No, she isn't married yet, but what's the difference? My daughter-in-law was chosen by my son himself. He's very fond of her. He's out there protecting the country, and she's taking care of the home. They are truly a perfect match. Chen Ru. Yuzhen, isn't it bad luck for an unmarried girl to come to visit? I heard that a few nights ago, someone knocked on your door and threw mud at it. That's the trouble with unmarried girls visiting, bringing bad luck to the family. Wang Yuzhen didn't mind at all. Xiaoru, look at you. Why are you so superstitious? Ever since my daughter-in-law came, everything in our family has been going smoothly. We're all in a good mood. This was true because after her son had an accident, some people often made unkind remarks, trying to laugh at her family. But since her daughter-in-law arrived, those people haven't dared to speak badly anymore. When they meet on the street, they are polite and greet her. Recently, there was news from the Hengjiang military unit. They said Hengjiang had surgery on his leg and had woken up. In a couple of days, they would be able to visit her son. Jiang Tang had come to her house and said she didn't mind Hengjiang, and Wang Yuzhen felt that no matter what Hengjiang looked like now, her daughter-in-law would always be her daughter-in-law. What's wrong with not being married yet? All these superstitions are just old-fashioned beliefs. Wang Yuzhen didn't believe in them at all. Girls like Jiang Tang are rare and precious. Such a loyal and caring girl is very lucky. Chun-Ru clearly didn't expect Wang Yuzhen to ignore her words completely. Was she fooled by Jiang Tang? Chun-Ru, Yuzhen, are you confused? I'm just saying, your daughter-in-law doesn't tell the truth. Do you know why people came to cause trouble the other day? Because she was talking nonsense outside. She caused your family to be retaliated against. Wang Yuzhen's face had turned cold. Even she, being simple-minded, knew that Chun-Ru was talking badly about her daughter-in-law. Wang Yuzhen. Xiaoru, why are you here? Are you here to speak badly about my daughter-in-law? Have you met her or spent time with her? Chun-Ru. Oh no, Yuzhen. I wouldn't dare say anything bad about your daughter-in-law. I just wanted to warn you. Wang Yuzhen. People who do bad things will face consequences. Anyone who does wrong knows it. My daughter-in-law is a wonderful person. I won't allow anyone to speak badly about her in front of me. Chun-Ru. Yuzhen, I didn't mean that. I was just listening to rumors. Please don't be angry. At this moment, Jiang Tang's voice came from inside the house. Mom, who is that gossiping woman? Why not just chase her away? Some people are too bold, only because you give her face, so she dares to come here and stir trouble between us. Wang Yuzhen immediately asked, Xiaoru, why did you specifically come to my house to stir up trouble? What are you planning? Chun-Ru quickly waved her hands, refusing to admit it. Yuzhen, it's a misunderstanding. Truly, I didn't mean that. Jiang Tang, holding Yaya, stood beside Wang Yuzhen, sizing up Chun-Ru from head to toe. Mom, this person came specifically to stir up trouble. She might even try to cause problems between you and Dad. She clearly wants to turn our family against us. Chun-Ru, I didn't do that. You're falsely accusing me. Jiang Tang ignored her. Our family has been uneasy these days. Maybe she's involved. How many years ago did you meet someone and suddenly come to say bad things about her daughter-in-law? Could it be that you're helping someone named Zhao? Chun-Ru's scalp went numb. Someone named Zhao? I don't know anyone like that. Yuzhen, don't listen to her nonsense. I just heard some rumors and was worried, so I came to ask. I have no other intentions, Jiang Tang. If you have no other intentions, why haven't you praised me once? Chun-Ru stood up. I was friends with your mother-in-law long ago. We know each other well. I just said that casually. Why are you reacting so strongly? Are you feeling guilty? Jiang Tang reached out and put Yaya down, then turned to Wang Yuzhen. Mom, I suspect she's been secretly in love with Dad, deliberately causing trouble at home. If you and Dad divorce, she might take the opportunity to take over. Wang Yuzhen. What? Are you here to steal my man? Chun-Ru jumped up. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Yuzhen, your daughter-in-law has a mean heart.
She's slandering me.
Don't believe her. I have no feelings for old Fu. Jiang Tang, you've been friends with my mother-in-law for many years, know her well. I was just guessing casually if there's nothing, there's nothing. Why are you reacting so strongly? Are you feeling guilty? Chun-Ru was trembling with anger. You're spreading rumors. I will fight you. But before Chun-Ru could reach Jiang Tang, she was splashed with a bucket of water. Wang Yuzhen, furious, carried the basin. I thought you were my friend, but you want to take my family away? I won't have friends like you anymore. Many years ago, they were good friends, close in youth. But years later, she came to sow discord, talking badly about her daughter-in-law right in front of her. Is that what friends do? She suspects she's trying to harm her, mocking her as a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. If it weren't for Jiang Tang, her family might be in a terrible state now. Such a thoughtless person. Chun-Ru was stunned. Wang Yuzhen, who used to be so kind and gentle, had now learned to hit people at her age. Is this how she treats guests? She looked at Jiang Tang. This girl is impressive, just a few words, and Wang Yuzhen believed her completely. Chun-Ru, Wang Yuzhen, look at this girl's attitude. Someone like her shouldn't stay in the house. You'll regret it. She has bad intentions, and your whole family has been deceived. There will be a time when you cry. Jiang Tang picked up the broom and started sweeping dust at Chun-Ru. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Chun-Ru, just splashed with water, was now covered in dust. Jiang Tang deliberately swept dust onto her, making her look like she had white hair and a face full of gray. She touched her face, now black and white, almost unrecognizable. Chun-Ru was pushed out by Wang Yuzhen and Jiang Tang. At least, to the neighbors, it looked like Chun-Ru was thrown out. Wang Yuzhen stood at the door, hands on her hips, scolding. How can your heart be so mean? You have no man of your own, and you want to steal my old fu? How dare you be so shameless? We've been friends for many years. Jiang Tang spat. Cut ties. Wang Yuzhen. We must cut ties. Chun-Ru was pushed to the door, still wanting to say something, but Jiang Tang and Wang Yuzhen went back inside and slammed the door shut. Chun-Ru stood on the main road, not leaving. Just as she was about to say she hadn't taken her bag yet, she saw the door suddenly open a crack, and a bag was thrown out quickly. Chun-Ru. My bag. Jiang Tang. Mom. Pour water on this bag. Go on. Chun-Ru hurriedly picked up her bag from the ground. When she unzipped it, she saw it was filled with water. Chun-Ru was so angry, she almost shouted. Were they elementary school students?
How old are they?
How could they do something so mean like pouring water into someone's bag? In the yard, Jiang Tang was teaching little Yaya, don't learn from that bad grandma outside. Don't do good things at other people's houses. Nobody likes her. Yaya was eating with her little hand, smiling foolishly, not sure if she understood. The next day, women in the village called Wang Yuzhen to help sew wedding celebration banners. Wang Yuzhen happily took her top needle from home and went. Jiang Tang was at home with the two little ones. After Wang Yuzhen went for a while, she came back angrily. Jiang Tang asked, Mom, why are you back so soon? Wang Yuzhen looked upset and angry because a strange woman who was helping sew the quilt said in front of her that it was improper for an unmarried girl to visit her fiancé's house before marriage. She said that a girl with good manners wouldn't do such things. Was she criticizing her? Wang Yuzhen got angry right then. She didn't say anything because she was polite, but the other woman kept pushing her, saying more and more inappropriate things. Wang Yuzhen couldn't take it anymore. She argued with her right there. But she couldn't win the argument, so she came back and told Jiang Tang, Jiang Tang, come with me. Mom's going to argue. Jiang Tang immediately took Yaya and Wanwan and followed Wang Yuzhen to argue. In the countryside, people's yards don't usually close their doors during the day. Now, the yard was covered with plastic sheets, with quilts being sewn on top. 7 or 8 women were sitting on the ground, sewing quilts. One unfamiliar woman was talking a lot, telling dirty jokes that made everyone laugh. Jiang Tang put Wanwan on the ground and told her to cover her little ears. She walked into the yard and said, Just now, which pure and holy lady, shining like a saint, dare to say I'm not proper or lacking in manners in front of my mom. Let's see if I can tear her mouth apart today. Jiang Tang's shout made everyone in the yard turn around. Zhao Xiuhua looked confused and asked, Who is that? Someone recognized her immediately as Wang Yuzhen's fierce daughter-in-law. People who knew Jiang Tang quickly signaled to Zhao Xiuhua, telling her to stop talking. Zhao Xiuhua realized who the girl was. So, it was her. She quickly brushed her hair behind her ears and said, Whose girl are you? We are all married women here. Pure and noble is how we describe young ladies. You're using the wrong words. Jiang Tang walked straight toward Zhao Xiuhua. So, it's you? Before anyone could react, Jiang Tang suddenly reached out, grabbed Zhao Xiuhua's hair, and tripped her. Zhao Xiuhua fell down with a loud thud, and Jiang Tang straddled her, wildly hitting her face. Jiang Tang shouted, Who the heck is nitpicking? If you dare to bully my mom and insult me in front of her, I'll beat you to death. This all happened in just 4 or 5 seconds.
No one could react in time.
Jiang Tang had already knocked her down and was hitting her. People around gasped. Jiang Tang yelled, You bullied my mom and I won't let you go. Zhao Xiuhua screamed. The crowd shouted, Someone come quick. Fights breaking out. A group of women hurried over to break up the fight. Hey! Stop fighting. Wang Yuzhen was pulling 2 little kids aside to keep them from seeing what was happening inside. She called Jiang Tang over to help scold her. Wang Yuzhen never expected that Jiang Tang wasn't coming to scold, but to fight. She was just pulling the kids to the side when she turned back and saw Jiang Tang riding on Zhao Xiuhua, hitting her. Wang Yuzhen gasped, What? What should she do now? Her daughter-in-law looked strong but was actually quite slim. What if she couldn't handle Jiang Tang? Several women in the yard couldn't pull Jiang Tang off. The owner of the house got worried and rushed out to call for help. When she looked, she saw Wang Yuzhen holding the two kids at the door. Yuzhen, why are you just standing here? Help break up the fight. We can't pull Jiang Tang off. Seeing that Jiang Tang hadn't been hurt, Wang Yuzhen thought the women might be afraid of her revenge and didn't dare to interfere, which gave Jiang Tang plenty of room to act. The owner of the yard quickly said, I'll watch the kids. You hurry and pull him away. He's a relative of mine, working in the county. It's rare for him to come back. Yuzhen, please give us some face. Wang Yuzhen replied, Don't let my two kids see what's happening in the yard. Okay, I'll hold the child for you. Wang Yuzhen hurried into the yard. Jiang Tang, it's okay now. Let's not fight with her. Get up quickly. As soon as Wang Yuzhen pulled her hand, Jiang Tang stood up and pointed at the woman with a swollen face, saying, If you dare to talk nonsense in front of my mom again, I'll hit you every time. You're bullying my mom. Don't you have a mom of your own? Why don't you go bother her? Zhao Xiaohua was stunned. Why wasn't she afraid just now? She thought everyone was in the yard, and she didn't expect Jiang Tang to dare to hit her. Also, she usually never lost in arguments or fights, so she didn't take the young girl seriously. Zhao Xiaohua never expected that this girl would start hitting her right after entering. She wasn't there to argue or reason. She was there to fight. Who in the world acts like that? Zhao Xiaohua felt wronged. Why? Why are you hitting people so casually? I want to call the police to settle this. Jiang Tang said, You've bullied my mom to her face. If I don't hit you, I'd be unfilial. Call the police? Sure, go ahead. I want to see how capable you are calling my mom over to bully her. Why are you pretending to be so innocent? It just makes you look big and brave. Zhao Xiaohua was furious. Who bullied her? I didn't even name anyone specifically. Why does she feel wronged? Why isn't anyone else reacting? Jiang Tang slapped Zhao Xiaohua on the head, making her neatly combed hair instantly messy again. I just hit you once. What's wrong with you? Why are you so annoying? Why do you feel wronged? Why isn't anyone else reacting? Zhao Xiaohua said, You're just a troublemaker. Jiang Tang said, Yes, I'm a troublemaker. I see someone I don't like, I pour dirt on their house. If they get angry, I'll pour it into their mouth. Zhao Xiaohua was so angry she tried to rush at Jiang Tang, but others grabbed her arms and covered her mouth. They told her to stop talking. Despite how clean and neat Jiang Tang looked, she had just poured manure on the Wang family 2 days ago. The smell was everywhere in the village, and it still couldn't be washed away. After she finished insulting them, she just left. The others in the village, where could they run to? I heard that Wang family's courtyard is uninhabitable, and neighbors are very unhappy with them. They are so upset that they are thinking of tearing down the wall and rebuilding. Jiang Tang poked Zhao Xiaohua's nose with her finger. You're not from this village, right? Be careful on your way home. If you run into anything bad, don't say I didn't warn you. She then pointed at the people around her. And you all, remember this, when you talk to my mom, watch your words. If anyone dares to insult her, I won't forgive you. Jiang Tang turned to leave. Mom, let's go home. What's the point of helping? This family called you over just to have you insult that old witch. Is that something decent people do? The host almost peed himself in fear and chased after Jiang Tang out of the yard. Yuzhen, I really didn't mean for this to happen. Our family's kid is getting married soon, so I called a few relatives to come. They just happened to arrive at the same time. I really didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Tang said, What a coincidence. And now I've been targeted, and your relatives come over. The host was speechless. There was something strange about this situation. Indeed, it was odd that the relatives specifically asked for Wang Yuzhen to come over, yet it ended up like this. The host also felt a bit suspicious of the relatives. If Zhao Xiaohua's husband wasn't working in the county, she wouldn't bother with them. Now they had offended Wang Yuzhen and her mother-in-law. Would they really pour manure into her yard? The host was worried sick and kept apologizing, following behind until Wang Yuzhen said she wouldn't mind anymore. Then she stopped. Wang Yuzhen looked at her proud daughter-in-law. Jiang Tang, I called you over to scold you, but why did you start a fight? Jiang Tang replied, Mom, I really haven't married Hing Jiang yet. I also went to see him voluntarily. What they said is true, and I can't argue. I had to fight first. Wang Yuzhen nodded. That's true. You thought ahead. Jiang Tang said happily. Of course, the mother and daughter-in-law took their 2 children home. Yaya and Wanyu were very well behaved, quiet and not making trouble. By evening, Zhao Jingzhuang received news from the side, and he was so angry, he almost exploded. Zhao Jingzhuang said, they can't even handle such a small matter. In rural areas, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is notoriously difficult, but somehow, Jiang Tang managed it easily. No problems at all, and they even teamed up. In the past 2 days, Zhao Jingzhuang received one bad piece of news after another. He was so furious he threw his phone down. 1 or 2 people are really useless. The matter still needs to be solved. Since it can't be resolved through Grandma Jiang Tang, I can only start from her father-in-law. Food Demon was taken out to drink by someone. Business people often go to banquets, but Food Demon was afraid his wife would scold him, so he usually didn't drink much. This time he was pulled out and couldn't refuse. Although they are colleagues, they sometimes help each other. Their relationship isn't very close, but they wouldn't offend each other. Moreover, Food Demon holds some status among these people because of his family background. His son is in the military, and even the construction business behind him has support from others. No one dares to offend him. They went to a nice big restaurant in town for the banquet. There were 8 people, including 2 unfamiliar faces. A friend said they're important people in town. Food Demon is a businessman. Although his family lives in a nearby village, he is not naive about business. He knows that people with some reputation want to meet him. So, everyone was chatting happily. Later, Food Demon noticed that the conversation was turning strange. The 2 important-looking men were speaking with some hidden meaning. Thinking about what happened to his wife Wang Yuzhen, Food Demon realized that these 2 might be agents sent by someone with ulterior motives. Food Demon. It seems the person who stole his fake daughter-in-law's college spot is really scared now. Otherwise, why would they keep staring at his family? But these 2 are somewhat influential in town, and Food Demon couldn't openly offend them. He just smiled politely and said, this matter mainly concerns my daughter-in-law. When I go back, I will talk to her. Thank you both for reminding me. We are just ordinary folks and don't want to offend powerful people. Seeing Food Demon being so tactful, the 2 men naturally didn't press further and happily continued drinking. Food Demon secretly agreed with himself. He promised to talk to his daughter-in-law when he got home, but at the same time, he told his wife and the fake daughter-in-law that he had no intention of dealing with those 2. As expected, Wang Yuzhen praised him highly. Jiang Tang. Dad, you're so kind to me. When I go to the city, I'll find the best and longest fishing rod at the big fishing gear store for you. Food Demon was very happy. He knew that the fake daughter-in-law was grateful and would remember his kindness. Zhao Jingzhuang received news that Food Demon was easy to talk to. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Tang, led by student Yikong Jian from XX University, directly confronted Zhao Hongxia. Zhao Hongxia was buying fried rice at the back gate of the school with her classmates when Jiang Tang blocked her on the street. Zhao Hongxia stared blankly at Jiang Tang, her voice trembling. I don't know. I don't know anything. Seeing someone was there, Jiang Tang finally recognized her as the most unnoticed girl in her class. They had no interaction during school and never spoke until graduation. Jiang Tang took a photo of her with her camera, wondering why she looked so familiar. Zhao Hongxia covered her face with her hands, trying to avoid Jiang Tang's camera. Don't take pictures of me. Please don't, Jiang Tang. Take more photos of you. I forgot there was someone like you in the class. Zhao Hongxia. Stop taking pictures of me. Jiang Tang. Zhao Hongxia, I haven't even told you why I came to see you. What are you afraid of? A classmate nearby looked confused, glancing between Zhao Hongxia and Jiang Tang. Who is Zhao Hongxia? Her name is Jiang Tang, not Zhao Hongxia. Are you sure you have the wrong person? Jiang Tang. No mistake. I'm looking for her, the one who took my university spot. The girl was shocked, covering her mouth. Jiang Tang usually kept to herself, failed exams every year, and many said her family had connections. Why else would she get into the top university with such good grades but still fail? Now she understood. The reason was that Jiang Tang had taken someone else's university spot to get in. No, it wasn't Jiang Tang, but Xiao Hongxia who had replaced Jiang Tang's spot at XX University. Everything made sense now. The top student still failed exams because her high school grades weren't really hers. When she got to university, she couldn't keep up. Jiang Tang snapped a few more photos. Tell your dad, either return what you stole from me or pay up. Stop with those shady tricks, it's embarrassing. After saying that, Jiang Tang turned to leave. After a few steps, she looked back. Oh, by the way, ask your grandpa, Zhao Laohu. How does it feel to smell like Minor Zhao Hongxia stood there, tears in her eyes, trembling all over? She claimed she knew nothing, that everything was arranged by her father, and she truly didn't know anything. She already listened to her father very well. When her father told her to be modest, she was modest. When her father told her to study hard, she studied hard. When her father asked her to give gifts to the counselor, she gave gifts. Since she always obeyed her father, why did she come to cause trouble for herself? Wah wah wah. She really doesn't know anything. Zhao Jingzhuang immediately received a call from his daughter and was so angry he was trembling. That naughty girl Jiang Tang actually dared to talk about stealing college spots in front of Hongxia, and even in front of her classmates. She has such courage. This time, Zhao Jingzhuang was truly furious. It seems that unless they show some strength to that family, they don't realize how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. After Jiang Tang went to school to find Hongxia, she quickly went home to hide. She took her two little ones to Wang Yuzhen's house in the morning, sent Zhu Hefeng to school, then picked him up for meals and sent him back to school. There's no other way. Zhu Hefeng is too young, and the school is far from home. I can't let him go to school alone. Sometimes, Zhu Hefeng is a little annoying. He's only in first grade but always acts so grown-up, looking at Jiang Tang with disdain or telling his two younger sisters not to learn from their mean stepmother. But Zhu Hefeng can't blame his mean stepmother because he's got a naughty mouth. Every time she brings out something delicious, he's tempted. This made Zhu Hefeng feel really embarrassed. Why is his mouth like this? That afternoon, Jiang Tang rode her repaired bike to pick up Zhu Hefeng again. At the elementary school gate, children in groups of 3 or 5 were heading home. Most of the younger kids were accompanied by older siblings, and some parents came to pick up their children. When Jiang Tang arrived at the school gate, she saw the teacher rushing out to talk to the security guard. When she looked up and saw Jiang Tang, the teacher hurried over and said, "Jiang Tang, the security guard just told me that Zhu Hefeng was forcibly taken by 2 strangers on a motorcycle and taken away." Jiang Tang was stunned. "When did this happen?" The teacher said, "Just 5 minutes ago." Jiang Tang asked, "Why didn't anyone stop them?" The teacher replied, "They tried to stop them, but the 2 men rode away on the motorcycle. The security guard chased after them from the back gate, but couldn't catch up." Jiang Tang thought of someone. Zhao Jingzhuang. At this moment, the security guard came over and handed Jiang Tang a piece of paper. "Is this your child? By the way, when those 2 people rode away on the motorcycle, they also left behind this piece of paper, claiming it was for the parents." Jiang Tang took a look and saw it was an address in town. She then told her teacher, "Teacher, please call my home using the phone number I gave you last time. I'm going to pick up the child now." The teacher quickly said, "The gatekeeper said those 2 don't look like good people. You, as a woman, shouldn't go alone. It's too dangerous. Please report to the police." Jiang Tang replied, "Thank you. I can handle it. Please call my family for me." She immediately flagged down a tricycle, hired it, and headed straight to the address on the note. She wondered if Zhu Hefeng, that little troublemaker, would be scared enough to cry. Jiang Tang arrived at a yard with a gate wide open. She could hear people drinking, eating, and chatting inside. Drink, drink, drink. No need to be polite. Before she stepped into the yard, she saw a black dog tied with a rope, lying there. When it saw a stranger at the door, it suddenly stood up and growled fiercely. An old woman passing by quickly warned, "Miss, don't get too close to that dog. It's fierce. If you get near, it might bark loudly and scare you." Jiang Tang looked at the dog. It was alert and staring at the door, looking very fierce. She stepped into the yard. The dog immediately started barking loudly. Woof.
Woof.
Woof. People inside, hearing the noise, came out to see what was happening. One of them asked, "Who's that?" "Oh, it's a pretty girl. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just in time to join us for a drink." Seeing the owner sit back down, the dog stopped barking. Jiang Tang took a step forward. The man who was teasing Jiang Tang was stunned by her action. He looked surprised. She didn't seem like the girls from the beauty salon. How did she really come in? Jiang Tang asked, "Where is the child?" The man understood. She was there to pick up the kid. He quickly pushed open the door and said, "Brother, that girl is here. She's pretty bold." Inside Wei Lauda, the boss looked surprised. "She came alone." "Yes, she came alone," Wei Lauda said. "Let her in." Jiang Tang went inside and the door was closed behind her. She looked around at the men inside. There were 7 or 8 big men, all shirtless, sitting with their legs crossed around a round table. Zhu Hefeng was caught between 2 big men, sitting small and helpless on a large chair. In front of him was a big bowl filled with steaming food. Zhu Hefeng didn't eat anything. He clutched his small hands around his legs, kept his head down, and kept sobbing, his eyes swollen from crying. The little kid was very scared. "Jiang Tang, you still let the kid breathe secondhand smoke? Are you even human?" "Zhu Hefeng, vicious stepmother, please save me." The room was filled with smoke, either from alcohol or cigarettes. Jiang Tang was very upset. "There's a kid here and you're still smoking? Letting the kid breathe secondhand smoke. Are you even human?" Everyone in the room. "No. Is this woman crazy? She clearly doesn't understand what's happening in the room right now. Her first words are to blame them for letting the kid breathe secondhand smoke?" Zhu Hefeng originally didn't dare to lift his head. But when he heard the vicious stepmother's voice, he looked up and saw Jiang Tang standing at the door. He suddenly started crying, feeling wronged. "Vicious stepmother, please save me." Everyone in the room turned to look at the little kid, then at Jiang Tang. "Vicious stepmother? Jiang Tang, I'm already here. Why are you crying?" "No crying aloud." Zhu Hefeng immediately quieted down and sniffled softly. Jiang Tang asked, "Was it Zhao's people who did this? Looks like Zhao didn't just get money. He must have given you a lot of benefits to dare to kidnap a child in front of everyone." Wei Lauda grinned at Jiang Tang. "Look at what my little sister is saying. We left the address for you to pick him up. How is that kidnapping?" Jiang Tang didn't say a word. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a thick stack of money, and threw it onto the table in the middle. "Huh, is that kidnapping?" "Not only kidnapping, but also extorting 3,000 yuan from me." As soon as she threw the money down, everyone in the room jumped up and crowded around. Wow! None of them loved money? They usually followed Wei Lauda just for the money. But this time was different because Wei Lauda had said that they couldn't make a big fuss. If they did, Zhao's police chief would get involved. They had already agreed before coming here, take the kid and leave the address. When the police came, they would say they were picking up a friend's child by mistake. That's why they left the address. They refused to admit anything. No matter how they were questioned, they would say it was a misunderstanding. But once she threw the money on the table, everything changed. They have turned into kidnappers and extortionists. Not only did they cause a big problem, but now they might go to jail for the money they haven't even received. They left their address at the school, so not just the police. Anyone could find them easily. Jiang Tang reached out, pulled a chair, and sat down heavily. "In 10 minutes, my father-in-law will bring people from the village and the police here. Even if you kill me now, you can't escape the blame for extortion." The others looked at Wei, the boss, nervously. Boss, they really wanted to make a name for themselves, but they didn't want to go to jail before they got the money or fame. Jiang Tang reached out to Zhu Hefeng. "Aren't you coming over?" Zhu Hefeng sniffled, slid off the big chair, and said, "Vicious stepmother." He was about to walk over but was caught by Wei, who looked at Jiang Tang with a fierce gaze. "I'm just doing what I was told. Even if it's not me, someone else would do it. I'll let you go this time. But next time, no one can guarantee what will happen. Offending the wrong people can have serious consequences." Jiang Tang said, "Dealing with someone like Zhao is just playing chess. Looks impressive but is just a pawn in someone else's game." Zhao won't be powerful for long. I advise you to find a decent job. There's no future in working with him. Wei, the boss warned, don't be ungrateful. Jiang Tang paused for a few seconds, looked at Zhu Hufeng, who was almost crying, and then said, tell Zhao to leave my child alone. I won't go to the school to find Zhao Hongxia again. Let him keep his worries to himself. After she finished, Wei released her, and Zhu Hufeng finally had a chance to cry as he ran to Jiang Tang and hugged her leg. Vicious stepmother, Jiang Tang said, enough, let's go. She crouched down, and Zhu Hufeng leaned on her back. Jiang Tang carried him and walked away. Suddenly, Wei spoke behind her. Take the money. The money looked like it was neatly taken from a bank. It had a record of withdrawal and serial numbers, so its source was easy to trace. She turned around and told the police that they were being extorted. When they spoke later, they wouldn't be able to explain clearly. She couldn't let this money affect Zhao's case. Jiang Tang looked at them, held Zhu Hufeng's small waist, picked up the money, put it in her pocket, and walked to the door, staring at the guard. The young gatekeeper looked at Boss Wei. Boss Wei nodded, and the young man opened the door. Jiang Tang, carrying Zhu Hufeng, opened the door as well. The room suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Boss Wei. Just as Boss Wei was about to speak, Jiang Tang's voice came from outside. Dad, you're here? It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. I know some friends. As footsteps faded away, the young gatekeeper hurried over to close the yard gate. Boss Wei's heart also tightened. That girl didn't tell the police about them, which shows she really wants to keep things peaceful and is worried about affecting the child. She didn't want any more trouble. Jiang Tang and a few passers-by walked out of the alley together. Those people looked back as they walked. Who's that crazy person? Talking to the air and calling someone dad? That's not normal, right? Jiang Tang flagged down a car on the roadside. She and Zhu Hufeng got into a tricycle to go home. Zhu Hufeng held Jiang Tang's hand tightly, clearly scared. Jiang Tang said, isn't it terrible to have a mean stepmother? Zhu Hufeng didn't answer. Jiang Tang continued, from now on, you can call me stepmother, but not a mean stepmother. I came to pick you up, so I'm a good stepmother, right? Zhu Hufeng replied, yes. Jiang Tang smiled, then say good stepmother and see how it sounds? Zhu Hufeng hesitated, good stepmother. Jiang Tang laughed happily, haha, I knew I'm the best stepmother in the world. Zhu Hufeng didn't say anything. Jiang Tang carried Zhu Hufeng on her back as they walked along the small path back to the Fu family's house. Suddenly, they saw a motorcycle coming toward them and stopping in front. Fu Demon called out, Jiang Tang.
Jiang Tang ziplit, zat.
Zhu Hufeng was sleeping on Jiang Tang's back. Fu Demon was sweating nervously.
Jiang Tang.
Are you okay? Is the child all right? Jiang Tang said, I'm fine. Dad, did you get a call from the teacher?
Fu Demon nodded.
Yes, I did. As soon as I got the call, I went to the village to call people. It's about a kidnapped child. The village is taking it very seriously. There's even a tractor pulling a bunch of people behind it. While they were talking, a tractor suddenly rumbled over. It was packed with people, all holding hoes and shovels, clearly ready for a fight. Jiang Tang thought to herself, I knew my father-in-law was slow, but now I understand. He was just notifying the villagers. The countryside has its good points. Villagers often argue and fight, but when outside issues arise, they must unite. When it comes to children being taken, today it's Fu's child. Tomorrow, it could be someone else's. We must work together to find the children. So, the people on the tractor are ready to go with Fu Demon to look for the child. Just as they finished preparing and were about to leave, they saw Fu's daughter-in-law carrying the child back. A group of people gathered around Jiang Tang and asked, Are you okay? Jiang Tang replied, I'm fine. When I arrived, those people were eating with the child. Later, I realized they had the wrong child. It was just a misunderstanding. Everyone sighed in relief. No one complained about the trouble, and they said, It's good that everything is fine. Fu Demon thanked everyone one by one, and they all went home. Fu Demon rode his bike with Jiang Tang and Zhu Hufeng back home. Wang Yuzhen and the two children stayed inside, even locking the door. When people returned and heard it was just a misunderstanding, they finally relaxed. Fu Demon bought a few packs of cigarettes in the village and gave them to the families who helped, including the tractor drivers. Although the incident was over, he understood their kindness. It cost only a few cigarettes, but in the future, if anything happens again, they would be happy to help. Wang Yuzhen comforted the two children to sleep, while Jiang Tang helped Zhu Hefeng with his homework. To prevent Zhu Hefeng from losing fingers or toes later, Jiang Tang taught him how to stretch his fingers and hold them in his mouth. As long as it helps the children and they do well on their homework, any method is fine. When Zhu Hefeng first came home, he cried and fussed. But when facing the mean stepmother, he didn't even think about scary scenes. He was just led around by her. That night, after finishing his homework and feeling sleepy, he washed his hands and feet and obediently went to bed. While Wang Yuzhen tidied up the messy living room caused by the children, Fu Demon took the chance to ask Jiang Tang what was really going on. Jiang Tang sincerely apologized, saying it was because she was trying to secure a university spot, which caused trouble for the family and the children. Fu Demon was silent for a few seconds and then said, "It's not your fault. It's those people who stole your university spot. You didn't do anything wrong. You just wanted justice." "Why is that wrong?" Jiang Tang said. "Dad." Fu Demon replied, "It's okay. Your mom and I don't blame you. You don't need to apologize. You should rest for a few days and avoid wandering around, so those people won't bother you again. As a girl, you need to be careful." Jiang Tang. "Got it, Dad." Fu Demon looked at the leaky glass at home, suddenly stood up, went inside and grabbed a hammer. He walked to the sign that says, "Glory Home," raised the hammer, and struck it several times, smashing the shiny sign into a deformed shape. Jiang Tang was shocked and quickly went over to see the sign. It was all dented.
Fu Demon,
"I want to see how capable a person in charge of education really is." Jiang Tang. "Dad, there's no need for that. The glass is enough." Jiang Tang. "Dad, what are you doing?" Fu Demon said. "After the National Day holiday, I'm waiting for someone to come to the door. I want to see how capable a county education officer really is." Jiang Tang. A week before the National Day, Jiang Tang spent 3 days delivering furniture from various factories and signing the next order. Then she stayed at home. Mostly, she watched Zhu and Feng go to and from school. Wang Yuzhen had to stay home to take care of the two little ones, so Zhu and Feng had no one to pick them up. After what happened before, both the teachers and Jiang Tang took the handover very seriously. They had to meet at the school and personally hand the children over to the adults to make sure everything was safe and nothing would happen again. 2 days before the National Day, the Fu family received a visit from high-level officials. There were 5 or 6 top leaders coming together in a big group. They arrived with the county and village leaders and stood outside the Fu family's door. The Fu family's door was shut tight. The village leader hurried to knock. Soon, a young girl's face appeared behind the door. She looked cautious and alert, glanced outside, then quickly closed the door again. The leaders outside looked at each other, confused. What was going on? From inside the yard, they heard the girl deliberately lowering her voice, saying, "Dad, Mom, there are a suspicious group outside. I don't know if they're here to cause trouble again." Although her voice was intentionally quiet, the yard wasn't soundproof, and the outsiders could hear her clearly. The leader's brows furrowed.
What?
They're here to cause trouble again? Who in this village doesn't have a brain? Has anyone ever broken into the Fu family's house before? Every household brought generous gifts to apologize, and everyone said the matter was over. Why is their family still like this now? Could it be that someone else has damaged the Fu family's house again? Do the villagers not know? Chief Zhang, the highest leader, turned to the village leaders and asked, "What exactly is going on? Has someone damaged the Fu family's house?" Since the question was about them, the village leaders didn't dare lie. They told him what happened that night. In the end, the village leaders emphasized that damage was a misunderstanding. The villagers were tricked by outsiders. It was late at night when they realized they were doing something wrong. Chief Zhang frowned and didn't loosen his expression at all. Someone nearby knocked on the door again, saying, "Old Fu. Old Fu. It's us. Secretary Zhang is here to see you." At this moment, there was some movement inside the house. The door was opened again, and Fu Demon peeked out from behind it, looking at Secretary Jiang. Only then did he dare to open the door fully. Secretary Jiang. He only said 3 words, but his voice choked with emotion. Chief Zhang's brow furrowed. Old Fu, what's wrong? Fu Demon quickly invited Jiang and his group into the yard. As soon as they entered, Zhang's first sight was the shiny Home of Honor sign, which had been smashed. Next, everyone saw that Fu's glass windows were also broken into pieces, clearly damaged by someone. The village leaders also saw the deformed plaque and looked shocked. Huh?
How?
How did this happen to the sign? Chief Zhang exclaimed. Old Fu, what's going on? Who did this? The signs outside Fu's house were placed under the eaves of the yard to protect them from wind and rain. Only when entering the yard could you see them. Normally, no one would specifically go into the yard just to check if the signs were damaged. Even if someone did go into the yard, they wouldn't pay attention to whether the signs were bent. Now that everyone saw the signs bent, they were all stunned. No one knew when the signs had been smashed or who did it. Chief Zhang was very angry. These signs represented the Home of Honor, who had such boldness to smash them. He asked, what exactly is going on? No one knew what happened, and everyone stayed silent. The village's old party secretary was sweating heavily on his forehead. Although he lived in the village, he truly didn't know when the sign had been broken. Fu Demon hadn't mentioned it to him. Fu Demon sighed and waved his hand. Secretary Jiang, this isn't the old secretary's problem. It's my daughter-in-law who offended someone she shouldn't have. We have offended someone, Secretary Jiang asked. How did your family offend someone? Who did you offend? I know you well. Even when facing big problems, you don't speak up, afraid of causing trouble for the organization. With your personality, who could you possibly offend? Fu Demon sighed again. I dare not trouble you with such things, Secretary Jiang said. Tell me everything. I want to see what kind of thing could make you offend someone, feeling helpless. Fu Demon explained that his daughter-in-law had been accepted into university, but her spot was taken by someone else. When she tried to get justice, her student record was also stolen, and the family responsible retaliated against his family. He recounted the story.
Fu Demon looked worried.
I want to help my daughter-in-law get justice, but the other side is powerful. We are just ordinary people. We can't afford to offend them. He wiped his face with his hand. My son's comrade was in an accident, and his 3 children are temporarily staying with us. I found a school for the oldest child to attend temporarily. A week ago, the child was kidnapped right outside the school. Secretary Jiang looked shocked. In broad daylight, under the bright sun, such things still happen. These people are so bold and lawless. Fu Demon sighed. Yes, Secretary Jiang, you say they are lawless, but they do things very systematically. They deliberately left an address for us to find. When we did, they said it was a mistake. Even if we report to the police, there's nothing we can do. Someone nearby couldn't help but say, this is basically a threat. They're telling you not to cause trouble anymore. It's just too much, Secretary Jiang hurriedly asked. What about the children? Were they found? Fu Demon replied, yes, the children are back. Although they are temporarily staying with us, it's our responsibility that they were taken. My daughter-in-law feels guilty. She even took all her belongings to rescue the children. When Secretary Jiang heard the children were safe, he finally relaxed. But then Fu Demon added, my daughter-in-law thinks it's because of her that the children suffered. She came back and told us she doesn't want justice. She's afraid that if she demands justice, our whole family will have no future. Secretary Zhang's face turned red with anger. He paced back and forth and shouted loudly, this is unbelievable. It's lawless. The Fu family has served in the military for 3 generations. Are they protecting only those who break the law? Secretary Jiang asked. Old Fu, do you know who stole the university spots? Fu Demon replied, I heard it was the second in command at the County Education Bureau, named Zhao. His daughter took my daughter-in-law's university spot. Secretary Jiang immediately stopped and turned around. Old Qiao, a chubby middle-aged man, stood up quickly. Secretary Jiang, you say? Secretary Jiang said, go back and organize an investigation team. I want to see how capable and brave the person who stole others' university places really is, daring enough to break the law and act without regard for rules. Jiang Tang took a bunch of snacks for the little ones and hid on the second floor. listening secretly. When she heard Secretary Zhang's words, she finally relaxed. Jiang Tang thought, "Let me listen to what everyone is saying below." The kids giggled. Zhu Huffing said, "The wicked stepmother is so dirty and unkind. That sign really wasn't put up for nothing." Her father-in-law didn't disappoint her either. After the leaders left, the villagers immediately came to help the Fu family install new glass and took the Home of Honor sign away to repair it. Fu Demon watched the people leave and quickly closed the door. He turned around and saw his wife and Jiang Tang looking at him from the second floor. Fu Demon asked, "Did you hear everything?" Jiang Tang came down from the second floor. "Dad, you're really my real father. I will definitely be filial to you in the future." Fu Demon lowered his voice. "Don't forget about the best fishing rod," Jiang Tang said. "I forgot to eat, but I won't forget about the fishing rod." Recently, Zhao Jingzhuang's mood had improved a lot. Hong Xia also said no one was bothering her at school anymore. Although her classmates knew her original name was Zhao Hongxia, not Jiang Tang, the counselor explained that her mother, Zhao Hongxia, was surnamed Jiang. So, her name was changed, and it wasn't because she stole someone else's school registration. Over time, fewer people talked about it. Zhao Jingzhuang learned from Wei Laoda that the girl had been taken away. That girl, Jiang Tang, finally became afraid and obediently said she wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Thinking of this, Zhao Jingzhuang couldn't help but sneer. Isn't that girl very arrogant? Wasn't she very bossy on the phone? Why isn't she acting that way now? And giving her 20,000 is just ridiculous. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have called and offered money in the first place. If I had just left it alone, there wouldn't be so many problems now. Near the end of the National Day holiday, Zhao Jingzhuang finally had a day off. A friend invited him to play mahjong, so he went. This was just for fun, several friends relaxing together. As long as no money was involved, it was fine. After winning a round, Zhao Jingzhuang felt very happy. He was just talking with his friend about his luck in the game when suddenly there was a loud, urgent knocking at the door. Zhao Jingzhuang went to open it. One of his friends quickly stood up and said, "Captain Zhao, you keep playing. I'll open the door." When he opened the door, there was a person outside. "Hello, is Captain Zhao Jingzhuang here?" His friend nodded and asked, "Yes, he is." "Who are you?" The man replied, "My name is Chao Zhenxing. Tell Captain Zhao that I have something important to discuss with him." Hearing that Chao Zhenxing was looking for him and had come all this way, it showed he had put in a lot of effort. It must be something urgent. Zhao Jingzhuang wondered, what could Chao Zhenxing want to see him about at this time? He stepped outside and asked, "Old Chao, why are you here?" Chao Zhenxing looked worried. "Captain Zhao, something big has happened." He was surprised. "What big thing?" Chao Zhenxing looked around and lowered his voice. "It's about Hongxia using ginger candy to get a university spot. The authorities have started investigating." Chao Zhenxing thought it was an urgent matter, but Zhao Jingzhuang didn't believe him at all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The big officials above are busy every day. How could they care about such trivial matters? Where would they even find an investigation team? If there really was such a team, he would be the first to know. How could he not have heard anything? Seeing that Zhao Jingzhuang truly didn't know about this, Chao Zhenxing was so anxious he patted his thigh. "Captain Zhao, can I lie to you about something this big?" The investigation team was at Hongxia High School this afternoon. Zhao Jingzhuang was stunned.
What?
"How do you know about this?" "If something this big really happened from above, I should be the first to know. In the afternoon, I arranged to meet some of my former high school classmates in Ding'an to visit a teacher from second middle school. Coincidentally, an investigation team entered the school, which alarmed the school leaders." Zhao Jingzhuang. "No way. Chao Zhenxing, I heard that the investigation team came directly from above, without passing through the city or county. No one was notified and they just arrived at the school. According to Anzi, the team members were very rude and asked about Hongxia." Zhao Jingzhuang was so surprised he forgot about playing mahjong. He hurriedly left his friend's house and, as soon as he got home, started making calls to find out about the investigation team. But when he called colleagues' homes, many people didn't know anything about it. Since it was during the holiday, neither the workplace nor the school had anyone around. Even if the investigation team came, They wouldn't be able to find anyone. However, second middle school has a row of staff housing where many teachers, including the principal, live. When the investigation team arrived, the principal made a call and gathered everyone involved. The teacher who Dingen visited, who taught Zhao Hongxia, and deputy teacher Jiang Tang, was called in for questioning. Otherwise, Hu Dingen wouldn't have known about this. Before Hu Dingen even reached home, he called Chao Zhensheng. Chao Zhensheng, upon hearing the news, hurried to find Zhao Jingzhuang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known either. Both of them went back together, both with worried looks. They are in the same boat, so naturally they were anxious. Zhao Jingzhuang. Does Jiang Tang have such great ability? Isn't she said to be an orphan, with no parents, living under someone's roof for many years? And she stayed at your Hu family's place for 3 years? Can just a girl cause such a big fuss? He paced back and forth inside the house. Could there be someone powerful backing Jiang Tang? After you drove her out of your home, do you know what she's doing now? Chao Zhensheng said, her background should be correct. After Jiang Tang broke off her engagement with Anzi, we rarely saw her. But he remembered Hu Dahua saying that Jiang Tang seemed to have moved out of her uncle's house and was living with a family in Fuzhuang, Dongtu town, and that Jiang Tang called the lady of that family mom. Chao Zhensheng looked at Zhao Jingzhuang. Could that be Jiang Tang's real mother's family, Zhao Jingzhuang? We can't let them keep investigating. We need to find a way to stop this. Thinking of this, Zhao Jingzhuang suddenly said, I remember Luo Hong's father was kind to that girl. Chao Zhensheng nodded. Yes, teacher Luo was worried that Jiang Tang might drop out because of meal issues, so he mentioned Jiang Tang's name in front of her father, making her seem very pitiful. Her father paid more attention to her and took care of her afterward. Zhao Jingzhuang said, tell Luo Hong immediately to ask her father to help her find Jiang Tang. Since there is a connection, why not use it? He didn't believe Luo Hong's father would ignore his own daughter's future just for an outsider. Chao Zhensheng said, I'll handle it right away. After leaving Zhao's house, Chao Zhensheng called teacher Luo and told him about the investigation team coming to check whether Luo Hongxia had replaced Jiang Tang at university. Luo Hong was indeed panicked, her voice trembling. How is that possible? That was 3 years ago. What could they find out now? Chao Zhensheng explained. The investigation team was sent directly from the provincial level, without passing through the city or county. They came suddenly, taking advantage of the holiday when fewer people are around, and news spread slowly. Luo Hong said, Jiang Tang is an orphan girl. How could she have such power? Chao Zhensheng replied, whether Jiang Tang has that power isn't the main point. What's important is that the investigation team has arrived. Director Zhao said Jiang Tang has been investigating this for over half a month. I think, he paused before continuing, she probably knows everything she needs to. This was also why Chao Zhensheng didn't go to see Jiang Tang himself, because he was also involved in this matter. Luo Hong's father had helped Jiang Tang for 3 years. Based on Chao Zhensheng's understanding of her, he believed Jiang Tang wasn't someone who easily let go of old feelings. Chao Zhensheng said, if you ask your father to help Jiang Tang, it might be the most effective. Jiang Tang doesn't have that kind of influence. Someone behind her must be helping. As long as you talk to her, this might just blow over. Luo Hong was so nervous her hands and feet went numb. After hanging up, she stood up, pushed her bicycle and left. Her husband followed and asked, Luo Hong, what are you doing? It's mealtime. Why are you going out? Luo Hong only said she had something to do, then rode her bike back to her mother's house. Rodenko was relaxing at home, drinking a little wine and eating peanuts, chatting and laughing happily with his wife. Suddenly, their daughter came home at this time, startling the couple. They thought she was arguing with her husband. Rodenko. Daughter, why are you back so late? Did you have a fight with your husband? Why are your eyes red? As soon as Luo Hong entered, she first closed the door, then knelt down suddenly in front of Rodenko. Dad, please help me, Luo Hong. Dad, please help me, Rodenko. What's wrong, Luo Hong? It's like this and like that. Rodenko, help with what? Luo Hong's sudden kneeling confused Rodenko. He quickly reached out to help her up. What's wrong, daughter? Did something happen? Is your husband bullying you? I will break his leg today. Rodenko thought her husband was mistreating her and rushed to the kitchen to grab a rolling pin, ready to go to her house and confront her husband. Luo Hong knelt on the ground, pulling Rodenko's hand. Dad, it's about my work. Rodenko looked puzzled. Your work? What's wrong with your work? Why do Rodenko and his wife live such carefree lives? Is it because their children are doing well? They don't care about wealth or fame, as long as their work goes smoothly, happily, and peacefully. Life is better than anything. So why is their daughter saying such things for no reason? Luo Hong knelt on the ground, holding Rodenko's hand, and explained about Xiao Hongxiao replacing Jiang Tang to go to university. Rodenko stared with wide eyes, then suddenly slapped Luo Hong and shouted loudly. What did you say? What did you say? How could you do such a thing? How could you commit such a wicked act? You've ruined that child's life. Rodenko's eyes turned red with anger. Jiang Tang's life has already been tough enough. Why does his own daughter want to betray her? The girl studies hard not for others, but for herself. He still remembers Jiang Tang telling him that she could only work hard, get into a good university, because only knowledge could change her fate. How hard did that girl work? Rodenko knew very well. Every time she received an award, she would be on the stage. Lodenkov was the first to receive Jiang Tang's admission letter, and he was very happy for her. That girl's hard work over the past 3 years finally paid off. He was upset that Jiang Tang got into university and received her acceptance letter but didn't tell him. He felt she had no conscience, yet deep down, he was happy for her. Jiang Tang finally got into her dream university and changed her fate through her own efforts. There are fewer children as unfortunate as Jiang Tang in this world, which is a good thing. He shouldn't blame her for not sharing her happiness. Since she was young, no one taught her how to behave or do things properly. He already knew the outcome, so how could he blame her? What was the result? After 3 years, the first news he heard about Jiang Tang was that she didn't get into university and had to marry someone instead. At that moment, he learned from his daughter that her fate had been ruined by his own biological daughter. She should have been running and playing on campus, exploring the ocean of knowledge. But his daughter had destroyed her. Lodenkov angrily kicked his daughter, feeling both heartbroken and sad, tears welling up in his eyes. How could you do such a thing? How could you ruin Jiang Tang's future? She's your student, and you raised her. How can you treat her like this? Luo Hong knelt on the ground. Dad, I was wrong. Dad, I know I was wrong. Please help me. Dad, please help me. I really can't go on like this. I've worked so hard to get to this point. I can't ruin my career. Lodenkov trembled with anger. Help you? How can I help you? Can I help you? You've ruined her future, and you want to drag your father and your whole family down with her? Are you even human? Luo Hong crawled forward on her knees, holding onto Lodenkov's leg and crying. Jiang Tang must have found someone. As long as you don't pursue or investigate this matter, I'm willing to give her all my 3-year salary. Dad. Lodenkov kicked Luo Hong's leg hard, crying so much he couldn't stand up straight.
Who's your dad?
I don't have a daughter like you. He couldn't face that girl after what she had done. His wife was also crying uncontrollably nearby. She couldn't lift her daughter or stop her husband, only feeling anxious. Xiao Hong, how could you be so foolish? How could you help someone do such a thing? You're going to make me and your dad so angry. Mother, I was just confused for a moment. I don't know how it happened, but I accidentally helped someone with this. If I had known earlier. Luo Dinka pointed at the door. Get out.
Leave now.
I don't want a daughter like you. Luo Hong knelt on the ground, kowtowing to her father, crying so hard she almost couldn't breathe. She knew this was her only chance. If her father didn't help her, it would be the end. Even Director Zhao asked her to get her father involved, which meant this problem couldn't be solved on Zhao's side. Luo Hong pleaded, Dad, please help me. I beg you. Can you really watch my good life fall apart? I worked so hard to get here. I won't dare to do it again. Please, Dad, I'm begging you. Luo Dinka told her to be quiet. Who do you think I am? Do I have a lot of face? If you ruin someone's future, do you think I can just ignore it? Can I even say yes to that? His wife couldn't stand seeing her daughter cry so much. She pulled Luo Dinka and cried, Old Luo, didn't you say last time that Jiang Tang's father is your old classmate? I've never asked you for anything in my life, but just this once, please help your daughter. Just consider it me asking you. She and her daughter both knelt down in front of Luo Dinka. A mother's heart is always soft. How could she bear to see her daughter kneeling and begging her own father? She knew she was wrong, but what could she do now? Should she just watch helplessly as her daughter's hard-earned career is destroyed? Luo Dinka reached out to help his wife up, but didn't pull her. He stood still, closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly said, "Fine, I'll go." The Luo family had visitors. Fu Demon was very happy. From afar, he went to greet Luo Dinka. "Oh, old Luo, after we met at the banquet last time, I wanted to talk to you, but I never got the chance. When you suddenly called and said you wanted to visit me, I was so happy. I told my wife to prepare some snacks early in the morning," Fu Demon said. "Old Luo, you finally came." "Luo Dinka, I should have come earlier, but I just couldn't find the time. Motorcycle, vroom vroom. I'm here now, Luo Dinka. Haha, I've been wanting to come for a while, but I just couldn't find the time. Now that I finally have some free time, I came right away. I haven't come for a while. We're both getting old, and I see my gray hair has appeared." Fu Demon looked a bit surprised. "Hey, old classmate, that's not right. The last time we met at the dinner table, I remember your hair was still black.
What happened to you?
Did you go completely gray overnight?" Fu Demon's words almost made Luo Dinka speechless. Never mind." Fu Demon pulled Luo Dinka inside. "Come on, let's talk when we have time. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk." The table in Fu's main hall was full of fruits and snacks, clearly prepared in advance. Luo Dinka said, "You're so kind." Fu Demon smiled. "No need to be polite. These are all prepared by Jiang Tang. She said that back in school, you took good care of her and she wanted to find a chance to thank you, but Jiang Tang hasn't received her admission letter yet. She didn't get into university in the end, and she feels sorry for you. She spent 3 years in high school under your care, and she feels ashamed to face you now." Luo Dinka's hand trembled. "It's me who shouldn't face Jiang Tang, that girl." Just then, Jiang Tang rode back on Fu Demon's motorcycle. Seeing the gifts in the yard, she asked, "Dad, has Uncle Luo arrived?" Fu Demon replied, "He's here. Come quickly and say hello to Uncle Luo." Jiang Tang parked the motorcycle and brought out various cigarettes, alcohol, and cold dishes she bought. "I'm here." She put down the things and called out, "Uncle Luo." Luo Dinka was sitting, but when he heard Jiang Tang's voice, he shivered. He quickly stood up. "Jiang Tang." Jiang Tang looked carefree. "Uncle Luo, are you okay? I went to the second middle school to find you, but you weren't there. The gatekeeper told me that teacher Luo was promoted twice in 3 years. So impressive. When I was at No. 2 middle school, everyone let me down. Only you treated me well. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I could have made it through high school." Luo Dinka's eyes suddenly turned red, tears welling up in his eyes. Jiang Tang's words made him feel even more guilty. How could he speak to this unfortunate child in front of him? How could he ask for mercy for his seemingly upright daughter? If he begged for this favor, how could he face this suffering child? How could he face his younger self? Luo Dinka slowly closed his eyes, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. He couldn't speak. He really couldn't say a word. Luo Dinka hit his leg hard.
Sigh.
Fu Demon pursed his lips and frowned. "Old Luo, what's wrong? Is there something difficult you're facing? If you have trouble, just tell us. We'll do our best to help." Jiang Tang said, "Uncle Luo, my dad is right. If you're in trouble, just say so." In the end, Luo Dinka only sat down dejectedly, tears flowing, waving his hands repeatedly, looking even older. "It's nothing. Nothing at all." He quickly wiped his tears and cleared his throat. "Today, I came here to meet old classmates and to see Jiang Tang. I don't have any trouble." Luo Dinka forced a smile and looked up at Fu Demon. "I just remembered how hard Jiang Tang's high school days were. I feel sorry for her." He looked at Jiang Tang again. When she first entered school, she was so thin like a little stick. The first time I saw her, I wondered how she could be so skinny. I have only one daughter, and I want to leave all the good things at home for her. I don't understand how Jiang Tang's parents raised her. Food Demon looked at Jiang Tang. She wasn't fat now, but she looked strong, not like a pampered girl, but someone full of energy. He never expected she was so thin in high school. Luo Dengke sighed. I want to help this girl, but all I can do is secretly give her an extra bun when she's washing dishes, so she won't go hungry during evening self-study. That's all I can do. Jiang Tang spoke up. Uncle Luo, you forgot? I have eaten the meat buns you left for me many times, and I have also eaten the dried radish and pickles you brought. You have given me apples and cookies, and a row of 4 Waha bottles. You even brought me laundry detergent and helped me bring back the difficult-to-clean bedding so Auntie could wash it. Luo Dingka's eyes turned red again. It turns out this child remembers everything.
Jiang Tang, unso Luo, I'm sorry.
If I had known about Luo Hong. Jiang Tang interrupted him. Uncle Luo, during my 3 years in high school, my own father never called me or visited once. You've helped me more times than all my relatives combined. How can you say you've never helped me? Luo Dingka's nose twitched, and he started crying again. Jiang Tang, Food Demon, sat nearby, lowering his head without speaking. He didn't know what to say, only sighed. Actually, when Luo Dingka called to say he wanted to visit Jiang Tang, and I already guessed his purpose. The investigation team had been secretly working for several days. Fu's family only found out yesterday. By now, everyone who needs to know probably does. Luo Dingka's daughter, Luo Hong, is a key person involved in the fake quota incident. She will definitely be affected. Moreover, Luo Hong's career path was already unusual. Once the truth comes out, her official career will be over. She worked so hard just to climb higher, didn't she? If this gets worse, no one on that rope will be able to escape. Just a few days ago, the news broke, and now Luo Dingka has come. Everyone can guess what he's here for. Jiang Tang lowered her head, crying with Luo Dingka. She knows everything. She remembers Uncle Luo's kindness from back then. During her 3 years of high school, or even her entire childhood, Uncle Luo was the only one who truly cared for her. No ulterior motives, no selfishness, just a pure desire to help her. That's all. Fu Demon said old Luo. But he couldn't say anything, and in the end, he didn't say a word. Who has it easy? Is Jiang Tang's life easy? Even if Jiang Tang never spoke about it, he could tell from their conversation that something was wrong. This child, Jiang Tang, she suffered so much. She's suffered since she was little. Her father doesn't care. Her mother doesn't love her. She's living under others' roofs and disliked by relatives. Such a good child, with no support and nowhere to settle. She has to grasp every chance she gets. Fu Demon even guessed why Jiang Tang wanted to pretend to be Jiang Xiaojun and insisted on staying at his house. She has no family, no loved ones who truly care for her. She's not really attached to anyone. She just needs a place to stay temporarily. A girl with nothing, trying to find her place in society. How hard must that be? Fu Demon sighed deeply and said nothing more. Fortunately, Luo Dingka did not disappoint Fu Demon. After calming down, he said nothing. Fu Demon understood his inner struggle and difficulty because he also felt conflicted. He even didn't know what he should do if Luo Dingka asked him to speak for him. Should he agree to his old classmate's plea or refuse? Luckily, his old classmate hadn't changed and still clearly distinguished right from wrong, just like before. He is truly a thoughtful person. At noon, Luo Dingka drank quite a bit with Fu Demon, even raising his glass to Jiang Tang. They didn't say much, but everything was understood without words. When Luo Dingka left, he staggered as if he couldn't stand steadily. In the end, he didn't say those words. Jiang Tang stood at the door, watching Luo Dingka's slowly disappearing figure. Luo Dingka had already walked far away when Jiang Tang finally stepped forward and called out, "Uncle Luo." Luo Dingka stopped and waved his hand at her. "Jiang Tang? No need to see me off. I can hold my liquor, I'm not drunk. Don't worry." Jiang Tang. "Uncle Luo, after you go back, ask Zhao Jingzhuang to call me." Jiang Tang. "Uncle Luo, tells Zhao Jingzhuang to call me. Teacher Luo will understand what I mean."
Luo Dingka, Jiang Tang.
"My whole family is sorry for you." Luo Dinka's pupils suddenly shrank. What did you say? Jiang Tang, ask Zhao Jingzhuang to call me. If you tell teacher Luo that, she'll understand what I mean. Luo Dinka grabbed Jiang Tang's arm, choking up. Jiang Tang looked at him and said, Uncle Luo, I just want to know that during my high school years, no, more precisely, during my youth, there was someone who cared for me unconditionally and loved me. That's enough. She was gambling from start to finish. She was betting that Uncle Luo truly cared for her, that he was sincere, and that he wouldn't speak out when he saw her. As long as he didn't speak, she would be satisfied. Luo Dinka left crying. Because both of them had drunk quite a bit at noon, Fu Demon was worried about Luo Dinka's safety. He specially asked a neighbor's young man to ride a bike to take Luo Dinka to the main road, helped him catch a tricycle, negotiated the price, paid all at once, and arranged for the tricycle to take him home. After Fu Demon returned, he saw Jiang Tang holding a small notebook, writing and drawing in it. He was very worried about Jiang Tang's mood. Jiang Tang, are you okay? If you're upset about something, just tell Dad. Jiang Tang, I'm not upset about anything. Fu Demon thought she was sulking and comforted her. Uncle Luo isn't the kind of unreasonable person. I can tell he feels guilty. Even if you don't agree, it's okay. He definitely won't blame you. Jiang Tang looked up, her eyes a little red but her expression very calm. Jiang Tang, Dad, what are you saying? How could I be upset? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I feel bad just because of someone else's mistake? Fu Demon, that makes sense. Jiang Tang, mostly, I feel a little sad for Uncle Luo because he looks so troubled.
Fu Demon sighed. No one wants this to happen. So,
what do you plan to do? If you just let it go, what about your feelings? You shouldn't keep your hurt inside just because you don't want to upset Uncle Luo. Then, Jiang Tang asked excitedly, Dad, how much do you think I should ask for in compensation to match the hurt I felt today?
Fu Demon,
what is this kid thinking? Why is she suddenly saying that? Could she be planning to ask for money? He quickly looked at Jiang Tang and said, Jiang Tang, tell me honestly, are you short of money? How much do you need? I'll see if I can help you think of a way. Maybe I can lend you some, but you'll have to write an IOU. Jiang Tang said, Dad, what are you thinking? I'm not married to Hengjiang, so I can't just use your money. Think about it, I don't care whether I forgive those people or not. Haven't my 3 years already been wasted? Rodenko returned home. As soon as Luo Hong saw him enter, she stood up quickly and said, Dad, his wife hurried over to help him sit down. Old Luo, are you okay? How much did you drink? Luo Hong looked worried and asked many questions in a row.
Dad, what should I say? Jiang Tang.
Did she say anything? Mom said you and Jiang Tang's father used to be classmates and are on good terms. Did he do anything? Rodenko raised his head. Shut up. Luo Hong pursed her lips and lowered her head. Dad, I know I was wrong. It's too late to scold me now. I won't do it again. I promise to work hard and never do anything to make you and Mom worry, his wife sighed. Xiao Hong, don't say anything for now. Go outside and give your dad some space. She helped Rodenko sit down, poured him some water, and after a while, she sighed deeply. She thought if it were her daughter, she wouldn't easily give up either. That was XX University, the result of her child's 3 years of hard work, a lifelong achievement. To have it stolen or taken away, who could accept that? After drinking the water, Rodenko finally spoke. Jiang Tang asked the man named Zhao to call her. That's all she said. His wife asked, Huh? Nothing else. Rodenko was silent for a long time, then suddenly started crying. I'm sorry for that girl. As a father, I didn't educate my daughter well. I raised such a heartless person, and now she's harmed someone's child. He didn't say a word, but the girl knew everything in her heart. She just didn't want him to be troubled, so she swallowed all her grievances. Rodenko cried loudly. He shouldn't have gone there. His wife also wiped her tears. How did things turn out like this? Her daughter was the only child in the family. Since she was young, she had never lacked anything at home. Why did she end up doing something bad for others? Finally, Rodenko lay down and fell asleep. His wife left the bedroom. Luo Hong sat in the living room, stunned. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Now she was very scared and placed all her hope on her dad. Luo Hong also felt it might be too late. The investigation team had already arrived. Was there still a chance to turn things around? But Officer Zhao believed Jiang Tang had someone backing her. It might just take one word from that person. If they acted quickly, there might still be time. Moreover, how can an investigation be so quick? The matter from 3 years ago, even if the investigation team talks to everyone and gathers evidence, will still take some time. It will definitely be enough. The old lady looked at her daughter with disappointment in her heart, but she had raised her daughter herself. Could she just watch her ruin her future? Luo Hong stood up. Mom, the old lady looked at her and said, your dad said Jiang Tang should get a call from Zhao. Luo Hong was happy inside. If Zhao called, it meant Jiang Tang was willing to talk to Zhao. It seemed there was really hope now. Luo Hong immediately went out to call Zhao Jingzhuang and told him what was happening here. Zhao Jingzhuang didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately called the Fu family. Now, Zhao regrets not knowing the Fu family's background earlier. He only found out today that Jiang Tang lives with a family with a military history, a family of heroes, and a son in active service. People like that usually seem ordinary, just like other villagers, but they have great inner strength. If something really happens, they can cause a big stir. Zhao really wishes he had known about the Fu family's background sooner. If he had, he wouldn't have let things develop to this point. The call was quickly answered by Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang talked to Deputy Zhao. Zhao Jingzhuang, give me a condition. Jiang Tang said a clear price. Zhao Jingzhuang, 100,000. Jiang Tang, that was the old price. Jiang Tang, Deputy Zhao. Zhao Jingzhuang, to go ahead. Jiang Tang, I said I wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Why are you still calling me? People shouldn't push their luck. Zhao almost choked and gasped for air. He took a deep breath. Give me a condition. Jiang Tang said a clear price, isn't it obvious? Zhao Jingzhuang, I'll give you 100,000. Jiang Tang burst out laughing. What is Deputy Zhao talking about? 100,000 is the old price. Zhao Jingzhuang, are you really asking for 200,000? Jiang Tang kept her smile. I'm someone who's always been modest. Zhao Jingzhuang, 200,000 is a bit difficult for me. Jiang Tang, the investigation team is here. The real problem now is how to get them to leave. We can't do it without some bloodshed. Zhao closed his eyes. Give me 3 days, Jiang Tang. My patience is limited. Zhao gritted his teeth. 2 days, Jiang Tang. No more waiting for expiration. This time, Jiang Tang hung up the phone first. Jiang Tang looked up at Fu Demon. Dad, is it over 200,000? Fu Demon's jaw nearly dropped, and his voice cracked. How much? Jiang Tang. 200,000. Anyway, she just opened her mouth and didn't have to pay. Not wanting the 20,000 was like shooting herself in the foot. Changing her surname was complicated, so better not to do it if she could avoid it. Fu Demon was stunned. Such a large amount, how dare his fake daughter-in-law speak up? Is she not afraid of being beaten? Fu Demon, this amount is too big. Jiang Tang, he offered 10,000, but I didn't agree. Who does he think he is? Is my daughter's future only worth 10,000? Fu Demon. It sounded somewhat reasonable, but something felt off. Zhao Jingzhuang really couldn't come up with that much money, so he had to contact Chao Zhensheng and Luo Hong. He couldn't pay alone. Everyone had to contribute. The three secretly gathered. Zhao Jingzhuang was like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. This matter greatly affected him and his daughter, involving his future and her prospects. Luo Hong was in her 30s, usually fashionable, but now her eyes were swollen and her face looked very bad, as if she had aged 10 years and hadn't slept well. Chao Zhensheng was okay. He had asked his son and called friends, discovering that his father didn't bear much responsibility in this matter. After all, engagement and passing on information weren't major mistakes. Besides, Chao Zhensheng was a businessman. Even if he was found responsible, it wouldn't affect him much. The three gathered together. Zhao Jingzhuang recounted Jiang Tang's bold demand. Chao Zhensheng wasn't surprised. This was Jiang Tang's style. He still remembered how she initially asked for 10,000 yuan, then delayed for a few days and doubled it to 20,000. His advice was to give Jiang Tang the money immediately, so she wouldn't change her mind halfway. Zhao Jingzhuang said, "This amount is too big. I can't pay it alone." Chao Zhenxing stayed silent. Luo Hong's face looked even worse. She was just a teacher. How could she have that much money? Zhao Jingzhuang. At this point, we have no choice but to find a way, unless we want to make this matter public. Luo Hong was the first to refuse. No, absolutely not, Zhao Jingzhuang. Then we need to find a way to gather the money. Jiang Tang gave us 2 days. If we can't, we must find a way. When money was mentioned, Luo Hong fell silent. Chao Zhenxin lowered his head, trying to take a puff from his dry tobacco pipe, but realized he forgot to bring it. He doesn't like filtered cigarettes. They lack strength. He finds smoking a whole pack unsatisfying. He prefers the strength of dry tobacco. Chao Zhenxing said, "This money isn't a small amount. It's quite difficult to gather it all at once, but this matter doesn't affect him much. Even if his family had money, they wouldn't want to spend it." Among the three, Chao Zhenxing was the least worried. Zhao Jingzhuang was not a fool. Seeing Chao Genqing's expression, he knew what he was thinking. "Old Chao, what do you think about this?" Chao Zhenxing shifted slightly. "It's hard to gather the money." Zhao Jingzhuang snorted softly. "Old Chao, I'll be honest with you. Hu Dingen's work just showed signs of progress. If something happens on my side, his job will be in trouble. People on the same boat can't run away from each other." Chao Zhenxing thought it wouldn't affect him and wanted to back off. But is it that easy? Sure enough, when Hu Dingen's job was mentioned, Chao Zhenxing reacted. "Chao Zhenxing. Director Zhao, what are you saying? When did I say I wouldn't care? It's just that the amount of money is too large. My family's business needs funds too, so it's not easy to gather that much." Zhao Jingzhuang looked at both of them. "Luo Hong, you find a way to gather 60,000. Old Chao and I will each contribute 70,000. Zhao Jingzhuang was talking about pooling the money. The word pool is quite subtle here. Does it mean they are giving the money directly, or are they lending it? Zhao Jingzhuang's words were vague, with no clear plan. Luo Hong refused to agree. What conditions does her family have? How can they compare to Zhao's office and Chao's family? She had indeed been promoted, but her salary was fixed. She didn't have many chances to make extra money. The little she had saved was enough for what? Her family's savings were limited. Where could she find 60,000? Moreover, her husband would never agree to spend their hard-earned savings. Luo Hong couldn't help but speak up. "Jiang Tang really asked for 200,000? I remember she's timid and not the type to make such a big demand." Zhao Jingzhuang was furious.
What do you mean by that?
"Do you think I was asking you for money?" Luo Hong said. "I don't believe she dares to ask for 20,000. Suddenly, Chao Zhenxing said, "I believe it." Luo Hong looked up. "What good is believing?" "I don't believe it," Chao Zhenxing explained. "Jiang Tang asked for that price, but she wasn't really after the money. If we pay that much, we can afford it. If we can't, don't blame the investigation team for blaming us." Zhao Jingzhuang clenched his fists tighter. His future was more important than anything. He knew he had handled this poorly from the start, which led to the current deadlock. He realized he underestimated that girl. Zhao Jingzhuang said, "We have to gather the money, no matter what. Otherwise, we're all finished." 2 days later, Zhao Jingzhuang followed Jiang Tang's instructions. He hired a tricycle, loaded it with 2 bags of books, and delivered them to the Fu family gate. This was the first time Jiang Tang and Zhao Jingzhuang met. One stood inside the gate, and the other outside. For over 2 weeks, they had been arguing over the phone. Now they finally saw each other face to face. Zhao Jingzhuang was a thin, middle-aged man with fair skin, looking quite presentable. Jiang Tang's expression was as confident and bold as it had been on the phone, which made Zhao Jingzhuang feel both angry and helpless. "I've brought the things." With the help of the tricycle driver, Zhao Jingzhuang carried the 2 bags of books into the Fu yard. Jiang Tang said, "Thank you, sir. It was hard work. I specifically collected these books, and I won't accept losing even one." Zhao Jingzhuang paid the driver and let him leave. In the Fu yard, Jiang Tang was alone. The 2 bags of books just lay on the ground. Zhao Jingzhuang looked around and saw 3 shiny signs hanging on the wall, heavy and impressive. If he had known what kind of family the Fu family was earlier, he wouldn't be in this mess today. He studied Jiang Tang carefully. "So, you're Jiang Tang." Jiang Tang replied, "So, you look like a real person." Zhao Jingzhuang. "So, you're Jiang Tang." Jiang Tang. "So, you look like a real person." Zhao Jingzhuang clenched his teeth tightly. "I'll admit defeat this time. Everything you asked for is here, not missing. But how do I know you'll keep your word and not deceive me?" Jiang Tang. "Even if I lie to you, there's nothing you can do about it." Zhao Jingzhuang choked a little and asked, "When will the investigation team leave?" Jiang Tang. "Depends on my dad's mood." Zhao Jingzhuang. Sure enough, it's not that Jiang Tang, the orphan girl, has special skills, but that she has a strong backing and someone supporting her behind the scenes. Money can't solve everything, but it can ease feelings of frustration and unfairness for a while. Right now, Jiang Tang looked at the pile of money on the table in the main room. She felt her anger and frustration lessen. When Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen returned, they couldn't believe their eyes, nor could they believe that the money was actually given by that family. Fu Demon. Jiang Tang, with so much money, they won't accuse you of extortion, right? Jiang Tang took out an agreement. "We signed a settlement agreement. The Zhao family voluntarily paid me 20,000 yuan. I won't pursue the matter of them taking my college spot. It's all written down, signed and stamped. If they want to sue me, they can go ahead." Wang Yuzhen's eyes widened. "Did they really give it? Check if there's fake money." Jiang Tang raised her finger. "Mom, I've checked all afternoon. No fake bills." Wang Yuzhen looked worried. "It's just that I can't get justice for you, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. You're taking the money, but losing your fairness." Jiang Tang was shocked.
Mom, what are you saying?
Only Zhu Hefeng, that silly kid, would choose between sugar and apples. "I'm an adult. Adults want everything." Zhu Hefeng was even more surprised. "What is the mean stepmother saying?" Jiang Tang. "Zhu Hefeng only has 2 choices, and adults want both." "What is the mean stepmother saying?" Zhu Hefeng. "She's the one not letting me choose both. She always only let him pick one, but he really wanted to have both sugar and apples." At this moment, Jiang Tang stood up, went behind the door, took out the latest fishing rod, and handed it to Fu Demon. "Dad, yours." Fu Demon was surprised. "A new fishing rod. My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful." Jiang Tang. "Then I must be the most filial daughter-in-law in the world." "Dad, with me, the best daughter-in-law, I want both, no problem, right?" Fu Demon. "No problem. Dad will keep working on this tomorrow." Wang Yuzhen, hearing this, became even more worried. "What are you two talking about? I heard your dad say that the investigation team has been here for several days. Now you've taken money from them, but they don't listen to you. Isn't that just lying?" Jiang Tang shamelessly replied, "I've made peace with the Zhao family. I forgive them, and it has nothing to do with the investigation team." Wang Yuzhen exclaimed, "Jiang Tang, this isn't right. What if they don't let you go?" Jiang Tang leaned back and said, "Haha, Dad, look at my mom. She's so scared, just like you were at that time." Fu Demon then spoke to Wang Yuzhen. "Yuzhen, don't worry. I know what to do about this." Wang Yuzhen asked, "You're the one who opened the investigation, so you should know what to do. If you can't handle it, don't make big promises." Fu Demon, holding his fishing rod, said confidently, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Wang Yuzhen still felt uneasy.
What should be done about this?
Seeing her worried, Jiang Tang said, "Mom, my dad already met with the investigation team today. He fed them and made arrangements." Wang Yuzhen replied, "But they won't just eat and leave." Jiang Tang said, "Mom, we can't let them go. If they leave, how will justice be served? The 3 years of delay and 20,000 yuan can be made up, but justice can only be given by the investigation team. If they leave, who will continue the investigation? This rare opportunity must not be missed no matter what." Jiang Tang's goal is to slow down their investigation. If the delay lasts 6 months, it will be easier to handle. Wang Yuzhen was confused. "I don't understand. Even if you delay, they will still find out."
So,
"This is still your problem." Finally, Fu Demon spoke. "Today, someone from the Zhao family came. Jiang Tang already told him that if one clue is broken, the investigation will end without a conclusion. They won't insist. Ending the investigation or delaying it indefinitely until everyone forgets. This is the best outcome, and what Zhao Jingzhuang and his people hope for. But Jiang Tang would never let it truly end. She's just delaying the process. Since she took their money, she must keep her promise. She's also worried that Zhao Jingzhuang and his group might cause trouble if they get desperate. So, the investigation into her college admission must be officially stopped. Only then will her promise be fulfilled. The investigation team will restart on a different day. It has nothing to do with her now. She needs to step back from this matter. Wang Yuzhen. So, does that mean they won't investigate Jiang Tang being robbed of her college spot anymore? But the team will still keep looking into it later. Jiang Tang. Yes, Wang Yuzhen. That sounds contradictory. You don't want them to investigate Jiang Tang's case, but the team still needs to keep investigating. Isn't that strange? Jiang Tang. The team has stopped investigating my case, but they will continue looking into another case where someone else was replaced for a college spot. Wang Yuzhen. Are there other people who were replaced? Jiang Tang. Mom, do you remember I was in the newspaper looking for clues about paying money to find out information? During that time, I received a call from another boy. He asked me directly if someone had taken his school record, intentionally replacing him. Wang Yuzhen. Could you know him? Jiang Tang. I don't know him personally. I only know he also got into XX University, but he didn't receive the acceptance letter. Later, a classmate secretly told him that a wealthy student in his class used his name to get into the university. Wang Yuzhen. Aren't these people worried about being found out? Jiang Tang. Who knows? He only found out this year that his college spot was taken. It's the same university, and the method used was almost identical. The school he attended, Shenzhong, was where Luo Hong was promoted to a higher position for the second time. Wang Yuzhen. Old Luo's daughter. She's really mean. Jiang Tang. Wealthy families usually spend a lot of money. Teacher Luo. She must have gained some benefit. Wang Yuzhen still couldn't believe it. She's a teacher. How could she harm her own students like that? Jiang Tang. Teachers can be good or bad. She used to firmly believe Luo Hong was a good teacher. But now she realizes everyone has two faces. It just depends on how long they keep up the act. Jiang Tang clenched her fist. My goal is, first get the money, then delay. I've already contacted that boy. He's working in the city now, and will come back to see me in a few days. I told him to gather evidence first, confirm the other person's identity, and find clues before submitting them to the investigation team. Wang Yuzhen. Jiang Tang, we shouldn't love money too much. People might call us materialistic. Jiang Tang. Mom, if I don't like money, then there must be other things in the world that I like, right? If I have nothing, I like money, and there's nothing wrong with that. Wang Yuzhen clicked her tongue and said, that's true. Jiang Tang said, anyway, as long as the investigation team focuses on that male classmate, my own matters will also be checked. I forgive them, but they are unlucky. When they investigate others' affairs, they end up revealing mine. That's not my fault. Fu Demon didn't lift his head and said, daughter-in-law, I will prove that it's not your fault when the time comes. Wang Yuzhen was confused by Jiang Tang's words and finally made a conclusion. As long as my daughter-in-law doesn't suffer, everything will be fine. She looked at the pile of money on the table in the main room. This money needs to be saved. It's not safe to keep it at home. Fu Demon said, this is money earned from Jiang Tang's future. Let her keep it. Jiang Tang said, Dad, Mom, this is my dowry, all our family's money. Is my dowry generous? Wang Yuzhen said, very generous, especially generous. She turned to Fu Demon and said, luckily our family is doing okay. Otherwise, seeing this money, I might turn into a mean mother-in-law grabbing money. Fu Demon finally looked at his wife. Does she really think she's a mean mother-in-law grabbing money? If he gave her half a brain, she wouldn't even be able to snatch money from the fake daughter-in-law. Just watching the fake daughter-in-law take her down, he knew his wife was no match for her. Even if he thought about it for 48 hours, he couldn't outsmart a daughter-in-law who only uses her brain for 10 minutes. Zhu Hefeng was still young and had no concept of money. He only knew that the things on the table could buy a pencil. He hesitated and moved closer to Jiang Tang, pointing at the money on the table and asking, vicious stepmother, Can you lend me a coin to buy a pencil? Jiang Tang looked at him and asked, Are you out of pencils? Zhu Hufeng shook his head. Not out, but I can't hold it anymore. He showed Jiang Tang the short pencil tip he was holding, his dirty little hand clutching a tiny piece of pencil lead that he couldn't even hold properly. Jiang Tang asked, Are you picking up someone else's pencil? Zhu Hufeng nodded. Yes. Jiang Tang thought for a moment and said, I'll go to the city tomorrow. I'll buy you a pencil there. Zhu Hufeng's eyes lit up. Really? Jiang Tang nodded. When have I ever lied to you? Zhu Hufeng was very happy, holding a small pencil and walking cheerfully. He was excited to have a new pencil to use. Fu Demon and Wang Yuzhen were not short of money, but one managed work and earning, while the other took care of the family and 3 little kids. They couldn't think of small things like Zhu Hufeng's pencil or notebook. Zhu Hufeng received a beautiful pencil case from Jiang Tang. He wanted to borrow money from his mean stepmother to buy a pencil. Jiang Tang took a snakeskin bag, and Wang Yuzhen helped put the money into it. Jiang Tang took out several stacks of money. Dad, this is for tomorrow's activity expenses. Fu Demon looked up. There's also activity money? Jiang Tang said, Of course. Dad works hard, and I pay. Isn't that right? Wang Yuzhen glared at Fu Demon. This is earned from Jiang Tang's future. Are you really going to take it? Fu Demon replied, Yuzhen, I also need to ask around, spend money on cigarettes and treats, and sometimes give tips. These are all expenses. Business is business. You don't understand.
Jiang Tang note that.
Yes, Mom. Let Dad take it. If it's not enough, we'll say so. These are necessary costs. Otherwise, how can they cooperate? Fu Demon proudly looked at his wife. Did you hear that? Jiang Tang is more sensible. Wang Yuzhen said, All right, you two are arguing. I can't win against you. The next day, after sending Zhu Hufeng off, Jiang Tang went to the furniture factory she cooperated with to load and deliver goods. She went to the city with the truck. At Lu's furniture shop, workers were already waiting. As soon as the truck arrived, they started unloading. Jiang Tang greeted Lu and went to the finance office to settle the bill. They had been working together for 3 years and knew each other well. Their cooperation was always pleasant. Lu took money from the safe. Jiang Tang, are you using this to wrap the money again? Jiang Tang moved her school bag to the front. This is all the money I have. I transferred it to the supplier right away. Do I need to carry it in a sack? The finance staff said, That's not necessary. Still, you're a young girl, and you're brave to carry money like this. Jiang Tang said, It's no big deal. When she left, she found the driver who was delivering the furniture. He signed for the money, they settled the accounts, and then they all went their separate ways. Today, Boss Lu was also here. He reminded me, Jiang Tang, there are 10 sets of furniture. Just deliver them tomorrow. Jiang Tang replied, Okay, thank you, Brother Lu. A few years ago, I took this order and made good money from Chao Genqing's furniture factory. Now, 3 years later, the order has come back to me. Although I didn't earn much this month, all future orders from Lu and his furniture factory will be mine. After delivering today's goods, I went to a stationery shop near the school. I bought pencils and notebooks for Zhu Hufeng. I also asked the shop owner what stationery a first grader might need. I bought quite a lot of everything and finally asked the owner to write down the total amount I spent. The shop owner asked, Are these for your class kids? I shook my head and said, No, these are for my own child at home. The shop owner couldn't help but laugh. Buying for your own kid and needing a receipt? Are you planning to get reimbursed? I replied, I'm a stepmother, so I need to keep a record. The shop owner thought I was joking. Wow, you got married quite early. You look young, and your kid is already in elementary school. I said, No choice, he's my son. The shop owner said, Really a stepmother, huh? Well, that's okay. Even as a stepmother, I still buy stationery for my child. Fong Yuan came out of the TV station's main entrance. She had an interview scheduled in the afternoon and planned to eat noodles at the restaurant across the street before meeting her partner and heading out. As she stepped out, she saw a familiar young girl smiling at her, showing her white teeth. Fong Yuan was surprised. She wondered, Who is this person? Why is she smiling at me? She looks a bit familiar. Jiang Tang. My name is Jiang Tang. Do you remember me? Fang Yuan suddenly remembered. Oh, yes. Her name is Jiang Tang, the girl who got into XX University but was taken away by someone else to take her spot. Fang Yuan's face stiffened. She remembered calling Jiang Tang once when she needed help, but she had refused. Of course, Fang Yuan knows she is a media person and understands her responsibilities and duties. She knows the big principles well. But she is just an ordinary person who has worked hard to get where she is today. She doesn't want this matter to involve her or harm her career, which she has fought hard to build. Moreover, the family that tried to take Jiang Tang's university spot probably knows her top boss. Sometimes, Fang Yuan's heart feels conflicted. As a journalist, presenting the truth is her duty and mission. She vividly remembers her teacher's advice in college. Choosing to be a journalist means playing a brave game. You carry a heavy responsibility, people's right to know, the other side of society, and uncovering the truth behind events. If you oppose the truth, the public will never see it clearly. When Fang Yuan refused Jiang Tang, she knew she was turning away a vulnerable person and standing against the truth. But she had no other choice. Fang Yuan thought she would never see Jiang Tang again in her life, but today she appeared before her once more.
Phan Win, Jiang Tang.
Why are you here? Jiang Tang smiled warmly. I was waiting for you. Fang Yuan looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Waiting for me? Do you need something? Jiang Tang nodded. Yes. Are you going to eat? If you feel bad about it, treat me to a meal. After saying this, Jiang Tang looked at Fang Yuan with a smile. After a moment, Fang Yuan nodded. Okay. Jiang Tang's eyes lit up. Anything is fine. I'm easy to please, Fang Yuan. I have a task this afternoon and don't have much time. I need to leave right after eating. She didn't know what Jiang Tang wanted to talk about, so she felt a bit guarded and guilty. Jiang Tang pointed across the street. There's a cold noodle shop. The noodles aren't hot, so they should be quick to eat. They went to the cold noodle shop and the food was served quickly. Jiang Tang picked up her chopsticks, slurped a big mouthful of noodles, and said after a moment, I came to the city today for some errands and to buy stationery for the kids at home. I happened to see you coming out of the TV building. She had just come out of the gate when she saw her grinning and showing her teeth, thinking she was waiting specifically for her at the entrance. Jiang Tang continued, meeting is fate. I thought if you still remember me, maybe I could get a free meal. No matter where I go, being shameless can get me food. Fang Yuan said nothing, just lowered her head to eat her noodles. After a moment of slurping sounds from the other side, she suddenly heard Jiang Tang say, My problem is solved. Fang Yuan looked up sharply at Jiang Tang. Her problem is solved? One thing they both knew was that Jiang Tang had her college spot taken away. Is this really resolved? Fang Yuan and Jiang Tang weren't close and didn't know each other well. They had only met once and spoken once on the phone. That single call made Fang Yuan think Jiang Tang was really shameless, telling lies and falsehoods casually, as if she was just fooling around. At first, she felt angry. Then, upon thinking more carefully, she felt even angrier. When Fang Yuan heard Jiang Tang say her story about finding a savior was false, she almost exploded. But then, in the next second, Jiang Tang surprised her again. She was looking for the girl who took her college spot, claiming she was seeking her savior. Jiang Tang really had the talent to make her feel angry one second and sympathetic the next. During that phone call, Jiang Tang asked Fang Yuan if she could help her. Inside, Fang Yuan was struggling. She knew if she helped Jiang Tang, there would be trouble later, but helping her would bring peace to her heart. If she helped, she would be true to her profession, her former teacher, and her responsibility as a journalist. Not helping meant choosing her own weakness, avoiding any trouble for herself. At that moment, Fang Yuan was also struggling, weighing her options. In the end, she made a choice that made her feel less scared. In that instant, she felt regret and guilt. She hid the truth. She could even imagine Jiang Tang living with the regret of losing her future because of someone else, while the person who took her spot could live happily and carefree. Fang Yuan looked steadily at Jiang Tang. How is it resolved? Jiang Tang said, that family paid me 200,000 yuan. Fang Yuan asked, how much? Jiang Tang replied, 200,000. I initially asked for 100,000, but they thought that was too much. Later, the investigation team arrived and I asked for 20,000 yuan, which I received. Fong Yuan. Jiang Tang, my issue is resolved. They paid me 20,000. Fong Yuan. How much? Jiang Tang. 20,000, all deposited in the bank. Fong Yuan felt like she was hearing a strange story, as if it was from another world. She couldn't understand how Jiang Tang could say such things. Jiang Tang, you have a task this afternoon. When you have time next, I'll explain everything slowly. Fong Yuan, there's enough time. Are you okay? Jiang Tang looked up. I'm fine. Are you okay? I feel like you don't really believe what I'm saying. Fong Yuan, I think anyone else would find it hard to believe what you just said. Jiang Tang, I already got the money. I just deposited it in the bank this morning. Fong Yuan, I'm quite curious.
Tell me more.
Jiang Tang briefly explained what happened, then proudly said, my grandfather's family has 3 generations of soldiers, all with military honors. My husband is now in the intensive care unit, probably disabled. Tell me, isn't my family's connection strong? Fong Yuan. No, her husband is in the ICU and might be disabled, yet she's not worried at all. Instead, she's full of pride. What kind of mindset is that? Fong Yuan. I really didn't expect that. Jiang Tang. In half a year, the investigation team will announce another case about people replacing others to get college spots. Everyone involved won't escape. Since it's the same group behind it, my case will also be linked, and it will definitely be big news. Fong Yuan. Jiang Tang asked, are you interested in following this? Honestly, I want to use the TV station's influence to make a bigger impact, but this is also a chance for you to get exclusive news. Usually, what kind of news do you report? I looked at your reports and only found 2. One praising the community for finding lost dogs and cats. Fong Yuan. How do you know about what will happen in half a year? Jiang Tang. Because I let them go this time because I took their money. People should keep their promises. They paid to avoid trouble, and I accepted the money to forgive.
But
people like that shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. Fong Yuan was momentarily stunned and stared at Jiang Tang. You. Jiang Tang grinned at her. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not that noble. I just think they don't deserve a good life. I spent 200,000 to keep them safe for half a year. I think I've done right by them. Fong Yuan asked, are you worried that more people like you might become victims or sacrifices for profit? Jiang Tang poked her chopsticks into her bowl and thought for a moment. I'm not that great. But if you want to see me as more than I am, I guess I can accept that. Fong Yuan asked, how can you be sure they will be punished after half a year? This time, Jiang Tang's eyes smiled as she said, because I have powerful backing. Fong Yuan hesitated. So, I previously refused you, and you still came to see me? Jiang Tang replied, it's normal to refuse. If I were in your place, I'd refuse too. I can't even stand for myself, so how can I help others? Besides, people should look out for themselves. There's nothing wrong with that. But what happens after half a year is different. It's a sure thing, depending on whether you're interested. Fong Yuan said, I am interested. Jiang Tang immediately smiled, reached into her pocket, and took out a piece of paper. She pushed it toward Fong Yuan. This is the name and address of the student who was replaced this year. I'll meet him this afternoon. If you're interested, I can have him contact you, or you can reach out to him. Fong Yuan glanced at the paper, then casually put it in her pocket. Have you ever thought about studying journalism? Jiang Tang shook her head. No, I love money. I enjoy making money. Buying a commercial street is my real hobby. Fong Yuan remained silent. Jiang Tang didn't talk much with Fong Yuan. When she heard that Fong Yuan had work to do, she didn't want to delay her. She was very good at reading people's expressions. After finishing her noodles, Jiang Tang wiped her mouth. Reporter Fong, I don't have anything else to bother you with. I'll go now. If you have plans this afternoon, I won't take up your time. Fong Yuan quickly stopped her. Jiang Tang, you came specifically to see me today, right? What if I don't agree? Jiang Tang looked at her. There are many reporters in the world, not just you. If you refuse, others who want to help ordinary people will step up. It's not a big deal. Fong Yuan opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. People really are different. Everything she sees has some difficulty, but Jiang Tang only sees wrong methods, never impossible problems. Fong Yuan looked at her. Thank you, you taught me a lesson. Jiang Tang adjusted her school bag and looked at her strangely. You city folks are so pretentious, it makes my scalp tingle. What did she do? Suddenly thanking her. What's wrong with that? Jiang Tang looked at Fong Yuan with disdain, waved her hand, and turned to leave. Fong Yuan sat there, still holding her chopsticks. Jiang Tang had finished her soup, but there was still half a bowl of noodles in her own bowl. Fong Yuan. Dat. Yu Xiaoliang sat on the steps, looking both angry and scared. Since he received the call, his whole body felt numb. He had worked hard for 3 years, and his hair was half gray at a young age.
Why?
Just to get into college and have a better future, right? But what happened? Yu Xiaoliang couldn't calm his feelings. Just then, a lively young girl appeared in front of him. Yu Xiaoliang? Yu Xiaoliang immediately stood up. Are you Jiang Tang? Jiang Tang. Yes, I am Jiang Tang. Yu Xiaoliang rushed over to her. So, can you really help me? Jiang Tang nodded. Yes, I can. She took out a small notebook. Usually, you should be attending XX University this year, right? Do you know the name of the person who took your student record? Yu Xiaoliang said. Yes, I know. His name is Ding Xiangdong. He's my high school classmate, but I don't know him well and haven't spoken to him. He sits in the last row of the classroom and doesn't talk to others. Yu Xiaoliang focused entirely on studying for college. He was so absorbed that he never noticed that person. Because of rumors a few years ago about someone stealing college spots, he wrote his home address on the admission letter. But he never received the letter. He even asked at the post office, but they ignored him and said if there was a notification, it would definitely be delivered to him. Everyone else received their notices, but Yu Xiaoliang did not. He went to the school to ask, but at the gate, he was stopped by Director Luo Hong. Yu Xiaoliang has a very good impression of Director Luo because she took good care of him during high school. She often talked to him, asked about his well-being, and even brought old clothes from her relatives for him to wear. She encouraged him to keep going until the end. Whenever Yu Xiaoliang did poorly on tests at school, Luo Hong would talk to him and help him think positively. In Yu Xiaoliang's mind, Luo Hong is truly the best and most responsible teacher in the world. Jiang Tang listened to Yu Xiaoliang and asked expressionlessly, Did Teacher Luo tell you that there are many paths in life? Did she say that tuition is expensive, and since your family is not well off, it's better to earn money to help with family expenses? Yu Xiaoliang looked at Jiang Tang in shock. How do you know? Jiang Tang said, because Teacher Luo also told me those things. She has been kind and caring to you, and she's also been good to me. Yu Xiaoliang hesitated. Are you saying that? Teacher Luo. Jiang Tang nodded without hesitation.
Yes.
Among the people trying to take your college spot, Teacher Luo was the first to help select you as a target. Without her help, others wouldn't be able to do it. Yu Xiaoliang looked at Jiang Tang in shock, unable to believe it was true. Teacher Luo was really kind to me back then. He couldn't speak anymore because tears started to fall. It turns out everything was a lie. Jiang Tang asked, Is your family condition not good? Are your parents still around? The boy, who had already gone through voice change, was now crying so hard he was heartbroken. His voice was hoarse, like a duck that had lost its voice, and he couldn't make a sound. Jiang Tang looked at him and said, What's the use of crying? Think about how to deal with those bastards. Yu Xiaoliang sniffled and asked, Yes, I need to think about how to deal with those bastards. I will not let them go. Jiang Tang said, Later today or tomorrow, a female reporter named Fong Yuan will come to see you. When she does, tell her everything you know. Also, do you know XX University? I've contacted someone named Yi Kongjian. He might know the guy who took your college spot. They met in a club. Jiang Tang handed him a note with Fu family's phone number on it. This is my contact number.
Keep it safe.
When you contact Fong Yuan, remember to call me. Yu Xiaoliang wiped away his tears and felt a little embarrassed about crying. I'm not someone who cries easily. Jiang Tang nodded. I can tell you lack experience. I saw your tonsils when you cried. Yu Xiaoliang sniffled. I'm not someone who cries easily. Jiang Tang. I can see that. I saw your tonsils when you cried. Yu Xiaoliang. Yu Xiaoliang. Jiang Tang. Investigating this kind of thing takes time, especially for reporters who need all kinds of evidence. You can't rush it, and you shouldn't go around spreading rumors and alerting others. Yu Xiaoliang. Besides the reporters contacting me, what else can I do? Jiang Tang. Work to earn money, learn new skills. Your university spot was taken this year. Once the issue is resolved, see if XX University will agree to let you transfer directly with your student record. If they say no, your record will be returned, and you'll have to take the college entrance exam again next year. Yu Xiaoliang was surprised. Are you really sure I can solve this? Jiang Tang, the fact that I found you means this isn't just your problem. You can't solve it alone, but with my help, it will definitely be resolved. Yu Xiaoliang suddenly felt more confident because of her words. But, Yu Xiaoliang, I might not be able to help much. I was raised by my grandmother, and I can't help with family matters. Jiang Tang, another person telling me their sad story.
Fine, I understand.
After all, if their background isn't difficult, they wouldn't dare to compete. In Hu family village, Hu Dahua rushed in from outside. That wicked woman Jiang Tang did it on purpose. Chao Zhensheng was worried, afraid that unresolved issues might affect his eldest son's future. He had already spent 70,000 yuan, and if things weren't resolved, the loss would be too great. Hu Dahua. I'm telling you, Chao Zhensheng asked, just say what you need to say. Why are you arguing? Hu Dahua gritted her teeth with anger. That damn Chen Laoxi's family used a big truck this morning to take away 10 sets of furniture. They look exactly like the 20 sets we made before. Do you know about this? Old Chen looks like a good person, but the only thing Hu Laohan was unhappy about was having too many brothers in the family. At that time, the Chen family knew what Hu Laohan wanted and encouraged Old Chen to show more effort, suggesting it would be good to marry into the Hu family. During harvest season and busy farming times, Old Chen would take his brothers and sisters to help the Hu family with farm work. After finishing Hu family's chores, they would tend to their own fields. The Hu family naturally accepted Old Chen's help and often gave him hope for a better future. However, they later decided to make Chao Zhensheng their son-in-law. Old Chen was very angry about this. If the Hu family didn't want to marry into the family, they should have said so clearly. He wasn't a stubborn person, so how could they deceive him like this? People in the village said Old Chen would definitely become a son-in-law of the Hu family. After they chose Chao Zhensheng, Old Chen felt ashamed. What made him most upset was that, after the busy harvest year, the Hu family announced publicly that Chao Zhensheng was their son-in-law. This was really unfair. The Hu family no longer planned to marry into the Chen family, so how could they still feel okay about having a young man come over to help with farm work? Old Chen was almost furious. The Hu family had good conditions, and Hu Laohan had repeatedly said he was very satisfied with him. Old Chen was happy to go and show his effort. He was a carpenter, skilled at his craft. He wasn't someone who couldn't find a wife. It was very frustrating. The next year, the Hu family faced consequences. Before, with the help of the Chen family, a group of young men would come quickly and finish the work in 2 or 3 days. That year, no one helped. Chao Zhensheng, the son-in-law, went out to make furniture and didn't return home. Hu Dahua had just given birth and was resting at home. Hu Laohan's wife was taking care of their daughter and also cooking, so the remaining time was spent helping Hu Laohan with the harvest. It was common in the village to help others after finishing your own farm work, but they always did their own chores first. Hu Laosan tried to rent a harvester, but there were too many people renting it. Most people in the area still used manual labor for harvesting. The harvester wouldn't come to Hu Laohan's small plot because he was willing to pay a high price, but he had to wait in line until others finished their work. How fast could Hu Laohan work alone? Finally, after other families finished their work and came to help, it started to rain. That year, more than half of Hu family's grain rotted in the field. Hu Laohan was heartbroken. Old Forchen's family is so happy to see others fail, thinking it's just Hu's family not doing well and getting what they deserve. When this news reached the Hu family, their hatred for Old Forchen grew even deeper. Some villagers said they should make peace, but Old Hu believed he was in the right. He had his eye on Old Forchen because Chen's family had many brothers and relatives, which was a burden. Also, Chen couldn't become a son-in-law, but Chao Zhensheng was willing. That's why he gave up on Chen. Old Forchen was angry because he wondered, Since Hu's family always wanted a son-in-law, why didn't they say so clearly from the start? If they had been honest early on, he wouldn't have had to flatter them. Wasn't he just working hard for their family for free? His strength was free labor. Since then, the two families stopped talking and didn't greet each other when they met in the village. Old Fortune and Chao Zhensheng are both carpenters. Their rivalry started when they were young. Old Fortune is a local carpenter, while Chao Zhensheng is from another place. After Chao Zhensheng became a son-in-law to the Hu family, he took away half of Old Fortune's local work. Chao Zhensheng is smarter and saved some initial money to grow his business slowly. Old Fortune isn't as clever, but he copies others. When Chao Zhensheng looked for work outside, Old Fortune also looked for work. Chao Zhensheng opened a small workshop, and Old Fortune did the same. Later, Chao Zhensheng upgraded his workshop into a furniture factory, and Old Fortune did the same. To the Hu family, Old Fortune is like a persistent ghost. Whatever kind of furniture the Hu factory makes, Old Fortune makes the same. Their business competition is very fierce. Today, Hu Dahua found out that Jiang Tang took an order for 20 sets of furniture from the Hu family, but actually gave it to their biggest rival, Old Fortune. Hu Dahua was so angry, she couldn't hold back. She was furious and even exploded with anger. Hu Dahua, Jiang Tang knew we had a grudge with Old Fortune. I even told her about it before. She called him a bad person right in front of me. Now she's giving him our business? Is she doing this on purpose or what? Chao Zhensheng looked at Hu Dahua and said, if you know she's doing it on purpose, what can you do? Hu Dahua trembled with anger. What do you mean? Are you just going to swallow this? I won't. I want to give Jiang Tang a lesson. She is so vicious. She is really too cruel. Chao Zhensheng, what's the use of saying all this? Instead of getting so angry here, you should think of a way to find new orders. Hu Dahua pointed at Chao Zhensheng and scolded. Waste. You are truly useless. Someone is doing their business right over your head, and you can still hold back this anger. Chao Zhensheng, what do you want to do about it? Hu Dahua, I won't let that wicked woman succeed. Chao Zhensheng, what do you plan to do? Hu Dahua, I can't do business, and I won't let her do it either. Hu Dahua calmed down and snorted coldly. Since we can't do business, then I won't let her succeed either. Chao Zhensheng looked at her. Can you still control her now? Hu Dahua, don't you remember? She asked our family to make 3 sets of furniture for her. Tomorrow is the delivery deadline. We can say the furniture isn't ready. Businesses value trust, right? If she can't deliver on time, she won't get future business either. Chao Zhensheng, those 3 sets of furniture are made by us. We must deliver them on time. Hu Dahua glared at Chao Zhensheng. Are you stupid? Our family is in such a mess with Jiang Tang. Will she still give us business in the future? Those 3 sets of furniture are a dead end. Chao Zhensheng, we've finished the furniture. If we don't deliver, it will ruin the factory. Hu Dahua, even if I leave the furniture in the factory, I won't let Jiang Tang have a good time. Chao Zhensheng rubbed his temples. What kind of plan is that to make her suffer? If you do that, the ones really suffering will be us. Hu Dahua, I run such a big factory, and I can't afford to lose 3 sets of furniture. I'll sell my furniture cheaply if I have to. I don't believe she can't deliver. Chao Zhensheng, no, why don't you listen? Those 3 sets of furniture are special sizes, meant for. Hu Dahua shouted angrily. Every time I talk to you, I get so mad. When it's critical, you stay silent. Now you start arguing with me. When will you be more firm? A young girl is already over your head, and you still tolerate it? Chao Zhensheng, no matter how angry you are, you can't mix this with business. They are 2 different things. Hu Dahua pressed her chest in anger. Chao Zhensheng, I tell you, I won't deliver the furniture tomorrow. I want to see what she can do, if she can't deliver the goods. Hu Dahua is very stubborn at home. She never gives in easily and always sticks to her decisions. Chao Zhensheng is not very good at talking. He knows many reasons, but he can't argue with her. Early the next morning, Hu Dahua asked Chao Zhensheng to ride his bike and wait for her at the factory. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a truck arrived at the furniture factory. The driver showed the delivery order and said, I'm here to pick up 3 sets of furniture. These are the order forms. Hu Dahua pretended to check and glanced at the license plate. Seeing that the driver was new and unfamiliar, she threw the delivery order back and said, "You are at the wrong place. This is not my house. We don't have any furniture to pick up here." The driver was surprised. "Did I make a mistake? That's impossible. I asked around all the way here." Hu Dahua said, "I don't know if I received this order myself. You better go back. This isn't my delivery." The driver looked serious and started to doubt himself. He checked the order and looked at the sign at the factory entrance. He wondered, the name is the same. Could there be another factory with the same name? Hu Dahua turned around and walked away, without paying him any attention. The driver had no choice but to drive around and look for the right address. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the factory. He came to pick up furniture, but couldn't find the right place. This made him very worried. He had already wasted almost 3 hours. He circled around several times, but the people at the furniture factory insisted he was at the wrong place. Just then, his pager suddenly beeped. He looked at it and saw that the client was calling for the delivery. Unable to find the factory, he searched nearby and finally borrowed a phone to call back. Jiang Tang asked, "Little Lu, what's going on? It's almost 4 hours now. Why hasn't the delivery arrived?" The driver explained that he couldn't find the factory despite searching everywhere and asking many people. Everyone told him this was the only factory nearby, but they insisted he was at the wrong place and said there was no furniture to pick up. He was confused and frustrated. Jiang Tang asked whether the person at the factory entrance was a man or a woman. She then said, "I understand now. It's not your fault. Come back here to pick up the goods." Jiang Tang assigned her 10 big orders to 3 different factories. Old Fortune's furniture factory has always followed Chao Genqing's style, but Jiang Tang's sudden rise caused Chao Genqing's orders to increase rapidly. Old Fortune and his family worked very hard, but still couldn't catch up. In terms of productivity, Chao Genqing's factory is better. After 3 years of fast work, the workers are well trained. Because of this, Jiang Tang gave Old Fortune's factory 10 sets of orders. Another company, called Good Fashion Furniture, is smaller with fewer workers. Jiang Tang worried they couldn't deliver on time. Luckily, Chao Genqing gave her money, so she temporarily assigned 3 sets of orders to him to help share the workload for Good Fashion Furniture. Although the Hu family doesn't work in furniture, Chao Genqing has spent most of his life building his furniture business. He cares a lot about it, which is why Jiang Tang trusted him to handle 3 sets of furniture. She didn't expect that Hu Dahua would try to harm her by neglecting her own furniture business. This kind of self-destructive trick, hurting herself more than others, is something she learned from someone else. Did Chao Genqing, so smart, not try to stop her? Moreover, those 10 sets of furniture weren't for regular homes. They were custom-made for a large building in the city, with special sizes and structures. Each month's orders have slight size differences, which is why they need to be reordered every month. Lu's brother-in-law, who owns Lu and Furniture Factory, is a builder. His business naturally goes to his own factory, which is why Lu has orders every month. Jiang Tang keeps a close relationship with such big clients. Of course, as a young girl, she couldn't have much contact with big bosses like Lu. Her main contacts are Lu's wife and sister-in-law, with whom she has become close friends. Whenever Jiang Tang goes to the city, she avoids Lu and his boss and instead visits Lu's wife for meals. At first, she spent money on Lu's wife, buying whatever she liked, all paid for by Chao's furniture factory. It was necessary for maintaining the client relationship. Chao Genqing also needs to keep old clients happy. Jiang Tang mastered the full strategy to win Lu's wife over, helping with fittings, deliveries, and new styles. As long as she was bold enough, she could win anyone. Later, she provided emotional support, chatting, shopping, and watching movies. Over time, their relationship became so close that Lu's wife wouldn't let her buy things anymore. Jiang Tang always insisted she paid for herself, and they became good friends, so there was no need to hold back. This month, the furniture was made by a temporary contractor she found, so she didn't make much profit. However, next month, she will start earning her own money. Hu Dahua suddenly stopped delivering goods, but Jiang Tang wasn't at all scared. If she didn't want to deliver, she wouldn't. She told others not to ask her for deliveries later. The driver was called back by Jiang Tang. She asked someone to load 3 more sets of regular furniture from Hausher Fashion Furniture Factory onto the truck. Boss Zhou from Hausher Fashion was worried. Jiang Tang, this isn't right. These 3 sets of furniture don't meet the requirements. Jiang Tang patted Boss Zhou's shoulder. The workers loaded the wrong truck. It doesn't matter if I have the goods or not. Don't worry, Boss Zhou. I borrowed these 3 sets of furniture temporarily. I'll bring them back tonight, and I'll have the goods ready tomorrow. Boss Zhou asked, Where did you get these goods? Jiang Tang replied, Chow's goods are my goods. No one can take them from me. After loading the furniture, Jiang Tang made an excuse about the bad weather. She asked the driver to cover the furniture with a tarpaulin and tie it down tightly. The driver looked at the sky and thought it didn't seem like rain, but since Jiang wanted the tarpaulin, he covered the furniture. Jiang Tang told the driver, Be careful on the way. When delivering, no matter what people say, just pretend you don't hear anything. If they have any problems, tell them to contact me. The driver nodded. Got it, got it. Jiang Tang added, and if I happen to say bad things about you to the customer, don't be mad. It's all fake. This was the second time the driver worked with Jiang Tang. They had already discussed everything, so he wouldn't get angry. No problem, no problem. While the driver was leaving with the goods, Jiang Tang called Lu and the furniture store manager. Hey, is Boss Lu home? I just asked the driver to deliver the remaining 3 sets of furniture. I saw the weather was bad, so I covered the goods with a tarpaulin. It might be a bit tricky to unload. Knowing Jiang Tang had a good relationship with Lu and his wife, and that Jiang often gave the manager small favors, the manager immediately smiled and said, Better safe than sorry. It's better to be cautious than to get caught in the rain. Jiang Tang said, If anything happens, call my home. Use the new number I gave you last time. Don't dial the wrong one. The manager replied, Okay. After hanging up, Jiang Tang happily went home. At Hu's furniture factory, Hu Dahua saw that the driver who had been circling around finally left. She stood at the door and asked, Did that driver really leave? The workers in the factory secretly looked over. They had overheard what Hu Dahua had just said to the driver. All the furniture was ready, but the shop owner refused to let the workers take it away. The delivery workers came 3 or 4 times but finally stopped coming. Hu Dahua snorted proudly. If they want to leave, let them. Who's afraid? I'll sell the furniture cheaply to others. Even if I don't make much money, I won't sell it cheaply to that rude kid Jiang Tang. Bah! Hu Dahua thought this way and acted accordingly. Of course, Hu Dahua wasn't just talking. She had heard in the village that someone wanted to buy furniture. She had 3 ready-made sets, priced lower than the market, so people were eager to buy. There were only 3 sets, first come, first served. Sure enough, when she told people, they learned the price was several hundred yuan cheaper than the market, and since only 3 sets were available, many rushed to buy. They used night tractors to bring the furniture home. One large wardrobe was priced at 700 yuan, but Hu Dahua sold it for 650 yuan. Although she sold it a bit cheaper, Hu Dahua felt very happy inside. In the morning, Chao Zhensheng went to the factory with Hu Dahua. After dropping her off, he was sent away by her. When he got home, worried that Hu Dahua might not deliver the furniture, Chao Zhensheng called the factory. Before he could finish speaking, Hu Dahua's family scolded him harshly. That evening, Hu Dahua returned home feeling proud. Didn't you say no one wanted those 3 sets of furniture? Well, I sold them. Chao Zhensheng was lying on the bed with his back turned. When he heard she sold the furniture, he suddenly sat up. Sold? Who did you sell it to? Hu Dahua replied. Sold to the 3rd family from the front and back villages Zhou Qi and Old Luo. Even though I sold it for less, I feel good about it. Chao Zhensheng looked at her for a while, then turned over and lay down. This time, he didn't let her suffer a big loss. She thought she could do anything. Hu Dahua saw that Chao Zhensheng ignored her and snorted coldly. She didn't want to talk to him either. She slept well that night, laughing in her dreams. But early the next morning, 3 families sat outside her house, those who bought the furniture overnight last night. They came to settle accounts with Hu Dahua. One family said, Boss Chao, what kind of furniture did you sell? We carried it into the house overnight, but it doesn't fit against the wall. Your furniture is deformed. Another family said, same here. I thought my wall was crooked, but then I realized it was the wardrobe that had a problem. The third family angrily said, you can't stick it on the wall. We found it doesn't fit here, and it almost hit my grandson. Are the products you sell defective? Hu Dahua replied, what are you talking about? How could it be defective? That big wardrobe, I make 10 sets of every month, and people specifically request it. How could it be defective? Maybe you don't know how to place the wardrobe. The first family was upset. Hey, lady boss, who do you think you're looking down on? I just bought a new wardrobe, and this isn't my first time buying one. Everyone who got along with Hu Dahua was tough, and they suspected the wardrobe was of poor quality and demanded a refund. Hu Dahua had just sold the wardrobe last night, and today they wanted to return it. She refused and argued with them at the door. Chao Zhensheng felt embarrassed and had been hiding inside. When he heard Hu Dahua arguing, he quickly came out and agreed to give a refund, so they left. Hu Dahua was furious. Refund, refund. Good people are being taken advantage of. Chao Zhensheng said, what are you making a fuss for? Do you want the whole village to laugh at us? He went inside to make a phone call. Hu Dahua suspected that Jiang Tang didn't have the furniture in stock, so she didn't let the delivery go. He shamelessly called Jiang Tang, who said, Uncle, I have some spare furniture. You can keep those for yourself and sell them. After hanging up, Jiang Tang asked the beautiful furniture store's boss, Jean, to come and pick up the second-hand furniture. Jean had been in the second-hand furniture business for many years and was very experienced. He drove around, loudly offering high prices for second-hand furniture. After collecting a few chairs and bedside cabinets, he went to Chao Gensheng's furniture factory area to advertise. Around 10 a.m., the 3 sets of furniture were gradually brought back to the factory. Jin's truck, which bought second-hand furniture, just happened to pass by, buying second-hand furniture. High prices paid. Hu Dahua was very annoyed. This is a furniture factory. Where did all these second-hand furniture come from? At this moment, Hu Dahua finally understood why the 3 sets of furniture couldn't be used by ordinary families. It turned out that the big wardrobe had a bulge at the back, making it impossible to fit flush against a flat wall. Only when installed in a custom-made room could it fit perfectly. Hu Dahua inwardly blamed Chao Zhensheng for not explaining clearly earlier. If she had known, she would have had someone deliver the furniture yesterday. Chao Zhensheng looked at the furniture being moved in and sighed. All of it was made from new wood, but it had already been processed. If they took it apart for reuse, the rivets and screws would get damaged. Not only would there be damage, but the workers' efforts would be wasted. Even if the furniture was cheap, it could never be cheaper than the raw wood. Chao Zhensheng thought that as long as the cost was covered and he could sell it, he would sell. Just then, Boss Jin's car drove by, and his loudspeaker was still shouting loudly. Chao Zhensheng ran out to call the second-hand furniture truck over and asked for the price. Boss Jin, if you sell it to me, it's the price of second-hand furniture. Boss Jin looked at the goods and saw they were brand new, but he only offered 300 yuan. He wouldn't even pay 10 more. Even if your goods are new, I'll buy them as second-hand. If you sell me 3 sets, I'll take all of them. If not, forget it. While speaking, Boss Jin reached out to touch the bulging part at the back. Hey, wait, what's going on here? Hu Dahua heard this and was afraid that the person would notice that the wardrobe was different from the others. She quickly said, all right, I'll sell you all 3 sets. I'll have the workers help you load the goods. Boss Jin looked at them and withdrew his hand, nodding. Okay, Hu Dahua hurriedly said, let's agree first. Payment first, delivery after, no returns or exchanges. Boss Jin? I understand the rules. Boss Jin paid 900 yuan on the spot. Chao Zhensheng felt relieved that he had at least broken even. Hu Dahua also felt relieved that she finally got rid of this troublesome item. The furniture was loaded onto Boss Jin's car, and he drove off directly. He turned around and took the furniture to Lu He Furniture Factory. Jiang Tang, the goods have arrived. Jiang Tang hurried over. How much is it? Boss Jin lowered his voice. 300. Jiang Tang gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you're experienced. Jiang Tang was generous when needed. She immediately handed over 100 yuan as a tip. Thanks for your help, Boss Jin. Jiang Tang. Boss Jean, you've worked hard. Here's 100. Boss Jean casually put the money in his pocket. It's nothing. The shop manager quickly came over to check. Jiang Tang, do you think the driver might have delivered the wrong goods this time? Jiang Tang chuckled. How could that be? Careless drivers are rare. Last night, when the furniture was delivered, we realized the model was wrong. Jiang Tang explained to the shop owner that she mixed up the tarpaulin. Plus, 3 trucks were sent to different places at the same time, and one driver got the address wrong. This morning, the correct furniture was sent again. The shop owner checked the furniture this time and nodded in satisfaction. Next time, we must remind the drivers to be more careful. Jiang Tang replied, absolutely. Originally, she was only going to earn a few hundred yuan, but after buying second-hand furniture and selling new furniture, she made over 1,000 yuan in profit. She planned to quietly make her money, but she deliberately told Chen Laosi, a rival of the Hu family, about this. Chen Laosi spread the news all over the village. Hu Dahua was almost furious. Yesterday, she noticed something strange. As soon as her family finished unloading, a second-hand furniture collector arrived. His truck had a small loudspeaker, and he kept driving back and forth in front of the furniture factory. Hu Dahua cursed Zhang's family from her ancestors to her descendants. So angry, she wanted to rush to the Fu family and tear Jiang Tang's face apart. She shouted, how could the Jiang family produce such a cruel person? What did I do to deserve this? She tricked me out of 20,000 yuan. And now she's stolen 3 sets of furniture from my family. The 3 sets of furniture only sold for 900 yuan. Hu Dahua felt heartbroken. That price barely covered the wood costs. During furniture making, there's always some waste. These 3 sets of furniture meant she didn't make any profit and even had to pay workers' wages. The factory workers kept detailed accounts, how many sets they made each month, how much commission they earned per set. Thanks to Jiang Tang's education over 3 years, everyone was quick at calculating. The workers earned their fair share from these 3 sets. They wouldn't let Hu Dahua's mistake affect their wages. They delivered on time. Now, Hu Dahua only felt hatred for Jiang Tang, deep, bone-deep hatred. A small, yellow-haired girl had outsmarted them all. Her 3 sets of furniture.
Cao Gen Sheng in got Hu Dahua.
He had nothing to say to her. He had done this before. Hu Dahua's actions weren't new. The furniture factory did make money, but which order was ever voluntarily brought to them? They had to go door to door to find customers. Hu Dahua believed that once she made money, she wouldn't need to rely on others anymore. Was it really so easy to be a leader at this factory? It was a bit better in earlier years, but in recent years, business has become harder. More workers have lost their jobs, and more people are starting their own businesses. The competition in this furniture factory is only getting fiercer. Chao Zhensheng is now worried that the 20 orders taken by Jiang Tang have been handed over to Chen Laosi. These were the biggest and most stable orders for the furniture factory, and now they are gone. Chao Zhensheng closed his eyes. On the day his boss took Xiao Zhao home, no one was there. If he had been at home and explained the situation clearly, he wouldn't have been forced to break off the engagement in such a harsh way. Breaking off the engagement made Jiang Tang very angry. Chao Zhensheng quickly gave her 20,000 yuan and sincerely apologized. At that time, Chao Zhensheng knew Jiang Tang was no longer so angry. Even if there were no big orders later, she would still occasionally give them small jobs. If he had handled the breakup better from the start, Jiang Tang might have already been working for Chao Zhensheng at the furniture factory. But instead, it was a really good hand, but it was played so badly that it was all ruined. Chao Zhensheng looked at Hu Dahua, who kept scolding and complaining for a long time. Sigh. The next day, Jiang Tang signed a new order for 20 sets of furniture with Liu and his furniture shop. She got the dimensions for the new furniture and went straight to find Chen Laosi, giving him 10 sets as usual. Chen Laosi wanted to get all 20 sets, but Jiang Tang was worried that his factory might not be able to produce so quickly. If they delayed delivery, it would cause trouble. So she made an excuse to refuse. Jiang Tang, the project is almost finished, and there aren't many orders for special models like this. Now I prefer stability over speed. I want the goods delivered on time without worries, so I can focus on new orders, right? Chen Laosi rubbed his hands. Yes, yes, new orders are also very important. A few days later, Jiang Tang went again to the wood factory. When the owner saw her, he immediately came over. Oh, Jiang Tang. Why did you take so long to come? Jiang Tang. I've been busy with other things recently. The wood factory owner looked worried. Did you find supplies from another wood supplier? Jiang Tang. Well. Uncle, this batch of wood is quite good quality. When the boss heard this, Jiang Tang clearly changed the subject. It seemed she had really found another wood factory. The boss quickly followed up. Jiang Tang, last time you said we're old friends, and I'm close to your place. From just the distance, isn't my location more convenient? Jiang Tang. If everything else is equal, I would prefer Uncle's side. But you're not willing to lower the price. Others offer honest prices. Business is business. Who doesn't want a cheaper deal? The boss. Haha, that's true. The price is negotiable. You have to let me earn a little too, right? Jiang Tang. Business is for making money. If I don't earn anything, that's impossible. If you want to do long-term business, the price should be fair. Otherwise, I'd just be letting you make all the profit. What's the point? Just for fun? To get a darker tan? The boss. That's right. No business is without profit. I want you to earn, but can we discuss the price? Jiang Tang turned to look at the boss. Uncle, are you planning to treat me to lunch today? The boss immediately patted his chest. Of course. You came all this way. I can't let you go hungry, right? Come on. I'll tell your wife to prepare lunch. Jiang Tang immediately knew that the price was negotiable. After a good meal and some drinks, the deal was halfway done. Jiang Tang even had a little wine. No choice. The wood factory owner and his wife were too enthusiastic and insisted on toasting. The wife. I toast Jiang Tang. Let's all get rich. Jiang Tang. Let's get rich. As a junior, Jiang Tang drank 2 small glasses symbolically. The agreement was quickly signed, delivery date set, and Jiang Tang paid a deposit of 3,000 yuan before leaving. The boss and his wife looked at the agreement. With such a large order, we're going to get rich. The wife looked at the delivery address on the agreement, then patted her thigh. Oh no, I just remembered I forgot to ask Jiang Tang for the delivery address. Where is this batch of wood going? The boss took a look and saw it wasn't filled in. He waved his hand. No big deal. We'll call later to ask where the delivery address is. Jiang Tang deliberately didn't fill in the delivery address. She hadn't expected the deal to go through, since her initial offer was random and the boss didn't hit her, probably because he's a good-natured person. She didn't have a place to store the wood. The first thing I did when I got home was to ask around about where to rent a warehouse. Wang Yuzhen looked at Jiang Tang with a worried face. Jiang Tang, you're in sales, right? Why do you suddenly want to rent a warehouse to sell wood? Jiang Tang replied, Mom, I'm not just selling wood. I'm buying and reselling to make some money. Wang Yuzhen didn't understand this kind of business well. She could only say, I really can't help. I don't know anyone who rents warehouses. Maybe when Dad comes back, you can ask him. He has many friends, and maybe he can help. That evening, Fu Demon came home and heard Jiang Tang wanted to rent a large warehouse. He was surprised. He asked, Why do you want to rent a warehouse? Jiang Tang said, Dad, your daughter-in-law is naturally good at business. I found some raw materials at a good price and plan to turn them into boards. I'll just resell them and make a profit, he asked. How do you know you can sell them? Jiang Tang patted her chest confidently. Just look at who your daughter-in-law is. I got into XX University. I'm a genius. With my brains, I can do anything. Jiang Tang kept bragging loudly, which really surprised Wang Yuzhen. Wang Yuzhen said, Old Fu, I think Jiang Tang is right. She did get into XX University, so she's pretty smart. Fu Demon was speechless. All right, I'll ask around later. Jiang Tang said, Thanks, Dad. You're the best dad ever. Fu Demon just nodded. The next day, Jiang Tang went to Hausher Fashion Furniture Factory. She saw a few workers coming out of the factory gate, looking angry and muttering to themselves. She looked at them, and then went inside. The boss of Hausher, old Zhou, was arguing with some workers. One worker said, Zhou, I've been working here for over 10 years. Before your dad died, I was a skilled worker. Your dad's skills aren't better than mine. I get paid more and more, but my wages are getting less. Why is that? Old Joe was so angry his face turned red. You ask me why? You should ask yourself. Are you working hard? You're just helping a few young workers. Why do you get so much money? The worker was so angry, he stomped his foot. I train my apprentices. This is skilled work. If the apprentices don't practice, how will they learn? Your father is at least a carpenter, but you, who know nothing, just keep talking nonsense every day, pretending to understand things you don't. I've tolerated you for a long time, Old Joe. You've tolerated me for a long time? Actually, I've tolerated you for a long time too. You rely on your seniority, do no work, and just boss around in the factory. Who do you think you are? I tell you, no matter how much my father valued you, you are nothing in my eyes, Jiang Tang. From these few words, Jiang Tang understood that she couldn't let the factory workers handle her order. The workers could quit at any time, so she dared not let Old Joe continue working on it. While no one was paying attention, Jiang Tang took a quick walk around the factory. Only a few workers were working, and the rest of the space was empty. Jiang Tang clicked her tongue. No wonder Old Joe's factory couldn't keep up with production. He had only managed to produce 7 sets, and those were rushed out by outside workers he hired. His master workers are not motivated enough. After walking around, Jiang Tang turned back slowly with her hands behind her back. The argument between Old Joe and the master worker was nearing the end. Old Joe's face turned pale with anger. This is what you said. I didn't kick you out. You chose to leave yourself. I didn't violate my father's last wishes. Jiang Tang listened and realized that Old Joe's father had spoken to him before he died, telling him not to fire the master worker. But both sides were angry and speaking harshly. The master worker threatened to leave, and Old Joe took the opportunity to let him go. When Old Joe said this, the wrinkled face of the master worker showed shock. He moved his lips, stayed silent for a while, then slowly turned and walked away. His apprentices tried to stop him, but couldn't. Master, you're really leaving? The master worker didn't look back. Old Joe stood there with a cold face, hands on his hips, and angrily said to the master's back, I'll go to my father's grave this afternoon. I want to make it clear, relying on seniority, the new master workers in the factory all have opinions, and he controls everything. He can't stand anything. We have managers in the factory, but he meddles too much. The master worker heard all this but didn't turn around. A few apprentices looked at Old Joe, then turned and followed the master worker. Master! Old Joe reached out and grabbed his hair. He turned around and saw Jiang Tang standing right behind him. Old Joe. Ginger Sugar stepped forward. Old Joe, your master craftsman has left the factory. Who will train the new apprentices now? Old Joe hurriedly replied. We've recently hired experienced workers, so we don't need anyone to teach.
Well,
maybe Zhang Gong. He's not working now, just looking for faults in the new apprentices every day. Several of them have already complained to me privately. If he stays, other workers might quit. Ginger Sugar waved his hand. Family matters are family matters. I'm not here to interfere. I came to talk about business. Old Joe's eyes lit up. Orders? Ginger Sugar shook his head. No orders. Old Joe was stunned and his spirit sank. Then why are you here? Besides furniture business, what else is there to talk about? Ginger Sugar automatically walked into the factory, pointing at the machine inside. I see the machine at the back is covered in dust. It's just sitting there, not bringing any value. I want to rent that machine. Old Joe was surprised. Rent a machine? What do you want to do? Ginger Sugar said, I recently have some wood and need a pressing machine. I see you have 3, and that one is just sitting idle. Why not rent it to me for a few months? I can make some money. Old Joe thought about it. The factory's business was unpredictable, and that machine hadn't been used for over half a year. It was covered in dust. Instead of letting it sit idle, renting it out might bring in some money. Old Joe, that might work. That day, Ginger Sugar signed a rental agreement with Old Joe, paid 3 months' rent, and left the machine in the factory temporarily, planning to come back in a few days. Old Joe didn't realize how serious the problem was at that time. A few days later, when Ginger Sugar came back with people to pick up the machine, the workers felt uneasy. They gathered and whispered among themselves, mainly wondering, is the furniture factory going to shut down? That's why they're selling machines? The experienced master craftsman heard the rumors and secretly looked for other jobs. The most senior worker, Jiang Tang, ignored his friendship with the old factory manager and left abruptly. Only one of his 4 or 5 apprentices stayed, while the others followed Jiang Tang. The fashionable furniture factory is really in trouble. Ginger sugar, just find a way to lift the machine. Factory master, the furniture factory is failing and might close down. We need to find a new way forward. Previously, there was some hope because we still had a few orders each month. Last month, we received 7 furniture orders that lifted everyone's spirits, making us feel hopeful again. But now, after this situation, the workers all think that last month's sudden orders were just a brief flash of luck. When Jiang Tang heard the rumors and went back to the fashion furniture factory, only 2 or 3 workers were left. Old Zhou sat in his office, looking very discouraged. Jiang Tang, what happened in just 1 week? Old Zhou rubbed his face and said, "Don't ask. I really made a lot of mistakes. I shouldn't have taken over this factory. I should have listened to my dad and sold it back then. We could have sold it for a good price," he continued. "My dad said I don't understand craftsmanship, I lack business sense, and I can't manage. I didn't believe him. I thought being a boss was so cool. But now I've ruined the factory my dad worked so hard to build in 20 years, in just 3 years. Jiang Tang, what about the workers in your factory?" Old Zhou. After engineer Zhang left, he had a disciple who stayed. "Now, he's been telling people that my factory is failing. This month, we didn't get any orders, and the remaining workers are scared away." Jiang Tang. "That Old Zhou, I plan to sell the factory." Jiang Tang. "Since your factory is like this, how much do you want for it?" Old Zhou smiled bitterly. "I think no one will buy it for less than 10,000. Right now, only the machines are worth anything." Jiang Tang. "If you can sell it for a little cheaper, say a few thousand, I'll buy it." Old Zhou was surprised. "Really?" Jiang Tang. "I don't have anything right now, but I have plenty of money." Old Zhou was originally feeling down, but after hearing Jiang Tang's words, he started to consider it. His father unexpectedly passed away and told him to sell the factory before he died. At that time, everything was going well, and the factory was thriving. He could have sold it for a good price. But Old Zhou didn't want to sell. Why keep such a profitable factory if he's just going to let it go? He refused to agree. His father, unable to persuade him, had only one request: the 3 senior workers who had worked with his father for 20 years. Despite some disagreements and arguments, they had stayed in the factory. His father's only request was that as long as those 3 old workers were healthy, they should not be fired. Old Zhou indeed did not fire them, but he had his own tricks to make them leave on their own. He had ways to do that. Old Zhou managed to push out 2 of the less-liked old workers, leaving Zhang, who was more patient and could tolerate some hardship, still working there. However, this year, the factory was not doing well, and orders were decreasing. Old Zhou couldn't take it anymore. Usually, Zhang didn't work much and relied on his seniority to boss the new workers around. The new boss was unhappy about this, and 2 workers complained about Zhang several times. This gave Old Zhou a chance to make Zhang leave himself. What Old Zhou didn't expect was that Zhang's departure would have such a big impact on the factory. Besides the 2 workers close to Old Zhou, all the other workers were scared off by Zhang's apprentice. These workers were different from those in regular companies. When someone wanted to leave a company, they had to write a resignation letter. But in this factory, if someone said they didn't want to work anymore, they just stopped working immediately. When a group of people blocked the door demanding their wages, could he dare refuse? Old Zhou was actually reluctant to sell the factory. If he sold it, he would be unemployed. Keeping the factory made him a boss in everyone's eyes. After 3 years running a furniture factory, Old Zhou now realized how hard it was to be a boss. He looked at Jiang Tang. "Are you really serious?" Jiang Tang looked at him directly. "Are you really going to sell?" Old Zhou, with his hands behind his back, paced back and forth. 15,000. I'll give you everything, this factory, the machines. You saw them. They are only 3 years old. Jiang Tang said, "This factory is worth at most 6,000. Old Zhou, you're joking. Most of my machines are almost new." Before he finished, Jiang Tang grinned at him. I'm just joking. I was just passing by. After saying that, Jiang Tang raised her hand and waved goodbye, then left. Old Zhou quickly took a few steps after her. Hey, wait. It's not a joke. Why did she say it was a joke? His mind was already moving, and she said she was joking. Old Zhou chased to the door. Aren't you rich? 15,000 to buy a factory isn't a bad deal. Jiang Tang. Do you really believe that? Find someone else. Jiang Tang walked away without looking back. Old Zhou. 15,000 to buy a factory isn't a bad deal. Jiang Tang. I was just passing by. Master One. It's over, it's over. We've already negotiated the price with someone. Master Two. Let's find a way out together. When she got home, she took out the prepared fish bait and hooks, waiting for her father-in-law to come back so she could flatter him. In the afternoon, Food Demon returned home. Seeing the fake daughter-in-law holding things and acting very eager to please, he said, Dad, look at this. I ran all over the city to find the strongest fish hooks. The shop owner said these hooks can catch 20-pound big carp. Food Demon. Point 20 pounds? Do you really believe what the shop owner says? Jiang Tang. I don't know much about this. If the shop owner says so, then it must be true. But if they're dishonest in business, I won't go there again. Food Demon. All right, since you're so obedient, I'll reluctantly accept it. Jiang Tang. Thank you, Dad. By the way, I need a little help from you. Food Demon paused while holding the bait and hooks, then looked up at Jiang Tang. You already have some ideas about the warehouse? I'll take you to see it the day after tomorrow. That big machine you rented can't stay in the yard forever, right? It's too dangerous. Jiang Tang was touched. Dad, I must have saved the whole world in my past life. That's why I married such good parents-in-law like you and Mom. I'm so grateful. Food Demon. He was immune to the fake daughter-in-law's sweet words. He quickly turned around and saw his wife looking touched. Our Hengjiang must have been blessed in a past life. That's why he married a good daughter-in-law like Jiang Tang. Food Demon. All right, Yuzhen believed everything the fake daughter-in-law said and even started to learn her way of talking. Jiang Tang. Dad, helping to find the warehouse is a different matter. Here's the thing, a friend's furniture factory went bankrupt and I want to buy it. Food Demon suddenly jumped up. You want to buy a furniture factory? Jiang Tang. Dad, don't get excited. Mom said my grandpa had high blood pressure, and high blood pressure can be inherited from both sides. I need to be careful. Food Demon stared at her. What exactly do you want to do? Jiang Tang. My future is in my own hands now, isn't it? Food Demon. Jiang Tang reminded him. It's 20,000 yuan. Food Demon. Huh, Jiang Tang. If that money just stays in my bank account, how much interest does it earn? Doesn't that mean my future is only worth a little over 20,000? Food Demon asked. What's the problem with that? Isn't that the price you set yourself? 20,000 isn't enough. This time, not only did Food Demon stare in surprise, but Wang Yuzhen also said, Ginger sugar, we shouldn't be too greedy. 20,000 is already a lot. In response, Ginger sugar pounded her chest loudly. Dad, look clearly. Ginger sugar. Brother Hengjiang's perfect wife, your caring little daughter-in-law, the most filial and smartest daughter-in-law in the world, is worth only 20,000. Food Demon thought to himself, 20,000 is already a lot. Does she want to go to heaven? The next second, he heard Wang Yuzhen sitting beside him say, it must be doubled. Food Demon. He turned to look at Wang Yuzhen. She was sitting with two little ones on her lap, talking and soothing them with her legs. She said, our Ginger sugar's worth must be doubled. Ginger sugar pressed her dry eyes with a tissue.
I'm touched.
As expected of my own mom, so understanding. Food Demon. So, what does that mean? Ginger sugar. My mom's word is law. I must be worth 40,000. I only have 20,000 now. No, I don't even have 20,000. I need to save some for Dad's future expenses for the investigation team. I have to work hard for my 40,000 worth. Food Demon saw through her plan immediately. You just want to buy a furniture factory. Ginger sugar. Dad, I have no choice. Brother Hengjiang still doesn't know what's going on. I have to work hard to earn money. For his future, you know. Wang Yuzhen was moved. Ginger sugar, Mom supports you. Food Demon patted his thigh and believed her instantly. Food Demon. Hey, Yuzhen, what are you doing? Wang Yuzhen glared. What are you trying to pick at? Ginger Sugar is thinking of Jiang, and you're saying she's wrong. He was speechless. He couldn't say Ginger Sugar was just talking, especially since she bought him a fishing rod, bait, and hooks. Ginger Sugar used emotion and reason. Dad, you're still young, but you have to plan ahead. How can a family survive with only one worker? We need to share the risks. Wang Yuzhen turned to Fu Demon and said, Ginger Sugar is truly a talented daughter-in-law who got into XX University. She's right, Fu Demon. Wang Yuzhen was even more touched. Ginger Candy is more filial than my own daughter. Ginger Candy. Mom, how can I compete with my sister for being the most filial? When a girl gets married, she has to focus on her new family to keep everyone happy. My sister wants to help but can't, and she's probably worried about Mom and Dad. Wang Yuzhen felt very happy. My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful. Fu Demon. Ginger Candy. Right now, only my dad and I are working at home. I stay at home for safety reasons and don't do much. Dad is the only one earning money and the pressure is huge. Fu Demon. That's true. Wang Yuzhen. Ginger Candy is doing all this for our family. Ginger Candy. So, I want to turn 20,000 into 40,000 now. How else can I prove I'm a genius who got into XX University? How can I make the villagers believe that my brother Jiang is lucky to marry me? Fu Demon. You're a young girl. I'm just worried someone might bully you. In small towns like ours, women find it hard to do business, and pretty women face even more challenges. Whenever women do business outside, there are always some unkind rumors. Ginger Candy. I know my parents care about me. But, Dad, isn't there any risk in what I do? I learned to ride a bike and fell, and I even tipped over a tricycle. I can't just stop riding or taking the bus because I'm afraid of getting hurt, right? Fu Demon. That's true. Ginger Candy. Everyone has to take risks to make money. If you want safety, stay at home. I'm not afraid. With my parents supporting me, if anyone bullies me, I'll just come back and tell Dad. Wang Yuzhen told Fu Demon. We need to support Ginger Candy. Don't let them think she's just a young girl who can be bullied easily. Fu Demon. But of course. Ginger Candy. Dad, please help me rent a furniture factory. I don't trust others to rent the place. Only you can do it. Fu Demon. Recently, old Zhou has been worried. The 3 new workers at the factory suddenly came to him and said they wouldn't work anymore and wanted their half-month wages settled. Old Zhou tried to persuade them to stay but couldn't. In just half a month, the fashion furniture factory was left without anyone. Old Zhou himself didn't understand why. He admits the factory situation is getting worse. If it weren't for Ginger Candy suddenly giving him 7 sets of furniture last month, there would have been no orders last month. The problem is that the furniture factory managed to survive for 3 years. So why did it suddenly become like this? The large furniture factory, in the blink of an eye, was left with only him. Old Zhou was confused. He actually wanted to keep fighting a little longer, but orders are the foundation. Now, he has no orders. His father had built up many loyal customers over 20 years. When he took over, there were still orders, but over time, for some reason, the orders gradually decreased and eventually, there were none. He asked around, but people said they had no business and couldn't help. Why does his factory have no business, while Chao Genxing's furniture factory is booming? Old Zhou went home and told his mother and wife. Everyone was worried. Old Zhou kept saying the business was bad, no orders, and they couldn't pay wages. They never thought the factory would collapse so quickly. In the end, his mother made the decision. Your dad said before he left to sell the factory. You insisted on messing around. Now, what's there to say?
Just sell it.
Old Zhou quickly announced he was planning to sell the factory. But how easy is it to sell such a factory? It's a big factory, but not worth 3 or 5,000. It's worth 30 or 50,000. It's not that simple to sell. Old Zhou was prepared for a long wait, but on the 3rd day, a big boss came to visit. The boss first looked around the factory, frowning deeply. Can this even be called a factory? Old Zhou, my factory isn't big. I don't need much for the price, 15,000. The boss stopped in his tracks. 15,000 for a small factory? I'd even consider 5,000.
Old Zhou, that
5,000 is too little. My machines are worth several thousand alone. The boss asked, how many orders can you transfer? Old Zhou. The boss said, "You're just asking 15,000 for these machines and this broken factory with nothing else? I'm just buying the existing orders to hold on for a couple of months. If you have nothing, I might as well start a new factory myself." He waved his hand and left angrily. "How dare you ask for 15,000? Old Joe." On the third day, another boss came, didn't even ask about the price, just wanted to buy the machines at a very low price, making old Joe almost curse. After that, no one else came. People in the industry even said old Joe's factory had gone bankrupt and still dared to ask for so much. On the sixth day, Jiang Tang came again. "Old Joe." "Jiang Tang, are you planning to transfer my factory?" Jiang Tang shook her head. "I don't have the money to transfer the factory." "Did you really believe that?" "Old Joe." "Then what are you doing?" Jiang Tang. "Old Joe, you need to think differently. When you transfer a factory, you usually sell everything together. Whether there are more or fewer machines, the price stays the same, right?" "Old Joe, are you planning to buy machines?" Jiang Tang. "Yes." Later, old Joe noticed fewer people came to see the factory, but many came to look at the machines. The machines were priced at about 75% of their original value. Old Joe sold one machine for twice the price, but no one was interested in the factory itself. He hurried to sell the machines. So, all the small and large machines and various carpentry tools in the factory were gradually sold. In the end, only the factory building and some wood remained. Old Joe. He had agreed to sell the factory, but in the end, he only sold the second-hand machines. He made over 30,000 yuan just from the machines. Now, he was thinking of selling the remaining wood to Chen Laoxi's factory, but he wasn't sure if Chen Laoxi wanted it. Old Joe asked, and Chen Laoxi said, "Sell it to me? But the price has to be cheap. Otherwise, what's the point?" Old Joe. He wanted to take advantage of the situation with his new wood. At this moment, Food Demon appeared. Of course, he wasn't there to buy wood but to rent the factory. Different buyers. Buyer 1. "How much for this machine?" Buyer 2. "I want this machine." Food Demon. "How about renting the factory?" Old Joe had been running the furniture factory for 3 years. The reason he could keep it afloat was because the factory building was his own. Otherwise, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. Food Demon. "What were these woods originally used for?" "I want to rent the factory, but you'll need to move these woods out, right?" Old Joe had no place to store them and was a bit worried. Food Demon looked at him and said, "If you really have nowhere to put them, why not give them to me? You can sell the wood at market price and rent the place a bit cheaper." Hearing this, Old Joe felt it was acceptable. Chen Laoxi was trying to take advantage of him by forcing a cheap sale, but he refused to go along. Paying less rent for a month or two didn't matter, but the wood was bought with real money. They negotiated the price and signed a 3-year lease agreement, paid the deposit, and the deal was done. Food Demon, who received the factory keys. That this person is really interesting. He prefers to pay 2 months' rent up front rather than lower the price of the wood. After 2 months, he paid Lao Zhou less 50 yuan than expected. Lao Zhou's factory was priced at 150,000 yuan, but he only received 68,000 yuan. Lao Zhou. A week later, the good fashion furniture factory suddenly gained popularity. Machines were gradually moved back in, the factory was cleaned thoroughly, and firecrackers were set off. Zhang Gong, who was forced to leave earlier, returned with his apprentices. Whenever there was electricity, the machines ran wildly. Orders for 10 sets of furniture came in at once, and workers worked overnight to catch up. Lao Zhou heard the news and curiously went to the furniture factory. He saw Jiang Tang having people remove the good fashion sign from above the factory building. Lao Zhou was shocked. "Jiang Tang? Is that you?" Jiang Tang also looked surprised when she saw Lao Zhou, then warmly greeted him. "Oh, Lao Zhou. This place was rented by my dad. I came to help out." Lao Zhou stared at Jiang Tang in disbelief. After a moment, he asked, "Your dad? Your surname is Jiang?" "Your dad's surname is Fu." Jiang Tang. "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with people named Jiang?" Lao Zhou quickly waved his hands. No, I'm just curious. Is your dad a son-in-law?" Jiang Tang. "If my dad heard that, he'd slap you. My dad is the biological father of my partner, my father-in-law." So, after your wife married you, she still calls you uncle? Lao Zhou. Of course not. I was just asking out of curiosity. Just then, Lao Zhou kept an eye on a driver loading goods who was calling a group of workers to carry machines. No, wait, wasn't it the big boss who bought the last 2 machines from me last week? Why is he moving the machines back now? Jiang Tang. Do you know him? Lao Zhou. Yes, he bought my last 2 machines last week. Jiang Tang. Oh, what a coincidence, Lao Zhou. Coincidence. Lao Zhou turned around and saw a worker carrying wood pass by him. He quickly said, the other machine was bought by this person. Jiang Tang patted her thigh. That's really a coincidence. It's fate that we meet again in such a small place. Lao Zhou. What kind of small-town reunion is this? He has basically been tricked by the other side. Old Zhou. Jiang Tang, are all these people here just to buy your machines? Jiang Tang ignores him and keeps working. They say it was just a coincidence. Old Zhou follows her. What coincidence? There can't be that many coincidences. You must have asked someone to buy the machines. Jiang Tang. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Old Zhou doesn't know what kind of person Jiang Tang is, but his current situation tells him he probably guessed right. Old Zhou feels a sharp pain in his heart. Jiang Tang, we've known each other for a long time. You only introduced me to those 7 sets of furniture, and I didn't get any benefit. Now you're even tricking me. How can you do this? Jiang Tang gets upset. Boss Zhou, what are you saying? This is a voluntary deal. If you're not happy, you can't just sell it. The items are sold and the money is in your hands. Now you feel like you lost out and you're blaming me? Old Zhou. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, Jiang Tang, the factory building was rented by my dad. If I help out, how could I refuse? I'm your tenant now. If you make me angry, I might delay paying rent. If you cause trouble, I'll call the workers from the factory to come to your house. Old Zhou. Hey, there's no need for that. I just heard things are lively here, so I came to see. Jiang Tang. Feel free to look around. Old Zhou enters the factory and sees it busy with work. Outside, they are organizing things and machines are being moved inside. Worker Zhang has already started working with his apprentices. Old Zhou feels a bit jealous. When he was the factory manager, orders kept decreasing. But as soon as someone else took over, the factory suddenly had orders again. He secretly tries to peek at the furniture measurements and drawings, but Zhang extends his hand and takes the drawings away. Zhang politely says, Boss Zhou, sorry, our leader said the drawings can't be shown to outsiders. Old Zhou. Haha, I just want to take a quick look. Zhang. Even a quick look can't include the drawings. The apprentice who stayed at the old factory to spread rumors and cause trouble looks at Old Zhou and asks, Master, do you think this piece of wood is cracked? Zhang quickly goes over, looks at it and says, Surface damage. No need to worry. This kind of wood doesn't crack easily. It was probably scratched during cutting. This was also the reason why Old Zhou's father repeatedly warned him not to let Zhang Gong leave. Old Zhou felt uncomfortable. How could someone leave so quickly after just a short time? The new sign for the factory was put up. Old Zhou hurried outside to check. Jiang Tang, didn't you say this was your dad's factory? Why does it say Jiang Tang Furniture Factory? Jiang Tang. My dad said my name sounds nice, so he chose that to make it more appealing. Old Zhou. Jiang Tang, isn't this your dad's factory? Why does it say Jiang Tang Furniture Factory? Jiang Tang. My dad said my name is nice. Old Zhou. He definitely felt like Jiang Tang was playing a trick on him. Meanwhile, Fu Demon also helped Jiang Tang find a warehouse that met her needs through a friend. She had looked at a few before, but the storage places were either too remote or hard to access. Now this warehouse was just right. Jiang Tang immediately liked it. Dad, this one is good. How much does it cost? Fu Demon. After buying the furniture factory, you finally realize money is tight. And you're afraid to spend it recklessly? Jiang Tang. Hee, reality hit me hard. I've learned my lesson. Fortunately, the warehouse was not far away. They negotiated a 3-year contract at a fair price, signed the papers, paid, and Jiang Tang got the keys. When she got home, Jiang Tang called the wood factory. She realized only then that she had forgotten to give them the detailed address she had promised earlier. She quickly provided the correct address. After hanging up, she saw Wang Yuzhen come in from outside. Jiang Tang, Mom has something to tell you. Jiang Tang. Mom, just say it if you have something to say. Wang Yuzhen. Tomorrow, Dad and I are taking Wanwan to see Hengjiang. Since you and Hengjiang aren't married yet, Jiang Tang immediately raised her hand. Mom, I already know. I'm not that naive. You and Dad can take Wanwan. I'll stay home and watch over Xiao Zhu and Yaya. Zhu Hefeng looked up. My name is Zhu Hefeng, not Xiao Zhu. Jiang Tang. Your surname Zhu. What's wrong with calling you Xiao Zhu? Zhu Hefeng. Aren't you talking about the little pig that goes humph? Jiang Tang. What do you think? Zhu Hefeng. As long as you don't call me humph, little pig, I'm fine. Jiang Tang. Got it, humph. Zhu Hefeng. Wang Yuzhen quickly said, Yaya is still young and Xiao Feng still has to go to school. It will be very hard for you then. Ginger Sugar. Mom, as long as you and Dad are doing well, Brother Hengjiang has nothing to worry about. My suffering doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Rest assured, go ahead, Mom and Dad. The next morning, Fu Demon left early with Wang Yuzhen and Bian Bian. Zhu Hefeng held his sister's small hand at the door, watching the mean stepmother go next door to Grandma Peng's house to borrow a small chair. Zhu Hefeng. The mean stepmother seemed completely unaware that Grandma Peng didn't like her. Every time he passed by Grandma Peng's house on the way to school, she would glare at the mean stepmother. Zhu Hefeng thought Grandma Peng definitely wouldn't lend her the small chair. But then, he looked up and saw Ginger Sugar coming back with the small chair. Zhu Hefeng. Why did Grandma Peng lend her the small chair? He thought Grandma Peng didn't like the mean stepmother. Ginger Sugar placed the small chair on the front of the bicycle, hanging Yaya's milk powder and diapers on the handlebar, then carried Zhu Hefeng onto the back seat of the bike. Sit tight, I'm leaving now. Ginger Sugar sat on the bike first, pushed off with her feet, and rode away. Your dear stepmother and Yaya are taking you to school. Zhu Hefeng, sitting on the back, shouted. I'm not called humph. Ginger Sugar first took Zhu Hefeng to school, then rode her bike with Yaya to leave. Today, Ginger Sugar didn't do anything else. She specifically went to find workers at Chao Zhenxing Furniture Factory. She had worked at Chao Zhenxing Furniture Factory for 3 years and knew the workers very well. Ginger Sugar knew where they lived, their personalities, and skills. She purposefully looked for her first target. It was Lao Ding, who often got criticized by Hu Dahua. Ding was hired shortly after the furniture factory opened. Honestly, Chao Zhenxing was quite polite to Ding. Since Chao Zhenxing didn't do carpentry himself and only handled orders, the best technician in the factory was Ding. With him around, there wouldn't be mistakes in the furniture quality. Because of his skills, Ding wasn't as polite to Hu Dahua. Experienced craftsmen often encounter situations similar to Zhang's. Although they may not have built furniture themselves, they have done many small tasks. For example, they can easily spot where a craftsman's technique is lacking or where mistakes were made, even if outsiders can't see it. When they notice issues, they ask for corrections, and good craftsmen cooperate quickly. However, if they work with young craftsmen who have bad tempers or lack patience, conflicts can happen easily. This creates tension. Hu Dahua often gets upset over small things. She was already angry because Master Ding was earning a high salary without doing much work and was always arguing with others at the factory. Today, he criticizes one craftsman for poor work and tomorrow another for the same reason. He believes he's the best in the world. Over time, Master Ding became unhappy working at the furniture factory. If Jiang Tang hadn't improved the factory's pay system, he might have left long ago. Now, Jiang Tang and the Hu family are no longer on good terms. Without Jiang Tang's protection, Hu Dahua's temper might make life even harder for him. Jiang Tang was the first to look for Master Ding. She planned to visit his home, leave her phone number, and when he had time, he would call her to arrange a meeting. She was busy with her child Yaya and needed to pick up Zhu Hefeng at noon, so her schedule was tight. When she knocked on Ding's door, he was already outside. He looked surprised and said, Jiang Tang? Your kid is already so big. Jiang Tang smiled and said, Yeah, pretty impressive, huh, Master Ding? Jiang Tang, your kid is so grown up. Jiang Tang, yeah, I'm pretty impressive, right, Yaya? Mom, Master Ding. Jiang Tang, haha, just kidding. This is my relative's kid, Yaya. Mom, Jiang Tang, Ding quickly invited Jiang Tang inside. She was surprised and asked, Master Ding, why aren't you at work today? He didn't answer. Master Ding sighed deeply. I don't want to talk about it. Jiang Tang quickly said, tell me, what's really going on? Let me analyze it for you. Master Ding explained, we used to have an order for 20 sets of furniture each month. Honestly, those 20 sets were a big reassurance for everyone at the factory. As long as we had that order, no one worried about their next month's pay. But he looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang asked, Master Ding, this isn't your fault, right? If you were in my place, would you leave that 20-set order to the Hu family? Jiang Tang knew that Master Ding still remembered his old friendship with Chao Zhensheng, so she specifically mentioned the Hu family, not Chao Zhensheng. Master Ding clicked his tongue. Of course not. The factory's business isn't good, so we have more workers than before. When orders drop, the boss still needs to pay wages, but without bonuses, the workers' pay gets cut. Jiang Tang said, too many workers and not enough orders. That's really a problem. But Director Chao is quite clever. Can't he think of a solution? Master Ding replied. He tries. He goes out to get orders and sell products. But, times have changed. With his decades of experience, it's hard for him to find new ways now. He added, look at the city now. It's mostly young people out there. They speak Mandarin. When Director Chao opens his mouth with his local dialect, people just turn him away. Jiang Tang could imagine that scene. Now, furniture stores in the city look quite stylish. Sometimes they even hire young people to sell furniture. For example, Lu Her Furniture Store, run by women, with good-looking staff who are good at talking. Chao Zhensheng stands in front of customers, but unless someone is buying furniture, the women only sell and don't manage the store. Can they listen to him? Master Ding said something very true. Times have changed. When Chao Zhensheng started his furniture factory, he went door to door asking people if they wanted benches or other furniture. That method is no longer popular. Jiang Tang asked, so, they think there are too many workers in the factory, so they kicked you out? Master Ding replied, not only me, but also those who usually don't rely on bonuses and still get decent wages. They've all been let go. I was just thinking of going to the city to find work in a few days. Jiang Tang, Master Ding, you have such good skills. If you go to the city to work, won't your skills go to waste? Master Ding, what can I do? I thought, since I've worked hard at his place for over 20 years, I wouldn't be fired easily. But I didn't expect I'd be the first to be kicked out. Jiang Tang, Master Ding, would you like to work at my furniture factory? Master Ding, what? Your furniture factory? When did you open a furniture factory? Jiang Tang, oh, it opened a week ago, started operating 3 days ago. There are 7 or 8 workers there. I want to find a few more. Master Ding looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. You have 7 or 8 workers and you still want more? Jiang Tang, I have orders. This month, I've already taken 10 orders, so I'll have 20 in total. Master Ding, did you keep the orders for yourself? Jiang Tang, I was originally making furniture for others. As you saw, I'm just a middleman, and I have to follow others' rules. If they say no, I can't get the goods. If I get more orders in the future and everyone tries to play tricks on me, how can I survive? Master Ding, that's true. How much are you paying your workers? Jiang Tang rubbed her hands and started making big promises. Master Ding, I'll be honest with you. My new factory just opened. I borrowed a lot of money from friends and family. I don't have enough funds to pay the same wages as Factory Director Chao, but in 6 months, I believe the money will come back. By then, your wages won't be less than what Chao Zhensheng pays you. It all depends on whether you trust me, Master Ding. His words sounded like he didn't believe her at all. But Jiang Tang had indeed brought many changes to Chao's furniture factory when she first went there. The best days for everyone were those 3 years. Master Ding couldn't say much about other things, but he believed Jiang Tang wasn't a stingy boss in this regard. Master Ding, now that you have 7 or 8 workers, I'm worried that with so many people, I might not get along well because I'm not very talkative. Jiang Tang said, don't worry about that. I've divided the workers into 2 groups. One is led by the current experienced workers, and I want to leave the other group for you to lead. So, can you find a few skilled workers? Master Ding. He was about to get promoted. He was going to be a little leader. Although the starting salary was not high, Master Ding didn't have to follow fellow villagers to unfamiliar big cities, nor did he have to give up his craftsmanship. Master Ding was very happy. Jiang Tang, don't worry. I'm glad you thought of me. Rest assured, the people I bring along are trustworthy and skilled. We won't have conflicts when working together. Jiang Tang looked at the time. Master Ding, since you say that, I feel better. It's getting late, and I have a little piglet at home waiting for me to feed it. I need to go back first. Master Ding asked, won't you stay for dinner? Jiang Tang stood up. Next time. I need to hurry home, or the piglet will think I don't care about it. Master Ding said, oh, young people these days are so particular about raising pigs. Jiang Tang chuckled softly. Jiang Tang pulled Master Ding over. To become a little leader, Master Ding didn't even need Jiang Tang to find a master. He went to find someone himself. If he wants to be a little leader in the future, he should work with skilled and easygoing people, right? If someone isn't good to work with, even if they're skilled, it could cause trouble. Jiang Tang left his phone number and address with Master Ding, then rode his bike back with Yaya. First, he picked up Zhu Hefeng, then brought the two little ones home to cook noodles. Zhu Hefeng obediently watched his sister. Jiang Tang cooked the noodles. When they were ready, he placed two bowls on the table. Let's try the cooking of your new stepmom. Zhu Hefeng asked, why are there only two bowls, new stepmom? Jiang Tang quickly grabbed one bowl and started eating noodles with chopsticks. Because one of us has to feed Yaya. She's your sister, not mine. I won't feed her. Zhu Hefeng looked at him silently. He took the bowl, grabbed a big chopstick with his small hand, and started feeding Yaya. Yaya said, more. Zhu Hefeng said, sister, eat your noodles. I'll blow on them for you. Who? Jiang Tang sat across, slurping his noodles. Zhu Hefeng fed Yaya one bite at a time. Yaya refused to eat. Zhu Hefeng, worried she would go hungry, tried to coax her while feeding. Sister, why aren't you eating well today? We need to be good kids. If we're good, the new stepmom won't abandon us, right? Jiang Tang picked a strand of noodles and looked at him. What are you saying? Don't talk bad about the new stepmom in front of Yaya. Zhu Hefeng. After finally finishing feeding Yaya, Zhu Hefeng took a big bowl to get some noodles for himself. But since a first grader was still too young and might get burned, Jiang Tang didn't feel at ease and followed him. Zhu Hefeng struggled to scoop the noodles, so Jiang Tang used a slotted spoon and quickly filled his bowl. Zhu Hefeng looked up at his kind stepmother. Good stepmom, I'd like some soup too. Jiang Tang took a ladle and added some soup for him. After the first bite, Zhu Hefeng finally understood why his little sister didn't want to eat earlier. The noodles had no salt at all and tasted terrible. Jiang Tang looked at him. Hey, what's that look for? Zhu Hefeng said, don't call me Hum-Hum.
Jiang Tang smiled.
Okay, Hum-Hum. Zhu Hefeng was so annoyed he didn't want to talk. After another bite, he suddenly stood up, went to the kitchen, and brought back some salt and soy sauce. He sprinkled a little salt, poured in some soy sauce, mixed it, and the noodles tasted much better. Jiang Tang asked, are your noodles good now? Zhu Hefeng quickly covered his bowl. Jiang Tang teased, if you don't help me mix mine, I'll take yours. Zhu Hefeng. Yaya. Jiang Tang gasped, pulled Zhu Hefeng's bowl toward her, picked up a noodle with her chopsticks, and tasted it. It really was much better. She immediately pushed her own bowl to him. Either I eat your noodles or you help me mix mine. Zhu Hefeng. He helped her mix the noodles, then turned to look at Yaya, who was sitting there with an innocent face after being fed. Jiang Tang followed his gaze and said, oh no. Poor Yaya, the only one left out. Zhu Hefeng muttered, I didn't know her noodles had no flavor. Jiang Tang said, you're such a naughty brother. Zhu Hefeng puffed his cheeks.
I'm not.
In the afternoon, Jiang Tang took Yaya to her furniture factory. As soon as Engineer Zhang saw her, he hurried over. Director Jiang, from yesterday to today, we've already finished 2 sets of furniture. If it hadn't been for the power outage, we might have worked even faster. Jiang Tang went to check and saw that the progress was indeed quite good. But since the power supply in the area was unstable and could go out at any time, to avoid delays, many workers stayed at the factory so they could work whenever the electricity came back. If they went back to notify the workers about the call, it would be too late. In a work team led by experienced workers, Jiang Tang doesn't need to worry or give instructions. The experienced workers handle everything. Jiang Tang nodded happily, saying, "Engineer Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Meeting the deadline is important, but please also take care of your health." Engineer Zhang chuckled and replied, "Thank you, Director Jiang. I also worry about everyone's health, so we arranged for 2 shifts to keep work going at all times. See, this is the responsible attitude of an experienced worker." Engineer Zhang glanced at the machine nearby. "Director Jiang, is that extra machine over there?" Jiang Tang said, "That belongs to another worker who needs to use it." Engineer Zhang paused. Other workers? Could it be that besides their team, someone else is coming? Initially, Boss Zhou's furniture factory had conflicts like this. Some workers lacked skill, refused to listen or cooperate, and when reminded, they said the boss was picking on them. Jiang Tang smiled and said, "Engineer Zhang, your team has enough people now. If in the future it gets too busy and you need more help, just let me know." She pointed and explained, "This side is the fine woodworking team, which makes furniture with carved designs. It's different from your team." Engineer Zhang suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. Their industry also has different specializations. Zhang's team does basic carpentry. Making benches, chairs, or simple furniture is no problem. The fine woodworking team focuses on detailed, handcrafted carved furniture for clients who prefer intricate designs. This work takes more time and effort but can be priced higher. One team works fast to meet deadlines. The other focuses on detailed craftsmanship. Although both make furniture, their paths are different." Zhang felt relieved. That makes sense. He quickly went back to tell his apprentices. They had been guessing why there were so many machines in the factory. Now they knew the reason, and everyone felt reassured. Jiang Tang's furniture factory was built in the shortest time. The first to hear the news was Chao Gensheng's workers, because Master Ding started recruiting people. When Chao Gensheng learned that 2 of his master workers wanted to leave, he became very anxious. The workers left in the factory were carefully chosen to maximize benefits. Why are they leaving now? As a result, no matter how Chao Gensheng asked, the 2 workers insisted they no longer wanted to work and wanted to go to the city to try their luck. Chao Gensheng had no choice but to settle their wages and let them go. The day after the 2 workers left, Chao Gensheng and Hu Dahua heard the news that Jiang Tang had bought the good-style furniture factory and started her own business. When Chao Gensheng heard this news, he was stunned. Jiang Tang is just a young girl. She actually dared to start a factory? Chao Gensheng knew Jiang Tang was clever and brave, and that she was careful. The fact that she could get so many orders before showed she had real skill. But he never expected Jiang Tang to be bold enough to start a factory. She's just a girl in her 20s, holding so much money. Normally, she should save it, find a job, get married, and live honestly. But Jiang Tang actually started a factory? Back then, Chao Gensheng, a young man, had lost his parents and had to marry into a family. When he started a small workshop, he had to ask his father-in-law for permission. Without his father-in-law's support, he wouldn't have dared. Jiang Tang, an orphan girl with no relatives to rely on, how could she dare? In their place, what do people rely on? It's family and friends helping each other. If someone finds out who is backing her and that gets exposed, she could be bullied to death. Maybe it's because her family is big and strong, so no one dares to bully her. Jiang Tang's courage is extraordinary. When Hu Dahua heard this news, how did she feel? She was angry. She hated it. She wished she could tear Jiang Tang apart. Just because she dared to start a factory? Hu Dahua pressed her hand to her chest. "She took our money. 75,000 plus 20,000. Did she cheat us out of a factory?" Chao Gensheng didn't say anything. He was increasingly unwilling to talk to Hu Dahua. It was hard to communicate. Hu Dahua saw Chao Gensheng didn't respond and got even angrier.
"I'm talking to you, Gao Gensheng. I'm Lit Stan."
"Hu Dahua, what does Jiang Tang's girl have? She must have used some sneaky tricks to get those orders. Otherwise, why would they give her the work?" "Chao Gensheng, don't talk nonsense." "Hu Dahua, she keeps spreading rumors about my son." Why can't I doubt her? Chao Zhensheng, are you still ashamed of the time you loudly apologized to her? Hu Dahua was stunned. The next second, she rushed over and pinched Chao Zhensheng's face. Chao Zhensheng, are you crazy? Do I have to tell you? Are you deliberately trying to hurt me? Chao Zhensheng protected his face. What are you doing? I have to go on a business trip tomorrow. Hu Dahua, I don't care if you go or not. You're looking for a fight. You're just deliberately making my life difficult. Chao Zhensheng was so annoyed after Hu Dahua pinched his face that he was furious. Late at night, he drove a 3-wheeled vehicle to the factory and slept directly in the office. Life is really hard. Everything is going wrong. Hu Dahua was angry inside. How could she not be upset when she heard this news? In this world, everyone can have a good life except Jiang Tang. Her family has suffered too many setbacks because of Jiang Tang, each more serious than the last. Her hatred and dislike for Jiang Tang are even stronger than for Chen Laosi. At least Chen Laosi is annoying but hasn't taken advantage of the Hu family. But Jiang Tang not only annoys them, she also caused the Hu family a lot of financial loss. They can't even tell others about this. They dare not mention it. Even when Jiang Tang destroyed the Hu family cesspit, they said it was because it was too tightly sealed and exploded on its own. What can they say? It's too embarrassing to talk about. So, Hu Dahua's feelings of hatred can only stay inside her. After all, in the eyes of the villagers in whose village, Jiang Tang truly took care of the Hu family for 3 years. She didn't do anything wrong to them. Hu Dahua used to think so too, but now, when she looks back, she suddenly realizes that Jiang Tang didn't actually do much work when she was at their house. Hu Dahua asked Jiang Tang to cook, and every time, Jiang Tang would happily wear an apron, braid her hair, and efficiently wash vegetables, cook, and stir-fry. Jiang Tang's cooking wasn't very good, but she was very obedient and had a good attitude, which made everyone feel embarrassed to criticize her. After a week of eating Jiang Tang's food, the whole family couldn't take it anymore. Later, Hu Dahua had to find an excuse to stop her from cooking. At this point, Hu Dahua realized that the most satisfying thing about Jiang Tang to her family was her attitude. No matter who is at home or when they ask her to do something, Jiang Tang always responds enthusiastically. In reality, she only does the easiest task among them. Relatives 1. Jiang Tang, buy a bottle of wine. Jiang Tang, sure. Relative 2. Is the vegetable dish ready? Jiang Tang, almost. Relative 3. The vegetable soup spilled. Jiang Tang, I'll come help. She is sweet-talking and very active, leaving everyone with the impression that she always responds to requests. Because of this, everyone praises her highly. Everyone wants to be around someone like her. She always responds to others, making people feel appreciated and respected.
Who wouldn't feel good about that?
Jiang Tang had only been at the Hu family for a month when she got the chance to visit a furniture factory. Most of her time was actually spent there. As for household chores at the Hu family, Jiang Tang always volunteers to do them when she returns, giving the impression that she is hardworking. However, she rarely does chores at home. She only goes back to help when no one is around. Hu Dahua feels more and more upset. What kind of good daughter-in-law is she? She feels that Jiang Tang hasn't really done much housework at her home, but everyone in the village and factory thinks Jiang Tang is diligent and capable. They are all satisfied with her more than with any other daughter-in-law. What else can they say? They say having Jiang Tang as a daughter-in-law is a blessing for the Hu family. When she was caring for Chao Zhensheng during his hospital stay, Jiang Tang said her family couldn't manage both hospitals, so they hired a woman to take care of them. But the villagers said Jiang Tang was running to the hospital 3 times a day to care for them. What did she actually do? Except for the first night when she stayed on the hospital floor, she was mostly cared for by the hired woman the rest of the time. The more Hu Dahua thought about it, the more she felt she had been blind. Why didn't she see Jiang Tang's true nature? From start to finish, Jiang Tang was just good at talking and occasionally doing some work to impress outsiders. Why was her family criticized for spending money, but Jiang Tang was praised for taking money? Hu Dahua was even angrier. She woke up in the middle of the night feeling upset. She couldn't think about it anymore. If she kept dwelling on it, Her chest would hurt. Hu Dahua couldn't swallow this anger. After thinking for a while, she decided to call Hu Dingin the next day. Her son now works at the County Education Bureau. He is a very capable person. When Hu Dingin heard that Jiang Tang had opened a furniture factory, he couldn't believe his ears. "Mom, are you serious?" he asked. Hu Dahua said, "Is that even possible?" The master at the factory said, "Jiang Tang found old Ding and got him to work at her factory." Hu Dingin thought for a moment and said, "Since she opened a factory, she must meet our requirements. We should report her if she doesn't." Hu Dahua asked, "Report her one by one?" Hu Dingin replied, "Her new factory is just starting. She probably doesn't know everything. Why not take the chance to report her? We could even cause her factory to lose water and electricity so she can't complete her orders." Hu Dahua immediately smiled happily. "My son is so clever. I'll do it that way." Old Joe came back to the furniture factory again. Although his management of the furniture factory wasn't great, he had been working there for 3 years. During these 3 years, he came to the factory every day. Now that he's unemployed, Old Joe feels uncomfortable. Old Joe walked into the factory with his hands behind his back and saw Jiang Tang carrying a small child on her back and holding a thick stack of documents as she walked outside. Old Joe cleared his throat. Jiang Tang looked up and saw him. "Oh, Boss Joe is here." Old Joe waved his hand. "Don't call me Boss Joe anymore. Just call me Old Joe. When did you get married?" "Your kid is so big now," Jiang Tang said. "These days, everything has to be efficient." Old Joe exclaimed, "You're really efficient." He looked at the documents in Jiang Tang's hands. "Are you going to change something?" Jiang Tang nodded. "Yes, I went to change it last week. They said I lack some documents. I've prepared everything now and plan to go again." Old Joe said, "Your documents might be running out." Jiang Tang asked, "Why?" Old Joe made a gesture with his fingers. "Besides having the documents ready, you also need good connections." Jiang Tang looked at Old Joe. "Boss Joe, you're quite capable. These 3 years haven't been wasted." Old Joe waved his hand. "Or maybe my father told me I'm not suitable for this job. He said it's my own fault for not trying hard enough. If I had passed the technical school exam and gone into government work, I might be climbing up now." Jiang Tang's mind moved. She reached out and tucked the documents into her armpit. "Boss Joe, are you free today? The sun outside is so hot. Come in and sit for a while." Old Joe asked, "Am I disturbing your work?" Jiang Tang said, "What's there to disturb? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to open my factory so quickly. Come in and have some tea." Jiang Tang invited Old Joe into her office, served him tea, and poured water. "Drink some water." Old Joe looked at the little kid carrying a small bag on his back. The little guy had big eyes and a small braid on his head. He was quiet and well-behaved behind Jiang Tang, not making any noise. Old Joe said, "You're quite a good kid." Jiang Tang replied, "If I wasn't good, I would have thrown you in the trash already, right, Yaya?" Yaya chuckled. Old Joe glanced inside the house. Nothing had changed there. It used to be his office, and he still felt nostalgic about it. He lost his job last night. Not only was he not used to it, but his mother and wife also found it hard to accept. Early today, his wife asked him why he wasn't going to work. Old Joe took a sip of water and sighed. Jiang Tang asked, "Boss Joe, do you have any plans?" Old Joe smiled bitterly. "What can I do? I'm just a free man now." Luckily, he still had some savings, or he would be very worried now. Jiang Tang said, "You still have a son to take care of, right? Just staying at home all day isn't good for a big man. If you don't say much about your mother and sister-in-law for now, long-term, there will be conflicts at home." Old Joe didn't say anything. It's only been a few days since he stayed at home. Not even 10 days, and his wife already found many things wrong with him. Jiang Tang said, "Did I guess right?" Old Joe sighed. Don't mention it." Jiang Tang suggested, "Boss Joe, if you don't mind my being young and inexperienced, why not work with me?" Old Joe was surprised. What can I do? My factory went bankrupt." "Aren't you worried?" Jiang Tang explained, "You don't need to worry about the factory. Just manage the people." Old Joe looked confused. "Manage the people?" Jiang Tang explained, "Do you know how companies in the city manage their staff now?" Old Joe shook his head. "I have no idea." Jiang Tang said they have a special department for managing people. When the factory needs workers, or if someone breaks the rules or makes serious mistakes, that department handles it. Old Joe asked, "Can I do that?" Jiang Tang pointed to the workers in the workshop. "Try it and see. You know Engineer Zhang, right? He's a good friend of your dad. You might have upset him before, but now you should try to build a good relationship. In this small town, everyone knows each other. It's better not to be awkward." Old Joe hesitated. "I've greeted him a few times, but he ignores me." Jiang Tang. "How old is Engineer Zhang? You're from a younger generation than him. When you treated him so badly before, he was really hurt and of course doesn't want to talk to you anymore." Old Joe. "So I should just keep being friendly when he's cold to me?" Jiang Tang. "Have you ever gone to pay respects at Uncle Zhou's grave? During Qingming, would you dare to talk about Engineer Zhang in front of your dad's tomb?" Old Joe. Jiang Tang. "I can help you settle things with Engineer Zhang. Things can't go on like this. What do you think?" Old Joe. "You really want to help me make peace." Jiang Tang. "You're my employee now. Of course I care about you. But what about managing the staff in the future?" Old Joe. "I haven't agreed to that yet." Jiang Tang. "Later, I'll visit your house and talk to your mother and sister-in-law.
I need to tell them about this.
Otherwise, your sister-in-law might think you're secretly in love with me and keep coming over." Old Joe was so scared he suddenly jumped up. "Stop talking nonsense. I haven't done anything." Jiang Tang. "The door is open. Why are you feeling guilty?" Old Joe. "I really haven't." Jiang Tang. "That's good." Old Joe. "Well, let me think about this." Jiang Tang. "Think about what?" "You're signing the contract tomorrow. It's 80 yuan a month now, but if you sign today, it's 90. When will you sign?" Old Joe. "I'll sign now. That's 10 more yuan a month." Jiang Tang immediately took a contract from the drawer, filled in some blanks herself, then asked Old Joe to sign and stamp it. After Old Joe signed, Jiang Tang handed him a stack of documents. "Like I said, these days, work is about efficiency. Your next task is to handle these matters." Old Joe. He seriously suspects Jiang Tang only kept him around so he wouldn't have to deal with those government offices. While Jiang Tang was urging Old Joe to handle his work, she also found out Engineer Zhang's address from him and rode her bike there with Yaya. Grandma Zhou and sister-in-law Zhou didn't know Jiang Tang, but they had heard her name from Old Joe. When they saw Jiang Tang at the door, they were confused. And just as they entered, Yaya suddenly gave them a stinky diaper, which made Jiang Tang very angry. Jiang Tang. "Why now? Why not earlier? Now you do it, and I might get mad." Mrs. Zhou quickly said, "Oh dear, little one. How can you control your potty? Every child goes through this stage. Just put him down." Although Mrs. Zhou was a bit confused about Jiang Tang's sudden visit, she still poured water to wash Yaya's bottom. While washing Yaya, Jiang Tang felt nauseous because the baby's poop was very smelly. Jiang Tang. "Ugh, Mrs. Zhou, if he's not your child, stand aside." "I'll do it."
Yeah, Mama.
Jiang Tang.
Mrs. Zhou couldn't help but laugh and say, "Clearly he's not your kid. Who would dislike their own child that much? I'll do it. You go stand over there." Mrs. Zhou washed Yaya's bottom quickly and efficiently, showing she was used to doing chores at home. She asked, "Why did you have to take care of the child? Where's the rest of your family?" Jiang Tang casually replied, "No one else. Just me and a kid in first grade." Mrs. Zhou and her sister-in-law looked surprised and then said, "What a hard life for a young girl." Jiang Tang. After a while, she admitted, "Yes, it is pretty tough." When Jiang Tang said that, Mrs. Zhou and her sister-in-law felt very sorry for her. She was so young, and her life was so hard. The two women didn't dare ask many questions and helped clean Yaya's dirty bottom. Later, Mrs. Zhou's attitude toward Jiang Tang softened quite a bit. She didn't expect this girl to have such a tough life. She was left to take care of 2 children alone.
Sigh.
Jiang Tang held Yaya, who sat obediently on her lap, grabbing an apple stick and slowly nibbling on it. Yaya. Sizzle. 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 "Mrs. Zhou, what's the matter?" Jiang Tang. "I'm here to ask for your help." Mrs. Zhou felt very sympathetic toward Jiang Tang and carefully asked, "Young lady, what brings you to my house today?" Jiang Tang. My name is Jiang Tang. I am now the owner of the Zhou Furniture Factory. My factory needs workers, so I want to invite Zhou to come work there. Also, I want to find someone to cook for the factory. Zhou said you are well-liked in the village, so I thought you'd be a good choice. Mrs. Zhou and her sister-in-law quickly exchanged glances. Mrs. Zhou, so, your factory director Jiang. What are your requirements for a cook? Jiang Tang. Just someone healthy who can cook. 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner. Make extra dinner and keep it in the pot for the night in case the workers are hungry. Currently, there are about 10 people in the factory. The requirement is to prepare 2 dishes a day, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Grandma Zhou quickly pouted at her daughter-in-law. What are you standing there for? Speak up. Sister-in-law Zhou hurriedly said, Director Jiang, if you're looking for someone healthy and good at cooking, choose me. Before I got married, I worked in the staff cafeteria at my hometown's factory. Grandma Zhou quickly interrupted her. Cooking for people is different from cooking for the family. Sister-in-law Zhou quickly agreed. Yes, I cook for others and help the chef. I've learned quite a bit. I cook all the meals at home. My husband loves eating my food, Jiang Tang said. If my sister-in-law comes, I'd be very happy. The only problem is the salary, only 30 a month. Would she accept that? Sister-in-law Zhou smiled and said, I'm just at home now and bored. I've been wanting to find a job. The pay doesn't matter much as long as I have something to do. 30 a month is not much. Her sister-in-law from her hometown works as a sales clerk and earns about 45 a month. In this rural area, that income is quite good. Jiang Tang said, That's great. I won't need to look for anyone else. By the way, sister-in-law, I've been hiring a worker to build a small kitchen outside the factory. Once it's ready, I'll ask Lao Zhou to let you start working. The salary will start from your first day. Is that okay? Sister-in-law Zhou replied, No problem. That's good. Haha. After finishing the arrangements, Jiang Tang left with Yaya. Grandma Zhou was very caring, washing the poop from Yaya's diaper with water, rinsing it, and wringing it dry before letting Jiang Tang take Yaya away. Jiang Tang said, Thank you, Grandma. Grandma Zhou warmly replied, Come visit us often, Jiang Tang. After Jiang Tang left, sister-in-law Zhou was so happy she spun around in place. Wow, I didn't expect to find a job. Grandma Zhou looked at her daughter-in-law. That girl wasn't after you. She came here to avoid suspicion. To keep things clear, sister-in-law Zhou asked, Are you worried she's after Lao Zhou? Grandma Zhou nodded. Of course. A young, pretty factory director, and Zhou has been going out every day, suddenly working somewhere. What are her intentions? Sister-in-law Zhou clapped her thigh. She just came to us saying she wanted to find a cook's helper. It's a chance for us to work at the factory. That way, I can go see things in person and she doesn't have to worry about finding someone else. Grandma Zhou, many people are eager to do the cooking work. Why bother coming all the way to our house to talk about it? I thought it was just for your convenience. She's a young girl and most of the furniture factory workers are men. If you go there, you can avoid any awkwardness. This girl is smart, Aunt Zhou. It's still Mom's idea. When I heard there was work to do, I didn't think twice. The mother and daughter-in-law whispered for a while. After talking on the phone with Hu Dingen, Hu Dahua really went to report the issue. You should know, Jiang Tang opened a furniture factory, and now she's her competitor. Hu Dahua plans to beat Jiang Tang's factory early on and see how she can compete with her own. A young girl opening a factory? There are many rules in furniture making. She needs to be careful about safety, fire prevention, and the wood materials. She must handle all the paperwork properly. Hu Dahua sneered. This stubborn girl is fighting her, but she won't let her succeed. First, Hu Dahua went to the business bureau, then to the fire department, and later to the tax office. She believed that among all these issues, one could ruin Jiang Tang. Is it so easy to start a furniture factory? She thought that after scamming so much money from their family, she could use that money to open a factory. Any of these problems could ruin her, making her waste all her money on the factory. After reporting, Hu Dahua was afraid they might not find her, so she even gave them the pre-written address. In the past 2 days, Hu Dahua paid close attention to Jiang Tang's factory, worried she might miss some exciting scene. But her fuss was too loud. She was on the phone with Hu Dingen at the factory, and someone overheard her. 2 days later, Master Ding took 3 workers to report to Jiang Tang's factory. Jiang Tang was very happy. Today is registration day, and tomorrow we start work. Old Zhou took out a contract from his drawer, mimicking Jiang Tang's style from that day, pointing at the blank spaces and saying, "Sign here and press your thumbprint here." After everyone signed and pressed their thumbprints, Old Zhou took the workers on a tour of the factory. Master Ding then told Jiang Tang, "Factory Director Jiang, last night some workers from Factory Director Chao's side came to my house. They said the boss's wife reported us." Jiang Tang was surprised. "What did they report about?" Master Ding looked outside and said, "The boss's wife said your new factory probably doesn't have all the paperwork in order. They can find problems everywhere and want to shut you down." Master Ding was a bit worried. On the way here, they mentioned the possibility of being sued. Ginger Sugar hesitated for a moment. "Hu Dahua really doesn't sit still," Master Ding said. "We don't know what she's thinking. Everyone says she might report you now." "What if you report her first?" Ginger Sugar replied. "I definitely will report her. I've worked at her factory for 3 years, so I know the place better than Hu Dahua." Ginger Sugar went outside and called Lao Zhou back. "Lao Zhou, I need your help. It's urgent. Please find out something for me." Lao Zhou asked, "What is it?" Ginger Sugar said, "My business license is still being processed. Can I start my factory now?" Lao Zhou replied, "No need to ask. It's definitely not allowed. But usually no one checks. As long as your license finally gets approved, it's fine." Ginger Sugar said, "There's a problem. Hu Dahua reported me." Lao Zhou exclaimed, "What?" Before Lao Zhou finished speaking, a worker ran inside and said, "Director Ginger, it's not good. A group of people outside say they are from the business bureau." Lao Zhou turned to look at Ginger Sugar, looking shocked. "Director Ginger, they really came? Our paperwork isn't finished yet." Ginger Sugar didn't expect this either. "They came pretty quickly." Lao Zhou asked, "What should we do now?" Ginger Sugar thought for a moment. "We need to act wisely. No matter what, we can't let them shut down the factory." She kept her 10 sets of furniture. If the factory closed, she wouldn't be able to sell her goods. Ginger Sugar quickly looked toward the drawer, then stepped inside, took out a contract, and wrote with flourish, "Lao Zhou, come help me stamp your mark." Lao Zhou looked confused. "What's this?" Ginger Sugar said. "Don't ask. Just listen to me when I speak later. Act accordingly." Lao Zhou asked nervously, "Am I doing something illegal?" After he signed, Ginger Sugar opened the drawer and looked inside. Then she said, "Of course not. Boss Zhou." Lao Zhou looked puzzled. "Huh? Why did she call him Boss Zhou again?" Lao Zhou asked, "What do we do now?" While speaking, Ginger Sugar untied the cloth tied around her. "Lao Zhou, stay here and watch over Yaya. Don't let her run around." Old Zhou quickly picked up Yaya. Since the little girl just learned to run, he was afraid she might run around freely if placed on the ground. The factory building had many machines, and it would be dangerous if she ran inside later. He was feeling a bit nervous now. He hadn't done anything wrong, but the tense atmosphere made it seem like he had committed some mistake. Old Zhou's heart was pounding. When he started the factory, they didn't usually sign contracts. Everything was based on verbal agreements. But when Jiang Tang worked for him, she asked him to sign an agreement. Now, Old Zhou worried that if he didn't handle this properly and the factory closed down, he might be responsible. Thinking this way, Old Zhou felt even more anxious. What should he do now? Jiang Tang had already gone to the main gate with the person who came to report. A group of people was standing there. Among them, Jiang Tang saw a sneaky figure at the back of the crowd. "Haha, it's Hu Dahua." "Jiang Tang. Leader, is there something you need?" "Staff member. We need to see your business license." She knew that when someone finally caught her mistake, Hu Dahua would definitely come to witness it in person. At the front, 2 people in business uniforms approached. Seeing the workers leading a young girl, they asked, "Who is this?" Jiang Tang introduced herself. "Hello, leader. I am Jiang Tang, the new factory manager of Good Style Furniture. Is there something you need today?" The business officials were polite.
"Hello, Gomat Jiang Tang.
We are from the Business Bureau. Here is our work ID. Please take a look. We received a report claiming your furniture factory is operating without a license. We are here to verify the situation. Jiang Tang. Operating without a license? That's impossible. We've never done anything illegal like that. The officials asked, could we see your business license, please? Jiang Tang didn't move immediately. Instead, she said, it's so hot at the entrance. Everyone come inside and sit. The officials politely declined. No need. We just need to verify.
Jiang Tang delivered ten hestita.
Why so polite? We'll be dealing with each other often in the future. At this moment, Hu Dahua, who thought she was hiding well, finally couldn't hold back and jumped out. Leader, I think she doesn't have a business license at all. She's just deliberately stalling. Hu Dahua said, then ran to the factory gate and loudly pointed at the new sign, saying, leaders, look at this sign. It's so new. This factory just opened a few days ago, and they haven't even gotten a business license. They're operating without one. You should shut down this factory right away. Jiang Tang was speechless. The business inspectors looked up and saw that the sign for Jiang Tang Furniture Factory was brand new. One of them said, Comrade Jiang Tang, if you have a business license, please show it to us. Jiang Tang felt embarrassed. Oh, leader, you're really not showing any mercy. Hu Dahua felt a burst of anger in her chest. She immediately stepped beside the inspectors and pointed at Jiang Tang, loudly saying, People's Congress leaders are here to do important work. Who cares about showing mercy? They serve the common people. Are they here to serve someone operating without a license?
Seal it.
It must be sealed. The inspectors glanced at Hu Dahua. Ma'am, let's talk nicely. Don't shout so loudly. People might think we're arguing. They were most afraid of being misunderstood as arguing with the public while working. If there's an issue, just discuss it calmly. Why yell? Hu Dahua quickly took a step back, smiling politely. I'm just worried for you. She then glared fiercely at Jiang Tang, crossing her arms and snorting coldly, waiting to see Jiang Tang's embarrassed reaction. Today, she had to see Jiang Tang's furniture factory sealed. At least, she wanted a notice to be posted, so she could never open it again. The inspectors urged Jiang Tang, Comrade Jiang Tang, please show us your business license. Hu Dahua sneered. She doesn't have one. She's operating without a license. Humph. The inspectors looked at Jiang Tang and asked, Jiang Tang, do you not have a business license? Jiang Tang replied, how is that possible? I do. The inspector said, then show it to us. After we see it, we'll leave. No need to delay. Hu Dahua stood behind, sneering coldly. She was now sure Jiang Tang didn't have a license. If she had one, Jiang Tang would have shown it long ago to prove her wrong. Jiang Tang said, please wait a moment. I'll go get it. Hu Dahua immediately said, Leader, I think she's trying to run away. Jiang Tang turned around, looked at Hu Dahua with a strange expression, as if she thought Hu Dahua was crazy, then turned back and entered the factory. The business officials finally couldn't help but look back at Hu Dahua and say, Ma'am, can you be a little quieter? You're the loudest among so many people. If you keep talking, you can't stay here. Hu Dahua replied, that I can't stay silent. Yaya hadn't seen Jiang Tang for a while and finally started fussing, Mommy. Jiang Tang ran inside and asked, Oh, Yaya, Miss Mommy? Yaya reached out her small hand and pouted, wanting a hug. Jiang Tang reached out and hugged Yaya, saying, Mommy will hold you. Then Jiang Tang said to Lao Zhou, Boss Zhou, take out those things from the drawer and come with me. Lao Zhou asked nervously, These? Are these still usable? Jiang Tang said, Don't worry about that, just come with me. The business officials waited at the door and saw Jiang Tang carrying a little kid, walking out with another slightly older man. Jiang Tang told Lao Zhou, Boss Zhou, show these leaders whatever they need. Lao Zhou looked scared but asked the officials, Comrades, what documents do you need to see? The officials replied, Show us your business license. Lao Zhou glanced at Jiang Tang, then handed over the business license. The officials opened it carefully and asked, Who is Zhou Taizhu? Lao Zhou immediately raised his hand and said, That's me. The officials checked and nodded. Is there a seal?
Let me see.
No problem. Lao Zhou exclaimed. He quickly looked at Jiang Tang, who said, Boss, this is very important. Lock it up quickly. If bad people steal it later, and we report that we don't have a valid license, what will happen? Hu Dahua was stunned and screamed, Impossible. Leader, she must have a fake license. The officials looked at her and said, Ma'am, you're really something. Whether this license is real or not, we can tell at a glance. The license issued by our organization is easy to verify, Hu Dahua said. Her factory just opened a few days ago, and the license is so new. How could it be ready so quickly? Lao Zhou was still confused just a moment ago, but now he realized one thing. The officials said the business license Jiang Tang showed was genuine. Since even the staff said everything was fine, it must be that the troublemaker in front of us, Hu Dahua, is causing trouble. Old Zhou has a competitive relationship with Chao Genqing's family. They know each other well. He is more familiar with Chao Genqing but not with Hu Dahua. In other words, they have no close ties. When Hu Dahua said his certificate was fake, Old Zhou got angry. Where did you get this, wife? What nonsense are you talking? You're lying. My certificate is as real as it gets. It bears the official seal. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't be polite to you. Business officials quickly tried to calm everyone. Everyone, please don't argue. The factory's business license is fine. Let's all disperse. But Hu Dahua was angry. She had already reported the issue, and officials had come. How could there be no problem? Hu Dahua pointed at the sign and said, Leader, look at this. This is the Jiang Tang Furniture Factory sign. How could their business license be issued so quickly? The officials then realized, oh, wait. The previous license was for Hausher Fashion Furniture. Why did the name change? Jiang Tang explained. Director Zhou said that the name Hausher Fashion Furniture isn't very lucky and business hasn't been good. So, she asked me to be the manager, mainly to handle management and orders. Leader, can't we change the name? The officials replied, changing the name requires proper procedures. It can't be changed casually. Jiang Tang immediately said, all right, I understand. I'll have someone take down the sign and replace it with Hausher Fashion. Once the change procedures are complete, we'll hang the new sign. The officials nodded. That's fine. Nothing else. Hu Dahua was stunned. What? No. This furniture factory isn't Jiang Tang's? Didn't Jiang Tang buy it? Isn't this factory Jiang Tang's? The sign is already up. How could it not be hers? Hu Dahua exclaimed. Leader, you must have been fooled. She's lying. She's definitely lying. This factory belongs to her. Jiang Tang turned her face away and said to Old Zhou, Boss Zhou, show the contract I signed to the leader. Old Zhou immediately remembered the contract Jiang Tang had him sign earlier. He took it out and handed it to the officials. Leader, look at this. The officials saw that Jiang Tang's name was at the top of the contract. They returned the contract and said, since we only verify the authenticity of the business license, the employment contract isn't our concern. Old Zhou angrily took back the contract and pointed at Hu Dahua, scolding, are you here just to cause trouble? The leader said there's nothing wrong with my factory, but you're just here complaining all the time. Don't you think that's annoying? Jiang Tang said. Today she harms others, tomorrow she harms herself. Just look at her mean face. She's a sneaky person. I spit on her. Jiang Tang spat toward Hu Dahua. Hu Dahua said, the officials from the Industry and Commerce Office found no issues here. They reminded about the name change, and then left. Other nearby onlookers, seeing nothing interesting, also dispersed. Hu Dahua was very angry. Does this leader even know what he's doing? There's clearly a problem, but he just ignores it. Jiang Tang glanced at Hu Dahua, then turned to Master Ding, who was following her. She shouted, Master Ding, please help Boss Zhou set off some firecrackers. Bad luck has come to our factory entrance, so we need to drive away the bad luck. Old Zhou said, we still have a box of firecrackers from the last reopening. I'll light a few. Jiang Tang interrupted. What's the point? Such bad luck. We need a long string to get rid of it. Master Ding agreed. All right, hearing this, Hu Dahua quickly ran away before the firecrackers went off, worried they might explode on her. Master Ding saw people running and Old Zhou taking out more firecrackers. He hurriedly asked, Director Jiang, are you going to light them now? Jiang Tang nodded, yes. She quickly covered her ears and ran back into the factory. Old Zhou came over with a stack of documents, wiping sweat from his forehead as he walked. Director Jiang, are we breaking the law? Jiang Tang replied, what law are we breaking? At most, We're just finding a loophole, old Joe asked. But why can I use the factory's old documents? I thought they were invalid, Jiang Tang explained. Last time, I got the documents to ask how to handle this. They said if the factory closes, you need to go through the formal procedures. Otherwise, people will think your factory is still open. Old Joe was surprised. Oh, I see. That's why I had such a fancy business license, and they still said it was valid, Jiang Tang said. Next, when the fire safety checks come, it'll be the same. Old Joe, I'll have someone return the sign now. Once the new business license is ready, I'll change the sign. Don't worry about the fire safety issue. My uncle knows people. I'll fix things at the factory these days and then ask my uncle for help. Jiang Tang, I knew old Joe was reliable with these things. A few days ago, old Joe mentioned that his father said he was suited for a government career. Jiang Tang guessed that old Joe has some talent in social connections and finding ways through relationships. Now, it seems old Joe lacks the ability to manage a factory, but he probably has some skill in this area. Looking at the time, Jiang Tang decided to go back and pick up Zhu Hufeng. She placed Yaya on a small chair, then rode her bike onto the main road. Halfway there, Jiang Tang saw Hu Dahua walking toward the road. It looks like she came by tricycle this morning. Jiang Tang pursed her lips, clenched her fists, and tried her best not to make any sound as she pedaled forward. When her bike passed Hu Dahua, she suddenly lifted her leg and kicked her hard, shouting, "Get lost, Jiang Tang! Get lost, Hu Dahua!" Ouch! Unprepared, Hu Dahua was kicked and tumbled to the ground. The next second, Jiang Tang quickly got off her bike, pedaled furiously, and rode away like crazy. Behind her, Hu Dahua got up, confused, and saw that Jiang Tang had just kicked her. Hu Dahua chased for a few steps but realized she couldn't catch up. She was so angry she stomped and cursed, "Jiang Tang, you wicked!" Fearing she would catch up, Jiang Tang pedaled even faster, shouting, "Damn you all!" Hu Dahua was furious but couldn't catch her bike. She could only watch Jiang Tang ride farther and farther away. She cursed loudly at Jiang Tang's back, but couldn't be heard. Hu Dahua had to brush the mud off herself, curse under her breath, and go to the main road to stop a tricycle to go home. Her family wasn't from this area and didn't know the locals. Early in the morning, she came here just to see Jiang Tang's joke, but in the end, it all turned out like this. Back home, Hu Dahua called Hu Dingen. When he heard what happened, he was also surprised. Hu Dingen, she really has good luck. But it's okay. This is the business bureau. Aren't there other agencies? I don't believe anyone can find fault with me. Especially in the fire safety area, it's hard for ordinary people to pass. Hu Dahua finally relaxed and said, "That worthless girl, Jiang Tang. She really makes me angry." Hu Dingen comforted her. "Don't be angry. Just find the right way to deal with her. Don't go looking for trouble with her." Hu Dahua said, "Mom, I trust you." "Son, how are you and Xiao Zhao? Is your work going well?" Hu Dingen replied, "Everything's fine. Don't worry." After hanging up the phone, Hu Dingen looked up at Xiao Zhao, who was glaring at him fiercely. "I've done what you told me. What more do you want?" Xiao Zhao said, "Don't act like you're unwilling, as if I'm forcing you. This is what you want." Hu Dingen said, Yes, I want it. Can we stop now?" Both of them officially started working at the Education Bureau. They are university graduates, and very few students who studied abroad choose to return home. So, when they started, their ranks were higher than those of others with only college or technical school diplomas. Zhao Jingzhuang supported Hu Dingen and his niece because he had his own reasons. First, Hu Dingen and his niece were qualified to work there. Supporting them was better than supporting strangers. Second, Zhao Hongxia was not very smart and not very tactful. To stay safe, she needed someone to protect her. Before Zhao Jingzhuang retired, he wanted to set up a good future for Zhao Hongxia and also protect her. He was already looking for a suitable husband for Zhao Hongxia. Zhao Hongxia was a university graduate, so he wanted a young man with a good background, family, and education to be her husband. Zhao Jingzhuang looked down on someone like Hu Dingen, a college student. Finding the right person was quite difficult. Xiao Zhao was still upset about Jiang Tang living at Hu's house for 3 years. although she knew about it from the start and had argued with Hu Dingin many times because of it. She felt uneasy, worried Jiang Tang's hardworking image would impress her future in-laws too much, making her look less important. Fortunately, Hu Dingin's parents treated her well and had a falling out with Jiang Tang. Otherwise, Xiao Zhao might be furious now. But she couldn't stand Hu Dingin mentioning Jiang Tang. Even if he did, she refused to say anything good, to show he had no feelings for her. Hu Dingin said, "Enough. My heart only belongs to you. I don't look down on her. Do you think a village woman is a match for me? You're underestimating me." Little Zhao glared at Hu Dingin. I see you're smart enough to behave," Hu Dingin chuckled. "Hey, let's get to work and stop arguing." He was hoping for support from Zhao Ju, little Zhao's dad. Jiang Tang brought her 2 little ones home. Zhu Hufeng stood beside her. "Good stepmom, today I'll help you cook noodles. Is that okay?" Jiang Tang replied, "You're just a small kid. How can you cook noodles?" Zhu Hufeng straightened his back. "I'm bigger than some people's bottoms. I'm not a little brother anymore. The second mom stays at home to take care of my younger siblings, so she doesn't have time to cook. I want to cook," Jiang Tang said. "Then you can do it." She was worried Zhu Hufeng might get burned by hot water, so she moved a small stool and sat with Yaya nearby to watch. Zhu Hufeng tiredly poured a little oil into the pot. When it was hot, he tore some green onion leaves into pieces and threw them in. His small hands used a big spatula to stir in the pot. Zhu Hufeng said, "Today I'm cooking noodles." Jiang Tang replied, "You do it." Yaya couldn't go near because he might get hurt. Zhu Hufeng added oil, fried the green onions, cracked eggs into the pan and poured water. Then he ran to get 2 eggs. He tapped the eggs on the edge of the pot several times but couldn't crack them. Jiang Tang helped him crack the eggs into the pot. Jiang Tang thought, he's going to fry eggs. Zhu Hufeng flipped the eggs once, then fried them a little longer and a nice smell filled the air. Jiang Tang peeked and said, "The green onions are burnt." Zhu Hufeng pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He took a ladle, scooped some water from the tank and poured it into the pot. Jiang Tang said, "Oh, so you can eat eggs like that? I thought eggs could only be boiled." Zhu Hufeng explained, "This is frying eggs. My first mom used to fry eggs for me when I was little." Jiang Tang sighed. "That's so happy. I don't even have that many moms." Zhu Hufeng looked down and was silent for a moment. Then he said, "I don't remember what my first mom looked like, but I remember how she fried eggs." Jiang Tang said, "The 3 of us are really unlucky." Zhu Hufeng looked at her sympathetically. "You're even more unlucky than me and my sister." Jiang Tang started to sob loudly. She wiped her eyes with Yaya's small hand. "Please be nicer to me in the future. I've had a really hard time." Zhu Hufeng nodded. "Yes." After pouring water, Zhu Hufeng brought over a salt jar and said, "Add a little salt." Jiang Tang replied, "Okay." Once the water boiled, Zhu Hufeng added the noodles. When the noodles were cooked, it was time to eat. During the meal, Zhu Hufeng, the good older brother, usually fed Yaya the noodles. Yaya was very well-behaved today. Jiang Tang sat across from him, lowering her head to eat a fried egg. Zhu Hufeng fried 2 eggs, so there was definitely one for her. He divided the remaining eggs into 2 parts, feeding 1 part to Yaya. But Yaya couldn't eat that much, so after eating a quarter, he stopped and finished the rest himself. Jiang Tang had been eating noodles for 5 days now. She asked, "All you can do is cook noodles." Zhu Hufeng said, "Don't call me Humph. My name isn't Humph. I can also fry shredded potatoes and stew pumpkin." Jiang Tang immediately said, "Okay, Humph. Let's have fried shredded potatoes and stewed pumpkin tonight." "There's plenty of pumpkin in the yard." Zhu Hufeng asked, "You're an adult now, why don't you know how to cook?" Jiang Tang replied, "What are you saying? I didn't complain about you not earning money." Zhu Hufeng said, "I'm still a kid. How can I earn money?" Jiang Tang said, "You can already cook fried shredded potatoes and stewed pumpkin, so you're not a kid anymore." Zhu Hufeng was speechless, not knowing what to say, so he stayed silent. Jiang Tang said, "So, let's have fried shredded potatoes and stewed pumpkin tonight. I'll cut the vegetables." Zhu Hufeng agreed. "Okay." In the afternoon, after sending Zhu Hufeng off, Jiang Tang took Yaya's diapers, milk bottles, and formula, then rode her bike to the county. Hu Dahua had reported her, and now it was her turn to report Hu Dahua. She knew all about Hu Dahua's furniture factory. What problems did his factory have? There were many issues. She didn't report everything, only a few confirmed problems, especially those that most bosses wouldn't notice. Chao Gensheng's furniture factory had no signed contract with the workers. When Jiang Tang worked at Chao Gensheng's factory, she mentioned signing a contract. But Chao Gensheng, who valued his furniture factory so much, just waved her off, saying it wasn't necessary. He trusted the workers and thought signing a contract was too formal. Jiang Tang didn't bring it up again after that. Actually, in their place, not signing a work contract is not a big deal. Even when they go to the wood factory to pick up supplies, many old acquaintances just use verbal agreements. As long as both sides keep their promises verbally, nothing serious happens. But recently, Jiang Tang has seen on TV that many stories talk about workers not signing contracts and having trouble defending their rights. She thinks this might be a sign. It shows society is starting to pay more attention to this issue. She has talked with bosses in the city, and many companies are now signing contracts with workers. This is clearly a big trend. Although a contract is just a piece of paper, signing it feels very different from not signing. However, in their rural factory, neither the boss nor the workers pay much attention to this. For most people, as long as the boss pays wages on time, they think the boss is good. Everything else is not a problem. Besides, this kind of thing is not common here. Even if some people know that signing a contract can protect them, everyone is afraid of offending the boss and dares not bring it up. If someone speaks out, they might be seen as causing trouble. No one knows if they will get fired for asking about a contract, so nobody dares to mention it. This is a privilege of the boss. If the boss doesn't say to sign, the workers can't bring it up. But if someone reports it, that's a different story. Jiang Tang's first report about Chao Gensheng Furniture Factory was that they hadn't signed contracts with their workers. She was sure the authorities would find out about Chao's factory, and Chao Gensheng wouldn't be able to fake anything on the spot. Because Chao Gensheng can't read or write, he doesn't even know what a contract looks like. Hu Dinghan was supposed to know, but he thought that being a local boss lowered his status as a renegade from abroad, so he looked down on this matter and didn't know the details of the factory. Jiang Tang didn't mean to do anything bad. She just didn't like Hu Dahua's bad attitude. If she can do her part, she won't let her family be left behind. She finished writing the report in 20 minutes, showing how determined she was to report this. Who is in charge here? We are from the County Labor Department. We received a report the day before yesterday that your factory hasn't signed contracts with workers. We're here to investigate. When the officials showed their ID, Chao Gensheng was stunned. Chao Gensheng. What? The workers looked at him and said, "We are here to check if the factory has signed labor contracts with the workers." As they spoke, a few workers split up. One stayed behind to talk with Chao Gensheng, while the others went to the factory to gather information from the workers. Chao Gensheng opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He had run this factory for many years and had never heard of such a thing as a labor contract. A few years ago, Jiang Tang had asked him about it once. He thought, why bother with all those rules? Is it really necessary? He always paid his workers on time, so what was the point of signing that stuff? It made him look unreliable. Chao Gensheng never imagined that someone would report that his factory hadn't signed contracts with the workers. There was also a crowd gathered outside his furniture factory. These days, whenever someone in a uniform appears, a crowd of onlookers usually gathers behind them. Everyone just wanted to see what was happening. Jiang Tang, copying Hu Dahua, also brought her little brother to watch the scene. She leaned from behind and asked, Hey, uncle, what's going on here? An old man nearby, working in the area, heard her and said, "They say Boss Chao didn't sign labor contracts with the workers, and now they're investigating. There might be a fine." Jiang Tang asked, "Oh, how much do they fine him?" The old man replied, "I think I heard they might fine him double the wages." Jiang Tang, eager for excitement, said, "Just double wages? That's not enough. They should fine him more." Everyone around started to laugh. Chao Gensheng was overwhelmed. They were investigating the contracts, but he had none to show. The investigators came back and said the workers didn't even know what a contract was. It was obvious he hadn't signed any contracts. So, the fine was certain. Jiang Tang was a little unhappy. She thought, just a fine? Shouldn't they shut down the factory for a few days? She turned around and saw a familiar figure standing by the side door of the factory. She quickly walked over and said, "Oh, isn't that my little brother-in-law?" "Little brother-in-law, what are you doing here?" Lu Yukai saw Jiang Tang and immediately tried to slip away. He was scared. His sister and his sister-in-law's family all feared Jiang Tang's temper. Jiang Tang was known for getting angry and even threatening to cut people with a knife. How could normal people not be afraid? Moreover, what is Jiang Tang to me? Her niece and nephew are Jiang Xiaojun and Jiang Zhong. But Lu Yukai dares not say this, afraid that Jiang Tang will go crazy. He has seen Jiang Tang go mad before. Once he casually mentioned that dog meat is quite fatty, and Jiang Tang chased him with a knife for 2 villages. Lu Yukai, help. Jiang Tang, get lost, trash. That day, he almost ran himself to exhaustion. Jiang Tang reached out and grabbed Lu Yukai. What is my brother-in-law doing? Seeing his niece and wanting to leave without saying a word? People might think I'm an unfilial niece. You're forcing me to be the bad person, huh? Lu Yukai, realizing he couldn't escape, replied weakly, "Oh, it's Jiang Tang. I didn't notice earlier, huh? Jiang Tang. I knew it. My brother-in-law isn't that ungrateful. My niece greets you willingly and you pretend not to see?" Lu Yukai. Of course. Jiang Tang looked at the furniture factory and then at Lu Yukai. "Brother-in-law, your home isn't nearby and you came here. Could it be that you work here?" Lu Yukai. What's going on? He didn't say a word and she guessed right. Jiang Tang crossed her arms. Your expression. Are you really right, Lu Yukai? That Jiang Tang. Haha. Lu Yukai quickly said, "This job was introduced to me by your aunt." "I don't know anything." As he spoke, Lu Yukai tried to run away. Jiang Tang pulled him back again. "Brother-in-law, what are you running for? I've only just seen my niece after so long, and you don't ask a word? Don't you care? Don't you want to know when I had this girl? We're family. Where's your kindness?" Lu Yukai almost cried. Did Jiang Tang forget about the time she chased him with a knife across 2 villages? Where did their friendship come from? Lu Yukai, when did you have this girl? She's so grown up. Jiang Tang turned and complained to Yaya. "Yaya, he's ignoring you." Yaya scowled. "Bad boy, Jiang Tang. My Yaya says you're bad, brother-in-law. You should reflect on yourself." Lu Yukai didn't dare to speak. Right now, he just wanted to run away and stay far from Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang smiled and looked at Lu Yukai. "Little brother-in-law, my aunt used to say you were very good at socializing. The first time you met my daughter, you didn't show any interest at all." Jiang Tang held Ying's small hand and waved it at Lu Yukai. "Come on, Ying, call him little uncle. Little uncle is good. Since it's our first meeting, bring a little gift." Lu Yukai hesitated.
I
didn't bring any money." Jiang Tang's face immediately darkened.
What is little uncle saying?
"This is a gift for the child's first meeting. Even if you can't lend money, just borrow a little. You're working now, why are you so stingy?" Lu Yukai was annoyed but didn't dare to say anything. "Jiang Tang, it's not that I don't want to give. I just started working here less than a month ago, and I haven't been paid yet." Jiang Tang snorted.
Humph.
"It seems Director Chow pays you poorly. When he paid me, it was based on 150 yuan. You're my little brother-in-law. How much does he pay you?" Lu Yukai didn't answer. Talking about his salary made him a bit upset. Aunt Jiang told him it should be at least 200 yuan, but he was excited when he started, and now? His monthly salary was only 45 yuan. What did Chow Zhenxing say? That he was new, inexperienced, and once he gained experience and did better work, his salary would naturally increase. But Lu Yukai was lazy. He didn't want to go to the city for higher wages. He preferred staying at home, sleep when tired, eat when hungry, and have everything he needed. Who wanted to work outside? Now that he finally had some work without going to the city, Lu Yukai thought the pay was too low, but he still wanted to work. At least he didn't have to run around everywhere.
Jiang Tang sai.
TSK Director Chow is really... Isn't he just bullying my little brother-in-law? That's not right. Lu Yukai agreed with Jiang Tang. Isn't that true? Jiang Tang added, the little salary he pays my little brother-in-law isn't enough to buy a gift for Ying. The wages are too low. I can't even ask my little brother-in-law to spend his money. When Lu Yukai heard this, he finally relaxed a little. At least she had some conscience. Jiang Tang looked around and suddenly lowered her voice. Little brother-in-law, actually my salary of 150 yuan has a trick. Lu Yotsai's ears perked up. What trick? Jiang Tang shot him a glance and patted Ying. Ying, don't be sad. Since little uncle can't give you a gift, mom will give you one. Lu Yukai hesitated. I only have 5 yuan. If you don't mind, let the kid hold it. Lu Yukai. Only 5 yuan, not much money. Let the child hold it. Jiang Tang. Thank you on behalf of Yaya, little brother-in-law. Lu Yukai took out 5 yuan. Jiang Tang reached out to accept it, then put it in her pocket. Thank you on behalf of Yaya, little brother-in-law. She looked around, then, while others were still watching Chao Zhenxing being fined, she took Lu Yukai to a quiet place to give him some advice. Jiang Tang, any factory giving workers a raise has a reason. You need to do something that Director Chao can notice immediately, something that makes him think your presence will bring something different to the factory. Lu Yukai chewed his lip. How can I do that? Jiang Tang, it sounds easy, but it's hard to do, right? Do you want to know how I do it? Lu Yukai was curious. How do you do it? Jiang Tang. No difficulty, just create difficulty. Lu Yukai was stunned for a moment. Create difficulty? How do I create difficulty? Jiang Tang looked at him with a disappointed expression. Little brother-in-law, you're not stupid, right? I've already told you very clearly. How come you still haven't thought of it? Lu Yukai quickly said, you little brother-in-law are not as smart as you, Jiang Tang. Please remind me more clearly. Jiang Tang looked around, then leaned close to Lu Yotsai's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Yotsai's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? Jiang Tang turned around with Yaya and left. In short, we must never do bad things. I wish you, little brother-in-law, early success and wealth. Yaya, say goodbye to little brother-in-law. Lu Yukai watched Jiang Tang riding her bicycle with the little girl walking away. Then he tugged at his clothes, turned around, and walked into the factory gate with his hands behind his back. Chao Zhenxing was overwhelmed. Was he really going to be fined? That evening, Chao Zhenxing went home. Hu Dahua had already heard about the factory being fined. There was nothing he could do. Hu Dahua's family had the best conditions in the village, and everyone was jealous. They hoped something would happen to her family, so they could laugh at her. The news of the factory being fined spread before Chao Zhenxing even reached home. This made Hu Dahua so angry she was almost furious. All these years, nothing happened. Why did something suddenly happen today? Chao Zhenxing sat in a chair, listening to Hu Dahua chatter for a while before he finally said, someone reported us. Hu Dahua was stunned.
What?
Reported? Who reported us? How do you know it was someone? Chao Zhenxing's face turned pale. The people who checked the contract said someone reported that our factory didn't sign contracts with the workers. Hu Dahua blurted out, Jiang Tang. It must be that nasty girl Jiang Tang who reported us. Chao Zhenxing hesitated. Now that he thought about it, he remembered seeing Jiang Tang at the scene today, and she seemed to be carrying a child. But he was so nervous at the time that he didn't pay attention to anything else. Now, hearing Hu Dahua say that, Chao Zhenxing suddenly remembered that only Jiang Tang knew about the fact that his factory hadn't signed labor contracts with the workers, besides the workers themselves and him. He frowned. What does Jiang Tang mean by this? His family had already paid for his college spot, and that issue was settled. They also paid 2,000 yuan for the incident with Jianan, and now she was doing this. She must be unhappy. Hu Dahua gritted her teeth and said angrily, I know what she means. She's revengeful. That mean girl Jiang Tang, I was kicked by her that day, and I still feel pain in my tailbone. How dare she report us? Chao Zhenxing looked up at Hu Dahua. When did Jiang Tang kick you? Hu Dahua paused, realizing she had spoken carelessly. She quickly covered her mouth. It's nothing, Chao Zhenxing said. In principle, everything from before has already passed. Jiang Tang shouldn't come specifically to cause trouble for us. What did you do? Jiang Tang was an orphan girl. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't come to trouble his family. Hu Dahua, Annoyed by Chao Genqing's questions, snapped, "You usually don't care about me, and today you talk so much? Why are you even involved?" Chao Genqing thought for a moment and then asked, "Did you report Jiang Tang's factory?" Hu Dahua hesitated for a while, then suddenly shouted, "Yes, I did." "So what?" "She's cheating, she's lying. Her new factory just opened, and she hasn't even gotten a business license. It's operating illegally. Why can't I report her?" Chao Genqing's eyebrows furrowed. Hu Dahua didn't understand what an illegal operation was. Someone must have told her that, and she believed it. Chao Genqing gritted his teeth in anger. "Who told you to do that?" "You reported her, but we have the same kind of factory. She can't report us." Hu Dahua snorted coldly. "I just can't stand her. A young girl taking our money to start a factory. She has no shame." Chao Genqing asked, "Did you report her for operating without a license?" "Has Jiang Tang's factory been shut down?" Hu Dahua suddenly stopped talking. Chao Genqing was speechless. "Isn't that causing trouble for no reason? Now look, Jiang Tang's factory has no issues, but our own factory was fined. Are you happy now?" Hu Dahua was a bit angry and anxious. I didn't expect this to happen. That little brat really has skills. The business bureau people came to check, but she managed to escape. I don't believe I can't handle that little girl." Chao Genqing was about to lose his temper. "What do you want to do? Can you calm down? Why did you have to provoke her?" Hu Dahua's eyes nearly popped out. "I provoked her? Do you think I'm afraid of her?" Chao Genqing didn't want to argue anymore. He was so angry he rode his motorcycle back to the factory immediately. He couldn't stand this life anymore. Not long after he arrived at the factory, the power went out again. Jiang Tang finished watching the excitement and took Yaya to school to pick up Zhu Hefeng. She was in a very good mood. Seeing that she had enough time, she stopped by the market and bought 5 large buns from Lusher and a pig's ear. Jiang Tang, "Yaya, tonight we're having pig's ears for dinner." "Yaya, yum." Zhu Hefeng came out of the school gate and saw his stepmother pushing a bicycle waiting at the door. He hurried over. "Good stepmother." Jiang Tang first rode onto the bicycle, standing on tiptoe to touch the ground, and said to Zhu Hefeng, "Get on." Zhu Hefeng obediently climbed onto the bike, sitting on the back seat, clutching Jiang Tang's clothes tightly. "I'm ready." Jiang Tang pedaled and rode off. "Let's go. Time to go home." "Yaya." "Home?" Zhu Hefeng pursed his lips. "Good stepmother. Tonight I'll cook shredded potatoes and braised pumpkin for you." Jiang Tang. Humph, you're so capable. Tonight, we won't eat noodles. We'll have buns and shredded potatoes. Tomorrow, we'll have braised pumpkin. By the way, good stepmother bought pig's ears today too." "Yaya." "Dodo." Zhu Hefeng. I also like pig's ears." Actually, he had never eaten pig's ears before, so he didn't know what they tasted like. But the meat on a little pig must be delicious. Jiang Tang cheerfully called out, telling the little kids on the path to make way as they finished school. She chatted happily with the 2 children, and they all happily headed home together. Jiang Tang was peeling potatoes. Zhu Hefeng went to do his homework first, and Yaya sat beside Jiang Tang, watching her work. The 3 of them had clear roles. Jiang Tang cut the potatoes into strips and prepared ingredients for cooking. After heating the pan, she called Zhu Hefeng to start cooking. Zhu Hefeng came out, following the usual routine of pouring oil, then adding green onions, ginger, and garlic. He stirred everything in the pan, and finally Jiang Tang added the potato strips. Zhu Hefeng struggled to stir the potatoes. He was small, and his arms looked tired as he reached over the high edge of the pan. After a while, Zhu Hefeng hurried back to the kitchen, carrying a salt jar in one hand and a soy sauce bottle in the other. Zhu Hefeng said, "Good stepmother, the soy sauce is almost gone. I'll need to buy more tomorrow." Jiang Tang replied, "Okay, I'll remember to buy soy sauce tomorrow." Zhu Hefeng scooped salt into the pot and poured soy sauce, but accidentally poured too much. He looked up at Jiang Tang and said, "Good stepmother, the potato strips might be a little salty today." Jiang Tang said, "It's okay. You can eat more potatoes, and Yaya and I will eat pig ears, a type of snack." Zhu Hefeng hesitated. Jiang Tang laughed. "Just kidding. We have rice porridge and big steamed buns. What's there to be afraid of?" It's just like pickled vegetables. Dinner was the best meal they'd had in days, at least with some meat and vegetables, unlike the previous days when it was just noodles. Zhu Hefeng held a big steamed bun in one hand and was tearing a small one to feed Yaya. He asked, "Good stepmother, when will Grandpa and Grandma come back?" Zhu Hefeng said, "Little sister is very well behaved during meals." Yaya nodded happily. Jiang Tang hummed, "Humph, he's a really good brother." Zhu Hefeng said, "I'm not called Humph." Jiang Tang replied, "They didn't say when they'd come back, just that they'd stay a few more days." Zhu Hefeng asked, "Are the people who are sick the children of Grandpa and Grandma?" Jiang Tang explained, "They got hurt." She was curious and asked, "Don't you know who the children of Grandpa and Grandma are?" Zhu Hefeng said, "That night when Grandpa went to pick me, my big sister and little sister, he said an uncle asked him to pick us up.
He's not a bad person."
Jiang Tang looked at this little fool in front of her and didn't know what to say. He told him he wasn't a bad person, and he believed him. Who says they're a bad person? Zhu Hefeng said, "Grandpa said we are just staying here temporarily, and when Mom comes back, she will take us home." Ginger Sugar said, "Of course, children should be with their own moms." But Zhu Hefeng said, "Mom doesn't want me and my sister anymore. She already had a little brother in her new home." "I saw her once on the way to school." Ginger Sugar asked, "Did you call her?" Zhu Hefeng replied, "Yes, I called, but she said I was mistaken." Ginger Sugar asked, "So, maybe you got the wrong person?" Zhu Hefeng was silent for a few seconds and then said, "I don't know. After that, I forgot what my mom looked like." Ginger Sugar asked, "Is your second mom nice?" Zhu Hefeng said, "My second mom is Auntie. Sometimes she's kind, and sometimes she's a little strict." Ginger Sugar asked, "Does she hit children?" Zhu Hefeng pursed his lips and said, "Kids who make mistakes get punished." Ginger Sugar said, "It seems you've been punished before." Zhu Hefeng said, "It's okay. I cry for a little while and then stop." Ginger Sugar said, "That's right. If you cry all the time, your eyes might get hurt." Zhu Hefeng said, "Next time I won't cry." Ginger Sugar said, "If you want to cry, just cry. It's a child's right." Zhu Hefeng said, "I'm grown up now. I can't cry anymore. I want to protect my little sister." Ginger Sugar said, "You really do a good job of protecting her." Zhu Hefeng was a little happy and asked, "Good stepmom, will my little sister be a good girl in the future? When she grows up, she definitely won't get hit by her mom, right?" Ginger Sugar replied, "Probably. The good stepmom thinks Yaya is a good girl." Yaya giggled. Zhu Hefeng said, "I also think my little sister will be a good girl in the future." Dinner was over, and everyone had finished the pig's ear. Even Yaya ate several strips of pig's ear. Ginger Sugar said, "Yaya was very good today. She drank a small bowl of porridge and ate bread and pig's ears. Humph, today was a great day. Humph is a good big brother. I'm not called Humph," Zhu Hefeng said after feeding Yaya, then started eating himself. Although Zhu Hefeng is young, he is a very caring and wonderful little brother when it comes to taking care of his little sister. After dinner, Jiang Tang gave the two little ones a bath, changed them into clean clothes, and put them on the bed. Then she asked Zhu Hefeng to watch Yaya while she went to boil water and take a shower. After her shower, she checked on the children and found they were already asleep. Jiang Tang checked the yard gate, closed the doors and windows tightly, and then she and the children went to sleep on the second floor. The next morning, as soon as the alarm rang, Zhu Hefeng got up. He needed to go to school, but his stepmother liked to sleep in with his little sister. Zhu Hefeng wanted to heat up some steamed buns and porridge himself, and also keep the steamed buns warm in a steamer so that his stepmother and sister could eat when they woke up. While eating, Zhu Hefeng suddenly heard noises at the front door. He was so scared that he ran upstairs immediately. "Stepmother.
Stepmother.
Someone is at our door." Jiang Tang was suddenly awakened. She sat up quickly. "What's wrong?" Zhu Hefeng was very scared. "Stepmother, I just heard sounds at the door while eating. I'm scared." Jiang Tang put on her coat while saying, "Humph, you stay here and watch your sister. I'll go down and see who it is." Zhu Hefeng said, "Stepmother, if there are bad people, you should come back quickly and lock the door." Jiang Tang reached out and patted Zhu Hefeng's head. "Got it." When Jiang Tang went to the yard, she indeed heard someone talking to themselves at the door, and she also heard the sound of keys clinking. She shouted at the door, "Who's there?" The sound of keys paused, and a woman's voice came from outside the yard gate. Are you Jiang Xiaojuan? My name is Fu Manhwa. My brother is Fu Hongjiang. My mother called and asked me to come see you. Jiang Tang paused. She finally understood that the girl her big, kind-hearted mother-in-law had mentioned several times before had returned home. Jiang Tang went to open the door. Outside stood a woman in her 30s, with the latest fashionable hairstyle, wearing the most trendy blue dress, carrying a brown leather bag. It was clear she came from a well-off family. While Jiang Tang was observing Fu Manhwa quickly looked her over. She saw that Jiang Tang was still new to the family, with messy hair like a chicken coop, eye discharge at the corners, wearing a short-sleeved top and shorts pajamas, with a coat over her outside. Fu Manhwa asked, Are you Jiang Xiaojuan? Jiang Tang replied, Sister, I am Jiang Xiaojuan. Don't you recognize me? Fu Manhwa was surprised when she saw Jiang Tang's face. Are you Jiang Xiaojun? Seeing her expression, Jiang Tang guessed that Fu Manhwa was probably present when she was dating her partner. Jiang Tang quickly said, Sister, I am Jiang Xiaojun. Don't you recognize me? Fu Manhwa looked at Jiang Tang again, and then said, Jiang Xiaojun, you seem a bit different from when we met during the matchmaking. Jiang Tang replied, Sister, I still look young and pretty, just like when we first met. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, on the night I met Brother Hongjiang, you wore a thick coat. Where did you buy it? Fu Manhwa responded, Oh, I bought it at the mall. If you like it, I'll get you one next time. Jiang Tang smiled and said, Oh, sister, that's so kind of you. Thank you. Fu Manhwa didn't say anything. She entered the yard and saw it was very tidy. She looked back at Jiang Tang and thought she looked different from the young woman she saw during the New Year. I remember your skin was quite fair. Jiang Tang casually pointed at the sun just rising. Sister, if you're asking why I look darker, you should ask the sun. I just helped with some farm work during the holiday and that's why I got so tan. Fu Manhwa didn't reply. From her eyes, Jiang Tang could tell she didn't believe her. After entering the house, Fu Manhwa started to look around. My mom said that since you're a young girl with 2 kids at home, she was worried you couldn't handle it all. She asked me to come see. I was busy the past few days, so I only had time today. Jiang Tang pointed upstairs. Oh, the kids are upstairs. Fu Manhwa nodded and started walking upstairs, muttering, Parents are really something, bringing all kinds of people home. Jiang Tang followed behind her. Sister, it's not their fault. After Brother Hongjiang woke up from surgery, the first thing he did was ask them to take the kids. Otherwise, those 3 little ones would be left to fend for themselves at home. They might have even gone hungry by now. Our parents have good hearts. Fu Manhwa stopped and looked back at Jiang Tang. She held back her words, said nothing, and went straight to the 2nd floor. Yaya has woken up. Zhu Hefeng is trying hard to dress her. Sister, don't cry. If you cry, the stepmother won't like you. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Hefeng saw a strange aunt and the stepmother standing at the door. Yaya saw Jiang Tang and pouted, reaching out to be held. Mommy. Jiang Tang entered the room and picked up Yaya. Today, your brother is dressing you. Isn't he great? He's so good to you. Jiang Tang said to Zhu Hefeng, This is your grandparent's daughter. You should call her Big Aunt. Zhu Hefeng hesitated and said, Hello, Big Aunt. Fu Manhwa didn't speak. The people in the house, a big one and 2 small ones, all seemed unfamiliar to her. She was very familiar with her own parents' house, but now 3 strangers lived here. Fu Manhwa felt very uncomfortable. Especially when Jiang Xiaojun asked that boy to call someone, her tone made her feel like her own daughter was an outsider, and they seemed to be the true owners of the house. Fu Manhwa looked at Zhu Hefeng and asked, So, it's just the 2 of them? Jiang Tang replied, Yes. By the way, sister, what did our moms say? About Brother Hongjiang? Can he walk? Is he lame? Fu Manhwa was speechless. Can he walk? Is he lame? Does that sound like caring words? It seemed more like they hoped her brother was disabled. Fu Manhwa said, My brother is fine. You don't need to worry too much. Jiang Tang immediately relaxed. That's really good. If Brother Hongjiang had been disabled, people would say I married a cripple. Now, it's all good. Brother Hongjiang is fine, and I can finally feel proud. Fu Manhwa was silent. For some reason, Jiang Xiaojuan's words sounded like good news, but she felt uncomfortable hearing them. She couldn't help but ask again, "Are you really Jiang Xiaojun?" Jiang Tang said, "Sister, if you think Jiang Xiaojuan's name doesn't sound nice or is hard to say, you can call me Jiang Tang. Our parents call me Jiang Tang too." Fu Manhwa looked at her in shock. What did she mean? She was still doubting if she was Jiang Xiaojun, and now she wanted her to call her Jiang Tang? Fu Manhwa asked, "Can you just change your name easily?" Without changing her expression or hesitation, Jiang Tang said, "Sister, everyone has a nickname, right, Fu Manhwa? Is Jiang Tang your nickname? Jiang Tang. Does calling me Jiang Tang sound warmer than calling me Jiang Xiaojun, Fu Manhwa?" Jiang Xiaojun is a 3-character name, which sounds like a full name when spoken directly. Jiang Tang is a 2-character name. Calling her by her full name would be 3 characters, but using just 2 is more casual. Jiang Tang indeed feels closer than Jiang Xiaojun. But is this really about the difference between a 2-character and a 3-character name? Both Jiang Xiaojun and Jiang Tang share the surname, Jiang, so they don't really seem like a formal name and a nickname. Fu Manhwa is quite cautious of Jiang Tang, but her caution is straightforward and obvious, making her thoughts easy to see. Fu Manhwa, Jiang Xiaojun, when did you come to my parents' house? Jiang Tang. Sister, just call me Jiang Tang. If you call me Jiang Xiaojun, it sounds a bit rude. If the nosy neighbors hear, they might think you have issues with me, your sister-in-law, Fu Manhwa. Jiang Tang quickly packs her things while her little one eats, and explains to Fu Manhwa, "Sister, I need to take Xiaoheng to school later. Dad found a nearby school for Xiaoheng to attend, but it's a bit far, so I have to ride my bike to take him." Fu Manhwa, "You really take good care of these 2 kids. Jiang Tang." "Of course. I'm their good stepmother." Fu Manhwa looks at Jiang Tang with a mixture of speechlessness. What kind of stepmother is she? Fu Manhwa, don't talk nonsense. You and Heng Jiang aren't married, and they aren't Heng Jiang's children. You can't be their stepmother. But Jiang Tang doesn't care at all. She keeps working and casually replies, "It doesn't matter. The main thing is that our parents brought them into the house. I definitely need to take good care of them. I can't let our parents trust me for nothing, right? Sister, don't you think so?" Fu Manhwa, who is she talking about, our parents? They are her parents. What does that have to do with her? She isn't married to Heng Jiang, so shouldn't she call him uncle and aunt? Fu Manhwa, my parents never said anything bad about you. Jiang Tang, they did. Our mom said I treat her like my own daughter, and our dad said I am a filial and sensible daughter-in-law. Fu Manhwa. If her mother said that, Fu Manhwa could believe it a little, but her father was not the kind of person to praise others for being filial and sensible. Fu Manhwa thought Jiang Xiaojun was just talking nonsense. Does she think she can fool her easily? Fu Manhwa, Jiang Xiaojun. Jiang Tang looked up. Sister, do you have something against me? Fu Manhwa. Huh? No, of course not. That's not true. Jiang Tang looked at her. Then call me Jiang Tang. Fu Manhwa. Jiang Tang. Just call me Jiang Tang. Our mom is very kind. The neighbors in the village think she's easy to bully. If they think she's not close with her daughter-in-law, they will find something to talk about. Fu Manhwa was alert. Who in the village is bullying my mom? Jiang Tang. Sister, do you not know what kind of people are in our village? They haven't hit or scolded her, but they talk behind her back sometimes. When brother Heng Jiang had his accident, everyone in the village was gossiping openly. It's better not to give them more reasons to gossip. Come on, call me Jiang Tang. Fu Manhwa's mouth twitched twice. It's just a name, nothing serious. But under Jiang Tang's eager gaze, Fu Manhwa hesitated and couldn't say it. What's going on? Why can't I say this name? And being watched so closely by Jiang Tang, Fu Manhwa almost blushed. Jiang Tang. Sister, just say it. This is a big deal for our family's unity and harmony. Fu Manhwa. What does it have to do with family harmony? It's just a name. How is it related to family peace? Why is it such a big deal? At this moment, Zhu Hefeng put down his bowl. Good stepmother, I've finished eating. Jiang Tang immediately looked disappointed and gave Fu Manhwa a, "I'm very disappointed in you" look. Humph, pack your bag. Your stepmother will take you to school. Zhu Hefeng pursed his lips, carefully bypassed Fu Manhwa, and stood quietly by his bicycle. waiting for Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang quickly placed Yaya on the small seat and hung Yaya's diaper and milk powder on the bike's handlebar. Jiang Tang, sister, I have something to do this morning, so I'll be back at noon. You just arrived. Rest at home for a while. Fu Manhwa quickly stood up. You're not at home taking care of the kids. Where are you going? Jiang Tang replied, I resigned from the hospital to take care of brother Hingjiang. I need to find some work. Our family is so big. We can't just rely on dad to earn all the money. It's hard for him, and as the daughter-in-law, I should help share the burden. Fu Manhwa was surprised. You're a nurse, right? You gave up such a good job. No, this seemed even more suspicious. During the New Year blind date, she remembered Jiang Xiaojun saying she would never leave her hospital job. It was a good job at a county hospital. Why would she just quit? Jiang Tang explained, it's because I had no choice. News about brother Hengjiang's accident was everywhere. I got so worried that I just resigned. It's all my fault for being so concerned about his safety. Fu Manhwa was silent. What's going on with Jiang Xiaojun? At first, her words seemed fine. But when she thought about it carefully, she felt that every sentence carried a faint sense of taking credit, claiming authority, and a little bit of annoyance. While Fu Manhwa was lost to her thoughts, Jiang Tang had already pushed her bicycle down the steps, mounted it, and said to Zhu Hefeng, let's go. Zhu Hefeng climbed onto the back seat and sat steadily. Don't call me Jiang Tang responded, got it, sister. I'm taking Hefeng to school now. Fu Manhwa stood at the door and watched Jiang Tang pedal away. Next door, Grandma Peng squinted and looked over, trying to see who that was. Fu Manhwa was married into this family and had lived here for many years. She knew what kind of neighbors they were. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaojun was right. These neighbors were all watching her house. Fu Manhwa immediately called out to Jiang Tang's back as she pedaled away, Jiang Tang, come back early at noon. Sister is cooking and waiting for you. Jiang Tang replied loudly. Okay, sister. I'll buy half a big goose for lunch. Don't cook too many dishes, Fu Manhwa responded. Okay. She looked at Grandma Peng again. The old lady had already retracted her neck. That grandma loved to watch the excitement and always meddled in village affairs, which made her not very likable. Fu Manhwa wanted to tidy up the yard. She noticed that apart from the small boy's unwashed bowl, everything else was clean and tidy. There is no need for her to tidy up anything. While washing dishes, Fu Manhwa was still feeling that something was off. Then she suddenly slapped her thigh and remembered. Her older sister-in-law had come, so why did Jiang Tang leave the little one behind when she went out? Since she had to go out for something, she should have left the little one to be looked after by herself. Why did she take the little one along? Jiang Tang took Zhu Hefeng to school, then took Yaya to a small market to buy a bowl of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. She ate 1.5, and Yaya held on to the remaining half to eat. Jiang Tang went to the factory. As soon as she arrived, she felt a different atmosphere. Suddenly, she felt the factory looked cleaner and more organized. Jiang Tang, what's going on? Old Zhou, step aside, the fire brigade is here.
I'm Buse.
Several factory doors were opened. Jiang Tang suspected that the original wood inside the factory was moldy, so they opened all the doors to air out the wood. Then she saw old Zhou walking quickly toward her. Jiang Tang raised her hand. Old Zhou. But old Zhou reached out and pushed her aside. Step aside, the fire brigade is here. Jiang Tang. Old Zhou was brave enough to even confront the boss. Dahua reported that Jiang Tang's furniture factory did not meet fire safety standards. Today, the inspectors arrived. Old Zhou greeted warmly and, a bit overly eager, led the inspectors to look around the factory, introducing the situation one by one. As the old factory manager, old Zhou knew his factory inside out. He answered all questions fluently, clearly well prepared. Jiang Tang watched from the side. Old Zhou's confident attitude was really impressive. Because there was wood inside, smoking was banned in the factory. Signs reading, "No smoking, no open flames," were posted everywhere. Old Zhou had prepared chilled soda for everyone. Whether they drank it or not, each person had a bottle. Old Zhou chatted with the leader, casually mentioning a certain official without making it seem like he was pressuring others or trying to show off. Jiang Tang was watching with interest when Zhang Gong came over and looked in her direction. He said to Jiang Tang, "Director Jiang, no need to watch. It's definitely fine." Engineer Zhang quickly pulled his head back. Zhou Taizhu hasn't gained any new skills in the past 3 years, but he's good at handling relationships. He took over the factory 3 years ago, and although orders have been decreasing, he has never made any mistakes in this area. Ginger Tang. It's my fault. Old Zhou is really talented. Engineer Zhang hurriedly said, "Director Jiang, I didn't mean to say you lack good relationships." Ginger Tang. Thank you, you've made me realize that. Engineer Zhang. Master Ding and a few apprentices have been sitting at their workstations. Since they just arrived and currently have no furniture orders for carving, they come to work every day just to chat and talk. Now, when they see the fire brigade arrive, they all feel a bit nervous. They've only been here a few days. 2 inspections have already happened. Surely, this factory won't have any problems? Just as Master Ding and the others are worried, they see the group of inspectors, who are acting very aggressively, being politely sent off by Old Zhou, laughing and joking as they leave the factory. Master Ding. Everyone exchanges glances, thinking, "Oh, it's fine now." Was it really that quick? When Old Zhou was leaving, he moved quickly and secretly handed something to the person in charge. After the inspectors left, Old Zhou, holding a soda in one hand and a receipt in the other, approached Ginger Tang. "Director Jiang, here is a pack of XX cigarettes. This is the receipt. I need to get reimbursed. But I didn't get a receipt for the 8 bottles of soda, so you'll have to cover that." Ginger Tang. "You want me to reimburse the soda?" Old Zhou. "What else?" "Director Jiang, I was just a factory manager half a month ago, and now I'm unemployed. I just found a new job, and I haven't received my first paycheck yet. Do you really want me to pay for those 8 bottles of soda?" Ginger Tang looked at the soda in his hand. "That's only 7 bottles. You drank the last one yourself. Starting a factory isn't easy. My dad spent a lot of money to buy this factory. You're my landlord and also holding a lot of money. Do you really expect me to buy you soda?" Old Zhou. "Director Jiang, are you feeling sorry for me?" Ginger Tang. "Anyone can pretend to be poor." Old Zhou. Fine, forget about reimbursing the soda. "Is that okay?" Ginger Tang. "Old Zhou is a really good landlord. He takes good care of his tenants." Old Zhou. Ginger Tang just went outside to check on the new kitchen shed being built behind the factory. The master said it should be ready to use in a couple of days. Jiang Tang told Lao Zhou, "Lao Zhou, my sister-in-law can start working tomorrow." Lao Zhou was very happy to hear this. That day, when Lao Zhou went home, he received praise from his mother and wife. His mother said he was smart enough to understand that Director Jiang was looking for a cook's helper. Not wanting to recommend her own family directly, she asked Jiang Tang to find Auntie Zhou to introduce her. Since the job was already offered to Auntie Zhou, how could she let her daughter-in-law miss the chance? Did Lao Zhou himself recommend his mother to Jiang Tang? Of course he knew. Jiang Tang went to her house on purpose to say that, just to give Lao Zhou praise. Lao Zhou received praise for no reason. Of course, he was happy. Lao Zhou's wife, because she worked in the same factory as Lao Zhou and earned money, liked Lao Zhou more now. Their relationship improved. Even though Jiang Tang tricked him out of money, Lao Zhou thought that if this kept his family peaceful, it was worth it. Jiang Tang went to the finance office to reimburse Lao Zhou for cigarettes. She hadn't yet found the finance staff. She kept the factory's accounts herself. At first, the business was small, so managing the accounts was simple. But Jiang Tang knew this wouldn't last long. She needed to find a professional accountant, but she had to take her time to find the right person. Lao Zhou took the money and said, "Thanks, Director Jiang. By the way, you said you would help me fix my relationship with Engineer Zhang. I greeted him early this morning, but he ignored me." Jiang Tang replied, "Engineer Zhang has been busy these days trying to finish a project. He's very dedicated to his work, and his workstation depends on him. When he has free time, I will talk to him." Lao Zhou said, "Don't forget about it." Jiang Tang assured him, "I won't forget." The next moment, Jiang Tang rolled up her sleeves and said, "Hu Dahua reported that my factory's fire safety was not up to standard. This afternoon, I will also report her. Lao Zhou asked, "What did you report her for?" Jiang Tang said, "I reported that her factory doesn't have a wood processing license." Lao Zhou asked, "Huh? How do you know she doesn't have one?" Jiang Tang, "Chao Zhenxing really cares about the certificates issued by the government. When he first opened his factory, he didn't have strict requirements. Plus, he had already hired some people, got the business license, and started operating. Later, when the fire safety inspection found issues, he was shut down for 3 months. After that, he became very serious about fire safety." Jiang Tang, "I took over the factory 3 years ago. I didn't know much back then. When I wanted to learn what was needed to run such a big factory, I accidentally found out and helped the factory reapply for a license. Old Joe, since you've already handled that, isn't reporting it just a waste now?" Jiang Tang sneered. "That license needs annual renewal. If it expires, it's the same as not having one. Chao Zhenxing probably doesn't even know what that is. How could he remember to renew it last year?" Yaya had been quiet, but when she saw her stepmother laughing loudly, she also imitated Jiang Tang, giggling. Jiang Tang, Yaya, giggling. "Old Joe, such a scary mother and daughter." Old Joe trembled slightly. Jiang Tang and her daughter looked a bit frightening right now. What should they do? At noon, Jiang Tang picked up Zhu Hefeng and then went to the market to buy half a salted goose, bringing it home. Sister, I'm back." Jiang Tang asked Zhu Hefeng to come down, then also took Yaya down, pushing the bicycle into the yard along the slope. In the yard, there were 3 or 4 women. Jiang Tang pushed her bike in and saw that they were neighbors from nearby, talking to Fu Manhwa. When they heard the noise at the door, they all turned to look. Seeing Jiang Tang, 2 of the neighbors immediately stood up. "Jiang Tang is back? Oh, it's already noon. I should go home and cook. My husband will be mad if I don't." One woman passing by smiled at Jiang Tang. "Jiang Tang is always so good. Long-term absence from home means no one cares whether she cooks or not. Life is so comfortable. I envy her. At least for the women who stay by a man's side, they are definitely happier and more proud than Jiang Tang. No matter how capable Jiang Tang is, what good does it do? Men haven't even come home." Compared to being fierce, these women naturally can't match Jiang Tang, but when it comes to a happy marriage, they're sure Jiang Tang feels insecure inside. If they can't compare in other ways, can they still compare in this?
Fu Manhwa frowned.
Her sister-in-law's words were really annoying. Just now, she acted superior in front of her, but Fu Manhwa didn't look up to her at all. Fu Manhwa married well, and her work isn't bad either. When she was choosing a partner, her father asked around many times. It's okay if the man's conditions are a bit worse. The most important thing is good character. Being a little poor now is fine, as long as he has potential. The man her parents chose back then finally grew over 10 years. Fu Manhua's husband went from a small contractor to a big building contractor, and Fu Manhwa manages the family business accounts. So, their showing off doesn't affect Fu Manhwa at all, and she even finds it a bit funny. Some women around her didn't show superiority in front of her, and their conversations were dull, until Jiang Tang returned. Fu Manhwa suddenly remembered Jiang Tang telling her that the neighbors around her don't hit or scold people, but their words can be sharp and hurtful. So, those gossiping women talk to her mother like that. They think Jiang Tang, as an outsider wife, is easy to bully. At this moment, Fu Manhwa, regardless of how much she doubts Jiang Tang, still wants to defend her sister-in-law. She might doubt her sister-in-law, but why should others bully her? Just as Fu Manhwa was about to speak, Jiang Tang took the lead. "Jiang Tang, sister-in-law Lin, please take good care of your little one. I'm worried he might accidentally fall into the manure pit and can't get out. Without you around, it really wouldn't do." The woman listening understood that Jiang Tang was mocking her husband's short stature and gritted her teeth. "Jiang Tang, sister-in-law Lin, what I said isn't meant to offend. I genuinely envy you, please don't misunderstand. This kind of teasing talk is really about who has a stronger mental strength. Regarding men, the one who cares more is more likely to get hurt." Ginger Sugar didn't know how tall, short, fat, or thin her so-called fiancé was, so she couldn't care less about what people said. But Sister Lin cared a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come specifically to show off to Fu Manhwa. She knew Fu Manhwa before she was married, back when her family was much better off than Fu's. Sister Lin's husband was from the neighboring Lin family. Fu Manhwa married when her family was very poor, using her wedding gifts to support her family at that time. Actually, the eldest brother of the Lin family is a good person, just a bit short. He works hard, driving a tricycle to earn money every day and brings it home. He treats his wife, children, and elders very well. Ginger Sugar has even ridden in the Lin family eldest brother's car several times. She doesn't want to speak badly of him. It's just that Lin's wife is ungrateful and always forcing her to speak badly of Lin's brother. Finally, Sister Lin was so angry, she couldn't hold back. Ginger Sugar, you. Ginger Sugar rolled up her sleeves. You dare to come in front of me? I gave you face, right? Are you looking for trouble? The others quickly pulled Sister Lin away by dragging her. Why stay? Waiting for Ginger Sugar to throw mud on her wall? Sister Lin was pulled away by the others. Ginger Sugar turned around and saw Fu Manhwa standing in the yard. Fu Manhwa asked, Are you not upset? Ginger Sugar looked down and wiped her eyes with her hand. Sister, I'm so sad. Fu Manhwa exclaimed. Wait, she was just so fierce a moment ago. How come she's crying now? Zhu Hufeng pursed his lips, holding little Yaya's armpits, and whispered, Yaya, let's not affect the good stepmother pretending to be a good kid. Zhu Hufeng, Yaya, let's go inside so we don't disturb the good stepmother pretending to be a good kid. Ginger Sugar. Ginger Sugar heard this. Fu Manhwa took out a tissue and handed it to Ginger Sugar. Don't be sad. Those people aren't really bad. They just want to tell others that they are living well. Ginger Sugar took the tissue and pressed it to her eye. I understand the reason, but it still hurts to hear. Fu Manhwa frowned, sighed, and sat down beside Jiang Tang. She gently patted her hand and said, Mom called me and said that Hengjiang's surgery was very successful. He's awake now. He went through a tough time, so the army will give him a long rest. Soon you'll be proud of him. Jiang Tang. Thank you, sister. You're really like my real sister, Fu Manhwa. If you ever feel upset or worried, just tell me. Don't keep it all inside. Jiang Tang. Sister, you're so good to me. Boo-hoo. In the room, Zhu Hufeng and Yaya sat side by side on chairs, both turning their heads to watch how the stepmother was acting to be a good little kid. Zhu Hufeng looked for a while and quietly asked Yaya, Did you learn it? From now on, we should act like a good stepmother to be good kids. Then Grandpa, Grandma, and Annie will like us. Fu Manhwa cooked lunch at home. Jiang Tang bought half a salted goose, making the meal very rich. Everyone sat together to eat. Fu Manhwa was about to say she would feed the little ones first and let Jiang Tang eat, but she saw Zhu Hufeng automatically pick up his bowl and start feeding Yaya. Jiang Tang also picked up her bowl and ate heartily. Fu Manhwa. Wait, aren't their roles mixed up? Why is such a small child feeding the little one? That kid is so tiny. Can he hold chopsticks steadily? Zhu Hufeng. Yaya is so well behaved. Eat another piece of goose meat. This is the good stepmother's goose meat. Is it tasty? Yaya. Eat. Zhu Hufeng. Hee. Fu Manhwa. She had to admit, these two little ones were very obedient. One ate well, and the other fed well. They were much better behaved than her own twin chubby kids when they were small. Jiang Tang. Sister, why aren't you eating? Hurry up and eat.
Don't worry about them.
They're doing a good job feeding. Fu Manhwa picked up her chopsticks. Oh. How old are you? Zhu Hufeng. He looked up at Fu Manhwa. Annie, I don't call myself My name is Zhu Hufeng. I'm 7 years old. Fu Manhwa. Oh, sorry. I thought you were called Jiang Tang used her chopsticks to pick some greens and put them in her bowl. Let Yaya eat vegetables. Fu Manhwa looked at Zhu Hufeng. Didn't she hear him say he wasn't called Why did Jiang Tang call him Did he not correct her? Zhu Hufeng. He had been correcting the stepmother for many days, but she still refused to change her ways. What could he do? During dinner, Jiang Tang was very attentive to Fu Manhwa, serving her vegetables and meat, even specifically giving her a goose leg. Honestly, Fu Manhwa's family is doing well now, and they don't really need this kind of food. But Jiang Tang gave her the best piece to eat, while the two little kids stayed aside. Fu Manhua still felt a bit touched. Although this girl seemed a little suspicious, she was sensible and sweet-tongued. Also, judging from how she argued with Aunt Lin just now, she didn't seem like someone who was easily bullied. Fu Manhua thought about her mother calling her earlier, mentioning how good Jiang Tang was to her. That meant her mother got along well with Jiang Tang. As her own daughter, Fu Manhua knew what her mother was like. Her mother was kind and gentle, trusting people easily, which sometimes made her vulnerable to being taken advantage of. Fu Manhua believed that if someone spoke harshly, her mother either didn't notice or got upset herself. Having a capable daughter-in-law like Jiang Tang would actually be a good thing. Zhu Hefeng finished feeding his sister and then obediently ate his own meal. Fu Manhua said, "These two children are quite rare. Both are still young, yet the older one feeds the younger, and they eat peacefully without fighting. Especially the younger one. Normally, at this age, children tend to cause trouble, but this child ate quietly and sat patiently after finishing." Fu Manhua was very surprised. How did they manage to raise a child like this? Jiang Tang said nothing, just ate her own food. After finishing, she told Zhu Hefeng, the stepmother will change Yaya's diaper and put her down for a nap. When you're done eating, remember to wash the dishes." Zhu Hefeng replied, "Got it." Fu Manhua. Jiang Tang trusted such a young child so much. She finished her meal and didn't supervise at all, letting this little kid wash the dishes? Was she afraid the dishes might break? In the end, Zhu Hefeng finished eating, obediently stood up, stacked the two bowls together, carried them to the sink, then came back to pick up a third bowl. The small child moved back and forth several times, each time carrying just one plate. Fu Manhua curiously watched the children, seeing the little one take a gourd bag, turn on the tap, and start washing dishes. Judging by how skillfully he was scrubbing, it was clear he had done this before. Zhu Hefeng. Heave ho, Fu Manhua. Why is this child so obedient? Is Jiang Tang letting such a young kid do chores? At that moment, Jiang Tang's dry heaving came from the yard. Ugh. Fu Manhua turned around and saw Jiang Tang holding Yaya, who had a dirty diaper, and the bad smell made Jiang Tang vomit. Fu Manhua. Jiang Tang tearfully held Yaya's little leg, saying, "Ugh, Yaya, why does your diaper smell so bad?" Ugh. Yaya innocently ate his little hand. "Stinky, Jiang Tang. It's good that you know it's stinky." Ugh. Fu Manhua, not being overwhelmed by the smell of the diaper, watched Jiang Tang dry heave and almost felt like vomiting herself. She quickly grabbed a shovel, scooped out some dry dirt outside, and covered the diaper in the yard, temporarily blocking the bad smell. Jiang Tang. Phew, finally I can breathe. Meanwhile, Zhu Hefeng finished washing the dishes and was using a basin to fetch water, washing his little sister's diaper. Fu Manhua. Is this child too thoughtful? Yaya finished his business, and Jiang Tang took out some tissue to wipe Yaya's bottom. Before the tissue even touched, Jiang Tang started vomiting violently. Fu Manhua. She really couldn't take it anymore. She took the tissue. "Let me do it." After wiping Yaya, Zhu Hefeng had already brought over some water and was mixing hot water into a basin of cold water, holding a tea bottle. Fu Manhua felt like she had opened her eyes today. There really are such sensible, obedient, quick-working children in this world. Jiang Tang held Yaya, and Fu Manhua helped wipe Yaya's bottom. The water temperature is just right. You're quite impressive." Zhu Hefeng pursed his lips and corrected, "Big Annie, my name isn't He. Fu Manhua." Oh, you're Zhu Hefeng, right? Okay. Jiang Tang pinched Yaya's armpit and lifted him up. Bring clean pants and diapers for Yaya." Zhu Hefeng. "I'm going now." Fu Manhua watched Zhu Hefeng leave, thinking, why didn't he correct Jiang Tang again? Why does he only correct me? I cleaned Yaya's bottom and changed her into a clean diaper. Yaya became a tidy little girl again. Zhu Hefeng went to wash the diapers. Jiang Tang told Fu Manhua that she would take a nap with Yaya because she had work to do in the afternoon. Fu Manhua also took a nap. When she woke up, she found a note from Jiang Tang saying she had some errands and had also taken Zhu Hefeng to school. Fu Manhwa got up and muttered, "Why did she take Yaya away if she had something to do? I was just here to watch the kid. Running in and out with a child. Doesn't she find it bothersome?" Jiang Tang's afternoon plan was to report that Chao Gensheng's furniture factory didn't have the proper license. She went to the forestry department in the county, submitted the report, and confidently took Yaya with her. But Hu Dahua, who is very clever, knew how to report problems. Does she know how to report? Of course she does. Chao Gensheng was confused again. He asked, "Leader, what kind of license?" The forestry department staff replied, "A wood processing license." He pointed at the logs in the factory and asked, "You bought these logs, right? Are you planning to turn these logs into planks?" "Only after turning logs into planks can you make furniture." Chao Gensheng nodded. "Yes, that's how it's done." The staff said, "Turning logs into planks requires proper paperwork. If you don't have the license, your factory can't legally turn logs into planks. You need this license." Chao Gensheng quickly said, "No, I've never heard of such a thing before." Jiang Tang, who was back again, spoke up, "Factory Director Chao, how can you say that? Are you implying that the forestry department didn't do a good job explaining? That they didn't tell you about this?" The forestry worker's face turned green. "Comrade Chao Gensheng, your excuse about not knowing is a bit much. How could this be your first time hearing about it? We have records showing otherwise." The forestry staff showed Chao Gensheng the records. "Look for yourself. You applied for this license in the past 3 years, which means you've known about it all along." The forestry worker was a bit angry. The person in charge was trying to avoid responsibility by claiming they had never heard of the license. That means they are responsible for their own mistake. Chao Gensheng, "Dunno, I really don't know about this thing." Jiang Tang, "Director Chao, the signed receipt with your signature is right here. How can you still say you don't know? The Forestry Bureau officials are fair and just. They won't wrong good people, and they definitely won't overlook bad ones. The evidence speaks for itself." "Yaya." Yeah, Jiang Tang. "See, even my Yaya understands this." "Yaya, you're so smart, Yaya." "Good job." The Forestry Bureau officials looked back at Jiang Tang, still holding a child. "Why are they here to watch the fun?" Chao Gensheng looked at Jiang Tang. "Jiang Tang, do you know about this?" Jiang Tang shook her head. "No, I don't." Chao Gensheng carefully examined the signature on the staff's receipt. This is your name, Jiang Tang, right? Isn't that you, Jiang Tang?" "Director Chao, be careful with your words. There are many people with the same name. Just because my name is Jiang Tang doesn't mean I'm the person on that paper." Chao Gensheng, "Can you really blame me for that?" Jiang Tang, "What if I don't blame you? Even if the name on it is mine, it just shows I am responsible and law-abiding. Your factory fired me and caused trouble. How can you blame others?" Chao Gensheng. In the end, the furniture factories with supplies were confiscated, their license was revoked, and their earnings during the unlicensed period were also taken. The factory's 3 processing machines were seized. Chao Gensheng. He looked at the sealed machines, still in shock. How did they get seized? He was holding the fine notice in his hand, stunned. Jiang Tang and Yaya watched happily. Chao Gensheng couldn't hold back anymore. He asked her, "Jiang Tang, was it you who reported this? Are you angry and did it on purpose?" Jiang Tang, "Director Chao, we've been working together for 3 years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. I'm honest and straightforward." Chao Gensheng, "What do you mean by that?" "I never reported you. I already scolded Hubo when she made a mistake last time. Are you trying to get rid of me completely?" Jiang Tang, "It seems Hu Dahu didn't tell you the truth. Go back and tell her she reports me once and I will respond once. She reported twice and I responded twice. I want to see who among you can have a good life when everyone makes my days difficult." Chao Gensheng paused. "Are you saying she did it again?" Jiang Tang, "Who's the fool here? Business people don't want trouble. If you push too far, don't blame me for being harsh. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Remember that." After saying this, Jiang Tang turned around and walked away, carrying Yaya on her back. "Yaya, remember." Jiang Tang, "Remember that." Yaya, "Remember."
Gao Gensheng.
Jiang Tang rode her bike away proudly. The only regret was that she couldn't kick Chao Gensheng. Chao Zhenxing hurried home in a rage. He thought that if Hu Dahua kept causing trouble, their factory would really have to close down. Now, it's not about whether business is good or if there are orders. It's that if inspections keep happening, they won't be able to operate at all. Even with orders, they couldn't fulfill them. Hu Dahua was tidying up the yard, feeding the chickens and ducks. Suddenly, she saw Chao Zhenxing storming back. She looked at him and asked, "You finished work so early today? It's only this time and you're already home." Chao Zhenxing, "I can't work anymore." Hu Dahua was surprised. "What? Power outage again? Are the outages happening more often lately? Will that affect the schedule?" Chao Zhenxing, "The factory is closed." Hu Dahua, "What? The factory closed? How is that possible? A good factory closing down? Speak up." Chao Zhenxing turned and glared at her. "And you have the nerve to ask." Hu Dahua, "Did you eat something strange? What's wrong with you? Why are you talking to me like that?" Chao Zhenxing was extremely angry. "The factory closed. All because of you." Hu Dahua was stunned again. "What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't even been to the factory these past few days. How did I cause it to close? Are you crazy? Can you clarify what you mean?" Chao Zhenxing took a deep breath and said, "The forestry department came to check the permits for wood processing. 3 machines were sealed. With the machines sealed, even if there's power, the workers can't work." Hu Dahua, "What? The forestry department came, and it has nothing to do with me. It's not the fire department." Chao Zhenxing's chest hurt with anger. "Hu Dahua, this wood processing license for Jiang Tang has been valid for 3 years. After she left, no one knew about this thing. It was Jiang Tang who reported it."
Hu Dahua, "Huh?
"Jiang Tang again? Why does it always have to be Jiang Tang? What does that troublemaker want now?" Chao Zhenxing, clutching his chest, gritting his teeth, said, "Did you report her factory again?" Hu Dahua, "Chao Zhenxing, Jiang Tang told me to tell you, every time you report her, she responds in kind. If you report her once, she responds once. If you report her twice, she responds twice. You don't know much about Jiang Tang's factory, but she knows everything about ours. Jiang Tang's reports have caused his family big losses twice. This shows that Jiang Tang always prepares well before reporting, unlike Hu Dahua, who reports randomly without checking if there's a problem. If Hu Dahua didn't act recklessly, both families could peacefully do their own business without so many issues. Hu Dahua is really risking the factory's future." She was stunned. She just wanted to make Jiang Tang's factory unlucky, not to drag her own family into trouble.
Hu Dahua, I
didn't think it would turn out like this." Chao Zhenxing was almost furious. "I told you last time, calm down, just calm down. But you didn't listen.
Now?
Are you satisfied?" Hu Dahua, I realize I was wrong now. But tell me, what should we do? We can't just let the factory really stop working, right?" Chao Zhenxing asked back. "Find a way? What way? Things that shouldn't have happened, and you make such a fuss? Why didn't you do something earlier?" Hu Dahua finally dared not speak. Mainly because the factory's machines had been sealed, and they didn't dare tear off the notice themselves. Chao Zhenxing's face turned grim. Then he stood up to make a call. He had been in this line of work for many years, so he knew some contacts. Now he was trying to find someone to help resolve the issue. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Finding someone costs money, and using connections costs even more. All this trouble was caused by Hu Dahua herself. Why did she insist on clashing with Jiang Tang? Honestly, it was partly their fault. He felt they owed Jiang Tang, but Hu Dahua thought Jiang Tang owed them. However, Chao Zhenxing absolutely cannot tell Hu Dahua about this. If he dares to say it, Hu Dahua will definitely explode. Chao Zhenxing doesn't know exactly how he feels right now. He just hopes to solve this difficult problem quickly. The recent power outages have already affected the work schedule. Now that the machines are sealed, can he still deliver on time? A factory can delay many things, but delivery deadlines cannot be missed. Chao Zhenxing called some friends. Some of them agreed to help him find connections, for a fee. The factory's schedule faced a problem. At this moment, Lu Yukai stepped forward, trying to help by sharing the burden, saying, "Manager Chao, stopping work like this isn't a solution. I think we need to find someone to help. We might have to pay a bit more for labor. Liu Yukai had been secretly doing a big thing these past few days. To prove he was useful and to justify asking for a raise, he secretly turned off the power switch when no one was looking. Turning off the power naturally affected the progress. Since the power supply was already unstable, Liu Yucai's actions caused even more delays. Now that the machines are sealed, only the workers using finished wooden boards can continue. No new boards are available, so progress is even more delayed. When Chao Zhensheng was in trouble, Liu Yukai stepped up to help. Chao Zhensheng said, "No matter who we ask for help, it won't work now. The machines are sealed, so we can't use them for now." Liu Yukai replied, "Come on, Manager Chao, at this point, we need to be quick-witted. When facing difficulties, we must solve them. What's the most important thing right now?" Of course, delivering the goods. Chao Zhensheng didn't respond. Liu Yukai continued, "If we keep delaying like this, the delay will affect our clients. We can't afford to offend our clients." Chao Zhensheng understood this logic well. But his immediate goal was to find a way to unseal the machines. He had already made several calls and planned to treat people to meals and give gifts today. If the machines could be unsealed in a few days, he wouldn't need to find subcontractors. But Liu Yucai's words also made sense. Ideally, the machines would be unsealed in a few days, but what if they couldn't be unsealed in that time? If that happened, the delivery deadline would definitely be missed. Chao Zhensheng thought carefully and knew he couldn't just wait. But who could he ask to subcontract the work? The two closest factories to his own are Chen Laoxi's factory and Jiang Tang's factory. Both of these have conflicts with his family. Don't even think about outsourcing work to them. Once they hear the news, they will probably enjoy watching his family fail. Factories farther away are too inconvenient. Just the cost of hiring a vehicle to transport furniture back is high, not to mention paying others to do the work. Chao Zhensheng frowns, realizing he can't find anyone to outsource to right now. Liu Yukai glances at Chao Zhensheng. "Director Chao, why are you just standing there? We need to act quickly, or it will affect our delivery schedule." Chao Zhensheng asks, "Who do you think is reliable for outsourcing?" Liu Yukai replies, "The closest ones are best. We can split the shipments, and the tricycles in the factory can deliver the furniture, saving on transportation costs. The nearest factories are Chen Laoxi's and Jiang Tang's. Chao Zhensheng has fought with Chen Laoxi for most of his life. He knows Chen Laoxi's personality. If Chen Laoxi's family has been able to compete with his family for so many years, it shows he's very sharp. If Chen Laoxi finds out his factory has problems, he will just mock him and might even try to steal his customers. He wouldn't want to help." As for Jiang Tang, Chao Zhensheng feels complicated. Things are already tense. How can he ask for help? Suddenly, Liu Yukai says, "Director Chao, if you're busy, I can go talk to them. They won't refuse business that comes right to their door. Don't you think?" Chao Zhensheng pauses and looks at Liu Yukai. "You're going to talk to them?" Liu Yukai nods. "Yes. I work here to help you, Director Chao. With such a big problem, I have to step up. Otherwise, it wouldn't be right." Chao Zhensheng says, "Old Liu, I didn't expect you to be so dedicated." "Fine, you handle this. Let me know as soon as it's done. I've been busy these days." Liu Yukai immediately shows loyalty. "Don't worry, Director Chao. I promise to handle it carefully. It won't affect our factory's deliveries." Chao Zhensheng asks, "Which factory do you plan to contact?" Liu Yukai says, "I'll start with Chen Laoxi's factory. I heard from the workers that although Chen Laoxi can be stubborn, he values orders very much. He even takes small jobs like making a little stool. I think he's easier to talk to." Chao Zhensheng thought for a moment and then reminded him, "When you go to find old Fortune, don't mention that there are problems at my factory. Just say you took a small order on your own." Liu Yukai immediately replied, "Okay, I understand. Director Chao, you can rest assured. I promise to complete the task." Liu Yukai told Chao Zhensheng he was going to see Old Fortune, but in fact, he turned around and headed to Jiang Tang Furniture Factory. Jiang Tang Furniture Factory was the former Haoshang Furniture Factory. Liu Yukai rode his bike to find Jiang Tang. He told Chao Zhensheng he was going to Chen Old For's place because he felt guilty and wanted to avoid suspicion, so he deliberately said he was going to Chen Old For's factory. In reality, he had already decided to go to Jiang Tang. This was not only a good chance to flatter this tough boss but also a way to show his gratitude. Liu Kai was not old-fashioned. As the big bosses on TV always say, people should understand cooperation and win-win situations. He brought business to Jiang Tang and then had an excuse to ask Director Chow for a raise. Just thinking about it made him feel happy. When Liu Kai arrived, Jiang Tang had just gotten there, holding a little kid as usual. Jiang Tang said, "Isn't this my little brother-in-law? What wind blew him over here? Aren't you working? Aren't you afraid that Director Chow will fire you if you come here?" Liu Kai, now representing the factory, stood with his hands on his hips, looking like he was here to discuss cooperation. "Oh, Jiang Tang, I have something important to do this time. I have 2 business opportunities that just came to me. Do you want to take them?" Jiang Tang said, "It's rare for my little brother-in-law to bring me business. If I don't take it now, isn't that ungrateful?" Liu Kai looked around and then whispered, "Recently, because the factory kept losing power, progress slowed down. Yesterday, the factory's machines were sealed, and Director Chow got anxious. If this continues, we won't meet the delivery deadline. So I came up with a solution for him." After saying that, Liu Kai covered his mouth and smiled proudly. Jiang Tang thought, "Isn't this my little brother-in-law? Liu Kai, here comes some work for you." His face was dark and old, full of wrinkles, and when he smiled, his face looked like a mountain range. Jiang Tang said, "Little brother-in-law, you're impressive. This is perfect timing, good luck, and everything seems to be working in your favor. You deserve to get rich." Liu Kai chuckled. "Haha, I thank my big niece for her good words." At this moment, Liu Kai thought it was pretty good that Jiang Tang was his niece, even if he was a bit crazy. Although Jiang Tang used to threaten him with a knife before, he never actually hurt him. Liu Kai quickly said, "Then today, I will bring some wood from the factory." Jiang Tang looked at him and said, "Little brother-in-law, Director Chow didn't tell you about the goods. All the wood for his furniture factory has been seized. If you want me to make furniture, it's like ordering directly from me." Liu Kai patted his thigh and said, "Oh, I forgot about that." "Then what is our factory even earning?" Jiang Tang replied, "What can we earn? Of course, we earn reputation and a good name for delivering on time. Otherwise, Director Chow wouldn't have made any money, and customers would have left." Liu Kai rubbed his hands and asked earnestly, "Can't we earn a little bit for ourselves?" Jiang Tang said, "Yes, you can take a saw home and do some work yourself. Not only will you save on processing fees, but your skills will also improve."